Chapter 1. The Eternal Kaleidoscope of Tremors and the Sharingan. Time: 1 week after the funeral of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Location: Hidden Leaf Village. Everyone remember, during this period, we must not overlook any suspicious individuals. It is better to mistakenly apprehend 100 than to let a single spy escape. Do you understand? Understood. The Konoha police force, established by the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, is comprised primarily of members from the Uchiha clan. Their main responsibility is to maintain internal security and stability within the Hidden Leaf Village, to formulate regulations, strengthen and uphold order, and to apprehend civilians and ninjas with criminal tendencies. At this very moment, the Uchiha members of the Konoha police force are experiencing one of the busiest periods since the village's inception. Due to the chaos caused by the Nine Tails, the Hidden Leaf Village has suffered its first true attack since its founding, a calamity far exceeding even the battles between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha in the village's early days, as they did not engage in combat within the village itself. Consequently, other hidden villages are naturally attempting to infiltrate Konoha following the conclusion of the Nine Tails incident. Thus, both the Umbu and the Konoha police force have been compelled to concentrate their efforts on capturing spies. However, during the Nine Tails incident, most participating ninjas had noted the striking resemblance of the creature's eyes to the Sharingan, rendering the police force's tasks exceedingly challenging. Despite the general suspicion towards the Uchiha clan among ordinary ninjas and Konoha's upper echelons, the grief from losing friends and loved ones has driven the populace into a state of hysteria. Whispers, such as the Uchiha clan, orchestrated the Nine Tails attack, and it must have been the Uchiha who caused the death of the 4th Hokage, permeate through the village, alongside assertions linking the creature's 3 black crescent shapes with the Uchiha. These discussions have so thoroughly disrupted the police force that even the spies from neighboring villages began to doubt their own professionalism. Yet, paradoxically, thoughts like, why does it feel like these rumors are true? Uchiha Obito is indeed one of the Uchiha, linger in the minds of some. Given Konoha's current state of disarray, many merchants are taking risks to enter the village in hopes of profiting from the disaster, including a boy with waist-length spiky black hair. Onaiken, are you back to your senses? A little girl, around 5 or 6 years old and wearing fox ear accessories, called out in a sweet, soft voice, snapping the boy out of his reverie as he crouched slightly. Sorry, Izuna, I just got a bit lost in thought in this unfamiliar place. Is Onaiken interested in ninjas too? But isn't it a bit late for you to attend ninja school at your age? The girl named Izuna displayed a worried expression, but her brow quickly relaxed. However, it's all right. Even if Onaiken can't become a ninja, Izuna will definitely protect you when she grows up. The boy, referred to as Onaiken, felt utterly charmed. This sister is truly worth raising. So adorable, too bad I'm not Siscon, haha. The self-proclaimed non-Siscon brother completely ignored the 2 members of the police force in green vests who had shifted their attention towards them, lifting his sister and spinning her around, all while laughing joyously in his heart. However, the Uchiha ninja in the police force seemed oblivious to the atmosphere. Hey, you 2 kids over there. Get over here and line up for inspection, especially you little one. This is a critical time. For the Hidden Leaf Village, you are not permitted to wear fox ear accessories, understand? Upon hearing the reprimanding words, the 6-year-old Izuna's expression instantly morphed into one of sorrow, tears welling in her eyes. Seeing this, the Uchiha member who spoke couldn't help but soften a bit, yet his pride as an Uchiha prevented him from apologizing to a 5-year-old child. But soon, he found himself unable to maintain that pride. In the blink of an eye, both he and his teammate felt a suffocating sensation akin to being ensnared by a constrictor, accompanied by a burning pain as if engulfed by fierce flames. Yet they had not been attacked. No, it's that boy with the audacious hairstyle. The Uchiha member, with a 3-to-mo Sharingan, caught a fleeting glimpse of a red and black pattern in the boy's pupils. Wait, could that be? Before he could process further, he collapsed, just like the other Uchiha ninja who had spoken, whose eyes were now open to 2-tomo. As he fell, the ground seemed to absorb the sweat dripping from his body. Onaiken, why did these 2 uncles suddenly? Izuna, on the verge of tears, became completely bewildered, having no idea what had transpired. From her perspective, the 2 intimidating uncles had simply collapsed. The boy quickly replied, perhaps they were trying to scam us, Izuna. Let's go find a house, otherwise we might get stuck here. What does scam mean? Scamming is a despicable act of extortion. The term originates from scoundrels who deliberately bump into people while holding fragile porcelain. And then, the boy gently explained to his sister, as if the 2 fallen men had nothing to do with them. Subsequently, the boy and the little girl left, leaving behind the 2 unconscious members of the police force. After a considerable time, gulp, unbeknownst to them, There was another witness to the scene, a man with white eyes and smooth black hair. Those familiar with the Hidden Leaf Village would quickly deduce his identity as a member of the Hyuga clan. What terrifying chakra! It feels akin to gazing into the abyss, rivaling even the Nine Tails. When not accounting for sheer volume, this could even be more horrifying than the Nine Tails. Just standing before him must require a certain level of resolve, right? It was not until nearly 10 minutes after the boy and girl had departed that the Hyuga ninja regained the sensation in his body. Is that chakra flow resembling the 3-demo Sharingan truly Uchiha? This is bad. I must report to the clan leader. The Hyuga ninja moved his numb legs toward the Hyuga compound. Unbeknownst to him, the extent of terror he had just endured as an unassuming member of the Hyuga clan. Speaking of which, as he ran, the Hyuga ninja suddenly recalled something. Did I just not see that boy's back? Could I have been caught in a jinjutsu? Yet I bear no signs of having been affected. Or am I still under the influence of a jinjutsu? With that thought, he quickened his pace. Chapter 2. Urawa Madara. Following the end of the Nine Tails incident, Mito Kazan, a senior advisor to the Hidden Leaf Village and an old friend of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, was assisting his old comrade in handling paperwork as he reluctantly assumed the Hokage position. Suddenly, he stumbled upon the names of a pair of siblings within some long-term residency applications. A 12-year-old brother bringing his 6-year-old sister into Konoha at this time? It seems that even the children from the Land of Fire still trust in Konoha's strength, believing we will swiftly restore everything. Speculators flooding into the new district post-disaster is an age-old phenomenon. But these individuals do not take on risks or exhibit benevolence for no reason. They act based on their belief that the village will rapidly recover, hoping to hitch a ride on the express train of restoration. No, wait, this name. Uchiwa Madara, Uchiwa Izuna. Though he considered himself a reasonably skilled ninja, Mito Kazan was now drenched in sweat. This reaction was not unfounded, as the mention of these names would send shivers down the spines of the current Kaguya of the 5 great shinobi villages, let alone Mito Kazan, Madara, and Izuna. Moreover, this name, when read quickly, bears a striking resemblance to the Uchiha surname. This is bad. Hiruzen, we have a situation. With unprecedented swiftness, Mito Kazan raced towards the office of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, for if his suspicions were even partially correct, this matter would be far more alarming than discovering spies from other villages. In the Hokage's office, an elderly man with graying hair and beard was wholly engrossed in his work. He is Hiruzen Tsurutobi, the third Hokage, whose demeanor now appeared rather forlorn, a far cry from his once mighty presence. Knock, knock. Upon hearing the knock, Hiruzen quickly straightened up, attempting to cast off any signs of his age and decline. As the Hokage, he must not display any weakness, especially during these turbulent times. Come in. It's me. Hiruzen, it's Yen. Upon seeing his childhood friend, Tsurutobi, Hizashi momentarily eased his tension. However, witnessing this scene, Mito Minion couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. As one of Tsurutobi Hizashi's closest companions, he was acutely aware of the changes his friend had undergone during this period. In fact, until just half a month prior, Tsurutobi Hizashi sported hair as dark as that of his peers, including the other student, Uchiha Kakashi. He exuded the quintessential image of a middle-aged ninja, embodying the very essence of the shinobi world. Yet merely half a month after the Nine Tails incident, the hair and beard of this former Hokage had turned gray by half. His posture began to exhibit signs of stoop, and the ravages of age were starkly evident. One could only imagine the extent of the trauma he had endured and the immense psychological burden he had carried since then. I'm sorry, Hizashi, but regarding the matters of Minato and Lake Biwa, I find myself at a loss for how to console you, he admitted. Among their group of old classmates, the one closest to the third Hokage, Tsurutobi Hizashi, was neither Mito Minion nor the other peer, Uchiha Kakashi, but rather Shimura Danzo, who wielded considerable influence within Konoha. In Minion's view, only Danzo could offer genuine comfort to Hizashi without inflicting further emotional harm. Yet, given Danzo's nature, such compassion seemed implausible. Reluctant to add more pressure to Hizashi, Minion felt compelled to report his findings to the Hokage. Hizashi, take a look at this application form and this personal dossier, he urged. Application form? Hizashi asked, his brow furrowing in confusion. What kind of application could evoke such a reaction from Yen? His keen perception had already detected the faint hint of dread that flickered across Yan's face upon presenting the document, yet he struggled to comprehend what could possibly elicit such a response. Hizashi first perused the personal dossier, and then, with a swift motion, he leapt to his feet. Uchiha Madara. With a resounding crash, the door burst open. Where is Uchiha Madara? A middle-aged man, bandaged across his forehead, right eye, and right arm, with an shaped scar adorning his chin, barged into the room. He was Shimura Danzo, a classmate of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hisashi. Just moments ago, he had arrived at Hisashi's office door when he unexpectedly caught wind of the name Uchiha Madara, a name that sent shivers down the spines of their generation, despite being a Konoha native. Wait, if it were truly Uchiha Madara, I would have heard something even from underground. Danzo quickly regained his composure, but Yan's next words caused him to tense once more. This individual, named Madara, has brazenly walked through the proper channels and directly come to Konoha. Uchiha Madara could never be underestimated. This was the consensus regarding the existence of that formidable figure in the minds of their generation. After a prolonged silence, it was Hisashi as Hokage who made a decisive call. Hold on, I will personally go and negotiate. At that moment, Danzo had finished reviewing the information and formulated his own hypothesis. Hisashi, it appears you have truly grown senile. What do you mean? Hisashi questioned, instinctively overlooking the discord in Danzo's tone. Familiar with Danzo's mannerisms, Hisashi recognized that such remarks typically indicated Danzo had devised a plan of action. It's merely the case of some parents who idolize Uchiha Madara naming their child after him. Is that truly enough to frighten you to this extent? Just look at you. Where's the Hokage's demeanor? Idolize Uchiha Madara? Hisashi pondered, realizing that Danzo's speculation, while unconventional, was not entirely implausible. Though Madara might appear as a fearsome figure to the average person, the thought processes of certain individuals within the shinobi world often veered from the norm, particularly among a minority within the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan, while its members often possessed the aptitude to become elite ninjas, frequently encountered psychological challenges that could lead to extreme behaviors. Moreover, the impact Uchiha Madara had left on the shinobi world, especially Konoha, was undeniably profound. During the era of the first Hokage, the might of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara rendered Konoha the envy of all other shinobi villages. However, in a shocking turn of events, the two founding figures clashed, resulting in Madara's demise, shortly followed by Hashirama's passing. This event catalyzed a shift in perception among other villages, leading to the onset of the Shinobi World War. In the second Hokage's era, a ninja named Uchiha Shinjitsu claimed to inherit Madara's will and incited an insurrection among the Uchiha clan. This incident remained vividly etched in Hisashi's memory as the most prominent instance of idolizing Uchiha Madara. Yet whether this was genuine admiration or mere posturing remained unclear. Even the recent Ninetales incident had sparked numerous speculations, with many attributing it to Uchiha Madara's influence, including the third Hokage himself, who contemplated this possibility. The Ninetales was summoned to the village through a summoning technique, and the first suspects in their minds were those of Uchiha lineage. Despite the fact that if Madara were alive, he would be aged beyond recognition, the mere mention of his name commanded respect. Regardless of age, frailty, or even injury, Uchiha Madara was not to be underestimated. Even the sharing of a name bore weight in the shinobi world. Bestowing a child with the name of a legendary ninja was often laden with significance. For instance, the second son of the Uchiha clan leader, born a few months prior, was named after Hisashi's father, Sarutobi Asuma, with the intent of nurturing a child as great and formidable as the third Hokage's progenitor. In a sense, inheriting a name symbolized the transmission of spirit and will. Then, how do we interpret this surname Naiwa? Hisashi inquired. Perhaps it is a mere coincidence, or maybe a branch of the Uchiha clan from elsewhere, or possibly a descendant of an Uchiha ninja who intermarried with an outsider. The Uchiha are not as straightforward as the Hyuga in this regard, Danzo replied, trailing off. As he spoke, the atmosphere grew grave once more for both Hisashi and Yen. Could he possibly be a descendant of Uchiha Madara? They thought in unison, despite each harboring their individual interpretations. Chapter 3. Naren Naiwa. At that moment, the individual who had been meticulously crafted by Konoha's upper echelons into a myriad of narratives, Naiwa Neru, was diligently searching for a house. Is housing around the Hokage office this exorbitantly priced? Neru calculated and realized that the savings he had amassed over the years were woefully insufficient. Must I truly become a ninja? While ninjas are the mainstream in this world, I find little pleasure in being a mere enforcer. Here, the term ninja refers not to anything else but merely to a profession. For Makoto, who has long since unraveled the mystery of his birth 6 years ago, this somewhat mercenary occupation does not align with his personal interests, despite his awareness that the corresponding manga in this world is titled Naruto. However, his younger sister is quite passionate about the idea of becoming a ninja. In fact, a significant part of Makoto's willingness to leave the relatively stable and prosperous town, which is entirely detached from the storyline, near the capital of the Fire Nation. And venture into the tumultuous land of Konoha is to fulfill his sister's dream in this life. Gazing at the cheerful countenance of the little girl named Izuna beside him, Makoto's thoughts drift back to 6 years prior. Memories are a classic of Naruto and must be savored. In the town of Kazehi, near the capital of the Fire Nation. The cemetery area is populated due to its proximity to the capital. Thus, when a young boy, holding a sister not yet a month old, visits the graves here, he does not attract much attention, for many come to pay their respects. However, to say he is merely visiting graves might be somewhat inappropriate. As the boy stands motionless before his parents' graves, cradling his sister, seemingly not engaged in any act of worship, the youth in question is Naoru Makoto. Recently, his nascent life has been marred by a series of tribulations. 6 months prior, his father succumbed to an ailment seemingly related to his eyesight, and a fortnight ago, his mother passed away after a difficult childbirth, leaving him with a newborn sister. However, at this moment, he stands here not out of sorrow, but rather due to a myriad of other overwhelming sentiments. For a moment, I almost believed I had traversed into a version of Uchiha Madara. This is not merely a matter of identical phonetics. Just moments ago, as Makoto awakened memories of his past life, he inadvertently advanced his already grieving Sharingan from its initial tomo to his second. What a peculiar occurrence it is for a child from a humble merchant family far removed from Konohagakure to awaken such a power. Could it be that the death of my father in this life is a result of a bloodline ailment? Or perhaps he too awakened the Sharingan, but succumbed to its toll due to a lack of chakra. What would be the consequence for an ordinary person with insufficient chakra who awakens the Sharingan? Given his family name, Naoru, he speculates that perhaps his ancestors bore some connection to the illustrious Uchiha clan in the ninja world, making the awakening of the Sharingan not entirely implausible. Yet, he finds himself uncertain whether this power is a privilege bestowed upon him as a traveler or if it is rooted in his family's lineage. Regardless of the truth, Naoru has no time to ponder such matters, as his immediate responsibility is to care for his nursing sister. His parents left behind a modest inheritance, neither grand nor meager, highlighted by a traditional general store that currently lies shuttered, given that both the proprietor and his wife have passed. Fortunately, the local security in the Land of Fire's capital has kept the store's inventory from being looted. As Naoru carries his sister home in anticipation of the hired wet nurse's arrival, he suddenly hears a voice. Daily success sharing, 10 coins. Naoru recognizes this as the arrival of a benefit from his otherworldly existence, yet despite his attempts to engage, this system remains unresponsive, only granting him 10 coins each time he ventures out for the first time that day. It is not until over 4 years later that the system finally reacts again. With his coin total exceeding 16,800, he is now eligible for a recruitment pool based on his current host parameters. A recruitment fee. He recalls the time he drew Uchiha Sasuke's Eternal Mangeki Sharingan with a guarantee in the official video. Is this akin to the ninja fragment mechanism? Perhaps I should not overthink it. I shall simply draw and hope for the best. It shouldn't be too punishing, should it? As it turns out, there is no truly punishing mechanism in this world. For instance, from the first 10 draws in this recruitment fee of 100, Naoru astonishingly acquires 11 S-rank ninja fragments. System. Can you converse? Is it possible that this initial Uchiha Madara can appear in the high-tier pool? The 11 S-rank fragments he drew are indeed the very essence of Uchiha Madara, a ninja who should not have been in this recruitment pool at all. What does the JV designation in the upper right corner of these fragments signify? Not only do the 11 S-rank fragments carry this mark, but the B and C-rank fragments do as well. Sakura S fragment bears a ZA, and Sasuke S fragment is marked HT. To put it simply, he is utterly bewildered. Especially regarding how Sakura ended up in this pool. He suspects it might be a mixed pool of all ninjas. There are complete cards as well. It stands to reason that with B and C ranks, complete cards must also appear. The sole complete card he draws is titled Naruto Uzumaki, Ninja Apprentice, with an SV designation in the corner. What does this mean? The SV designation is not what leaves him baffled, but rather the fact that he cannot utilize this card. Incorrect usage. The character binding unit is Naruto. Is it too late for me to change my name? Subsequently, Naoru draws the remaining 90 cards in one go. Whether it is due to a twist of fate after his reincarnation or sheer probability, he remarkably acquires 42 S-rank ninja fragments, specifically those of Uchiha Madara, alongside 38 fragments as a return for the initial fee, which typically is only available at V15 status. Thus, in just 100 draws, Naoru obtains a total of 80 S-rank fragments, a feat that defies the usual probability mechanisms of the Naruto game. However, unlike the typical novice who accumulates a down payment over a month, he has taken 4.5 years to compile his 100 draws. In this entire card pool, no other Madara fragments exist, so Naoru is left with no choice but to fully collect this initial Madara. Fortunately, he can utilize an experience card for the newly acquired Madara. Just like the game mechanics, he receives an experience card each time he gathers 10, 20, 30, 40, or 50 fragments, but unlike the game, this experience card can be activated and deactivated at will and accumulates to a total of 96 hours. Though it seems unlikely that I should acquire an experience card for founding Madara in this manner, according to his brief 3-minute experience. It does not merely confer the skills of a game character, but rather provides the entire battle template of Uchiha Madara during the founding of Konoha. Based on his understanding of the storyline, during the usage of this experience card, he would be nearly invincible in the ninja world. However, with only 96 hours of experience time, Naru cannot afford the consequences that follow its expiration, so he strives to remain distant from anything related to ninjas. Yet, his sister in this life, the little girl named Izuna, inexplicably yearns to become a ninja, her reasoning so valid that Naru finds himself unable to criticize. I want to protect my brother. Upon hearing those words, his first instinct was, this sister of mine is truly worth raising. However, an endless tide of concern soon followed. If possible, Naru would prefer to distance himself from violent professions like ninjas. This is not entirely implausible since, while the ninja world is indeed populated by shinobi, it is not saturated with them. Furthermore, despite their extraordinary combat prowess, they do not hold a superior societal standing, a phenomenon Naru cannot quite comprehend. Merely attributing it to perhaps that is how it is meant to be. Reflecting on his circumstances, he realizes, yet, here I stand, still lacking the requisite 100 fragments to exchange for a complete card. He has disregarded the other characters, as they hold no utility for him, focusing solely on the newly acquired Madara, for he has gathered 88 fragments thus far. Suddenly, Naru notices an elderly man in a white robe approaching him with apparent intent. Experience card activated. At such moments, True Kod truly felt his current predicament bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Accelerator from the A Certain Magical Index universe, a formidable force reduced to a state weaker than an ordinary human after a gunshot to the head, only regaining fleeting yet sufficient power when plugged in, much like True Kod now. The white-robed elder seemed to notice True Kod's gaze and, abandoning any pretense, strode directly toward the siblings. First time in Konoha? The old man was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, though True Kod's eyes held an unsettling maturity. At least Izuna appeared to be an ordinary child. Reassured by this observation, Hiruzen inwardly dismissed the absurd notion of the Uchiha brothers having somehow reverted to childhood and returned to the village. Indeed, it's our first visit. My sister dreams of becoming a shinobi, so I hope to enroll her in Konoha's academy, True Kod replied truthfully, for this was his primary purpose. Additionally, I intend to establish a business here. Konoha is the strongest and most harmonious shinobi village. If fortune favors me, I may settle permanently. Is that so? Hiruzen mused before adding. Have you considered becoming a shinobi yourself? Forgive an old man's presumption, but I've some experience in these matters. By my judgment, you possess the makings of an exceptional shinobi. Oh, how could you discern that? Shinobi aptitude isn't something visible to the naked eye, True Kod countered. Call it intuition. Age brings peculiar whims. If your ambitions lie elsewhere, dismiss this as an old fool's ramblings. About a kilometer east, there's a reputable agency. They've a fair track record with outsiders. With that, Hiruzen departed, though he couldn't decipher the youth sharing Madara's namesake. He concluded the boy harbored no ill will toward Konoha, a satisfactory outcome. Brother, was that a kind old man? Izuna, still naive, recognized the elder's goodwill. Yes, a very kind one. Just unlucky in life. That must be the third Hokage. Fresh from losing his wife and chosen successor, no wonder he seems burdened. And those carvings on the Hokage monument. True Kod stifled a sigh at their abstract artistry. How does Konoha's notoriously overworked administration operate so efficiently? Did they already trace the incapacitated guards to me? Or did our entry records trigger some speculation? He doubted the Hokage would spare time to guide random civilians. Such privilege was reserved for Naruto in later years, not even Hiruzen's unborn grandson. Come, Izuna. Let us inspect this Hokage-recommended agency. The Hokage. Izuna tensed, stunned that the unassuming elder was Konoha's leader. She didn't question how her brother knew. Trusting him implicitly. No need for nerves. If you become a shinobi, you might aim for Hokage yourself one day. Of course, Izuna will be the strongest and protect you. Is that so? Then I'll await that day with anticipation. This scene was witnessed by two members of the Hyuga clan, standing at a considerable distance. If someone familiar with the village had been nearby, they might have recognized these two as the current clan leader, Hyuga Hizashi, and his brother, Hyuga Hayashi. The chakra displayed in that fleeting moment, although not intentionally revealed, clearly surpassed that of the Hokage. Hayashi sensed that the individual, who appeared to be merely a 12-year-old boy, was rather peculiar, indeed, exceedingly so. The ability to retract one's chakra to such a degree that even the Byakugan could not detect it was unprecedented. Even in the clan's extensive records, no ancestor had documented such an anomaly. Admittedly, chakra is nearly non-existent without proper refinement, yet what ninja does not refine their chakra? Judging by the nature of this chakra, it should belong to Uchiha. Could it possibly be linked to the individual who previously unleashed the Ninetales? Hayashi pondered, convinced of the high likelihood of this possibility. During the tumult of the Ninetales incident, no Hyuga ninja had happened upon the culprit responsible for shattering the seal, which led him to suspect that this person, Jinshue, might indeed be the instigator of the Ninetales turmoil. It should not be him, he concluded. With such capability, he could have easily attacked Konoha himself or even ridden atop the Ninetales to assault the village. Furthermore, if he were truly involved, there would not have been such a prolonged silence following the event. He contemplated forming a cordial relationship with this individual, perhaps even seeking a formidable ally to assist his brother's family in escaping their metaphorical cage. Chapter 4. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yes, I admit it was all my doing. The world is replete with unpredictable occurrences, much like Shinshue, who never anticipated that his name, which bore a striking resemblance to the Uchiha, would unexpectedly bring him fortune. You bear the Uchiha name? What business do members of the Uchiha clan have here purchasing property? Do you not possess designated clan lands? The receptionist's tone was somewhat unfriendly. As Konoha was a place where many 12-year-olds had already become official ninjas, thus he did not regard Shinshue as a mere child but rather as a potential troublemaker. This sentiment stemmed from the fact that the Uchiha clan had extensive lands, rivaling that of the village itself, rendering external property acquisition unnecessary. However, this alone would not have incited such irritation. The recent frequent visits from Uchiha members to enforce the law had left him quite vexed. Shinshue offered no retort. He was not the type to retaliate against perceived slights. Instead, he simply presented the form he had just completed. This term is Naren, not Uchiha. In an instant, the receptionist realized his error, recognizing that Naren was indeed a term written in kanji, and that his previous assumption had stemmed from a fleeting association. In the next moment, he transformed his demeanor from one of impatience to a deep bow. I sincerely apologize, Naren-san. His apology was genuine. The most outstanding employee of the year at this establishment had the opportunity to offer their friends and family substantial discounts when purchasing property. While such opportunities were typically used to further increase sales figures, the rarity of the occasion made it valuable nonetheless. Ultimately, Shinshue acquired a standard single-family residence with a 12-year residency right, located on the same street as the Hokage's building, at a price near the core of Konoha. Though he wished to purchase a permanent residency, his financial constraints dissuaded him from doing so, leading him to settle for this aura in this era. Individuals possessing a naturally stable temperament within the Uchiha clan are indeed a rarity. Those endowed with both a steadfast character and remarkable talent are even more exceptional. For it is a well-known fact that the unique bloodline limit of that clan is seldom associated with kindness and emotional stability. I find your judgment hard to believe, Sarutobi. Thus I must verify it myself. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen stood up immediately, his expression serious. Wait, Danzo, what are you planning to do? A person suspected of possessing considerable talent and likely connected to Uchiha Madara must be firmly secured within Konoha. I shall personally investigate this individual's background and assess their strength. You are not to interfere, Danzo. Investigation? Assessment? Indeed, there is merit in that, Hiruzen acknowledged. Sensing that Danzo's tone suggested a willingness to provoke. The notion that the boy desired to bring his sister into Konoha was undoubtedly sincere. After all, I have lived long enough to possess such discernment. Joining Konoha? Danzo fell silent for a moment, and just as Hiruzen thought he might relent, Danzo spoke again. Then I insist that the siblings must join route in the future. Do not go too far, Danzo. Do you wish to drive a boy who is filled with hope for Konoha to the opposing side? You are far too idealistic, Sarutobi. That lad is undoubtedly extraordinary. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage now. Hiruzen returned to his seat. Although he was seated and Danzo stood, this position conveyed a sense of superiority, especially to Danzo, who had long coveted the title. Humph, Sarutobi. You shall come to regret this, Danzo retorted, storming out, the heavy bang of the door underscoring his tumultuous emotions. After his departure, Hiruzen, as the third Hokage, found himself in a moment of hesitation. Danzo, we are no longer young. Why must we act so impulsively? In this position, our duty should be to govern the village rather than to contend against its people. In that moment, he could not help but reminisce about his three disciples. If only Tsunade had not endured such an overwhelming setback, she would undoubtedly be the most suitable candidate to inherit the mantle of Hokage. As for Jiraiya, even to this day, he remains an elusive figure, an intangible prophesied child. Orochimaru, on the other hand, has evidently lost his fervor for the position of Hokage. Am I to blame for not supporting him in the past? Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the Hokage's seat, feeling as if he had traversed more than half of his life. A journey that seemed somewhat fraught with failure. In a moment of disorientation, he noticed that the documents on his desk appeared to have undergone some transformation. This is not an illusion. The documents on the table have indeed changed. Is this true? Do you acknowledge the following events? 1. As the Hokage, you conspired with Danzo to frame the talented White Fang of the Leaf Village to safeguard your own power. What does it mean to be a Hokage? This cannot be true. What is this? A prank or an illusion? What manner of person possesses such abilities? No, this is not an illusion. With no one to turn to, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only continue reading. 2. In an attempt to recreate the wood release in the village, you forcibly subjected members of the Senju clan to human experiments. To maintain your innocence, you deliberately induced Danzo to carry out these actions, resulting in the removal of all internal organs from Tsunade's younger brother, Nawaki. This is nonsense. The village has never used any leaf ninja or villager for human experimentation. In Nawaki's death, Sarutobi's thoughts drifted back to many years ago when he had entrusted Nawaki to Orochimaru, hoping that this youthful aspirant of Hokage could grow up safely under the protection of his most accomplished disciple. However, fate had other plans. During a mission, the inexperienced Nawaki unwittingly stepped into a trap and perished. The swiftness of the tragedy left even Orochimaru, then a remarkably skilled ninja, unable to save him. This incident weighed heavily on both Orochimaru and Tsunade. However, wasn't it true that he died from the extensive removal of his internal organs? It hardly seems to qualify as extensive. While feeling angered by the words on the document, Sarutobi was also engulfed in profound confusion. He suspected that the author had conflated Nawaki's fate with another. But what could be the purpose of such a fabrication? To tarnish the Leaf's reputation? Yet, what could be gained from that? He continued to read. 3. During the battle between the fourth Hokage and the masked man alongside the Ninetales, you stood idle as the fourth met his demise, solely to reclaim the power of Hokage for yourself. Of course, there was an element of fear involved. You could have substituted the fourth and used the dead demon-consuming seal but chose not to. When Minato fought the enemy, the third's mind wandered back to the night of the Ninetales rampage. It was then that Minato first engaged the foe, valiantly driving the Ninetales away from the village and leading the elite ninjas of the Leaf against it. At that moment, he had no certainty about Minato's survival. With all intelligence unknown, the last battle of Minato's life filled Sarutobi with an immense sense of sorrow and regret, as he was confined outside the barrier, powerless to intervene. Merely a spectator as Minato and his wife faced the Ninetales alone. In hindsight, perhaps there was a better solution. If I had directly employed the dead demon-consuming seal to weaken the Ninetales and then waited for Minato to defeat the enemy before sealing the Ninetales with the 8 trigram seal, would the outcome have been different? If given another chance, I would likely choose that path. If only he could have been the one to perish, an aging third Hokage, versus a young fourth Hokage, whose prowess was already formidable enough to command respect in the ninja world. The choice was clear, even if it meant sacrificing himself. Yet the reality was that the incident had unfolded so suddenly, he had no knowledge of the situation on Minato's side, who the enemy was, how many they were, or whether the fourth could achieve victory. Even the circumstances surrounding the Ninetales' appearance eluded his understanding. Sarutobi was first and foremost a rational ninja, not a madman. It was irresponsible to consider sacrificing himself without complete information, especially with the fate of the Leaf Village resting behind him. 4. During his tenure as the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen abused his position for personal gain, elevating his family to the foremost clan in the Leaf. By the time of the Fourth Great Ninja War, the Leaf possessed 3,000 members of the Sarutobi clan proficient in fire release. How many? This time, even Sarutobi Hiruzen, renowned for his mastery of chakra control, could not maintain his composure. 3,000 elite shinobi were sufficient for him to sweep through the entire ninja world. Apart from the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, he could hardly fathom anyone capable of contending with such a formidable force. Could it be that Konoha could dominate the ninja world in the Fourth Great Ninja War? No. No, such fortune is too good to be true. 3,000 elite shinobi. As the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen dared not dream of Konoha possessing 3,000 registered elite shinobi, let alone all from his own clan. As he continued to read, he found that if he acknowledged the aforementioned conditions, the man known as Sarutobi Hiruzen could acquire the following abilities to augment Konoha with 3,000 skilled fire-style shinobi from the Sarutobi clan, each capable of independently executing missions. Signature. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a surge of excitement, or rather, there was hardly any room for contemplation. 3,000 elite shinobi, he would not even flinch if it required his own sacrifice. Should the condition demand his self-destruction to instantly enhance Konoha with 3,000 elite shinobi, he would promptly seek out Orochimaru, forcefully cede the Hokage position to him, and immediately head to Lake Biwa. In the face of such temptation, many procedural matters seemed entirely unnecessary, and among his 3 disciples, only Orochimaru likely possessed the capability to manage such a multitude of elite shinobi. Sarutobi Bawako. The wife of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen perished during the Ninetales incident. After confirming certain details and ensuring there were no adverse effects, Sarutobi Hiruzen signed his name on the document, unable to suppress a laugh. At my age, I still find myself believing in such things. Oh, how I wish Konoha could truly reach such heights. In truth, nothing transpired. It felt as if an entity akin to the Sage of Six Paths had played a rather unamusing prank on him. Perhaps someone had slipped this document into the archives without his noticing. Maybe he truly was getting old. Nevertheless, after such a lengthy delay, it was time to return to work. Chapter 5, Ninja Academy. The night passed uneventfully, proving that Danzo indeed did not stir up any trouble, which was rather expected, as everything unfolded just as Jinchue had anticipated. After preparing breakfast for his sister, Jinchue made his way to the illustrious Ninja Academy. Admittedly, even after 6 years of attendance, one would scarcely learn a handful of ninjutsu, yet this institution remained the sole pathway for ordinary civilians aspiring to become shinobi. The teacher overseeing admissions was a seemingly earnest and simple-minded chunin. Whether he had been briefed beforehand, or it was merely his nature, this man, Sato Yosuke, warmly invited Jinchue into his office. Are you looking to have your sister attend the Ninja Academy? Well, to be frank, it's a bit troublesome, as it is not currently the enrollment season. If we wait for the next batch of students, it won't commence until April of next year. In truth, Jinchue had already anticipated this, for the academic calendar here paralleled that of his previous life in Neon. I am aware of that, but theoretically, transferring in should be feasible. right? Transfer? Jinshue's mention of this left Sato momentarily stunned. It was uncommon for the academy to accept transfer students, as typically. Shinobi either underwent family training or began their education from scratch at the Ninja Academy. Has this Izuna already acquired some foundational skills at home? She has practiced with shuriken. I purchased some kunai and shuriken for her to play with, and I believe she possesses quite a talent for it. Initially, Jinshue had intended to create a set of simple magnetic darts for Izuna's amusement, only to discover that his sister seemed unexpectedly gifted. Thus, he had opted to buy authentic equipment, and astonishingly, she had self-taught herself various shuriken techniques merely by observing ninja performances. In a sense, the Uchiha bloodline was glaringly evident. May I inquire if this surname, Uchiha, is related to your clan? Jinshue was uncertain whether the inquiry stemmed from personal curiosity or if it represented Konoha's interests. But his response could only be, I do not know. He genuinely had no clarity on whether his Sharingan was a product of being a reincarnated individual or merely a matter of lineage. Even now, he remained perplexed, suspecting that the answer would only become clear when Izuna awakened her own Sharingan. However, I suspect there is some connection. Perhaps our ancestors were related in some way. For it certainly sounds too coincidental. As for my Sharingan, I don't see the need to disclose that outright. Since if Konoha truly wished to have the Hyuga clan examine it, they would have sent someone explicitly for that purpose. Ultimately, it is not a matter of great significance. Is that so? Sato scratched his head, seemingly troubled. How about this? Bring that girl named Izuna along tomorrow at this time, and we will see if she can keep pace with the progress of the first-year students. If she can, we may allow her to transfer in. But my sister has yet to begin extracting chakra, though she is very eager to start her studies. Remembering his sister's endearing manner, Jinshue felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. Is that not a zero foundation? Why are you so keen for her to start school? You are not the type who loses his head simply because his sister pouts, are you? Sato expressed exasperation. Without having begun chakra refinement, she should indeed be considered a child of an ordinary family. Such things cannot be deceived. Third Hokage, could you please refrain from issuing such ambiguous tasks in the future? The previous evening, the third Hokage had assigned Sato a mission regarding the enrollment of Jinshue and Izuna, who were suspected to be descendants of the Uchiha clan. However, he had not provided clear objectives, leaving Sato to speculate that the third Hokage likely wished for him to retain the siblings in Konoha. That said, I believe she is not weak among the first-year ninja apprentices. If the other first-year students lack ninjutsu, I would consider Izuna to be quite exceptional. Moreover, typically, children like us would not show significant progress in chakra training within just 6 months, would they? Your reasoning holds merit. This boy named Jinshue does not merely demonstrate maturity. He possesses an extensive understanding of ninja knowledge, perhaps too extensive. Sato harbored suspicions that Jinshue might be a rogue ninja or even a spy from another village. However, given that he was already under the third Hokage's protection, the latter possibility seemed exceedingly unlikely. I am merely inquiring. In any case, return at this time tomorrow morning, correct? Yes, but let us see how things unfold. As for tuition fees, there is no need for concern. The third Hokage has considered the significant losses the village has endured due to the Nine-Tails disaster, and for the next few years, there should be no tuition fees required. Essentially, it is merely a matter of hastily increasing enrollment to swiftly fill the vacancies among the ninjas, mused Makoto. Well then, thank you for your assistance. Here are the detailed circumstances regarding my sister. When you have the time, I would appreciate it if you could review them. After leaving a few pages of information, Makoto departed. Sato found this somewhat novel. After all, he had worked at the Ninja Academy for several years, and this was the first time he had encountered someone submitting a student's profile upon enrollment. Robust physique, agile movements, and having mastered the art of shuriken manipulation. This should not be the kind of shuriken manipulation I am familiar with, right? Sato felt a bead of sweat forming on his brow. The last time he had heard such a term specifically mentioned was in relation to the Uchiha clan. Due to the nature of that family, no one in Konoha dared to boast of their shuriken skills, as the Uchiha's proficiency was so extraordinary that the abilities of ordinary ninjas often seemed trivial in comparison. For a typical foreign ninja to declare their shuriken skills in Konoha was akin to inviting ridicule. Even Sato, a seasoned chunin, felt that his own skills paled in comparison to those of the 6-year-old Uchiha Itachi. By the way, isn't the child of the Uchiha clan leader currently at the ninja school? Perhaps I should directly consult the Uchiha to ascertain whether this family is indeed connected to them. However, if it turns out they are Uchiha, would that not lead to them being taken back by the clan? Although the Uchiha were proud, they were not entirely exclusionary in terms of bloodlines. They occasionally intermarried with outsiders and would even bring back children possessing Uchiha blood. This is quite troublesome. Should I consult Hokage-sama for further details on the task? But would this not imply a lack of competence on my part? Why must I, a humble admissions officer, find myself entangled in such a complex situation? Chapter 6. Hinata Hizashi. Typically, the less than 2-kilometer distance from the ninja school to home would pose little risk. Yet Makoto unexpectedly encountered someone who seemed intent on triggering a narrative. It was a young man clad in a green kimono, with long black hair and white eyes, currently observing the situation with his Byakugan. I am Hinata Hizashi, and if it is not too much trouble, might I invite you to the Hinata residence? My elder brother, the head of the Hinata clan, wishes to discuss matters with you. In an instant, Makoto activated his experience card, and upon sensing the number of nearby ninjas, he let out a deep sigh. Do you truly not care how others perceive you? There are ninjas in the vicinity who are monitoring this area and might simply be passing by, including several high-ranking jonin. After all, this is the street where the Hokage's office is located. And any casual glance in this direction would reveal a ninja from the Hinata clan inviting a potentially significant outsider for conversation. He briefly adopted the perspective of the third Hokage and Danzo and felt a shiver run down his spine. The Hinata clan, with their Byakugan capable of discerning chakra pathways, was actively engaging with an outsider. This was tantamount to openly signaling to Konoha's upper echelons that there was something amiss with Makoto. What does this mean? Hizashi surveyed the area, but found nothing unusual about the streets of Konoha. If I am not mistaken, the Hinata clan is the prestigious family associated with the Byakugan, named in contrast to the Uchiha Sharingan, correct? Hizashi still did not grasp Makoto's meaning, pondering instead what the boy, evidently possessing the Sharingan or an even higher variant, might be attempting to convey by mentioning the Byakugan. Makoto sighed in resignation. Never mind, since I must wait for a follow-up conversation. Let us conclude this discussion swiftly so I may return home and await summons. Excuse me, Mr. Hizashi, I have agreed to the previous matter. Could you please direct me to the Hinata clan's estate? I am unfamiliar with the area, and my sister awaits my return. If possible, I wish to avoid unnecessary delays. Understood. Please follow me. Unlike others, any ninja from the Hinata clan who possessed the Byakugan would never dare to treat Makoto with indifference. After all, they instinctively overlooked superficial factors such as age. A minute later, at the Hokage's office, as Makoto had anticipated, the third Hokage fell into a state of contemplation after learning of the recent events on the street. The Byakugan of the Hinata clan possesses greater insight than the Sharingan. They can even perceive the intricate chakra flow within the human body. It seems this Nara Makoto is indeed a ninja, and quite formidable at that, though his demeanor suggests a rule-abiding character. Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled the earnestness in Makoto's gaze during their conversation the previous day. It was evident that he genuinely wished to join Konoha and intended to settle there with his sister. Not to mention, he had chosen to reside near the Hokage's office, which Hiruzen interpreted as a sign of sincerity. The notion of him being a spy had never crossed Hiruzen's mind. He had never encountered a spy bold enough to live directly under the watchful eyes of the Hokage. In fact, if he were truly strong enough to surpass conventional standards, what purpose would a spy operation serve? It would be utterly meaningless. With a sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and instructed the ninjas reporting to him. Let this matter remain confidential. I shall handle it personally. Understood, third Hokage. I shall visit personally this evening, Hiruzen thought, gazing out the window towards Makoto's residence. Though obscured by other buildings due to his lower vantage point, the distance was still relatively short. Perhaps I should make it a point to glance at it every evening on my way home. He had lost count of how many times he had sighed that day. It was not merely about Makoto's situation, but rather the overwhelming multitude of trivial matters that had plagued him recently. Hinata clan estate. Thank you for your patience, Narikuin. Hizashi began, though he did not finish his sentence, as Makoto understood he was alluding to the Uchiha. I am not an Uchiha, but it is possible that there exists some distant Uchiha lineage within me, albeit with a very slim probability. Should it be present, it would likely be quite diluted. Then you have come to Konoha with intentions of reclaiming your heritage? Hizashi instinctively thought, for the Hinata clan held a deep reverence for tradition. He believed that, similar to their own long-standing lineage, the Uchiha clan, despite not being as rigid in their adherence to tradition, would still harbor some semblance of those ancient beliefs. Reclaim my heritage? Let us not dwell on that. Regardless of the truth, I have no such intentions at present. The overarching character of the Uchiha clan is such that even traversers like Jinshiwa, who are aware of their potential Uchiha lineage, express disdain. Izuna is at a critical stage in her worldview formation. It is imperative that she does not get too close to the Uchiha. Friends from the Inuzuka, Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans would be far more suitable. Even friendships with ordinary people are preferable to mingling with most Uchihas. The aforementioned clans, Inuzuka, Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka hold relatively high status within the Hidden Leaf Village. While their juniors may lack the overall strength and talent of the Uchiha, they are characterized by their comparatively normal dispositions. Any notable eccentricities remain within the realm of individuality, unlike the Uchihas. In simple terms, although Jinshiwa finds the Sharingan remarkably cool and acknowledges the charisma of figures like Uchiha Madara, he would be quite reluctant to befriend anyone from the Uchiha clan. He even wishes to maintain a considerable distance, especially for the sake of the children in his family. Regardless of the low probability, he is unwilling to risk losing his family's love to the fate of becoming an Uchiha or allowing them to be influenced by the clan's customs and ideologies. Why does it feel like he has a strong aversion to the Uchihas? Although Jinshiwa makes an effort to conceal his feelings, the slight furrow of his brow upon hearing the term acknowledging one's ancestry does not escape the keen eye of Hyuga Hayashi. Wait a moment. Why does the image of this Jinshiwa seem so familiar? Could it be? Hyuga Hayashi suddenly attempts to connect Shinshue with the portrait of a certain Uchiha ninja who is historically known to have left the hidden leaf for a period. This leads him to a significant revelation. Though the images from the Warring States period and the early days of village formation are somewhat distorted, could it be too coincidental? Considering his recent disdain for the Uchiha clan, and most importantly, the name matches perfectly, there can only be one answer. This Shinshue is undoubtedly a descendant of Uchiha Madara. Chapter 7. The working state of ninjas. Feeling the increasingly peculiar gaze of Hyuga Hayashi, Shinshue begins to feel somewhat uneasy. If there is something to discuss, it would be best to address it openly. Hyuga Hayashi, as if awakening from a dream, apologizes, stating, "I merely recalled a very famous ninja in the history of the Hidden Leaf Village, named Uchiha Madara. I wonder if you have heard of him, Shinshue-kun?" It would be impossible for Shinshue to claim ignorance of Uchiha Madara. You see, my name makes it quite easy for people to associate me with that man. Sharing a name with such a legendary figure is quite a vexing predicament. In truth, the names Madara and Shinshue are almost indistinguishable. Anyone with a modicum of education and an understanding of history could easily draw a connection between Shinshue and Madara, especially when considering their shared surname. I believe it is more than mere coincidence, Shinshue-kun. To be frank, our family possesses portraits from the Warring States period and the early days of the Hidden Leaf's formation. Though the likenesses may be somewhat distorted compared to modern photographs, I must say, your appearance bears a striking resemblance to that of Uchiha Madara. If you are not well versed in your ancestry, I dare say you may very well be a descendant of Uchiha Madara. While Hyuga Hayashi's assertions are reasonable, Shinshue knows this to be utterly impossible. The character of Uchiha Madara, although only a figure on a screen to him, has been vividly depicted in his mind. He was not one to leave behind a lineage. Rather, it is the accounts and records of this legendary figure that have become severely distorted in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara has been portrayed as a monstrous entity, not due to admiration or adoration, but because he often exists as a foil to Senja Hashirama in various novels and theatrical works within the ninja realm. Whenever such narratives seek to extol a character, they inevitably have to elevate Madara as well. Otherwise, audiences would hardly accept a scenario where Hashirama easily vanquishes Madara with a mere kunai. Moreover, this is the real ninja world, with the Uchiha clan still in existence. Though Madara has long been considered a defector, there remain those within the clan who believe they carry on Madara's will, though in reality, they inherit very little. If anyone were to tarnish Madara's image, they would face the ire of the Uchiha clan's ninjas. I find the probability of that quite low, Shinshue responds. While many accounts of legendary ninjas from the Warring States period are indeed distorted, the general character and image should not be too far off. I doubt that such a figure would leave behind descendants. Is that so? My apologies for intruding, but Shinshue-kun, do you have any intentions of becoming a ninja within the ranks of the Hidden Leaf? As Shinshue contemplates, he admits, in truth, I am not particularly keen on becoming a ninja. I prefer the tranquility of staying at home over being hired to fight for others. The notion of undertaking missions daily, especially those that require months away from home, seems rather exhausting. To this, Hyuga Hayashi shakes his head. No, Shinshue-kun, you are falling into a misconception. Oh? Why do you say that? Not all ninjas survive solely by accepting missions. Families like ours, the Hyuga, which operate large-scale ninja enterprises, as well as medium-sized clans like the Nara and Akimichi, and even some civilian ninjas, have various means of earning a living, such as running shops. While we do await summons from the Hokage, this aspect can largely be overlooked except during wartime. However, Hyuga Hayashi seems to overlook the issue of proportionality. Having long been settled within his clan, he remains oblivious to the true life of ordinary ninjas. Without missions, survival becomes exceedingly difficult. Most tasks that ninjas undertake are not directly assigned by the Hokage. Rather, they must proactively visit the Hokage's office to accept missions. If one does not seek out tasks, the Hokage is unlikely to send assignments to their home, as the number of available missions in the Hidden Leaf is not nearly sufficient to warrant such an arrangement. Missions within the ninja realm are perpetually scarce. Even the wealthy do not require ninjas for every aspect of their lives. One significant reason for the conflicts among major ninja villages stems from the stark imbalance in the number of missions available to each village. Even in the most reputable ninja village, the Hidden Leaf, it cannot be guaranteed that every ninja will receive an adequate number of assignments. Only when one reaches a level where the Hokage deems certain tasks must be entrusted to them does their strength and status truly elevate. That does seem to hold some validity. Shinshue vividly imagined a scenario where the third Hokage dispatched Umbu agents to his doorstep, instructing him to tend to a certain rice field that afternoon. This situation, undoubtedly peculiar, seemed to overshadow his own concerns regarding his combat prowess. Subsequently, Hinata Hazashi recalled another matter and added, of course, if a ninja wishes to ascend in rank swiftly, it is inevitable to frequently undertake missions. Even as the head of the Hyuga clan, I did not become a Jonin by mere chance. It was through a gradual accumulation of tasks and evaluations. Just like anyone else, he understood well that regardless of possessing strength that could surpass the Hokage or even save the ninja world, one must diligently ascend from the rank of genin. Nevertheless, it appeared that becoming a ninja had not drastically altered his way of life. Becoming a Jonin shouldn't be too serious, he thought to himself, feeling a bead of sweat as Shinshue spoke of genin saving the ninja world. Hisashi began to realize that Jinchua was indeed somewhat naive. A person with even a modicum of understanding would never equate a Jinin with powers that far exceed those of the Hokage. In truth, if Hisashi himself were not committed to daily practice of Gentle Fist, he would almost forget that he was still a Genin of Konoha. Many ninja families in Konoha found themselves in similar situations. After all, why venture outside when one has wealth at home? Only someone like Jinchua, equipped with extraordinary advantages, could afford to disregard the threats posed by bandits and rogue ninjas. Yet, Jinchua still had a compelling reason to aspire to become a formal ninja in Konoha. Should the opportunity arise, he wished to lead the team for his younger sister. This was not a necessity, for if Jinchua found his sister's future instructor lacking, he could simply follow discreetly. However, it would undoubtedly be more convenient to officially assume the role of a team leader. That said, Jinchua recognized the challenges ahead. As an outsider who neither wished to venture out nor ascend to Genin, he acknowledged that such aspirations might be somewhat excessive. Most importantly, his creation of the band card was yet to be completed. If he could maintain his combat prowess permanently, many matters would require far less deliberation. Head of the Hyuga clan, what process must an outsider follow to become a ninja of Konoha? Jinchua ultimately posed this question. Chapter 8. Hisashi's thoughts to become a ninja. I must confess that I have never contemplated this issue. I have always believed that as long as one learns to refine chakra and masters any jutsu, they can be considered a ninja. The graduation assessments at the Ninja Academy are exceptionally simple. They typically only evaluate the most fundamental transformation techniques. The more Hisashi conversed, the more he felt as if he were speaking with a peer rather than a mere youth. Of course, after witnessing such a degree of chakra, he could no longer regard Jinchua as an ordinary boy. As for Nirinkuin, his situation was likely quite unique. However, if he did not mind, he could indeed pursue the path of a wandering ninja to join a ninja village. Ninja villages generally refrain from openly accepting rogue ninjas who are wanted in other villages. But there would be no issue with a simple wandering ninja. However, this would require acknowledging that the title of wandering ninja carries a somewhat unsavory connotation in the ninja world, and it was uncertain whether Nirinkuin could accept that. Unsavory? What is there to be ashamed of? Do I have to bear the title of wandering ninja for a long time before I can join Konoha? As the term implies, a wandering ninja is a non-conventional ninja who roams from place to place, not belonging to any ninja village, and typically possesses abilities far inferior to those of conventional village ninjas. Due to the lack of constraints, aside from a few organized groups, wandering ninjas are often viewed by major ninja villages as little more than somewhat competent thieves. It is not as if one must formally register themselves under this title at the Hokage building. Rather, it is a widely held belief that the moniker of wandering ninja lacks prestige. Yet, it seemed that Jinchua was unconcerned by this. A pure outsider possesses such formidable chakra? What does that make us? Although he may indeed have some gaps in his ninja knowledge, Hisashi felt a hint of embarrassment. In summary, to join Konoha as a registered ninja, one simply needs to register at the Hokage building and pass a straightforward assessment. I see. I understand now. Thank you immensely for your assistance, head of the Hyuga clan. Although the Hyuga clan held 2 positions among the original 12 strong characters, Jinchua had harbored a stereotype of them as rigid and unyielding until this very day. However, after conversing with Hisashi, he recalled that Hisashi had seemingly always harbored aspirations to reform the Hyuga clan. The crux of Hisashi's predicament lay in his insufficient strength to quell dissenting voices within the clan. With a moment's reflection, Jinchua grasped Hisashi's likely motives for wanting to cultivate a connection with him. Simply put, if he could maintain a favorable standing in front of the other Hyuga elders by shaking hands with Hisashi in an energized state, those elders would likely be pacified. This maneuver was akin to the original plot where Hisashi welcomed Naruto as his son-in-law. The Hyuga clan is traditionally conservative and rigid, yet they are neither foolish nor insane. The truth becomes evident once the Byakugan is as such matters have lost their significance. Hayashi, Neji is already 1 year old. If we cannot alter our circumstances before Neji turns 4, you should know what awaits him then. It is far from what we wish to witness. Unlike other clans in the ninja world, the Hyuga clan's main and branch families hold a unique significance. The members of the branch family must bear the caged bird seal on their foreheads when the main family's eldest son turns 3. This seal restrains the power of the Byakugan, and the main family can manipulate and damage the brain, nerves of branch family members through this seal, thus exerting control over them. Hayashi's son, Neji, has already endured such a fate. Fortunately, his elder brother Hisashi does not regard his younger sibling as a mere servant. However, this does not imply that Neji, as Hayashi's son, can escape the caged bird seal. As Hisashi mentioned, without intervention, Neji will receive the seal when he turns 4, coinciding with Hisashi's son reaching the age of 3, thereby commencing a life cursed by this mark. What? Hayashi widened his eyes in disbelief, never anticipating that his elder brother's alliance with a powerful outsider from the Uchiha clan was for his sake. Brother, you. Not solely for you and Neji, Hayashi. Hisashi straightened his posture and gazed at the ceiling with his Byakugan activated. The dreadful system of the main and branch families has persisted for countless years. Yet I believe it has long lost its original purpose. However, I have never possessed the strength to change it. Today, a man named Naramaki has presented me with an opportunity. I am uncertain of his origins. But I know he is a powerful individual capable of disrupting the status quo, and associating with such a person poses no future risks. Hayashi lowered his head, ultimately closing his eyes and clasping his hands together, saying, "Brother, I entrust that child Neji and the future of the Hyuga branch family to you. Rest assured, Hayashi. For this time, I am resolute in my decision." Chapter 9. Narumaki's approach to raising children, the Naru residence. Although they had moved to a different courtyard, once all the belongings were transferred from the temporary storage area, Izuna continued to practice what she believed to be the fundamentals of becoming a ninja student, just as she had before the move. Indeed, her understanding of what it meant to be a ninja student was misguided. In reality, no foundational skills were required, and what she was practicing bore no resemblance to the preliminary chakra training that Nara had described. Although she had never systematically learned chakra extraction, she had merely picked up fragmented knowledge from the town and, through her own comprehension, devised a method for extracting chakra. This behavior, while not particularly remarkable, was typical for wandering ninjas who often acquire chakra extraction techniques through hearsay. Ultimately, for those with talent, extracting chakra is not an exceedingly difficult task. Individuals endowed with substantial spiritual and physical energy find the transformation into chakra quite effortless. For instance, Izuna succeeded. Albeit she was unaware that this newfound strength and swiftness was the chakra her brother had previously mentioned, she merely thought she was close to achieving extraction. Even Nara was oblivious to Izuna's success in extracting chakra. Indeed, Izuna, your movements are quite agile. No less impressive than some of the ninja students I observed today at the Ninja Academy. Naru, having just returned home, smiled upon witnessing Izuna's continued enthusiasm for training. Regardless of the profession of a ninja, being able to choose a goal and strive towards it is inherently a commendable endeavor. At least, this was Naru's perspective. Thus, even when he harbored certain misconceptions about the profession of a ninja, deeming it rather unsatisfactory, he unconditionally supported his sister's pursuits. "Brother, you're back," Izuna exclaimed, instantly rushing to Naru. In truth, her speed far surpassed that of conventional ninja students, including some lower-ranked ninjas, though Naru remained blissfully unaware of this fact. The reason was simple. While he had a general understanding of the storyline, he had not delved deeply into its lore. His knowledge of ninjas primarily stemmed from the Naruto manga and anime, leading to many of his judgments being based on the portrayal within the narrative. For instance, chakra. While I was at the ninja school today, I discovered that even some children who appeared to be 8 or 9 years old still did not comprehend how to utilize chakra in combat. Therefore, Izuna, your progress should not be deemed too far behind. Izuna felt disheartened as she hung her head, realizing she could not extract the blue energy her brother had spoken of. The so-called blue energy was, in fact, the chakra as perceived by Naru. He understood the general principle of chakra, recognizing it as a fusion of physical and spiritual energy. However, he had always believed that chakra was a distinct energy that could manifest a specific color, as he vividly recalled from the anime that chakra was indeed colored. Thus, he assumed that one had only truly extracted chakra when they could produce this colored energy. Otherwise, it was simply unnecessary to extract it when not engaged in combat. This interpretation, if heard by the ninjas of the Hyuga clan, might leave them utterly speechless, perhaps even causing them to touch their Byakugan in disbelief. After all, if ordinary chakra truly possessed color, the significance of their Byakugan would be greatly diminished. However, it is evident that Jinchuriki has not contemplated these complexities and remains steadfastly convinced of his viewpoint. When Jinchuriki became a ninja, specifically while activating the Uchiha Madara Konoha founding experience card, he could effortlessly refine blue chakra, allowing it to hover on his hands as seen in animations. He has not even considered that this blue chakra could be related to Susanoo, for in his understanding, Susanoo must at least be a skeletal form. How could it possibly manifest solely as a simple energy sphere or block? He has even gathered substantial evidence to support his stance, such as his own body, which has already awakened the Tsutomu Sharingan. The pain associated with activating the Sharingan clearly indicates a lack of chakra, demonstrating that he typically possesses none, thereby rendering him incapable of extracting that blue energy. His brother had previously mentioned a technique mastered by the 4th Hokage, capable of leaping to the throne kunai and launching a second attack in the blink of an eye. It seems Izuna has already learned it. Upon hearing Izuna's words, Jinchuriki was taken aback, as he had described this technique to her as Flying Thunder God Level 2. Meaning the user throws a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God formula at the enemy, then instantly transports to the kunai's location to attack the opponent with other ninjutsu. However, fearing that Izuna might not grasp the concept of instant teleportation, he had used the term run to describe it. In truth, from Jinchurik's perspective, he was merely narrating a story to his sister rather than teaching her to cultivate. This, however, led to a conundrum. Initially, Izuna could not manage to reach the kunai in the fleeting moment after it was thrown. Yet, through practice, she began to glean some insights. Amid Jinchurik's puzzlement, Izuna demonstrated her newfound abilities. She swiftly hurled a kunai attached to a highly durable and elastic rubber band, and, at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, she instantly transported along the rubber band to the kunai's location and seized it. If a knowledgeable Jainin were present, They might exclaim in astonishment that this child has developed the rudiments of instantaneous movement at such a tender age. Yet, Jinchue remained oblivious to these intricacies, merely thinking that his sister was remarkably swift. She truly can dash to catch the kunai in such a brief moment. Is Izuna's physical prowess this exceptional? If she were to refine chakra in the future. After completing her performance, Izuna immediately adopted an expectant expression, hoping for Jinchue's praise. Ahem, overall. Considering the absence of chakra, this is quite impressive. I believe tomorrow's transfer examination will pose no issues whatsoever. Transfer examination? Izuna displayed a look of confusion, but soon comprehended. Wait, have you already negotiated with the school, brother? Of course. Tomorrow morning, we shall visit the Ninja Academy once more. As long as you can showcase your abilities, Izuna, you will undoubtedly be able to smoothly enter the academy as a first-year transfer student. In the evening, the Iori family welcomed their first guest since moving to Konoha. And this guest was none other than the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Unlike previous visits, this time Hiruzen did not remove his Hokage hat. Hokage-sama? Please. Come in and have a seat. Jinchue was somewhat surprised to see Hiruzen arrive in his work attire, yet he did not feel particularly anxious. He reasoned that since it was the third Hokage himself and not an Umbu or root member, he certainly was not here to cause trouble. In that case, it would be prudent to be courteous. Even merchants address customers with honorifics. Ha ha ha, surprised, are you? An unremarkable old man like me is actually the leader of this village. Upon entering, Hiruzen displayed a kind smile. If one overlooked his attire and the immense chakra residing within him, he genuinely seemed to embody the humble old man he professed to be. However, after keenly observing Jinchue's expression, Hiruzen discerned that the young man appeared to have recognized him already. Could it be that the old man was recognized yesterday? Well, Hokage-sama, your image has indeed appeared in many places. Occasionally, I see individuals selling paintings of you in the market, so I have some impression of you. Although I did not pay attention yesterday, seeing the Hokage rock inadvertently led to such speculation. Now it seems you are indeed the third Hokage of Konoha. Oh, I see. I never imagined that apart from the Hokage rock, I could also enhance my visibility in the land of fire in such a manner. Hiruzen believed this, for he seldom left Konoha and was not well informed about the other regions of the fire country. No ninja would be so idle as to document the market's offerings in a report for the Hokage. However, the notion of the Hokage rock was sufficiently persuasive. Although the carving did not closely resemble his current self, it could still be tenuously connected. Subsequently, Hiruzen scrutinized Jinchue's face once more, yet ultimately sighed. In truth, Iori-kun's appearance reminds me of a dear old friend, a prominent figure in the land of fire. Of course, if that individual were still alive, he likely wouldn't remember a trivial child like me from back then. The old friend referred to by the third Hokage is undoubtedly Uchiha Madara. Hiruzen is aware that referring to Madara as an old friend may be an exaggeration, given Madara's temperament. The only person who might have captivated his attention in the entire shinobi world would have been Senja Hashirama. You may simply call me Jinchue. As for this old friend who bears a striking resemblance to me, could you tell me what kind of person he was? In truth, Jinchue could likely deduce whom the third Hokage was referencing, yet he could not directly state. I know I resemble Uchiha Madara and share the same name. Upon hearing Jinchue's inquiry, Hiruzen fell into contemplation, recalling that individual, who, alongside the first Hokage, co-founded Konoha yet inexplicably abandoned their ideals. His name is Uchiha Madara. A name you have surely heard, Jinchue, for indeed, your names are quite similar. To be honest, sometimes in town, villagers jestingly refer to me as the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara, which is quite bothersome. After all, while Uchiha Madara seems remarkably powerful, he also appears to be a villainous character. Jinchue displayed an expression of resignation. This time, he did not deceive anyone. There truly were individuals in the town claiming he was the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara. A gang of ruffians, upon hearing the name of Jinchue, sought to assert their presence by bullying this little shopkeeper who bore the same name as the legendary figure. However, Jinchue swiftly ensnared them with an eternal Meijiki Sharingan-level illusion, compelling them to run naked from the east end of the town to the west. After that incident, those miscreants never reappeared. And Jinchue surmised they had likely relocated to a different area. Reincarnation, perhaps there is some truth to that, Sarutobi Hiruzen mused, attempting to relax with a puff of smoke. Yet, just as he retrieved his pipe and prepared to fill it, a sudden explosion reverberated through the air. What was that? Oh, it was his younger sister playing with explosive tags. Jinchue felt a twinge of concern. His younger sister seemed to have a penchant for attaching explosive tags to shuriken. While this innate tactical inclination was commendable, he could not shake the feeling that it was perilous for someone her age. Particularly today, it marked the first occasion that Izuna had utilized explosive tags outside of Jinchue's sight. Typically, he would observe her from the sidelines when she handled such costly and hazardous items. Excuse me, Hokage-sama, may I take my leave for a moment? I am somewhat worried about that child. Playing? Even Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, his desire as a jutsu instructor surged forth. Explosive tags, as toys, were decidedly too dangerous. May I observe how that child typically plays? His genuine concern lay in the fact that a mere 6-year-old, who likely had never undergone formal ninja training, might inadvertently cause chaos while playing with explosive tags. Of course, if you can gain guidance from the Hokage. It would indeed be an honor for that child, Izuna. Jinchue thought little of it. After all, the third Hokage was a renowned instructor in ninjutsu. While he might have inadvertently passed on some undesirable traits to his offspring, his expertise in ninjutsu education was undeniably high. Then, Hiruzen witnessed a 6-year-old girl exclaim, "Ninja art, exploding shuriken," and create a considerable crater in the courtyard. Fortunately, the explosive tags Jinchue could afford seemed to lack the potency of those frequently employed in warfare. Yet the commotion was still rather premature for a child of her age. He cast a puzzled glance at Jinchue, his expression seemingly questioning. "Do you not mind this child's ruckus?" However, Jinchue evidently did not grasp that implication. After confirming that Izuna was unharmed, his immediate response was, "Izuna, we have neighbors around our current residence, so you must refrain from practicing this at home in the future. Do you understand?" "Oh, right. Doing so would disturb the neighbors," Izuna declared, eager to be a good child, promising not to repeat such actions. Hearing this exchange, even Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but break into a sweat, pondering. Is this truly the time to be concerned about disturbing the neighbors? At this moment, Izuna finally noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Huh? Grandpa, you were really..." Izuna began to feel flustered. Her dream was to become a ninja, and although she did not fully understand the concept of Hokage, she knew it was the strongest ninja and the highest official in the village. Clearing his throat, Sarutobi Hiruzen snapped out of his astonishment and began to scrutinize Izuna closely. He soon realized that this child looked as though she had already trained in chakra, although she lacked the Byakugan. His extensive experience from visiting the ninja academy led him to believe he was quite adept at assessing a child's abilities. "Child, have you already learned ninjutsu?" Izuna first glanced at Mitsuki, who nodded to encourage her to respond truthfully. With renewed energy, she replied, "I have learned. Not only have I mastered the shuriken technique, but I have also created my own style of ninjutsu." "Oh, you've already developed your own ninjutsu at such a young age?" In truth, even at this point, the third Hokage remained somewhat skeptical. He had encountered many children claiming to have created their own ninjutsu, such as his disciple Jiraiya, who had once developed a technique called all shuriken thrown out. It was debatable whether such things could even be categorized as true ninjutsu. Then, he witnessed a rudimentary form of the body flicker technique. This was the technique Izuna had demonstrated to Mitsuki earlier that day, where she swiftly moved along the rope tied to her kunai. The body flicker technique is a general term for all techniques that allow one to move instantaneously in the ninja world, rather than being limited to a specific ninjutsu. In fact, if it weren't for the lack of speed, the technique Izuna had just used could have been aptly named kunai body flicker technique. This child's talent is likely nearing that of a descendant of Kage, he thought. A child capable of developing a rudimentary body flicker technique at the age of 6 is indeed a rarity even in the talent-rich village of Konoha. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen truly felt a sense of admiration for her abilities. "Unfortunately, I no longer have the time to cultivate a child from scratch. However, sharing my insights on shuriken techniques will not be a problem." Yet, his impromptu teaching encountered an issue at the outset. "Huh, you say you haven't refined your chakra?" "Yes. My brother said chakra is a visible blue energy, but it seems that ninjas only use it during battles." The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, felt a profound sense of confusion regarding ninja knowledge for the first time in his later years. Could it be that I, a ninja instructor, am mistaken? Chapter 10, The Will of Fire. At the strong urging of the third Hokage, Mitsuki recounted his understanding of chakra in detail. To his surprise, the elderly man, who had appeared somewhat weary, now seemed quite invigorated. Could there be a misunderstanding? Mitsuki eventually sensed that something was amiss, yet he had no idea where he had erred. It was not merely a misunderstanding, it was a complete misconception. Mitsuki looked utterly bewildered. After a considerable amount of time had passed, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally calmed his expression. He recalled the unique qualities of this youth before him, which led him to deeper questions. He was curious about who had guided Mitsuki in his training. Even if someone was unorthodox, it was hard to fathom that they would think of chakra as something innate. Wait. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly considered a possibility, one that might explain Mitsuki's severe misunderstanding of common knowledge. "Mitsuki, do you have a technique that allows you to manifest chakra as a physical entity for defense and offense?" "Huh? Does my brother use ninjutsu?" Izuna's eyes were filled with confusion. She had always thought of her brother as just an ordinary merchant. "I suppose it doesn't quite count as ninjutsu," Mitsuki pondered. He was unsure whether techniques like Susanoo fell under the category of ninjutsu, but it did not matter. Ultimately, he decided to follow the third Hokage's line of thought and see how he could explain his seemingly extraordinary abilities. In a fleeting moment, after activating the experience card and the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, a translucent blue skeletal figure appeared around Mitsuki, leaving Izuna starstruck. "So impressive. This is quite useful in everyday life," Mitsuki said, extending the arm of the Susanoo skeleton to grasp a nearby bucket and swiftly moving it to the other side. He then retracted the skeleton and held a massive blue gaseous energy in his hand. "The blue chakra I mentioned refers to this." After approximately 3 seconds regarding the uncertainty of one's lifespan, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself harbors no definitive answers. For a ninja born in the Warring States period, The common belief is that reaching the age of 50 is considered a long life, yet he has already surpassed that, now at 57. After a brief chuckle, Sarutobi returned to the subject at hand. Jinchue, do you wish to become a ninja of Konoha? To be candid, I had not entertained such thoughts initially. However, earlier today, a friend enlightened me, revealing that my understanding of ninjas was somewhat flawed. Therefore, at this moment, I would likely be quite willing to embrace the path of a Konoha ninja. Jinchue cast a knowing glance at Izuna and gestured toward her room, prompting Izuna to immediately comprehend and retreat to her quarters. May I inquire about your reasons for wanting to become a ninja? Lord Hokage, are you truly asking me, a mere individual, not yet even a genin, about my aspirations? A mere individual? Perhaps, but I am aware that if you, Jinchue, are willing, you may soon ascend to become a formidable force that instills fear across the ninja realm. Sarutobi Hiruzen was oblivious to the intricacies of Jinshue's Manjiki Sharingan and Susanoo. He merely understood that possessing such eyes would almost guarantee Jinchue an unprecedented height, one unattainable by most throughout their entire lives. The ninja way, I suppose, is akin to aspiring for a life akin to that of trees, living carefree while providing protection for one's family. That is my ideal. It may sound rather lacking in ambition, does it not? At an age when one should be brimming with vitality, I find myself contemplating retirement. Though he is a transmigrator, Jinchue truly does not concern himself with making a name for himself in this world. He is acutely aware of his own laziness, often relying on the advantages afforded by his transmigration to enhance his strength. He contemplates that perhaps, with such advantages, he may indeed become invincible in the ninja world. Yet he feels no sense of pride in this. After all, these advantages serve merely to ensure a more comfortable life post-transmigration, not to conquer the world or reshape order. I pride myself on being an individual of rather ordinary will. I possess neither lofty ideals nor a fervent desire for power or beauty. I simply wish to lead a life of abundance and comfort, which would likely bring me happiness. However, if possible, I also hope that those whom I cherish can enjoy a similar existence. Upon hearing Jinshue's sentiments, the third Hokage smiled. Such ideals are far from ordinary. Jinchue pondered. Is this not ordinary? Is this not the thought process of most individuals who find their original dreams succumbing to reality? Perhaps that is indeed true, but you, who articulated such ideals fro in his heart, Jinchue deftly shifted the blame for his misunderstandings onto the author of Hokage, Kishimoto Musashi, who appeared to have no objections. No. At my age, attending the first year of the Ninja Academy would be utterly embarrassing. I should at least be placed in the 6th grade. At this moment, Jinchue conversed with the third Hokage in a tone reminiscent of chatting with the elderly in town, and it seemed that the latter not only did not mind, but actually welcomed the idea. 6th grade? Surely you do not think there are 6th graders at this Ninja Academy? Although the Ninja Academy is nominally a 6-year program, it is only in times of peace that students can truly study for 6 years before becoming ninjas, despite the official end of the Third Great Ninja War. Localized tensions persist, especially following the death of the 4th Hokage, which has caused other ninja villages, particularly the Cloud Village, to stir once more. If not for the current weakened state of the major ninja villages, the 3rd Hokage suspected they might seize the opportunity to attack during the 4th Hokage's funeral. Moreover, the casualties from the Third Great Ninja War have left gaps in the border defenses of the Land of Fire that remain unfilled. Given the tense situation and the significant shortage of personnel, it is implausible for the Ninja Academy to allow students to complete a full 6 years. Alright, my mistake. So what is the highest grade at the Ninja Academy now? 4th grade. Then I shall settle for 4th grade. I believe such a modest request should be within the capabilities of the 3rd Hokage. Even considering this lifetime, Jinchue is already 12 years old. Attending classes with 5- and 6-year-olds would indeed be somewhat demeaning for him. Very well, I shall make an exception just this once. As for assessments, the 3rd Hokage deemed them unnecessary, as he could ascertain that Jinchue was utterly inexperienced in ninja theory. Should he not apply himself in his studies, he might even struggle to surpass the younger students at the academy. However, when Jinchue revealed his Manjiki Sharingan, it signified that he would likely never need to concern himself with practical assessments throughout his ninja career. Thus, due to the 3rd Hokage's sudden decision, the Ninja Academy was about to welcome its most peculiar 4th grade student in history. Chapter 11, Outsider. Is being a ninja student really that enjoyable? After the 3rd Hokage departed, the Uchiha siblings experienced an unusual 20-minute Cold War, but by mealtime, Izuna was ultimately drawn back to the dining table. Brother, you're lying. You can use ninjutsu. Well, that technique I just demonstrated shouldn't strictly be classified as ninjutsu. It's more of an ocular technique, Jinchue explained forcefully. An ocular technique is a form of jutsu released through the eyes. It doesn't necessarily have to be ninjutsu, right? Is that so? Indeed. While ocular techniques are quite rare, their potency justifies their classification as a distinct category. For instance, the blue skeletal figure I summoned today was bound to my eyes rather than relying on hand signs. We certainly cannot label it as jinjutsu or taijutsu, can we? Thus, it fits quite well under ocular techniques. Though entirely fabricated, Jinchue felt that this reasoning held some merit, even as he deliberately sidestepped the fact that the criterion for identifying ninjutsu is not merely the hand signs. Izuna was skeptical of Jinshue's assertions, but ultimately accepted this perspective, as it seemed somewhat plausible. Let us eat first, then we can rest early. Huh, no training? For such an important exam, it's best not to overexert yourself beforehand. If you tire yourself out and lack energy the next day, it would be counterproductive. It was akin to the college entrance exams from Jinshue's previous life. Cramming the night before was futile, and it was better to rest early. In a physical assessment setting like the Ninja Academy, one must exercise caution. Sustaining an injury right before the exam would be a significant loss. I see. Thus, the Uchiha household passed the night uneventfully. The following day, as agreed upon, the two made their way to the Ninja Academy. From what the third Hokage described, it seems that Uchiha possesses a unique bloodline limit, correct? The speaker was the Nin Sato, whom Jinshue had encountered the previous day, his tone imbued with envy. Bloodline limit refers to techniques that can only be inherited through blood relations. Typically, if one is not born with it, they cannot acquire it. This may manifest as a particular organ in a ninja's body being exceptional, granting them a unique ability, or as a special nature transformation distinct from the 5 basic chakra natures. A bloodline limit? I suppose so. As they conversed, Jinshue completed several forms and documents, officially becoming a recognized ninja student. However, unlike other students, his abilities, due to the experience card mechanism, positioned him between an ordinary person, with insufficient chakra causing pain upon activating the Sharingan, and a super elite, possessing the eternal Mangeki Sharingan of Uchiha Madara. As Jinshue rose once more, the synthetic electronic voice he referred to as the system echoed in his mind. Detected host has become a ninja, current ninja rank, trainee. Dual arena system activated. Dual arena? Could it be that I can earn coins like in the game? Yet how does one trigger this dual arena system? Regarding this taciturn, lifeless golden finger, Jinshue could not claim indifference. However, considering it would not impose peculiar tasks upon him, he refrained from voicing further concerns. Re-enter the ninja world system activated. What? Jinshue was momentarily taken aback, followed by excitement. Re-entering the ninja world is a special event of pure benefit in the Naruto mobile game, designed to assist players with existing accounts in older regions to seamlessly integrate into new areas. It allocates varying amounts of coins daily based on the player's SV level in the older region, lasting for 7 days. Thus, if we consider the high rewards based on the system's V level, this might be. Today's reward has been credited, coins 7,400, just as Jinshue anticipated. On the very first day, he received a staggering 7,400 coins and conducted 4 tin draws on the spot. 1515, counting the previous 88 pieces. That totals a complete card. The shards of Uchiha Madara's Konoha creation, JV, have reached 100 pieces. Would you like to recruit? Recruitment successful. The complete combat template has replaced the existing components, and the mutated Tutomo Sharingan has been removed. Current template level is 3 stars, maximum upgradable to 5. Current shard progress, 0-100. After a gentle confirmation, Jinshue felt a wave of comfort wash over him. So, in the ninja world, indeed. The path of a ninja is the correct approach to unlocking one's potential. Had I known this earlier, I would have taken this route a year ago. Fortunately, even now, it is not too late. In the presence of a complete character template, Makoto will no longer find himself in the predicament of desperately attempting to safeguard the remaining time on his experience card. Now, he can even utilize the fully realized Susanoo as a mere mode of transportation, although Makoto has made great efforts to restrain himself. Sato can still easily discern the amusement he is stifling. I understand your excitement about embarking on the path of a ninja. If you cannot contain it, feel free to laugh. A moment of distraction leads to Makoto being momentarily choked, but it's nothing serious. Indeed, although he has yet to become a genin, being a trainee ninja is still a position of some significance. Rank. Sato repeats in confusion. Is it alright if I go watch my sister's exam? Of course. That is perfectly fine. After all, this isn't a formal public examination. As long as you don't cause too much disturbance, there's no issue. Sato watches as Makoto departs, and he can't help but reflect. Is he truly this excited just to become a ninja trainee? This boy, despite being an outsider, possesses such fervent enthusiasm for ninjutsu and a fiery will, a passion that even I, as a ninja school instructor, find humbling. Upon exiting the room, Makoto suddenly recalls a detail he overlooked in his excitement, one that now sends a chill down his spine. What is this about a mutated Mangeki Sharingan? Could it be that my body harbors a serious illness? Wait, that father I have never met, did he also perish from an eye-related ailment? The more he contemplates this, the more anxious he becomes. His concern is not for himself, who has seemingly overcome the affliction of the mutated Sharingan, but rather for his biological sister, Izuna, who shares the same parents. Meanwhile, Izuna's assessment has reached its conclusion shortly after it began. The J-Nin instructor she practiced against is drenched in sweat. Ninjutsu, exploding shuriken. Boom. It turns out that even a lightweight explosive tag can play a decisive role in a genin-level battle, causing considerable distress even to those J-Nin who typically engage in administrative roles. Not to mention, Izuna's speed is at a level far beyond that of an ordinary child. and the J-nin assessing her cannot unleash his full potential, rendering him seemingly quite passive. Of course, he can easily spot the various wasteful maneuvers Izuna employs during combat, depleting her stamina and chakra unnecessarily. Yet, examinations are examinations, and guidance is guidance. He must wait until the 15-minute practical assessment concludes to summarize Izuna's approach. Should I end the assessment early? No. I'll observe a bit longer to make the report for the third Hokage as comprehensive as possible. He ultimately decides to let the examination proceed. Chapter 12. Itachi, is this what fourth graders are like? At this moment, in a corner of the ninja school, a cautious boy with black hair and eyes, appearing around 6 years of age, peeks out. His name is Uchiha Itachi, the current head of the Uchiha clan and the eldest son of Uchiha Fugaku, the captain of the Konoha police force. As a prodigy born into the Uchiha clan, he believes himself not to be as excessively proud as other clan members. Yet he still considers himself to have mastered all the knowledge and skills that can be learned during his time at the ninja school. In fact, despite being only 6 years old, Itachi already possesses strength comparable to a considerable number of genin. Should he wish, he could apply for graduation at any moment. Itachi wishes to stealthily leave the ninja school, convinced that he can no longer extract new skills and knowledge from this environment. Since the night of the Nine Tails attack, he has felt that the learning model of the ninja school no longer suits his current stage. He requires a broader training ground for higher-level cultivation. Rather than continuing to study theories he has long since mastered. Just as he is about to slip out of the ninja school, an unfamiliar figure catches his eye. If it were merely unfamiliar, it likely wouldn't have captured Itachi's attention, but this instance is different. Why can't I see his back clearly? Is it an illusion? Itachi attempts to dispel the illusion, but there is no response, for he is not under any illusion at all. It's as if something flickers in his mind, and Makoto, almost instinctively, turns around, spotting Itachi standing in the corner. Who is this child? Makoto does not recognize Itachi. Unlike the grown version of Itachi, the young Uchiha lacks the distinctive lines that resemble either tear troughs or nasolabial folds, appearing instead as an ordinary, unassuming child. The only identity in that moment, an image of his father, Uchiha Fugaku, who held exceedingly high expectations for him, abruptly flashed through his mind. I see now. The reason my father often wears a stern expression is not merely to embody the seriousness of a clan leader and father, but rather due to his dissatisfaction with my pace of growth. Uchiha Itachi clenched his fists, his face flushing with embarrassment as he recalled his earlier prideful belief that he had outgrown the teachings of the Ninja Academy. I was mistaken. I thought myself a genius. Yet it appears I have much further to go. Thus, Itachi returned to his class, enveloped in a sense of despondency, prompting self-reflection. His changed demeanor quickly caught the attention of his peers, particularly a girl with a teardrop-shaped mark beneath her eye. What happened to Itachi? Uchiha Izumi decided she would inquire about Itachi's situation after school. Meanwhile, Izumi's examination proceeded smoothly. As she prepared to unleash a technique reminiscent of a swift movement she had previously demonstrated before the third Hokage, relying on a kunai tied to a rope, she suddenly spotted the familiar figure of Masashi nearby several proctors. It's my brother. Upon seeing Masashi, Izumi was immediately filled with the desire to conclude her combat swiftly. The examiner, witnessing an utterly perplexing scene, observed as 6 shuriken, embedded with explosive tags, were pinched between Izumi's fingers and launched at peculiar angles, tracing erratic arcs in the air. This resembles the shuriken techniques of the Uchiha, yet it possesses a unique flair. It's rather wild. Perhaps I should resort to ninjutsu for defense and declare her qualified afterward. Achieving this level at her age is nothing short of remarkable. She is truly a prodigy. The examiner quickly resolved to summon the earth-style earth wall, forming a protective barrier that intercepted the incoming shuriken, followed by a series of explosions. With such impressive performance in practical combat, Izumi's written test was swiftly overlooked, marking her official entry into the first year of the Ninja Academy. At that moment, Masashi contemplated various thoughts, ultimately deciding to take Izumi to the hospital for a checkup. I hope everything is alright. Please don't let it be what I fear. Chapter 13. Itachi, how to activate the Meijiki Sharingan. Fugaku, the energy produced from 130 trillion cells within the body. A fusion of physical and spiritual energy is termed stamina. Stamina serves as the foundation for executing taijutsu. Within the body, stamina transforms into chakra, which ninjas can extract and utilize through hand seals. Must you be so detailed? Speaking of which, I recall Naruto knew nothing until his graduation. But then again, he is the protagonist. If truth be told, Masashi found that this knowledge of ninjas was primarily useful for instructing others in the future once learned. For himself, it held little significance. Whenever he sought to employ a skill or achieve a goal through genjutsu or susanoo, he would suddenly grasp the intricate details of the technique's execution, as if an old mentor were present to guide him at all times. The only shortcoming was that, at present, he seemed unable to master theoretical knowledge. While it is true that knowledge becomes one's own once memorized, the Ninja Academy, as the sole educational institution in the ninja village, imparted more than just what Masashi required. Subjects like code decryption, mathematics, physics, and chemistry genuinely failed to capture his interest and held little relevance for someone with innate combat prowess like him. Although Masashi possessed a faint foundation in mathematics and science from his past life, he was reluctant to invest too much time in these subjects. He fancied emulating some predecessors who had traversed worlds, igniting technological advancement in their new realms. Yet he lacked sufficient knowledge. Let the future of mathematics and science in the ninja world be entrusted to geniuses like Orochimaru. Oh. And I recall someone mentioning that the Sharingan allows one to remember everything at a glance. The Sharingan. Masashi activated his Sharingan, attempting to harness its copying ability to forcibly memorize the contents of the book. However, it became evident that the Sharingan's replication did not extend to mere textbook knowledge. The actual principle behind its ability to replicate ninjutsu and taijutsu lay in its acute dynamic vision and the capacity to perceive chakra flow patterns, rather than a conceptual form of copying. So, those who can memorize with the Sharingan must simply possess exceptionally sharp minds, right? While staring at the book with his newly activated Sharingan, Masashi indeed realized he could read at an astonishing pace, surpassing normal comprehension. Yet the problem remained. He could scan the information, but his mind could not keep up, failing to form effective speed reading, let alone imprinting it directly into his memory. Suddenly, an ingenious idea for cheating struck him: the rewriting seal. The rewriting seal is a unique ocular technique of the Uchiha clan that allows the sealing of techniques with a predetermined trigger condition, which then activates automatically upon satisfaction of the conditions. In the original narrative, Uchiha Madara utilized the rewriting seal Izanagi to achieve automatic resurrection after death, while Itachi employed it with rewriting seal Amaterasu to provide protection for Sasuke. If I could simply cast a genjutsu on the exam paper to blind the examiner, it wouldn't be out of the question. Ultimately, a ninja's examination is about employing all means to solve immediate problems, even if discovered post-exam. If you would voice any complaints, in that case, let me experiment with the rewriting seal, genjutsu, activating his eternal Manjiki Sharingan once more. Masashi attempted to designate the book in his hands as the vessel for the rewriting seal, but was met with failure. Is there a restriction on the rewriting seal that I am unaware of? Masashi was unaware that the rewriting seal, by its very nature, could only store techniques within the Sharingan. This stored technique could belong to oneself or another, but must be contained within a Sharingan. Although future developments may allow for other vessels to release the rewriting seal, Masashi clearly lacked such capabilities at present. Had I known I would be reincarnated into the ninja world, I would have studied the formula books more thoroughly. Masashi sighed inwardly, entirely oblivious to the sweat-soaked instructor at the podium. During the past 2 minutes, every time Masashi activated his Sharingan, the instructor known as Yoshimura felt his heart nearly stop. What is that? The Sharingan? No. The Sharingan should have a Tomo pattern. Is this a new bloodline limit? It feels rather intimidating. Why would someone like him even attend a ninja academy? What on earth is the third Hokage thinking? The third Hokage's assessment of Masaru was that he possessed remarkable strength, potential, and a fervent will of fire. However, he was alarmingly deficient in the theoretical aspects of ninjutsu. Unlike the blank slate that other ninja students represented, Masaru's existing knowledge was riddled with misconceptions, making instruction particularly challenging. But you never mentioned such difficulties. Yoshimura initially intended to provide Masaru with special attention, yet each time he gazed into those crimson eyes, he found himself paralyzed with hesitation, let alone attempting to teach. What an enviable wielder of a unique bloodline, he mused. On another front, Izuna's piercing gaze posed a slight challenge for the instructor, Funaya Daikaku. Her insatiable curiosity seemed overly intense for someone of her age. Is this the child who yearns to become a ninja? Funaya wiped his brow. In his years of teaching, he had encountered many students eager to be acknowledged as ninjas, and numerous girls aspiring to emulate the greatness of Tsunade, but never had he met anyone like Izuna, who frequently stared at him with such longing. Excuse me, classmate from the inner circle, do you have any questions? Funaya inquired tentatively. To his astonishment, Izuna launched into a barrage of inquiries. I have questions. Can you explain the process of chakra extraction? Are there methods to enhance the efficiency of blending spiritual and physical energy? How can chakra exhibit color? How can I manifest a blue skeletal arm larger than my body to grasp objects? Wait a moment. As Izuna continued her relentless questioning, Funaya became increasingly flustered. He could address the earlier questions, but the notion of transforming chakra into an arm larger than the body was beyond his grasp. This is exceeding the curriculum. Perhaps you should save such inquiries for when you become a ninja and can consult the Hokage. He silently lamented, yet as a devoted instructor, he felt compelled to elucidate the questions as thoroughly as possible. However, even with his experience as a chunin, he could only partially comprehend the complexities of altering chakra's properties. Ultimately, he could address only the first question. Well, I suppose I should stick to the fundamentals, he decided, reiterating the essential concepts of chakra before apologizing for his inability to answer the remaining questions. Thus, the first-year curriculum at the Ninja Academy continued. Nevertheless, Izuna's earlier queries piqued the curiosity of one student in the classroom. A massive blue skeletal arm? That sounds like a formidable jutsu. Uchiha Itachi attempted to simulate the idea in his mind and concluded that if Izuna's description held true, the ability to create a skeletal arm of such magnitude could possess both formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Yet, with his current knowledge, he could not fathom how to realize such a technique. After school, Itachi returned home, and in a departure from the norm, he found his father seated in the living room, seemingly awaiting something. "Father, I'm home." His father, Uchiha Fugaku, the current clan leader, nodded upon hearing Itachi's voice. However, just as Itachi intended to check on his younger brother in his mother's room, Fugaku called out, "Itachi, come here." In truth, reports had reached Fugaku regarding Itachi's secretive excursions from the ninja academy to Uchiha training ground. He felt a mixture of pride at his son's early awareness of expanding his capabilities and a sense of regret. Fugaku's reason for enrolling Itachi in the ninja school was not solely for the sake of education. The knowledge imparted there was trivial compared to what he could teach as the Uchiha clan leader. Instead, the academy provided Itachi with the opportunity to interact with ninjas from other clans, from both a paternal perspective and political motivation. Fugaku hoped for Itachi to forge friendships with non-Uchiha ninjas, preferably from other clans in Konoha. However, it seemed that Itachi was solely focused on his studies, even having mastered the art of skipping class. Today, having learned that Itachi had not left the academy, Fugaku resolved to inquire about his son's sentiments. "Yes," Itachi replied, taking a seat before Fugaku. "Father, is there something you wish to discuss?" "Itachi, what do you believe is the purpose of studying at the ninja academy? Could it be that father has learned about my recent escapades from the academy? I must have disappointed him with my reckless behavior." With this thought, Itachi immediately lowered his head. "I'm sorry, father. I have come to realize my own arrogance." Fugaku was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend what his son was thinking. "Could it be, Itachi, that you have seen or encountered something at the ninja academy? Today, I met a senior from the 4th grade. I witnessed with my own eyes how he vanished from my sight at a speed beyond my comprehension. That speed rivaled that of some of the Jonin who had visited our home before." "A 4th grade senior? Itachi, can you describe what this person looked like?" Fugaku recalled a recent incident circulating among the police force, where 2 guards had fallen victim to a genjutsu on the street, adamantly claiming that the last figure they saw was an unfamiliar boy from another village who had just entered the ninja academy that very day. Initially, Fugaku, like most in the police force, believed that the two had merely suffered a residual effect of the genjutsu, leading to a distorted memory of their assailant. However, he had subconsciously overlooked a possibility. What if that boy truly possesses formidable strength? It does not seem entirely implausible. Well, he had long hair and a piercing gaze, appearing to be around 12 years old, but his overall demeanor made him seem more like a 16 or 17-year-old. 12 years old, with a sharp gaze. I recall that those 2 guards specifically mentioned the hairstyle. It seems likely we are speaking of the same individual. Fugaku pondered. If he is a mentally mature boy, then he must understand the consequences of attacking the police force on the streets. What could have transpired? Fugaku decided to investigate the matter further. But he knew he could not rely solely on his team's perspective. "Very well, I will visit the ninja academy tomorrow afternoon." Just then, Itachi posed a question. "Father, have you heard of a technique that can condense chakra into a massive blue skeletal arm for both defense and offense?" "What?" At Itachi's astonished gaze, Fugaku nearly sprang to his feet after hearing his son's description. Yet, at that moment, he felt no desire to uphold any paternal authority. "Itachi, where did you see this?" The notion of a gigantic blue skeletal arm was unmistakably significant. No one understood its implications better than Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan. How was it possible that he heard a child describe Susanoo? "I haven't seen it myself. A new classmate named Izumi Shina mentioned it in class. Her surname sounds somewhat like Uchiha, but it should be unrelated." A jolt ran through Fugaku. A blue skeletal arm, Izumi Shina. "Father, have you encountered such a technique?" "No, I have not," Fugaku replied with utmost seriousness. "That is a power that exists solely in legends, belonging exclusively to the Uchiha clan. It is called Susanoo, an ultimate ocular technique that can only be wielded by those who possess eyes stronger than the 3-tomo Sharingan. This technique symbolizes destruction and is referred to as the god's power. It was through this power that the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara commanded respect across the ninja world. In that moment, Itachi felt an intense yearning for stronger eyes and earnestly inquired of his father. "Father, what must I do to awaken eyes that surpass the 3-tomo Sharingan?" Fugaku hesitated. Recalling the conditions necessary to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan, he felt it wise for his son to avoid such aspirations. "Do not aim too high. Your current focus should be on solidifying your foundation." Even Uchiha Madara did not rely solely on Susanoo. A true warrior possesses no weaknesses. "Yes, I will strive, father. Just do not pursue the Mangeki," Fugaku thought anxiously to himself. The awakening of the Mangeki Sharingan often required a loss of a loved one. If possible, he wished for his son to never endure such suffering. Is Izumi perhaps a branch of the Uchiha? It seems I must investigate the clan records. Chapter 14. Orochimaru in a damp underground laboratory in Konoha, a man clad in the standard green vest of the village, his pallor accentuated by the dim light, dismissed a member of the Umbu who had come to deliver a message. "A new Kekkei Genkai?" I see. You may leave now. Despite his recent collaboration with Shimura Danzo, Orochimaru harbored no fondness for his teacher's old acquaintance. As for Danzo's ambitions for the Hokage position, Orochimaru had never regarded it favorably. However, for Orochimaru, the identity of the current Hokage was of little consequence. He was solely focused on pursuing his own research. Although Orochimaru had no ties with the fourth Hokage, he still felt a pang of nostalgia upon reflecting on the latter's untimely demise. Even that genius, eternally spoken of by Jiraiya, possessing the fastest speed in the ninja world, could not escape the fragility of life. As he perused a detailed report from the Umbu regarding a ninja student named Izumi Shina, Orochimaru's expression morphed into one of intrigue. Admitted directly into the highest grade of the Ninja Academy without any exams, and personally facilitated by teacher Sarutobi? Such a blatant attempt to conceal the truth makes me genuinely curious to investigate. Orochimaru removed his experimental gloves, adjusted his forehead protector, and departed the shadowy confines of the laboratory. The next morning, Izumi and Shina, just as the day before, made their way towards the Ninja Academy. However, they had scarcely taken a few steps when Shina spotted a striking figure amidst the crowd. Is that Orochimaru? Unlike the young as passers-by overheard the commendations bestowed upon Jinchue and Izuna by Orochimaru, varying degrees of envy flickered across their faces. Despite Orochimaru's previous failure in the election for the fourth Hokage, his reputation remained formidable. From the perspective of the onlookers, the current scenario depicted two children still attending the Ninja Academy, receiving direct praise and blessings from such a prominent figure. Thank you for your kind words, Orochimaru-sensei. Jinchue, while acknowledging Orochimaru's stature, attempted to maintain a respectful distance from him. It was true that he wished to keep away from such a character. Yet it was impossible not to feel admiration for a scientific genius of Orochimaru's caliber. Such a unique gaze. Let us meet at the rooftop of the Ninja Academy at noon. I shall await your arrival there. Throughout his life, Orochimaru had encountered numerous individuals, those who envied his talent, admired his strength and status, and respected his battle achievements. However, the complexity of Jinchue's gaze struck Orochimaru as particularly intriguing. He seems reluctant to engage with me. Yet as a student under Sarutobi-sensei, he cannot possibly be a spy from another village. How curious. Understood. See you at noon. Subsequently, Jinchue continued on his way towards the Ninja Academy with Izuna, while Orochimaru naturally turned to walk in the opposite direction, as if their encounter had been merely coincidental. After stealing a glance back and realizing that Orochimaru's silhouette had vanished from sight, Izuna joyfully bounded over to Jinchue, exclaiming, "Brother, was that the incredibly intelligent Orochimaru-sensei you mentioned before? Indeed, he is a true genius, who has achieved so much solely through his intellect, devoid of any bloodline limits. I believe his accomplishments extend far beyond what we currently perceive." At this point, Jinchue felt that Orochimaru had yet to reach his full potential. In Jinchue's view, by the time of the Shippuden era, Orochimaru would have become nearly indestructible. While he might be able to defeat his adversaries, completely vanquishing them would prove impossible. But isn't Orochimaru-sensei already an extraordinarily powerful ninja? If he were any more formidable, he would surely become Hokage, wouldn't he? In truth, Izuna aspired to be Hokage herself. Perceiving the title as synonymous with being the strongest ninja, becoming Hokage is not out of reach. I believe that if he were to resolutely approach the third Hokage with the intention of succeeding him, the third would not only agree but would also feel immense pride. Unfortunately, given Orochimaru's current disposition, such aspirations are likely far removed from his mind. The position of Hokage, once attractive, may now pale in comparison to the allure of a successful experiment. Yet, what exactly are Orochimaru's intentions? I hope it is merely Orochimaru's ambition and not something involving that old man Danzo. Although, he doesn't seem particularly intimidating. Jinchue almost forgot that he had transformed from a state dependent on electricity for combat into a fully capable Uchiha, ready to engage at any moment. Regardless, I am no longer afraid of their machinations, especially with the third stance being clear. If Danzo truly attempts something, I doubt it would pose any significant threat. And perhaps no one would even know. When Danzo seeks to act without the third's consent, he would inevitably resort to stealthy methods, potentially trying to pull me into his schemes. At that point, a Danzo who might not even possess the knowledge of Izanagi could probably only manage to perform a kunai thrust against Susanoo. As for the notion of the third and Danzo conspiring Tog after contemplating these thoughts, Jinchue suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. I find myself unexpectedly looking forward to this. Engaging in conversation with Orochimaru may prove to be somewhat troublesome, yet it surely offers more intrigue than poring over those tedious books. Wait a moment. Upon linking his studies to Orochimaru, Jinchue was struck by a sudden idea. What if I were to seek out Orochimaru directly for theoretical guidance? If it's Orochimaru, he would undoubtedly discern the valuable knowledge from the dross that merely occupies mental space. Although Orochimaru is rather eccentric, he may, in some respects, be one of the few instructors in the ninja world capable of imparting serious education while rapidly enhancing a student's ninja abilities. Moreover, Considering that he has yet to master the technique of reincarnation, the risks are relatively low. Furthermore, if all goes well, his psychological state has not yet reached the most depraved extremes. He is merely a fervent researcher. Additionally, if it's Orochimaru, perhaps he could analyze something from the genetic material of me and Izuna. Unlike typical traversers, Jinshue does not oppose Orochimaru's research. In fact, he welcomes the prospect of drawing Orochimaru's attention towards himself, as he suspects that there may indeed be some severe hereditary illness afflicting his family. If it is truly a genetic disease, I fear even Tsunade would be unable to cure it. In the ninja world, the only one who could tackle such an issue would likely be Orochimaru. After all, this is not something conventional medical practices can resolve. Even though Orochimaru failed to save Kimimaro, who suffered from a hereditary illness associated with the bloodline limit, Jinshue understands that should any issues come to light, his only hopes rest with Orochimaru and Tsunade, with the majority of his faith placed in the former. This is more than just a matter of saving myself some effort. Very well, let me take the initiative for once. Once seated in the classroom of the Ninja Academy, Jinshue promptly began devising strategies to handle Orochimaru. Of course not in a combative sense, as offending a doctor, even one with a slightly warped mind, would be unwise. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's reappearance on the streets of Konoha, specifically to meet Jinshue, quickly reached the ears of the third Hokage, who immediately summoned Orochimaru to his presence. Orochimaru, are you here regarding that boy, Jinshue? Do not worry. I merely have some inquiries to make. However, seeing you so eagerly summoned by Lord Sarutobi, could it be that the youth is entangled in something deeper? Indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed inwardly. Conversing with his most astute student was rather straightforward. He gestured to the surrounding Umbu, who promptly vacated the room. This action piqued Orochimaru's curiosity. He sensed that he was about to hear something of great interest. I suspect that pair of siblings may be descendants of Uchiha Madara. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed Orochimaru a scroll, which he unfurled to reveal an image. Is this Uchiha Madara? Even Orochimaru could not suppress his astonishment. He had seen Jinshue's visage firsthand, and it bore an uncanny resemblance to the likeness in the image, considering the potential for distortion. Surely, Lord Sarutobi must still recall Uchiha Madara's appearance? Indeed. That figure who stood alongside the first Hokage is indelibly etched in my memory, and Jinshue's countenance resembles a miniature Uchiha Madara. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru mused. However, we should not hastily draw such conclusions based solely on appearance and nomenclature. I presume Lord Sarutobi possesses some decisive evidence, correct? Indeed. Sarutobi rose and approached Orochimaru. Have you heard of the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan? The Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. I encountered that term while perusing ancient texts recently, but it was not elaborated upon. It merely seemed a legend. Had Sarutobi not mentioned it, Orochimaru believed he would soon forget the miscellaneous details he had idly noted during his readings. For even a genius cannot afford to memorize trivialities unrelated to his research. Allow me, an old man, to enlighten you. The so-called Eternal Mangeki Sharingan is an advanced ocular technique evolved from the Uchiha clan's three-tomo Sharingan. As far as I know, only Uchiha Madara and his brother, Uchiha Izuna, possess such eyes. The eyes that transcend the three-tomo Sharingan suggest that the transition to the Mangeki Sharingan is indeed a qualitative leap, correct, Lord Sarutobi? Precisely. Sarutobi nodded. In fact, the documentation concerning the Mangeki Sharingan is likely more detailed among the Uchiha themselves, but I am aware that it can unleash the ultimate technique, Susanoo, which embodies both offense and defense. Suddenly, the mention of Susanoo sparked a thought in Orochimaru, and he inquired, Lord Sarutobi, are you suggesting that you have witnessed this Susanoo in the boy? Although I find it hard to believe that is indeed the case. Regarding the Mangeki Sharingan, my understanding is limited. Whether this follows the hereditary transmission like the ordinary Sharingan may only be known by the Uchiha clan. I merely conceived this hypothesis earlier today. Sarutobi was unaware of the conditions for awakening the Mangeki Sharingan or what it meant to be able to unleash Susanoo at will. He had never even heard of the term Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Consequently, he concluded that Jinshue might have inherited the Mangeki Sharingan directly through his bloodline from Uchiha Madara, thus enabling him to utilize Susanoo. Is that so? I am profoundly grateful for your guidance, Lord Sarutobi. I believe I now have a clearer idea of my next steps. I trust you will succeed. Shortly thereafter, Orochimaru prepared to take his leave, but just as he turned, he heard his mentor's voice once more. Orochimaru, you have always been my most promising student. If possible, I hope you might. I understand what you wish to say, Lord Sarutobi, but I do not aspire to become Hokage. If you must seek a successor, I believe you should consider calling back that fool who is gallivanting about outside. With those words, Orochimaru exited the Hokage's office, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen standing there, his expression one of melancholy. He withdrew a letter from his pocket, the signature unmistakably belonging to another of his disciples, Jiraiya. One segment of the letter read, Sigh, how could a fool like me ever manage such a task? By the way, old man, what do you think of Orochimaru? He is undoubtedly the brightest among us three. If you must choose a Hokage from us, why not let Orochimaru take the helm? I recall that he is still in the village, isn't he? Sighing deeply, Sarutobi Hiruzen once again tucked away the letter. Then slowly returned to his burdensome seat. At the very least, they have come to understand the weight of the responsibilities borne by the Hokage, which can surely be regarded as a form of growth. Growth is indeed commendable. At this moment, his gaze happened to fall upon a report mentioning Orochimaru's meeting with Nezumi Makoto. Perhaps a few more years of observation would be prudent. Chapter 15. The character of Obito is inherently destined to engage with children. Practical training? Indeed. Mistaking Nezumi for a novice unaware of the general curriculum of the Ninja Academy, Yoshimura took the liberty to explain that what can be conveyed in books is ultimately mere theory, if it cannot be translated into practice. It remains nothing more than dead knowledge, literally dead knowledge. This implies that if one cannot timely convert what they have learned into combat prowess, they may very well perish during missions. However, Nezumi displayed little interest in practical classes. To be precise, he was keen to avoid sparring with the surrounding children. Seated in the back row by the window, Nezumi could effortlessly observe all his classmates. Indeed, contrary to his initial assumption, not all were under 10 years old. Some appeared to be 12 or 13. Yet, most of them exhibited the combat abilities typical of mere apprentice ninjas, and he was curious how he might effectively spar with these children. Just as Yoshimura prepared to return to the podium, he heard Nezumi pose a rather peculiar question. Is the training ground spacious? Huh, why do you ask? Initially perplexed, Yoshimura quickly replied, you will see when the time comes. It's not large, but it will certainly suffice. I see. In that case, I shall restrain myself. To be frank, my ninjutsu range may be somewhat vast. Yoshimura was baffled. What did he mean by somewhat vast? Was there really a ninja unaware of their own ninjutsu's destructive range? Nevertheless, this meant Nezumi had already mastered some form of ninjutsu, correct? Well, I know a few fire techniques among the 5 elemental transformations. Before Yoshimura could express his astonishment, a boy named Mita exclaimed, What? You've already mastered several fire techniques. Instantly, nearly all eyes in the class turned towards Nezumi, who was the first they had encountered capable of learning multiple fire techniques at such a young age. Not to mention, even among official genin, few could command various fire techniques. Typically, sparring among ninja students consisted of taijutsu and E-rank techniques such as substitution, transformation, and clone techniques. Even utilizing a D-rank technique would be considered beyond the standard curriculum, as generally, only genin and above could grasp ninjutsu of such difficulty. Yoshimura glanced at the children from ninja families in the class, but none could be deemed a genius. Among them, only 5 had fully mastered the basic clone technique. It would indeed be premature for them to spar with someone who has mastered multiple fire techniques and possesses a bloodline limit. Thus, it was somewhat inconvenient to practice with everyone. However, since this was a class, Nezumi should participate to the best of his ability. Yoshimura devised a plan. During the practical lesson, Nezumi could demonstrate a fire technique to the class, serving as his participation, after which he could act freely. Would one technique suffice? Very well. Observing the eager children who were already starry-eyed at the prospect of witnessing a fire technique demonstration, Nezumi felt obliged to meet their expectations. Let this be a delightful distraction for the children. Indeed, the role of Madara is destined to engage with children. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the practical lesson commenced. And amidst the eager anticipation of Yoshimura's entire class, Nezumi stood at the front of the line. At this juncture, he had already determined the technique he would demonstrate based on the size of the training area. If I recall correctly, Madara had released 4 types of fire techniques: the functional dust concealment, the single target dragon flame song, the military-grade great fire annihilation, and great fire extinction. Although one can control the release range, for safety's sake, I shall opt for a single target ninjutsu. The technique I am about to release is called Fire Release, Dragon Flame Song. I am unsure of its rank, but it certainly performs admirably against a solitary adversary. Uncertain of the rank? Isn't the rank determined by the difficulty of learning? If you've mastered it, how could you be unaware of its classification? While Yoshimura pondered this, Nezumi swiftly completed the hand seals for Fire Release, Dragon Flame Song, following an intuitive sense, taking merely 1 second. The others, including Yoshimura, could only catch the final seal in the gesture of bringing his hands to his mouth in a trumpet shape. Although I have never used it before, there was an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Fire Release, Dragon Flame Song. Flames formed 4 dragon heads before Nezumi, swiftly launching in 4 different directions toward a humanoid target 50 meters away. In an instant, that target was obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. And the magnificent explosion of light from the collision of the 4 dragon heads provoked cheers from the children, who were merely spectators. In terms of sheer destructive power, they could not discern the superiority or inferiority of the ninjutsu. They simply found Nezumi's technique of transforming flames into dragon heads far more captivating than the simple fire breath they had seen from their elders and instructors. However, unlike these children, Yoshimura, as a ninja academy teacher and a chunin, felt a rising sense of panic. After casually estimating the potency of the dragon flame song, he realized Orochimaru cast his gaze upon a purple-haired girl of approximately 12 years of age beside him. Her name was Mitsuashi Anko, a student of Orochimaru. However, In stark contrast to her erudite teacher, Anko's eyes reflected a clarity untouched by the corruption of knowledge. Despite this, Orochimaru could not harbor any disdain for this diligent student who had been assisting him in gathering biographies on Uchiha Madara throughout Konoha. Judging by the power exhibited, it seemed comparable to the Uchiha clan's great fireball technique, likely at a C-rank level. At this, Orochimaru shook his head, not revealing any disappointment, and promptly commenced his lesson. The rank of ninjutsu is not solely defined by its sheer power, but must also be assessed based on the difficulty of its learning. Taking Naruto's ninjutsu as an example, I discerned high-level chakra transformations and a certain degree of complexity in its form alterations, even precise chakra manipulation. Were it left to me to classify this ninjutsu, I would categorize it as B rank, perhaps even A rank. B rank, or even A rank. Surely that cannot be. In the midst of her thoughts, Anko suddenly recalled Kakashi Hatake, the prodigy who had attained the rank of Jonin at the tender age of 12. In that light, it doesn't seem so unusual, she mused, anxiously tugging at her hair, realizing that she might not be able to compete with this fellow student Naru. Then a question dawned upon her. If he was capable of such ninjutsu, why was he still attending the Ninja Academy? The academy imparts not only ninjutsu, but other essential knowledge as well. However, I share your curiosity. Naruto's enrollment in the academy was a decision made by my mentor, the third Hokage, and even I am unaware of the rationale behind it. In other words, he is a ninja student personally endorsed by the third Hokage? How impressive. This implies that Naru is a ninja student officially recognized by the third Hokage, a significant honor in the eyes of a typical Konoha ninja like Anko. Furthermore, in terms of destructive capability, it is quite possible that even I cannot match this boy of your age. Therefore, there is no need to feel disheartened by the prospect of being outclassed by him. What? How can that be? Orochimaru-sensei is one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, a ninja with the prowess to contend with the Kage of various villages. Anko's eyes widened in disbelief. Normally, she accepted Orochimaru's words without question, but this time it seemed far too implausible. Anko, you must understand that the terms destruction, strength, and capability do not carry identical meanings. Moreover, even the relative strength of a ninja is not the sole determinant of victory. With ample intelligence and a sound strategy, even a weaker ninja can triumph over a more powerful opponent. I know. That is the essence of battles between ninjas. With Anko's spirits revitalized, allowing her to continue her diligent work, Orochimaru embarked on a new line of thought. Indeed, battles between ninjas are conducted thus, but what if they are not ninjas? Last night, Orochimaru had unearthed some biographies concerning Uchiha Madara and Senja Hashirama that he had previously perused. In the past, he had held these works in disdain, as they lacked the professionalism he expected, even misrepresenting many ninjutsu names. He was particularly irked by the artistic descriptions that often accompanied such texts. However, as he delved deeper into the lives of Hashirama and Madara, he began to question whether the accounts might indeed hold some truth. Naru Masaru, who can wield Susanoo? Can you reach such heights? Furthermore, if it is true, as Sarutobi-sensei speculates, that such eyes constitute a unique bloodline limit that can be inherited through lineage, then the situation becomes intriguing. Although it is typically frowned upon to abandon research mid-course, Orochimaru was unperturbed by exploring the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, especially during a period of stagnation in his current studies. At noon, after sharing a bento with his sister, Masaru made his way to the rooftop where he had arranged to meet Orochimaru. Good afternoon, Orochimaru-sensei. Upon his arrival, Masaru noticed Anko beside Orochimaru. Purple hair. That must be Anko, the Chunin examiner who bears little resemblance to Orochimaru's student aside from her ability to execute the hidden shadow snake hands. However, she is likely still just a Chunin now. May I inquire who this is? Good afternoon, Naruto. This is my only current disciple, Anko, also a Chunin of Konoha. Upon hearing the introduction, Anko promptly greeted Masaru. Hello. After this brief exchange, Masaru shifted his focus back to Orochimaru. Is there something you wish to discuss, Orochimaru-sensei? Although Masaru had matters of his own to discuss with Orochimaru, he felt it prudent to allow Orochimaru to speak first, lest he appear overly eager, though he was indeed quite anxious. I learned from Sarutobi-sensei, the third Hokage, about your bloodline limit, which is said to be called Susanoo, correct? To be frank, I am quite curious about this technique, as it has taken on a mythical quality in many biographies regarding Uchiha Madara. Susanoo? Do you need to demonstrate its offensive and defensive capabilities through actual combat? That would be ideal. As Orochimaru contemplated how to prompt Masaru to showcase Susanoo, he was taken aback when Masaru boldly proposed an actual battle. He truly has no fear in suggesting a duel with Orochimaru-sensei. Ignoring Anko's astonished expression, Masaru continued, however, I would like to make a request of you, Orochimaru-sensei. Oh, and what might that request entail? I hope you can provide guidance on theoretical knowledge concerning ninjas. Learning aimlessly at the Ninja Academy is an utter waste of time. Wait. Upon hearing this, Anko could no longer contain herself. You wish to become Orochimaru-sensei's student? I believe many in Konoha would share such aspirations. Though unrelated to the true reason, her statement was undeniably accurate. Anko found herself unable to counter. For it was indeed true. No one would reject a teacher who was powerful, knowledgeable, esteemed, and proficient in all elemental ninjutsu. Theoretical knowledge? I see. It appears Narukuin's reason for attending the Ninja Academy stems from a slight deficiency in his theoretical understanding. Actually, it's not merely a slight deficiency. I have absorbed a plethora of erroneous knowledge, perhaps even less than someone who knows nothing. Moreover, if possible, I would naturally like to make further advancements in my abilities. Although the true Cod was aware that the likelihood of obtaining methods to enhance his strength from the current Ingi level of Orochimaru was rather slim, he understood that the most expedient way to elevate his abilities was to thoroughly comprehend his own skill set. The impending crisis in the ninja world loomed neither too far nor too near, should an opportunity arise to rapidly assimilate his current power or even advance further. It would be most fortuitous. However, the true Cod was acutely aware that, as a novice, he would likely have to rely on external aids. Nonetheless, Orochimaru is perhaps the type of individual capable of creating such aids. Without hesitation, Orochimaru acquiesced to the true Cod's request. Teaching a genius held little allure for him. Yet, if I can meet a valuable research subject every day, why not? So when shall we commence? Orochimaru inquired. Right now. However, I am not familiar with the location of Konoha's large training grounds, so I would require your guidance, Senior Orochimaru. Then follow me to Training Ground 44. As for Akamichi, she can return and assist me in organizing those books and scrolls. Understood, Orochimaru-sensei. As if assigned an S-rank mission, Akamichi promptly departed from the rooftop. Subsequently, Orochimaru said no more and leapt from the teaching building, hastening towards Konoha's Training Ground 44. In terms of urgency, he was no less eager than the true Cod. The true Cod followed closely behind Orochimaru without a word. After a while, they arrived at Konoha's Training Ground 44, a vast area with a radius of 10 kilometers. Known as the Forest of Death, it seems that the inner will possesses capabilities beyond mere bloodline limits. Orochimaru displayed a somewhat unsettling smile, yet the true Cod remained unfazed. He had long recognized Orochimaru's peculiarities. Allow me to begin. Susanoo, initial stage. A translucent blue skeletal frame enveloped the true Cod's entire being. This was the least powerful application of Susanoo, and while its visual impact was not particularly staggering, it nevertheless piqued Orochimaru's profound interest. Is this Susanoo? And in its initial stage? It appears things are becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 16, Abundant Harvest? Unlike the later complex processes involving the summoning of snakes and swords, Orochimaru retrieved the Kusanagi sword in a manner akin to most ninjas, simply liberating it from its sealing scroll. A splendid blade, although it appears sharp. I doubt that such a defense can be easily breached by mere ninja tools. The true Cod cautioned. Hoping to prevent Orochimaru from undertaking any similar actions to Danzo's kunai thrust against Susanoo. However, it seemed his concerns were unwarranted. Wind release, vacuum blade. After swiftly forming hand seals, Orochimaru infused the Kusanagi sword with wind chakra. In contrast to the kunai wrapped in wind chakra, the Kusanagi sword in Orochimaru's grasp was evidently more aesthetically pleasing and possessed greater power. Though Orochimaru's wind techniques might not surpass Danzo's, the Kusanagi sword was undeniably in a different league compared to ordinary kunai. The initial stage's pure skeletal form likely cannot withstand this. However, since it is a test, let us try it first. If it fails, we can upgrade midway. Susanoo is a remarkably convenient technique. If the initial stage proves inadequate, the true Cod could readily elevate it to a more advanced form. As Orochimaru charged with the sword, the true Cod extended his skeletal arms in an attempt to catch the blade unarmed. As anticipated, he was cleaved apart. Oh, is this a form of attack? Orochimaru paused to inquire, while the true Cod shook his head in negation. It cannot be said thusly. This entity known as Susanoo inherently balances both defense and offense. The skeletal arms can serve both purposes. However, their defensive capabilities are likely on par with these ribs at my current stage. Is it time to advance to the next stage? Orochimaru assumed a stance suitable for striking while simultaneously channeling more chakra into the Kusanagi sword. Indeed. We now enter the true first form of Susanoo. A blue half-skeletal giant with 4 arms enveloped the true Cod's location. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that this form's ribs and arms closely resemble those of the previous stage. Is that why there is a distinction between the initial and first forms? Could I surmise that these two forms are essentially one and the same? Upon hearing Orochimaru's hypothesis, the true Cod found it plausible and decided to borrow this conjecture. Indeed. While lacking combat experience, the true Cod sensed that the ninjutsu demonstrated by Orochimaru could easily cleave through this form of Susanoo. Thus, he resolved to utilize the next form to withstand such an attack. The patterns upon the true Cod's eternal Mangeki Sharingan began to rotate, and soon, the half-skeletal giant sprouted a second face from its rear, its skeletal structure now enveloped in muscle. Simultaneously, the 4 previously empty arms each manifested a blue chakra sword, and Susanoo's overall size significantly increased. It has transformed into a weapon of war at the level of a tailed beast, Orochimaru marveled. At that moment, his eyes sharpened ominously. This is indeed not akin to the Uchiha's 3-Tomo Sharingan. Could it truly be as Lord Hiruzen surmised? I am ready, Senior Orochimaru. Do you wish to engage in a sword duel, or merely test the defensive capabilities of this half-giant? Naturally, both. Summoning technique. A large brown-green serpent materialized amidst a plume of smoke at Orochimaru's feet. It was evident that this was not Orochimaru's strongest summoning, the Manda, but rather a notably larger version of a dragon underground snake, though it was not as massive as Manda. The serpent remained silent, dutifully providing Orochimaru a platform for a more effective confrontation with the second stage of Susanoo. Meanwhile, the Orochimaru clone on the ground was not idle. He suddenly hurled a shuriken and swiftly formed several hand seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. This technique, developed by the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi based on the second Hokage's Shadow Clone Technique, was a lethal ninjutsu capable of rapidly multiplying a single shuriken into thousands, overwhelming the opponent. Unlike ordinary shadow clones, these replicated shurikens maintain the same lethality as the original. This technique is far more formidable than it appears in the anime and manga. Unlike the earlier wind release, vacuum blade, the shadow shuriken jutsu was meticulously replicated by Jinchue. However, he was unprepared for the exaggerated effects of this technique. This web-like assault was only possible due to my Susanoo. Indeed, while the shadow shuriken jutsu possesses an extensive lethal range and an extraordinarily high attack frequency, the damage inflicted remains consistent. In essence, it fails to penetrate the defenses of Susanoo. Although the high-frequency assaults could accumulate a damage effect, this accumulation is not linear. Rather, it is capped at a modest limit. Once the shurikens envelop the intended target, subsequent shurikens do not hit but instead displace their predecessors, ultimately dissipating into smoke due to the loss of chakra supply. Even while the upper half of Susanoo engages in a fierce clash with Orochimaru, the lower half is sufficient to repel the barrage of shurikens. Suddenly, Jinchue felt as though a spark had ignited in his mind. He promptly noticed a detail. A shuriken had slipped through the exceedingly narrow gap between the half-formed Susanoo and the ground. Susanoo, third form. In an instant, an immensely tall blue figure surged upward, transforming the previously half-formed Susanoo into a complete entity, now devoid of any blind spots. How careless of me. Indeed, my novice combat experience pales in comparison to Orochimaru's seasoned prowess. I should have anticipated this. Even the true Madara was caught by Gaara during his second stage Susanoo. So how could I, a mere imitation, afford to be so neglectful against Orochimaru? Could there truly be another stage? Orochimaru gazed upward at Jinchue, who had now entered the cockpit of Susanoo, his expression growing grave, not out of fear, but due to a matter of reputation. So, the descriptions of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara I assumed were merely artistic embellishments are, in fact, remarkably precise. It seems I have been a frog at the bottom of a well. However, it appears he is not the one responsible for the Ninetales rampage. Despite showcasing such formidable strength and possessing eyes capable of manipulating tailed beasts, Orochimaru was certain that Jinchue was not the architect of the Ninetales chaos. With that minor flaw, had it been Minato, the battle would have likely concluded immediately. Such a flaw, unnoticed by Orochimaru, does not imply that others are equally blind to it. Then, what kind of individual possesses the capability to eliminate a master of the Flying Thunder God technique, such as Minato? What transpired during that fateful battle on that night? In recent days, Orochimaru occasionally finds himself replaying the battle that transpired that fateful night in his mind. Yet, he cannot fathom what manner of foe could have slain the fourth Hokage. The emergence of Jinchue and his research into certain biographies led Orochimaru to consider the possibility of an adversary possessing strength that transcends even the level of a Kaguya, thus achieving the feat of defeating the fourth Hokage. However, at present, Jinchue has exhibited the utmost degree of power without attracting the notice of others in Konoha, yet still, Orochimaru is unable to conceive of a possibility that could lead to the fourth Hokage's demise. Could it be that Minato was never actually killed? Orochimaru muses, feeling he is nearing the answer, though pressing matters still await his attention. With the invocation of the Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp, the previously stable ground beneath Jinshue's Susanoo transforms instantaneously into a vast marsh. The fully formed humanoid Susanoo finds itself ensnared, yet even submerged, a significant portion remains exposed. To Orochimaru's chagrin, Jinchue effortlessly leaps from the mire, demonstrating the futility of the A-rank terrain-altering technique. This technique is impressive, I must remember it. As they exchange techniques, Jinchue rapidly expands his repertoire of skills. The Sharingan is truly remarkable. It's no wonder Sasuke is so easily inflated with pride. The Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique and Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, though classified as C-rank in difficulty, wielded by Orochimaru, possess formidable power. Nevertheless, even this composite ninjutsu falls short of breaching the defenses of a third-stage Susanoo. It appears that the offensive ninjutsu at my disposal cannot penetrate this stage of Susanoo. He concludes, despite possessing an unfathomable array of skills akin to the third Hokage, both he and the third are acutely aware of the distinctions between various ninjutsu effects. From the recent application of C-rank techniques, Orochimaru deduces the general efficacy of other offensive ninjutsu he might employ. Deeming it unnecessary to squander chakra on the snake-style techniques he pioneered. Equally, he harbors no intention of employing jinjutsu or taijutsu. For the distance created by the height differential with Susanoo exceeds the damage range of his mastered techniques. Thus, Orochimaru sheathes the Kusanagi sword and applauds Jinchue. Your flawless bloodline limit is impressive, Jinchue-kun. May I refer to you in such a manner? Of course, Jinchue replies. Upon dispelling Susanoo, he descends to the ground and approaches Orochimaru, maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance. It seems Jinchue has gained considerable knowledge. Orochimaru smiles, his expression notably more composed than before. Indeed, I am increasingly convinced that seeking to learn from you, Orochimaru-sensei, is the right decision. While risks may be inherent, nearly being caught off guard in a relaxed state has proven to be a valuable lesson in future encounters with foes of equal or greater strength than a Kage. I shall approach with full intent. They proceed together towards the Ninja Academy, and just as Jinchue takes his first step, he receives a notification, victory determined, daily reward collected. Gold 30. Is this the daily reward from the duel arena? The more I ponder, the more I feel at a loss, had I known. I would have arrived at the Ninja Academy sooner. Just how many gold coins have I lost? Ah, it's too late to count now. I shall let it be. Chapter 17. Your only concern is to stay healthy then. I implore you, Jinchue-kun, to commence your journey to this address starting tomorrow. Do not disclose this location to others. As for the Ninja Academy curriculum, it is of no immediate concern. The address provided by Orochimaru leads to a hidden training ground of the Konoha Ambu. Such training grounds are not uncommon in Konoha, and given Orochimaru's status, he can easily request permission from the Hokage after making the arrangements. Thank you very much for your guidance, Orochimaru-sensei. While the training may not be extensive, Jinchue notes, should anyone inquire about my use of the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, I can attribute it to your teachings, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. Although Jinchue has not explicitly stated that his eyes possess the same copying ability as an ordinary Sharingan, Orochimaru instinctively assumes so. The replication of techniques like the Dragon Fire or Great Breakthrough would be inconsequential. However, the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, classified as A rank, has ascended to a level that warrants being deemed a village secret. It is prudent to have a plausible explanation to avert potential issues. Naturally, this suggestion does not stem from Orochimaru's benevolence. Rather, he now regards Jinchue as a subject of his research, perceiving any time wasted as time lost for himself. Thank you very much, Jinchue responds, recognizing Orochimaru's directness. He refrains from evading the topic, understanding that this is one of the benefits of learning under Orochimaru. As a student of the third Hokage, no one would question the ninjutsu Orochimaru unveils, and similarly, Jinshue's use of any ninjutsu would not attract undue attention. After Orochimaru departs, Jinchue heads toward the teaching building. At that moment, he encounters the 6-year-old boy he met the previous afternoon, Uchiha Itachi, although Jinchue is yet to learn his name. Excuse me, are you a student of Orochimaru-sama? Upon hearing Itachi's question, Jinchue nods in affirmation. Although Orochimaru never truly broke through Itachi's defenses, he indeed imparted a lesson, establishing a nominal master-student relationship between them. I see. So this is the reason for the immense strength of this 4th-grade senior? The legendary Sannin. Perhaps a ninja even more powerful than my father, well-versed in a myriad of ninjutsu and tactics. While Itachi articulates this, he has little concept of what constitutes a powerful ninja at his age. Senior. Jinchue, initially intending to leave upon seeing Itachi, is drawn back by his voice. Is there something else? I hope you might guide me in my training, but I apologize. It was rude of me, though they are not well acquainted. Itachi recognizes that it is unnecessary for anyone to assist him in his training. Nevertheless, the sight of Jinchue wielding the fire release, Dragon Flame Song left a profound impression on him, especially when he heard Izuna exclaiming, "That's my brother." Itachi, who possesses a maturity beyond his years, felt a stirring within. In brief, he aspires for a day when he can make his brother proud, exclaiming, "That is my brother." Guiding your training? I am not yet capable. My theoretical knowledge of ninjutsu is quite lacking. Just days ago, I was criticized for leading children astray. By the way, even though this is our second encounter, I haven't yet asked for your name, little one. What is it? Although the ninja school may not seem large in the eyes of Masaru, the fact that he encountered the same child twice in an area with few people struck him as rather fortuitous. If not for the concern of leading the child astray, he would have been quite willing to offer guidance. Then, Masaru heard a name that made him feel uneasy. I am Itachi, Uchiha Itachi. Why this fellow? Masaru thought. A headache creeping in. He had no desire to be associated with this exemplary son. In truth, he was well aware of his own stereotypical perceptions of the Uchiha clan, and he knew that much of this bias stemmed from Itachi himself. However, he was not the type to suddenly change his demeanor mid-conversation, especially since the current Itachi was not the formidable figure he would later become. Thus, he offered a friendly piece of advice. Although I cannot currently guide you in ninjutsu or ninja knowledge, I recommend that you strive for a balance between work and rest. Sometimes, maintaining both physical and mental health is a crucial aspect of growth. Great talents need not fear slow progress. Even Senja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were merely 2 children who enjoyed competing in stone skipping by the river in their youth. Yet this did not hinder their eventual emergence as powerful figures in their prime. After sharing these words, Masaru continued toward the teaching building, leaving Itachi in a thoughtful state. Maintaining healthy growth? Is he suggesting that I pay attention to both physical and mental training while practicing ninjutsu? I understand. Meanwhile, Uchiha Makoto, who was at home nursing her young son Sasuke, suddenly heard a peculiar voice. Do you wish for your eldest son to grow up healthy? Who is it? Makoto exclaimed, instinctively jumping up while cradling her son, who was just over 100 days old. Surprisingly, Sasuke seemed to sense his mother's distress and chose not to cry. In fact, before becoming a full-time housewife after giving birth to Itachi, Makoto had been a skilled kunoichi of Konoha and possessing the Sharingan. She was significantly more powerful than an average ninja. However, the voice she had just heard was something she could not decipher. Could it be that after Kushina? It is my turn? Makoto felt a surge of anxiety. As the wife of the Uchiha clan leader, she shared a close friendship with Uzumaki Kushina, the wife of the fourth Hokage. Given the recent news of her friend's death, she could not help but wonder if the mysterious enemy from days past was about to strike again. Meanwhile, due to consuming a Rasengan cap from his teacher, the fourth Hokage, Obito, was sneezing in the base while waiting for his newly attached arm to heal. However, it seemed that there were no enemies lurking nearby. After 2 minutes of confronting non-existent intruders, little Sasuke could no longer contain his cries. He was still hungry, and Makoto, with her Sharingan activated and utmost vigilance, continued to nurse him. At that moment, the voice returned. Do you wish for your eldest son to be in good health? What on earth is happening? Is Itachi suffering from some ailment? As a mother, Makoto certainly hoped her son would remain healthy. After fruitlessly searching for the source of the voice, she felt compelled to respond. Of course I wish for that. Every parent desires their child to be healthy, and I am no different. After that, until Sasuke fell asleep, Makoto did not hear the voice again. How strange. Have I reached the age of hallucinations? Eventually, the Uchiha clan leader's wife decided to set aside her thoughts for the time being. I shall tell Fugaku about this when he returns. Chapter 18. 5 Elements. Great multiple bullets technique in the afternoon. At the Hokage building, the third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke and remarked, this must be the time we've met most frequently in recent years, hasn't he it, Orochimaru? It indeed seems so, Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru, knowing his teacher had likely revived the notion of making him the successor, chose not to engage in superfluous conversation. The boy, Uchiha Masaru, will be studying under me for a while, so we need not attend ninja school for the time being. Additionally, I would like to request a training ground, and I hope the third Hokage will grant approval. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, wondering how he suddenly acquired an additional apprentice. You have taken an Uchiha Masaru as your student? He began to contemplate the implications of this decision and soon realized that Konoha's future appeared quite promising. If it were merely my judgment, it might be somewhat biased, but since Orochimaru recognizes this young man, it signifies he is indeed suited to bear the future of Konoha. Very well, I have no objections. However, I am curious as to what prompted you to take this boy as your student. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not surprised that Orochimaru would engage with Masaru, but he hadn't anticipated that it would progress to this level. He truly wished to hear Orochimaru say something akin to, since Jiraiya has trained the fourth Hokage, why not allow me to mentor the fifth Hokage? However, it was evident that his disciple was not of that temperament. Perhaps I simply found him intriguing. As for him studying under me, that was Masaru's initiative, and I believe there is indeed a necessity for it. A boy possessing an ultimate bloodline limit that encompasses both offense and defense, yet displaying the ninja aptitude and tactical skills of an ordinary individual who has never attended ninja school. However, his battle instincts are remarkably adept. I believe with a bit of training, he should be able to attain prowess surpassing that of an average shadow. Even you find him formidable? Could it be that the young man can truly unleash the full potential of Susanoo? Orochimaru's strength was well known to Sarutobi Hiruzen, as he had personally mentored him. Yet, he did not expect that even Orochimaru would be unable to surpass Masaru's Susanoo. Not entirely. I am not privy to the complete capabilities of Uchiha Madara at his peak. But based on my combat abilities, even if I could breach the third stage of Susanoo, it would not yield practical combat benefits. Nevertheless, I intend to dedicate time to studying the mechanics of Susanoo. Perhaps I could devise a countermeasure suitable for myself. Researching methods to counter Susanoo? While Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that such studies might be somewhat inappropriate, he could not dismiss the possibility that one day an assailant capable of wielding Susanoo might emerge to threaten Konoha. After all, Masaru's presence indicated that the Manjiki Sharingan might not solely be a trait of the Uchiha clan within Konoha. What if there were Uchiha branches outside? Nonetheless, he sincerely hoped that Orochimaru would focus on researching other subjects. Sarutobi Hiruzen performed the hand signs for a summoning technique and produced a scroll that appeared out of thin air, handing it to Orochimaru. What is this? Orochimaru unfolded it, discovering that it contained a compilation of various ninjutsu training details and insights into the composite techniques of these jutsus. If one were to train according to this scroll, the ultimate technique it would lead to was 5 elements, great multiple bullets technique, a composite ninjutsu performed by creating 4 shadow clones. I have never seen Sarutobi-sensei utilize this technique. Is it a recent conception? Orochimaru acknowledged that this jutsu possessed formidable destructive power, and mastering it would signify a ninja's unparalleled comprehension of all 5 elemental transformations. However, this technique bore an unmistakable flaw: its exorbitant chakra consumption. Indeed, this was an entirely new countermeasure I devised after that fateful night, capable of unleashing devastating devastation on the battlefield, posing an immense threat to adversaries. Yet, aside from demanding mastery over all 5 nature transformations, executing this jutsu in its entirety required an astronomical reserve of chakra. Even I could not guarantee retaining sufficient stamina for subsequent battles should the technique fail to annihilate the enemy. But have you ever considered, Sarutobi-sensei, the futility of such an ostentatious technique? Is its sole purpose to assess a ninja's grasp of elemental manipulation? Combat is not merely an exchange of flashy jutsu. Such impractical displays hold little tactical value. Still, Orochimaru would undoubtedly pursue its mastery, for he sought to learn every technique in existence, though he would scarcely employ one so incongruent with his battle philosophy. My own chakra reserves in combat are even more limited than yours, Sarutobi-sensei, while Jiraiya and Tsunade lack complete mastery of all 5 natures. In essence, barring unforeseen circumstances, none of the Sandame's disciples could truly unleash this composite jutsu. Yet ultimately, ninjutsu can be adjusted in potency based on the wielder's chakra output, even refined and optimized further. The third Hokage believed himself incapable of further refinement, but Orochimaru was different. I believe a genius like you, Orochimaru, could refine this technique into something more accessible. No obstacle has ever hindered you. As for its purpose, Sarutobi approached Orochimaru, resting a hand on his shoulder, a rare gesture. We are not solitary warriors. The shinobi of Konoha must trust in the strength of comrades. Should I exhaust myself in battle, so long as you, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Dans, or any other ally stands beside me, I can recover and rejoin the fray. An exceedingly demanding condition, Orochimaru mused. By now, he had long forsaken faith in comrades, relying solely on his own research and techniques. Even with allies at his side, he would never recklessly expend excessive chakra. Indeed, a stringent requirement, Sarutobi conceded. Yet I believe this jutsu will find its purpose. The tides of war shift unpredictably. Who can say when the moment may come where chakra conservation is no longer a concern? At this moment, Orochimaru finally put away the scroll, stating that he would find time to study it. As for when to begin my research, that remains uncertain. Chapter 19. Jinshiwa, dealing with the Uchiha is truly exhausting after school in the afternoon. Brother, I heard that you returned with that legendary ninja you met this morning. Is that true? What did you two do at noon? Did Izuna think about your demonstration of ninjutsu in the morning? Brother, are you about to become a true ninja? I heard from our teacher Funia that even someone like him, a chunin, cannot master such a level of ninjutsu. Faced with his sister's envious and admiring gaze, Jinshiwa began to contemplate whether he should utilize his Sharingan to replicate a few simple ninjutsu techniques to teach Izuna. Perhaps Izuna has considerable talent in ninjutsu as well. It shouldn't be too soon, but I did indeed gain quite a bit today. Furthermore, Senior Orochimaru taught me several ninjutsu techniques. While I remember the hand signs, I am at a loss on how to describe their detailed usage, so I cannot teach you at this moment. Can't teach me? What a pity, Izuna said, her disappointment evident, yet she understood her brother's predicament. At that moment, Itachi Uchiha, whom Jinshiwa had encountered twice before, reappeared in his line of sight. However, this time, a man dressed in the standard green vest of Konoha, prominently displaying the emblem of the Konoha police force, stood beside Itachi. The emblem featured the Uchiha clan's crest in its center, and with Itachi at his side, Jinshiwa quickly deduced the man's identity, Uchiha Fugaku. So, the clan's emblem is displayed so conspicuously. If Itachi's emblem had been on the front of his clothing or on his arm, Jinshiwa would have recognized him much earlier. But it turned out that Itachi's emblem was embroidered on the back of his attire. Normally, Jinshiwa, as an outsider, would not have casually recognized the Uchiha clan leader. So he feigned ignorance and asked Itachi, Itachi, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. May I ask who this is? Hello, Senior Neru. This is my father. However, I am uncertain why Itachi is looking at my father with a questioning gaze. He too does not know why his father has come to pick him up, especially waiting for this Senior Neru at the entrance of the ninja school. Could it be that Senior Neru's family is somehow connected to the Uchiha clan? Itachi speculated. So you are Itachi's father. Are you waiting for someone? Then I shall not disturb you. No, Neru-kun, I am actually here to wait for you. In just a minute. Fugaku had already discerned that Jinshiwa's mental acuity was no different from that of an adult. Thus, the incident involving the injured guard might warrant some explanation. You are looking for me? Jinshiwa inquired, a hint of confusion crossing his face. But he quickly recalled that it might be related to the 2 Uchiha ninjas he had incapacitated with Jinjutsu a few days prior. There are some rather personal matters to discuss, but this place is rather crowded. May I ask you to step aside for a more detailed conversation? I see. Jinshiwa glanced at his sister, who obediently indicated that she could return home on her own. Very well, then. Please lead the way, Senior. Fugaku nodded and promptly began to run in a specific direction, with Jinchue and Itachi following closely. However, it was evident that the young Itachi lacked the speed to keep up with Fugaku's full sprint. When Fugaku finally halted, Jinchue was the only one still trailing behind. Noticing that his son hadn't followed, Fugaku introduced himself. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Uchiha Fugaku, the current leader of the Uchiha clan and captain of the Konoha police force. I am Neru Jinchue, an ordinary ninja academy student. May I inquire why the Uchiha clan leader seeks me? After closing his eyes momentarily, Fugaku seemed to have made a decision and directly asked, I wonder if Neru-kun is aware of his ancestral lineage? Jinchue had not anticipated that someone would come to inquire about this matter. In truth, he was not well informed. I am not quite sure. Fugaku continued, the Uchiha clan rarely excludes other ninja families or even ordinary non-ninjas based on bloodline. Over the years, it has been common for Uchiha members to unite with outsiders and bear offspring. However, if the descendants do not awaken their ninja potential, they may not inherit the Uchiha surname. Regardless of the name change, as long as one possesses Uchiha blood, they will at least be mentioned in the clan's genealogy. Could it be? Jinchue pondered a possibility. Did you find the Neru surname in the Uchiha genealogy? Indeed. Jinshue's eyes widened. So I truly am an Uchiha? However, I could not find how this branch family came to be. It seems to date back to before the founding of Konoha, during the Warring States period. Even as one of the strongest clans in the ninja world, the Uchiha clan's records were not particularly detailed. Any non-Uchiha surnames were simply noted in the genealogy, and I could not ascertain the approximate time of the Neru surname's emergence, though it seems to have appeared around the end of the Warring States period. Considering that the Neru family was aware of the term Susanoo, Fugaku further solidified his conjecture in his mind. So? Jinchue mused. Could it be that this person is also connected to Hyuga Hizashi? I suspect that Neru-kun is a descendant of a notable elder from our clan. A figure named Uchiha Madara. Have you heard of him? Please, must you all keep invoking the name of Uchiha Madara? Upon reflection, Jinchue realized he had no evidence to dispel his suspicion. I'm sorry, but I prefer not to discuss this topic. I know little about my ancestry. Upon hearing Jinshue's words, Fugaku assumed he was concerned about the Uchiha clan's lack of support for Madara. Regarding the Uchiha clan's failure to follow their leader, Madara, I too am unaware of the details. However, if my apology as the current leader of the Uchiha clan could mend relations with Madara's descendants. Seeing Fugaku bow deeply, Jinchue was left speechless. Wait, what are you imagining? Why are you suddenly seeking to rectify something with me? Perhaps feeling a bit agitated. And with Fugaku's bow being so swift, when Jinchue instinctively reached out to stop Fugaku, he inadvertently extended a slender Susanoo arm as if to grasp Fugaku. However, upon the appearance of that arm, both men were momentarily stunned. Uchiha Fugaku silently straightened his posture. Neru Jinchue quietly dispersed his skeletal form while retracting his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. With a sigh, Jinchue reflected that while he could not prove his identity, no, Neru-kun has already proved his identity. The Mangeki Sharingan and Susanoo, there exists no ninja in the entire ninja world more Uchiha than Neru-kun. I refer to proving my lack of connection with Uchiha Madara. Rather than demonstrating that I am a descendant of Uchiha Madara, Jinchue was somewhat unable to maintain his composure. Earlier, Hinata Hizashi had ceased to discuss this topic after he had shown a hint of resistance, yet Uchiha Fugaku seemed entirely oblivious to such cues. Well, there lies my fault. Had I not revealed the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, perhaps matters would have unfolded differently. Thus, he calmly stated, from the moment I was born and learned my name, I have been known as Naren Jinchue, not Uchiha Jinchue. As for what the esteemed head of the Uchiha clan just mentioned, I am entirely unaware. I first heard the name Susanoo from the third Hokage, so I kindly ask that we refrain from discussing this topic further. However, if that were not the case, what could have prompted Naren to incapacitate those two Uchiha ninjas with Genjutsu just 2 days prior? Fugaku initially believed that Jinchue had attacked those two Uchiha ninjas out of resentment for the betrayal of his ancestors. In truth, it was merely because they were bullying my sister. I saw no stipulation within Konoha's regulations forbidding the wearing of fox ear accessories. Yet those two exhibited not an ounce of pride as Konoha ninjas, and they dared to shout at a 6-year-old girl, nearly bringing her to tears. Was I not justified in teaching them a lesson? Moreover, my actions were not overly harsh, were they? Theoretically, those caught in conventional Genjutsu merely experience a headache for a few days, which is indeed less damaging than most ninjutsu, and given the precision of Genjutsu, there is little concern about collateral damage or inadvertently damaging the streets of Konoha. Now it was Fugaku's turn to be perplexed. So, Naren attacked those two members because they frightened your sister? To put it simply, there are no complex reasons rooted in ancestral grievances at play here. Yet I do not believe my actions warrant criticism. Or is it true that Konoha has enacted regulations that even restrict hair accessories? Certainly not. How could Konoha's leadership be so idle during such tense times as to dictate what hair accessories a young girl may wear? Fugaku hesitated, realizing he was at a loss for words, yet he remained convinced that Jinchue must have some connection to Uchiha Madara. Otherwise, how could one explain the presence of this pair of Mangeki and the remarkable proficiency displayed in Susanoo? Why, at such a young age, could he awaken the Mangeki Sharingan? How could he utilize the physically taxing Susanoo so casually? Why does this 12-year-old exhibit a body flicker speed that rivals even the Uchiha clan leader? As a ninja who shares the common belief in the power of bloodlines and heritage, Fugaka concluded that only Baijin inheriting the talents of his Orochimaru shook his head in resignation. It appeared that Danzo, much like his Minor Sarutobi, had become quite muddled in his old age. He was clearly an Inuzuka, not a Uchiha. This distinction, I believe, is one that Danzo must be careful to recognize. Orochimaru was utterly perplexed by Danzo's misplaced confidence in his ability to tame the Inuzuka. However, given their recent collaboration, he felt compelled to offer a friendly reminder. If Danzo wished to discuss matters with the Inuzuka, it would be prudent to approach him directly, employing gentle methods rather than coercive tactics to force the youth into submission. Though their acquaintance had been brief, Orochimaru could easily discern the key to engaging with the Inuzuka. Were he merely a prodigious talent, Orochimaru might assert that the Inuzuka's vulnerability lay in his sister. Yet, it had become evident that, despite still harboring some flaws in combat, the Inuzuka had transcended the label of genius and entered the ranks of the formidable. When an individual possesses such strength, their weaknesses transform into forbidden zones, targets that may be exploited. But Orochimaru believed that should Danzo provoke the Inuzuka, the leader of the Roots would find himself in grave peril. I need not a junior to instruct me in my endeavors, he mused. I hope Danzo can maintain a sense of propriety. Orochimaru had little more to convey. And as for divulging combat intelligence regarding the Inuzuka, that clearly lay outside the bounds of his obligations. After Orochimaru's departure, Danzo struck the armrest of the nearby chair in frustration. His disciple, like him, was weak and decayed. Having expected Orochimaru, whose heart harbored considerable darkness, to differ, he was disappointed to find the same frailty. The offspring of Uchiha Madara is inherently more dangerous than the average Uchiha. If they cannot be fully harnessed for the benefit of Konoha, they must be eliminated while still young. As nightfall approached, the Inuzuka household was graced by the arrival of two guests, though they were not of notable stature. Rather, they were two masked ninjas, clad in the attire of the Umbu. With no white-haired spikes, I can ascertain they are not Kakashi, the Inuzuka thought, as he opened the door. The two Umbu nodded slightly, yet uttered not a word. Such an aloof demeanor suggests they are unlikely to be from the root. The Inuzuka then said, "Would you kindly wait half a minute? I have just finished cooking and need to turn off the flame." Even Umbu ninjas must understand the consequences of leaving the stove unattended. Upon hearing that it would only take half a minute, the two ninjas remained silent, one of them producing a pocket watch to time the interval. The Inuzuka acted swiftly. After closing the door again, he utilized the shadow clone technique to create a clone. The clone then swiftly entered the inner room while the Inuzuka donned a large hooded cloak, one that would obscure his face from any casual observer. Completing these preparations, he reopened the door. All set, gentlemen. Once the timing ceased, the two Umbu ninjas gestured for the Inuzuka to follow them, leading him in a direction that was clearly not toward the Hokage building. Danzo's tactical acumen leaves much to be desired. Given my proximity to the Hokage building, it should be obvious we are not heading there. However, with a shadow clone safeguarding Izuna, I need not fear any mischief from that old fool Danzo. Currently, Danzo lacked Izanagi and the Manjiki Sharingan bestowed by Uchiha Shursui. At best, he was a conventional elite ninja with a formidable summoning beast, proficient in wind techniques and possessing some sealing jutsu, albeit with disabilities. Minutes later, the Inuzuka attempted to engage the two root ninjas in conversation. Esteemed Umbu, I recall that the Hokage building lies not in this direction. May I inquire where we are headed? You'll find out shortly. The root ninjas, perceiving the Inuzuka as merely a student, did not mind his growing suspicion. To them, he was merely a talented ninja with no hope of escaping their grasp. The Inuzuka harbored no intentions of fleeing, instead leisurely following the two root ninjas. After some time, they arrived in an area devoid of residential buildings or commercial streets. And throughout their journey, no one had taken notice of the Inuzuka's face. At that moment, Masakatsu remarked, "This place appears far more suitable as a training ground." It was at this juncture that the two members of the Root finally laid their cards on the table. Ahead lies the entrance to the Root's Umbu training department. Indeed, you can consider this a training base, one of them stated. Umbu training department? I see. I never imagined that the Umbu would directly recruit from the ranks of ninja trainees. Subsequently, Masakatsu followed the two into the Root base. After a while, he finally encountered a middle-aged man whose forehead and right eye were bound in bandages. Danzo, your true self is as recognizable as in the anime and manga. Let me see what tricks you have up your sleeve, he thought. However, Danzo's first words caught Masakatsu off guard. Uchiha Masakatsu, I have no interest in your past, nor do I care about your intentions for coming to Konoha. However, since you have arrived in Konoha, you must serve the Hidden Leaf Village. Masakatsu quickly corrected him. My name is Naren Masakatsu. Upon hearing Masakatsu's audacious rebuttal, Danzo displayed a curious expression. Are you implying that you do not intend to offer your strength to Konoha? A dozen root ninjas emerged from the shadows, exuding an ominous aura surrounding Masakatsu. Nevertheless, Masakatsu paid them no heed as he searched among the crowd for the white-haired figure. It soon became evident that Kakashi was not among them either. What is that expression on your face? Danzo finally felt a sense of bewilderment. After all, a 12-year-old boy should not exhibit such demeanor in the face of this situation. Yet, Masakatsu responded earnestly to Danzo's earlier statement. There are myriad ways to serve Konoha. While I aspire to become an ordinary ninja, I also engage in small businesses to bolster Konoha's economic development, which is equally a form of service to the village. Furthermore, esteemed elder, you have yet to introduce yourself, even if you wish for me to contribute in another manner. You ought to disclose your name and what you require of me first. Otherwise, on what ground should I comply? On what ground should you comply? A ninja need not question so many whys. From this day forth, you shall have neither name nor emotions, but shall instead serve as a root ninja, eliminating all obstacles for Konoha. At Danzo's signal, 2 root ninjas approached Masakatsu, seemingly intending to seize him. In the meantime, Danzo continued, your sister is no exception. Your parents truly dared to name you. Upon hearing this, Masakatsu's gaze turned icy. This man indeed harbors intentions towards Azuna. I originally intended to maintain a distance, but under these circumstances, he shall not be spared. Nevertheless, Masakatsu refrained from launching an immediate attack, as he sought to establish a semblance of justification for his actions. Does the Hokage know of your deeds, elder? Sarutobi? He will soon cease to be Hokage. In fact, he has long since ceased to be. Danzo did not conceal his ambition, evidently confident in his ability to brainwash his root members. The erasure of identity combined with cursed seal control could overwhelm even the most resolute adult ninjas, let alone a child. Am I to understand that you, elder, are plotting a rebellion? Rebellion? Ridiculous. Before Danzo could finish his retort, he caught sight of an extraordinarily unique pair of eyes. Although the bearer was merely a 12-year-old boy, the combination of those eyes with Masakatsu's figure sent a shiver down Danzo's spine. I hope you do not misunderstand something. 2 blue skeletal arms appeared at Masakatsu's side, seizing the 2 root ninjas who had flanked him. The blue half-skeletal giant enveloped Masakatsu's entire form, and to Danzo's astonishment, this half-giant was rapidly covered by muscle-like matter, transforming into a 2-faced, 4-armed entity. Now, I am the one who shall pose the questions. Masakatsu surveyed his surroundings and noted that these root ninjas exhibited no fear, even in the face of Susanoo. This observation reminded him of a phrase from his memories, prompting him to articulate it. Every ninja experiences pain, fear, or reveals a vulnerability when facing an assault. However, these ninjas seem devoid of such sensations. It is evident that this unit possesses unique attributes. Yet I believe this does not align with the will of fire, nor does it correspond with my values. The will of fire? Your understanding of my will is beyond your years, you malevolent Uchiha brat. Allow me to personally bury this disaster for Konoha. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Following a brief series of hand seals, a flurry of rapid breaths surged towards Masakatsu like bullets, while the surrounding root ninjas began preparing their own jutsu to combat Susanoo. In response, Masakatsu swiftly manipulated Susanoo to conjure 14 interconnected blue Magatama. I may not fully grasp combat, but the purity is acceptable. Yasaka's Magatama. After launching all the Magatama, before the ninjutsu could fully collide, Masakatsu immediately initiated his own hand seals, fire release, great fireball technique, just as the Yasaka's Magatama struck the vacuum sphere. Causing Danzo to realize that his jutsu would not prevail, the entire root base was rapidly engulfed in flames. In response, the root ninjas hastily employed various water and earth techniques to counter the great fireball, while Danzo promptly shifted to a more powerful vacuum great sphere to counter the remaining Magatama. However, amidst the chaos, Masakatsu remained focused on his combo. At that moment, he had already teleported to the center of the battlefield. Magatama meets fire, stride to the center, the pillar of flesh from the tree realm cannot be utilized, and the meteorite cannot be summoned without the Rinnegan. Then let us establish the form of Madara. Complete body Susanoo. In stark contrast to his earlier relaxed demeanor, this technique required considerable effort. With great difficulty, he witnessed the flames recede, and the root ninjas beheld an unimaginable sight. A towering, godlike blue giant adorned in armor, with wings sprouting from its back, emerging in their line of sight. This is impossible. How can someone of such age possess such immense chakra? I understand now. You are none other than Uchiha Madara himself. Regrettably, your assumption is utterly erroneous. This form creates quite a commotion, so I intend to expedite your departure. As soon as the words left his mouth, Masakatsu commanded Susanoo to stomp towards Danzo's position. Danzo narrowly evaded the attack, but the shockwave generated by the foot of complete body Susanoo was akin to a medium-scale earth technique, sending several root ninjas, who had just expended considerable chakra to counter the great fireball, flying before they could react. As I have stated, I am Naren Masakatsu. I am merely Naren Masakatsu. Farewell, you traitor who seeks to disrupt my harmonious existence. Susanoo, twin sword dance of flames. After meticulously envisioning the effects of his skills in his mind, his body instinctively acquired the method to execute this series of attacks, as if guided by an unseen hand. Simultaneously, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was just about to depart from the Hokage building, suddenly received news. A colossal blue giant over 100 meters tall? Wait, that location, its roots. Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly donned his armor, preparing to assist his old friend. However, as he took a step forward, a realization struck him. Wait, could that be Susanoo? Is it truly Masakatsu? In truth, individuals like Masakatsu, possessing such formidable strength from outside villages, were typically accompanied by 1 or 2 ninjas for round-the-clock surveillance. Yet, considering the proximity and the recent shortage of personnel, he had only dispatched a few of his elite umbu to occasionally check in on the area. Upon arriving at Masakatsu's doorstep in a series of instantaneous movements, Sarutobi Hiruzen beheld Izuna, who was training in the yard, observing Masakatsu's shadow clone. The third Hokage? Masakatsu's shadow clone inquired, slightly puzzled. The shadow clones created through the shadow clone technique not only bore an indistinguishable likeness to the original but also possessed the wisdom to utilize ninjutsu, rendering even Sarutobi Hiruzen incapable of detecting any flaw. Given the urgency of the situation, he did not dwell on it, assuming this crisis bore no relation to Masakatsu. However, considering Masakatsu's capability to wield Susanoo, his combat prowess was undoubtedly formidable. Thus, he addressed Masakatsu. Masakatsu, I am assigning you an A-rank mission. Accompany me to assist the Umbu training department, which is currently under attack. Understood. Masakatsu's shadow clone responded swiftly, contemplating briefly before creating another shadow clone to stand beside Izuna. I apologize, Hokage-sama, but if there is a significant crisis, I must ensure Izuna's safety to the best of my ability. The shadow clone technique was taught to me by Lord Orochimaru. No, my child, I did not intend to blame you. Let us move quickly. Although the use of shadow clones would divide his chakra, the instinct to protect one's family was entirely justifiable, and Sarutobi Hiruzen understood this behavior well. Soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Masakatsu's shadow clone joined the ninja forces gathered below the Hokage building. Chapter 21. The death of Danzo. What was once the base of the root organization had now been reduced to ruins. Shimura Danzo lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Utterly devoid of his former arrogance, he seemed incapable of evading Masakatsu's impending strike. How can such a mere child possess such tremendous power? Danzo mused. However, he noted that, despite the chaos Masakatsu had unleashed, even in a state of fury, the latter had refrained from delivering the finishing blow to the severely injured or unconscious root ninjas. Is this some form of mercy typical of inexperienced youths? He pondered, contemplating a potential strategy to counter Masakatsu. Feign surrender to lure him closer. Then launch a surprise attack aimed at his eyes. If successful, it would be splendid. If not, in truth, Danzo had a hidden card up his sleeve. While his right eye was indeed injured, it had been replaced with a Sharingan. The purpose of this eye was not merely to replicate ninjutsu or assist in conventional genjutsu, but served as a consumable for the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi. Izanagi. One of the Uchiha clan's ultimate ocular techniques could negate all unfavorable events, including death, that occurred within a certain time frame, rendering them as if they had never happened, while allowing only advantageous outcomes to become reality. However, this came at the cost of permanently sacrificing one Sharingan. Yet, there was a dilemma, despite knowing how to activate Izanagi. Danzo had never actually experimented with it. Whether it could unleash the invincible effects documented remained uncertain, and even the method of activation was not guaranteed. Perhaps if I simply surrender, I can preserve my life. However, clenching his fists, Danzo's desire for Masakatsu's eyes grew insatiable. If I were to obtain those eyes, even Hiruzen would be unable to prevent my ascension as the 5th Hokage. I surrender, Shimura Danzo uttered, his body seemingly slackening, his voice imbued with a sense of defeat, as if he had truly lost all will to fight. However, fully aware of Danzo's true nature, Masakatsu showed no intention of halting. Surrender? You expect me to let you go and then face you before the third? Why would I not simply skip that step? Although Masakatsu was not particularly inclined to take a life, eliminating Danzo, who sought to harm him and his sister, bore no moral burden for him. As a traveler from an era of peace, he was not naive. Allowing someone harboring malice toward him and his family to live was the true issue. Let me step on you and test for Izanagi. The activation of Izanagi was said to require only a Sharingan and knowledge of its usage, such as hand seals and chakra flow, while others claimed it also necessitated Hashirama's cells. Masakatsu was somewhat perplexed about this, so he opted for empirical evidence, ignoring Danzo's surrender. Masakatsu commanded his complete Susanoo to stomp down towards Danzo's position. After lifting his foot, fearing he might not finish Danzo off, he thrust the Susanoo blade into the ground. In the next moment, Masakatsu observed the seemingly doomed Danzo standing sullenly not far from the newly created pit. Izanagi? No, it's a substitution. Masakatsu was momentarily speechless, surprised that Danzo could evade him with a mere substitution technique. Substitution techniques, a category of auxiliary ninjutsu in the ninja world, relied on quickly replacing one's body with an object at the moment of an attack, creating a diversion that led the opponent to believe their attack had succeeded. Substitution techniques varied widely, from the basic techniques taught in ninja academies to more advanced forms like the earth substitution, each with its own strengths and weaknesses and differing levels of difficulty to learn. However, he had not entirely missed. Masakatsu scrutinized Danzo, noticing that the bandaged right arm had completely vanished, and the severed portion was bleeding profusely. Damn it, Izanagi is unusable. At that moment, Danzo cursed the researcher who had originally unearthed the technique, but he clearly no longer had the opportunity to act on that impulse. Before Masakatsu, who was utterly unconcerned with chakra conservation and solely focused on purity, there was no time for further thought. Fire style, dragon flame song. For dragon heads resembling piranhas surged towards Danzo. This time, even with a substitution, he could not evade the assault. What was even more absurd was that before Masakatsu could witness the aftermath of this strike, he immediately commenced his next attack. The blue blade sliced through the dissipating smoke, cleaving Danzo in half, who had exhausted his chakra and was left with only the barest breath of life after defending against the dragon flame song. Upon witnessing Danzo's demise, Masakatsu dispelled his Susanoo. To be safe, he even created a shadow clone to inspect the body, ensuring Danzo could not use his Izanagi to stage a resurrection. It was evident that this time, Danzo was indeed dead. It seems that at this moment, True Ka did not proceed to eliminate the incapacitated root shinobi. On the surface, it might seem that annihilating these root operatives and incinerating their remains alongside Danzo's corpse with the Great Fire Annihilation technique would erase all traces of tonight's events. Yet, True Ka refused to gamble on the intelligence of the native inhabitants of the shinobi world. In his view, those who underestimate others as fools are the true fools themselves. Speaking of which, True Ka approached the upper half of Danzo's body, suppressing his revulsion at the pool of blood, and pried open Danzo's right eye. The transcription seal, Genjutsu, triggered upon mental intrusion, actually succeeded. It seems the transcription seal is indeed literal in its function, sealing techniques within the Sharingan itself. Minutes later, the third Hokage arrived at the root base with a contingent of shinobi. Hokage-sama, we found survivors, members of Root. Hokage-sama, this Root Jonin is also alive. Hokage-sama, this Root operative is severely wounded and requires immediate treatment. Hearing that the Root shinobi had survived, the third exhaled in relief. Though these operatives had long slipped beyond his control, they were still shinobi of Konoha. Their survival was preferable. Yet as he advanced a few steps and beheld a bisected corpse, the dim light in his aged eyes flickered further into shadow. Danzo, even you have departed? Kneeling beside Danzo's remains, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his mind waver. It was then that he noticed True Ka, sprawled amidst the rubble. True Ka? Could it be? Some may question why Danzo didn't employ the dead demon-consuming seal. The answer is True Ka. Does a technique truly exist that requires extensive preparation yet still possesses an absurdly long wind-up, flawed mechanics, pitiful effectiveness, and a self-destructive drawback as its ultimate move? Danzo, indeed, it does. Tears streaming down his face. Chapter 22. The Third Judgment. Hiruzen's gaze shifted suspiciously to True Ka's shadow clone, which promptly dispersed into smoke. Immediately afterward, the motionless True Ka seemed revitalized, as if replenished by chakra. Under the Hokage's scrutiny, True Ka strained and managed to sit upright. That was merely a shadow clone. I am the original. Earlier tonight, two individuals claiming to be A and B, yet highly suspicious, appeared at my residence. Sensing something amiss but wary of misjudgment, I employed the shadow clone technique learned from Orochimaru-sensei to leave a clone guarding Erasure while I followed them here. Then why has this place been reduced to such a state? Why did such a brutal battle occur here? And what role did you play in it? Answer me. Uchiha True Ka. The third signaled subtly to a nearby shinobi, Yamanaka Inoichi of the Yamanaka clan, whose lineage specialized in mind and memory techniques, even capable of extracting memories from the deceased. Thus, True Ka's verbal response was secondary. The Hokage would uncover the truth regardless. True Ka, do not disappoint me. The third fervently hoped True Ka would not lie, and that his old comrade Danzo had not fallen by True Ka's hand. Faced with the Hokage's interrogation, True Ka replied calmly, this organization was peculiar. Their leader, or so he seemed, attempted to seize Erasure and me at the slightest provocation, displaying clear rebellious intent. When I exposed his treasonous ambitions, he sought to silence me. Yet in the end, it was he who fell. Upon encountering the dismembered body of Danzo, Jinchua could no longer suppress the discomfort that gnawed at his psyche. The result exceeded his expectations as he promptly expelled the meal he had consumed earlier that evening. This visceral reaction left the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, utterly astonished. Is this your first time taking a life? Indeed, it is, Jinchua affirmed. At that moment, Hiruzen heard Yamamoto Kaiji's urgent call. Hokage-sama, Danzo-sama's eyes. Eyes? Hiruzen shifted his gaze, only to be met with an even more shocking sight. Within the open eyelid of Danzo's right eye socket lay a single Sharingan. A three-tomo emblem that could only belong to the Uchiha clan. The unmistakable nature of the Sharingan, which could not be sealed by non-Uchiha shinobi, was glaringly apparent. In that instant, Hiruzen recalled his old friend's sentiments toward the Uchiha clan, finding the absurdity of the situation overwhelming. Kaiji, I need you to probe into Danzo's memories. As he uttered these words, Hiruzen glanced at Jinchua and noted the latter's calm demeanor upon hearing about the memory probe, which eased his own tension. It appears this child is truly not at fault. Danzo, as you command, Hokage-sama. Kaiji immediately began to perform his secret technique, simultaneously triggering Jinshua's sealing jutsu. Uncharacteristically, This time Kaiji's technique revealed a plethora of images and sounds from Danzo's mind. Sarutobi. He will no longer be Hokage. The Mangekyou Sharingan is mine alone to wield. I shall become Hokage, no matter the cost. These images and sounds pointed to memories that Kaiji swiftly unearthed within Danzo's subconscious, as if they embodied Danzo's most fervent obsessions in life. After some time, Kaiji returned to Hiruzen's side. Hokage-sama. Danzo indeed harbored ambitions of a coup d'etat and even contemplated your assassination. The conflict with Neji appears to stem from Danzo's desire to seize Neji's eyes. Hiruzen fell silent, gazing at the corpse of his old friend, struggling to comprehend how he had come to such a fate. Upon fully absorbing Kaiji's account of Danzo's significant transgressions, Hiruzen found himself unable to maintain his composure. So it is. I understand. He lifted his gaze to the sky before addressing Jinchua. You have done nothing wrong, Jinchua. Danzo's roots have indeed become the darkest and most corrupt aspect of Konoha. It is only right that they be eradicated. In a sense, Jinshua's actions could be described as having been misled by a deceiver, only to overhear a conspiracy aimed at subverting Konoha during an act of self-defense. In the ensuing confrontation, he unleashed a formidable power and successfully turned the tables. Furthermore, a crucial detail was that Kaiji specifically noted Jinchua had declared Danzo incompatible with the will of fire prior to the fatal encounter. Even in a state of extreme rage, he instinctively measured against the principles of the will of fire. Hiruzen mused, ultimately reaching a decision. Once you officially become a shinobi, Jinchua, you will receive an S-rank mission record, and rest assured, the reward will be substantial. Thank you, third Hokage. To Jinchua, the reward was secondary. The pivotal matter was that the third Hokage had recognized his innocence in this affair and had no intentions of reprimanding him for Danzo's demise. He had no desire for discord within Konoha. It was not merely a matter of strength, but rather, he genuinely cherished this place. Just then, an unexpected individual appeared, causing both Hiruzen and Jinchua to be taken aback. It seems the route is particularly lively tonight, Sarutobi-sensei and Jinchua-kun. The newcomer was Orochimaru, who ambled nonchalantly among the injured root ninjas, as though he had anticipated the night's events. Orochimaru, what brings you here? Hiruzen inquired, puzzled. Initially, he had assumed Orochimaru was engrossed in research, having neglected the assembly, but it now seemed otherwise. I came to witness Danzo's demise, and it aligns perfectly with my expectations. His greed and obsession ultimately eclipsed his reason. In truth, Orochimaru and the third Hokage had arrived around the same time, but had chosen to remain incognito. Did you discover Danzo's issues beforehand? Hiruzen had already learned from Kaiji that his student was collaborating with Danzo, but he had not given it much thought. It was common for researchers to work together, and although they were attempting to revive the long-prohibited wood-release studies, it was likely still in theoretical stages. Thus, he did not perceive any significant problem. Nevertheless, Hiruzen was perplexed as to why Orochimaru had not reported Danzo's anomalies to him. Sort of. Though I certainly did not anticipate his urgency, nor did I expect him to meet his end so swiftly. Orochimaru shook his head as he regarded Danzo's corpse. While he felt no sorrow over Danzo's death, he was curious as to why the third Hokage did not express anger upon seeing him. Could it be that the Yamamoto clan's secret techniques can only examine recent memories? If that were the case, Orochimaru had indeed not conducted any particularly egregious human experiments lately. He was nearly too impoverished to afford red bean paste. Oh well, since there are no issues, I shall not dwell on it. Now that Danzo is dead, how can I secure more funding? If possible, Orochimaru truly wished to avoid wasting time in his quest for resources. Chapter 23. The legend of the fastest graduation from Konoha Ninja Academy. At this moment, only 3 individuals remained in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Orochimaru, and Jinchua. After a prolonged silence, Hiruzen sighed and began to admonish his disciple of several decades. Orochimaru, regardless of what abnormalities you discover next time, report them to me first. Even if you think this old fool would favor his friends, cannot you consider that you, too, might be among those I favor? While Danzo had indeed grown up alongside him, Orochimaru was also a student he had nurtured himself. If he were to show favoritism, it would naturally extend to both parties, thus nullifying any bias. Ordinarily, such sentiments would be inappropriate to express in the presence of outsiders, but given that Orochimaru was his pupil and Jinchua was Orochimaru's student, it mattered not. Why did you not report Danzo's anomalies to me? While I may not pursue the matter of Danzo wishing to harm me too rigorously, I absolutely cannot allow any threat to our village, even if it comes from non-ninjas. Hiruzen's thoughts were crystal clear. He recognized that, as an aging individual, he was prone to being overly sentimental. Even if an old friend had sent an assassin after him, he would still choose to forgive. However, if Danzo intended to harm others, that was an entirely different matter. He was indeed the Hokage, but that title merely denoted the leader of the village. If Danzo were to threaten only Hiruzen, it would be acceptable for him, as the victim, to grant forgiveness. Yet, he could not absolve Danzo of his transgressions against others. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Orochimaru could not help but feel speechless. Why had he not reported to his teacher? Of course, this is due to the guilt that resides within him. Thankfully, the demise of Danzo did not lead to the exposure of certain experiments he had overseen. Otherwise, he would now be contemplating an escape. However, can one openly discuss such inhumane experiments? Certainly not, thus he must devise an alternative method to respond to his mentor. It is evident that even I lack sufficient evidence to substantiate Danzo's treachery. Sarutobi-sensei, you are well aware that I have been engrossed in my research of late. Unless absolutely necessary, I would refrain from engaging in conversation with Danzo, despite our collaboration. Moreover, in the absence of concrete evidence, even if I were to report it, it would merely serve to heighten your vigilance, Sarutobi-sensei. Although Orochimaru understood that, regardless of the lack of evidence, should he choose to report it, his mentor could dispatch individuals to investigate, and with his cooperation, uncovering a few clues would be quite feasible. However, could such thoughts be articulated? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent for a moment, acting rashly without ample evidence aligned with Orochimaru's character. Yet, he believed that had Orochimaru disclosed matters regarding Danzo, it would not merely be for the sake of caution. Orochimaru, should you encounter any issues in the future and your private investigations yield no results, come directly to me. The Umbu are not merely for show. While I cannot guarantee that we will uncover every deed of Danzo's, we can certainly find some leads. You must learn to rely on the strength of your comrades, and in Konoha, all ninjas can be your allies. A valuable lesson indeed, yet Orochimaru paid no heed. Whether other ninjas of Konoha would become his allies remained uncertain, but should his would-release experiments progress further, those potential allies would undoubtedly turn into adversaries. As for Zenkatsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at him with a face full of remorse. I am truly sorry. You placed your trust in Konoha, only to encounter such unfortunate circumstances. In the name of the third Hokage, formally extend my apologies to you. Observing the third Hokage, who had begun to perform traditional gestures, Zenkatsu found himself at a loss for words. However, he did not attempt to interrupt, as it was appropriate for the third Hokage to apologize in light of Danzo's death. Whether this apology remained mere words or held some substance was yet to be determined. This is neither Konoha's fault nor yours, third Hokage. As for the culprit, Shimura Danzo, I have dealt with him personally, so I believe you need not be overly concerned. Ah, Zenkatsu-kun, you are indeed magnanimous. However, I have a small inquiry. Your Susanoo. To what extent can it be manifested? According to the intelligence I have gathered, it seems you can also unleash a formidable fire technique. What is the story behind that? Regarding the Susanoo, it should typically reach the same height as during the test with Orochimaru-sensei. As for tonight, I am uncertain. When I overheard that individual expressing a desire to abduct Izuna for brainwashing, I felt an unprecedented fury. Subsequently, my Susanoo seemed to break through its limits, growing significantly larger, with enhanced offensive and defensive capabilities. If I am not mistaken, it even appeared capable of flight? Is it anger from hearing someone threaten one's family that incites such power? That aligns well with Tobirama-sensei's description of the Uchiha clan's strength. As for the fire technique, I discovered the hand seals and general usage methods from my family's warehouse, having never practiced them before. The fire release, Dragon Flame song I used at the Ninja Academy was my first attempt, yet it worked perfectly. This is not merely a matter of it functioning. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru shared the thought of wanting to voice their skepticism, and their sentiments were remarkably aligned. He seems reluctant to divulge. It is understandable for a ninja to withhold their intelligence. However, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru believe that Zenkatsu's mention of the family warehouse was likely genuine. If he is indeed a descendant of Uchiha Madara, then inheriting some fire techniques is not particularly surprising, they mused. Ahem, in any case, Sarutobi Hiruzen reflected that, following this incident, Zenkatsu had demonstrated a level of competence that met the standards of a genin. Competence? Zenkatsu felt perplexed, recalling how just a few days prior, the third Hokage had criticized his ninja skills, insisting he needed to improve his theoretical knowledge before returning to work. He had swiftly assessed suspicious individuals, successfully extracted critical intelligence through conversation, and ultimately executed a powerful rogue ninja without excessively harming other controlled Konoha ninjas. Despite your relative weakness in ninja theory, Zenkatsu, your overall competence has undeniably reached the standards expected of a genin. More importantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze to Orochimaru. I believe you will learn theoretical knowledge more swiftly under Orochimaru's guidance than at the Ninja Academy. In truth, Sarutobi Hiruzen had hoped for Zenkatsu's prompt graduation upon learning that Orochimaru had taken him as a student. As a ninjutsu instructor, he recognized Orochimaru's high theoretical acumen, making it effortless for him to mentor a student. Moreover, when he initially placed Zenkatsu in the Ninja Academy, it was not due to a lack of faith in Zenkatsu's abilities as a ninja, but rather because he thought Zenkatsu might require time to acclimate to Konoha. He also harbored high hopes for Zenkatsu's future, aspiring for him to become a well-rounded ninja. His expectations had reached their zenith upon learning that his disciple had taken Zenkatsu under his wing. Should the opportunity arise, he envisioned Zenkatsu fully integrating into Konoha and displaying a fervent will of fire, ultimately becoming Hokage. Yet, would a Hokage lack theoretical knowledge of ninjas? Certainly not. However, the third Hokage never anticipated that, while he began assessing Zenkatsu, the incident involving Danzo would arise. Ah, Danzo, Danzo, he lamented, never expecting that his old friend's long-held ideals of the roots would twist into an unscrupulous ambition for the Hokage title. While reminiscing about Danzo's youth, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but feel sorrow for his old friend's demise. Yet, he was also compelled to reflect upon the actions Danzo had taken. At this moment, Jinchue inquired, "So, does that mean I can immediately receive a protective quota and start accepting missions?" "Indeed. However, there is a superficial procedure to follow," replied Sarutobi Hiruzen, producing a document. "I have arranged a symbolic preliminary graduation assessment for you. Apart from demonstrating the fundamental three-body technique, you will also engage in a match with a young jonin." As soon as he finished speaking, Sarutobi felt compelled to add something. "Remember, this is merely a performance-based contest, and I will publicly announce both the process and the outcome of this battle. The acclaim associated with being a genius not only elevates personal prestige, but also enhances the recognition of the Hidden Leaf Village. However, it is not something to be casually publicized, for other shinobi villages are not Navi. When one village announces a genius, it inevitably adds a target to the list of others. No one wishes for the talents of other villages to flourish unchecked. However, Jinchue's situation is rather unique. The third Hokage harbored no concerns about him being targeted or assassinated. In fact, should any village attempt such a thing, it would not only fail to diminish Konoha's strength but would also result in a decline in their own power. Are you suggesting that this announcement aims to showcase the prowess of Konoha's new generation to the outside world? Well, I suppose it does serve that purpose. It seemed that this could be regarded as an unwritten, special mission. Jinchue declared, "For both my own sake and that of this village, I am more than willing to undertake this task. So, when is this assessment scheduled? After all, this is the place where Izuna and I will reside for the next several years, and such trivial matters are of little consequence. You actually understand?" Sarutobi was somewhat taken aback, but considering Jinchue's background in business prior to coming to Konoha, he did not dwell on it too much. The date is set for 7 days from now. By the way, if all goes according to plan, Jinchue-kun will likely be the fastest graduate from the Ninja Academy in Konoha's history. Congratulations. Upon hearing the third Hokage's commendation, Jinchue felt little sensation. Yet he held significant regard for the prospect of becoming a genin. However, his concern was not with the title itself, but rather with the system. If I become a genin, my rank will change. If this system is a legitimate one, it should offer some rank rewards, right? Although the system seemed almost lifeless, Jinchue believed it possessed a general framework. With ranks established, it would be unreasonable to lack corresponding rewards. As for the absence of rewards for the previous apprentice rank, Jinchue surmised that this was likely due to the absence of rewards in the mobile game, for suddenly, a document resembling a contract floated into Orochimaru's hands. Within the realm of the ninja world, any experimental funding consumed by the ninja Orochimaru would ultimately be reduced by 90 in various ways. The signature line read, "The ninja world never lacks intriguing matters." Without even delving into the contents of the document, the mere existence of it ignited Orochimaru's desire for research. He swiftly drew the Kusanagi sword and plunged it into the suspicious paper, which tore apart like the most ordinary sheet. However, upon retracting his sword, he noticed a subtle change in the text on the torn paper. Specifically, the portion regarding the funding reduction shifted from 90 to 70. Ah, is it angered? How remarkable. It appears there is indeed someone manipulating this from behind the scenes. Could it be that such legendary beings as the Sage of Six Paths truly exist in this world? Perhaps, after all the myth, the so-called legends are also real? Given this, why not sign this contract or pact in a manner befitting a fantasy tale? Orochimaru bit his finger and pressed his handprint on the designated signature area of the paper. In the next moment, the paper radiated a white light and vanished after a few seconds. Although the process transpired rapidly, Orochimaru discerned yet another alteration in the contract's content. The funding reduction percentage reverted to 90. If such a phenomenon exists, does this imply? At that moment, the glint in Orochimaru's slit pupils sparkled with brilliance, suggesting that immortality, or perhaps even becoming a being akin to the Sage of Six Paths, was a possibility. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku found himself unable to sleep. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he encountered ninjas with personalities that developed in various directions daily. Thus, after interacting with a clan member, he often sought opportunities to mentally review and summarize the individual's character and desires, facilitating future exchanges. Naiwan Makoto, after I repeatedly mentioned that he is a descendant of Uchiha Madara, displayed obvious impatience leading to such a result. There are only two possibilities. Either he is truly not a descendant of Uchiha Madara, or he harbors dissatisfaction toward his ancestor. Whether or not he was a descendant of Uchiha Madara was now utterly inscrutable to Fugaku. He felt he had no means to ascertain this. Coupled with Makoto's Mangeki Sharingan and Susanoo, Fugaku instinctively leaned toward the latter possibility. Moreover, his willingness to engage in conversation with Itachi suggests that he may indeed not harbor strong aversions toward the Uchiha clan. Yes, that must be it. Fugaku failed to consider the possibility that Makoto did not recognize Itachi as a member of the Uchiha clan, as Uchiha members wore clothing adorned with their clan's emblem when outside the clan grounds. According to Itachi, Makoto had already instructed him to balance work and rest while paying attention to his health during their second meeting. In such circumstances, even if Itachi did not introduce himself, it was implausible that Makoto had not noticed the emblem on Itachi's back. Consequently, Fugaku completely overlooked this aspect, further validating another of his conjectures. If only I could integrate him into the Uchiha clan. It has been a while since our clan produced a calm and exceptionally gifted ninja. Although Shisui is commendable, he gives off an aura of excessive simplicity. Speaking of which, Itachi and Naiwan's sister are in the same class. If Itachi could convey goodwill through Makoto's sister, it would be a splendid approach. However, Itachi seems somewhat inept at communication. Perhaps it is best to take one step at a time, temporarily dismissing thoughts of Makoto. Fugaku became agitated by another matter. What was that voice Makoto heard? What are its intentions, or those of the person behind it? Is there truly something wrong with Itachi's health? His earlier sense of ease, stemming from Itachi's talent, once again soured at the prospect of his son's potential health issues. By the way, Makoto also advised Itachi to pay attention to his health. Could there be a connection between that mysterious voice and Makoto? Is it possible that the voice belongs to Makoto himself? Although Makoto should not have left my sight during that time. The powers of the Manjiki Sharingan cannot be judged by ordinary standards. How can I verify this? Fugaku sighed inwardly. Regardless, it would be prudent to take Itachi to Konoha Hospital at the earliest opportunity. Let there truly be no issues. Chapter 25. Makoto's proficiency in nonsense of 5 days later. Although Konoha remained in a state of internal and external turmoil since the events surrounding Makoto began circulating a few days prior, the residents of Konoha found themselves with ample topics for discussion over tea and meals. Have you heard? A genius surpassing Kakashi Hitaki is set to graduate early from the Ninja Academy. Do you know how many days he has spent at the academy? Just 9. If he graduates smoothly in 2 days, he will have only spent a total of 9 days at the academy. What? You haven't even heard the key information. Don't you know that Naiwan is actually a disciple of Lord Orochimaru? Who knows how many years he trained under Lord Orochimaru? The disciple of Lord Orochimaru? That shouldn't be the case. Wasn't it said that Naiwan is from outside the village? From outside? Does living outside the village preclude him from being Lord Orochimaru's disciple? Perhaps Lord Orochimaru discovered this talented ninja while on a mission, trained him for a time, and then brought him back to the village. Nonetheless, the title of genius does not seem unfounded. Wasn't it said that he performed a B-rank fire release technique while at the academy? Isn't such a technique typically reserved for jonin? Wow, that's impressive. It seems he indeed possesses some remarkable skills. However, surpassing Kakashi Hitaki seems unlikely. At the same age. Wasn't Kakashi already a jonin? True, this Naiwan graduated quickly, but he is already 12. I think he is at most even with Kakashi. Discussions comparing Makoto and Kakashi permeated Konoha, clearly the result of intentional promotion. Meanwhile, Makoto was rapidly absorbing ninja knowledge under Orochimaru's tutelage. Orochimaru's efficiency is indeed unparalleled. A few days prior, Orochimaru had compiled a simple overview of the Ninja Academy's curriculum, discarding the irrelevant material for a capable ninja like Makoto, who merely lacked theoretical knowledge. Subsequently, Orochimaru presented Makoto with a set of exam questions derived from the filtered knowledge points, spending an entire evening refining Makoto's learning content based on the examination results. It feels as though I could complete this in under 3 months. What is this? 100 days of sprinting for the Jonin exam? Although Jinshue's Jinin exam was still 7 days away, he completely disregarded the promotion criteria for ninjas beyond the written test. His strength was not even a concern, and he paid no mind to the Jonin he was to face in 2 days. As for his credentials, he had already completed an S-rank mission before even graduating, which could be likened to publishing a paper in an international scientific journal while still in high school, garnering immense attention. At that moment, a figure clad in a green vest entered the room. It was unmistakably Orochimaru. Orochimaru's sensei, Jinshue, addressed him without hesitation, feeling no discomfort in using the title, which was far more pleasant than addressing him as Lord Orochimaru. Despite having lived in the ninja world for several years, Jinshue was still unaccustomed to the habit of addressing everyone as Lord. Orochimaru-sensei, I have encountered a problem and hope you can assist me, he said. What issue could a theoretical novice like you help clarify? Jinshue wondered, his mind racing with the possibility that Orochimaru might want to conduct experiments on him. However, to his surprise, Orochimaru brought up a matter he had nearly forgotten. The Yamashiro clan possessed a secret technique that allowed them to delve into others' memories, even to retrieve recollections from their childhood if necessary. They had an exceptional method for filtering out extraneous information and extracting vital intelligence. However, Orochimaru discovered that the Jonin from the Yamashiro clan had seemingly overlooked many crucial details while probing Danzo's memories, which was inconsistent with the general expertise of Yamashiro ninjas. After investigating the secrets of the Yamashiro clan, Orochimaru concluded that it was indeed remiss of Hachi Yamashiro not to uncover Danzo's involvement in human experimentation. Despite the last occurrence being quite some time ago, Orochimaru speculated 3 possible reasons for this oversight. First, the information regarding Orochimaru might not be considered critical intelligence by Danzo. Second, the Jonin, as an heir of the Yamashiro clan, might lack proficiency. Third, someone might have interfered with the Jonin's judgment. The only individual who seemed to have both the opportunity and motive to execute such interference was Jinchua. Well, I will need to seek Orochimaru's assistance on numerous occasions. This is not a grave matter, merely a means to strengthen our connection, Jinchua thought. Indeed, it was me. That individual appears to hold significant status within the Hidden Leaf Village, and I feared that the third Hokage might punish me for his demise. So I employed an illusion technique to manipulate Danzo's mind. He opted for this explanation, as he could not disclose the existence of the rewriting seal. An illusion? Merely an illusion? Orochimaru regarded him with skepticism, doubting that Jinchua could cast an illusion before the third Hokage without detection. Indeed, it is an illusion, one rooted in the formidable power of these eyes, while the key lies in the rewriting seal. It was ultimately the illusion that executed the task of guiding Hachiyama Shiro in probing Danzo's memories. How enviable it is to possess such eyes. By the way, when did you acquire them, Jinchua-kun? Upon hearing Orochimaru's inquiry, Jinchua held up 2 fingers, asserting, "You mustn't indulge me too much. This is the second question, Orochimaru-sensei." Orochimaru chuckled, acknowledging, "Indeed, that is my oversight, Jinchua-kun." Although Jinchua did not answer his question, Orochimaru bore no ill will, as he was the one who had posed the inquiry. And Jinchua had indeed provided him with invaluable assistance. However, I can address this question, Orochimaru continued. "Oh, I am eager to hear more," he replied. And Jinchua commenced his tale. 6 years ago, after the passing of my parents, my eyes began to undergo peculiar transformations. Prior to that time, the pain would render me unable to open my eyes. On occasion, when I endured the agony and glanced into a mirror, I would see merely a flash of red. However, it is certain that the pattern in my eyes then was vastly different from what it is now. It likely resembled the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. That sounds reminiscent of the process of awakening the Sharingan. The death of your parents leading to the activation of the Sharingan seems quite plausible, Orochimaru mused. The transformation of my eyes into their current pattern occurred approximately a year and a half ago, but at that time, the eyes were still unstable and could not be maintained for long periods. This condition persisted until recently. Ah, I understand now. You only dared to come to Konoha after your Manjiki Sharingan stabilized, which aligns with your consistently composed demeanor, unlike most of your peers at this age, Orochimaru remarked. That's about it. Beyond that, I am at a loss for words. Very well, I comprehend. Thank you sincerely, Jinchua-kun. Orochimaru's gratitude proved genuine, accompanied by a tangible token of appreciation, a scroll of ninjutsu. What is this? Jinchua inquired, not immediately unfurling it. Some techniques that may prove useful for you, Jinchua-kun. Useful ninjutsu? Specifically, what are they? Naturally, they are intended for your performance in 2 days, Orochimaru elucidated. Performance? Jinchua immediately lost interest, but nonetheless opened the scroll. Fire release? Fire meteor? What kind of technique is this? I have never heard of it. This is a technique originating from the Sarutobi clan, allowing the user to expel small fireballs in rapid succession at the enemy. The difficulty level is C rank, and it could be considered a lower-tier technique compared to the fire release, Dragon Flame song you previously employed. Upon hearing this, Jinchua felt puzzled. Is it necessary to learn a lesser technique after having mastered a higher-tier one? Orochimaru, perceiving Jinchua's thoughts, responded, information is vital for a ninja. Unless absolutely necessary, one should avoid revealing their trump cards. Therefore, during your performance in 2 days, it is prudent not to expose too much. That does make sense. Remarkable. Orochimaru is displaying concern for others? Though aware of Orochimaru's adeptness at garnering loyalty, Jinchua never expected him to genuinely care for others in private. Or perhaps, Orochimaru's descent into darkness has not yet reached its zenith? After all, I recall this period when he would rush to intervene upon witnessing children engaged in perilous training. Orochimaru continued, the scroll also contains 9 other C-rank ninjutsu. You may devise your performance plan according to your preferences. Upon hearing of the 9 C-rank ninjutsu, Jinchua felt a tinge of confusion. Isn't it customary to assess one's attributes using chakra paper before directly receiving ninjutsu? However, he soon realized that there was no need for it, as the remaining 9 ninjutsu techniques were all fire-based as well. In fact, half of them were techniques that he, as Uchiha Madara, had already mastered. If it weren't for the fact that some of these fire techniques were somewhat unconventional and had limited effectiveness in battle, he might not even need to practice any of them. After all, Madara would likely know them all already. The 10 types of C-rank fire techniques, including the Fireball, Fire Star, Fire Line, and Fire Ring, represented a deliberate selection by Orochimaru for instructional purposes, not merely designed for the exhibition-style battle scheduled 2 days later. Oh, hasn't Jinchua ever tested his chakra? Orochimaru mused, realizing his oversight. Since Jinchua had never declared his chakra nature, Orochimaru unconsciously assumed his abilities were limited to fire techniques. Approaching a nearby cabinet, Orochimaru retrieved 2 seemingly ordinary pieces of paper, chakra paper, which could detect chakra attributes. Since Jinchua had heard of this, he should also be aware of its reactions when in contact with different chakra types, such as this. As Orochimaru took out a piece of paper and infused it with chakra, it displayed 5 distinct reactions. It caught fire, split, crinkled, became damp, and shattered. This clearly indicated that it possessed all 5 conventional chakra nature transformations. The greater the variety of chakra transformations one could utilize, the easier it became to gain an advantage in combat, not in terms of raw power, but by more efficiently discovering counter techniques and retaliating with minimal chakra expenditure. Thus, even if one only mastered a single type of ninjutsu, it did not necessarily render them weak. For those with ample chakra reserves, even possessing a single technique could still lead to becoming a formidable ninja. In Orochimaru's view, Jinchuriki belonged to that rare category of individuals with an incomprehensibly high chakra volume. Upon receiving the chakra paper from Orochimaru, Jinchuriki promptly attempted to input his chakra and discovered that the paper ignited without any further change. What the hell? Isn't Uchiha Madara supposed to have all chakra types? This template is incomplete. Or does it need to be unlocked gradually? Surely, I can't be restricted to just fire. Or perhaps, in his youth, Uchiha Madara possessed only fire, aside from Ine? Well, regardless of Madara's capabilities, it seems I can only utilize fire for now. I suppose I should diligently practice fire ninjutsu. Wait, it might not need to be so tedious. Jinchuriki suddenly thought of a shortcut. By the way, does Konohagakure have regulations against indiscriminately copying the ninjutsu of its villagers? So, this is the Sharingan? Truly a remarkable advantage. If I could also possess a pair of Sharingan, or even the Manjiki Sharingan. While envious, Orochimaru subtly addressed Jinchuriki's inquiry. The Konohagakure police force is comprised of Uchiha clan members. Oh, I see. Of course. The police force consists entirely of Uchiha. They wouldn't waste time targeting their own Sharingan, would they? It would be much more exhilarating to sneak into a small grove Ambaro ninjutsu than to toil away at training. Although he lacked mind-reading abilities, Orochimaru could discern Jinchuriki's thoughts merely from his expressions. However, he refrained from reproaching him, as he believed that finding ways to cut corners was, in itself, a skill. Moreover, the higher-ups in Konohagakure are currently contemplating how to mold Jinchuriki into a widely recognized genius, which amusingly aligns with the intentions of Hiruzen Sensei and others. Although Orochimaru himself was proficient in these C-rank fire techniques, he had no intention of revealing that fact. Likewise, Jinchuriki did not wish to burden Orochimaru with trivial matters he could resolve independently. Just as Orochimaru was about to depart, Jinchuriki posed another question. By the way, can the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique be combined with the Fire Release, Phoenix Fire technique to create a combo? Jinchuriki inquired. I mean, a composite ninjutsu. Mixing the Phoenix Fire with Shuriken Shadow Clones. I recall Itachi once using a technique called Fire Release, Phoenix Flower Claw Red. It seems like it would produce a decent effect in a performance, and I have a feeling that combining this technique with the Shuriken Shadow Clone would yield considerable power. Orochimaru pondered this notion but found it rather impractical. Have you referenced the Phoenix Flower Claw Red? However, it appears to have little practical significance. Fire Release, Phoenix Flower CLA, a faint wisp of smoke drifted by, and 4 identical shadow clones of the true Q appeared on either side of him. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. 5. The Great Fireball Technique, a classic fire jutsu in Q's memory. Despite only hitting a humanoid target for the first time many years later in the Naruto series, had never waned in its fame and popularity. This technique was one of the 10 fire jutsus bestowed upon him by Orochimaru and was inherently part of Madara's template, thus requiring no training or copying from anyone else. Upon the explosion of 5 great fireballs against a humanoid target, Q instantly dispelled 4 of his shadow clones and seamlessly conjured his skeletal arms in their initial form. But this time, he wielded a sword in one of his skeletal hands. Simultaneously, Q charged forward, clad in his skeletal form, and with remarkable speed, slashed at the void where the destroyed humanoid target once stood. A bit slow, and it seems I exerted too much effort. More practice is needed. In the afternoon, Q stood atop a grand tree at the Konoha Hospital, looking rather vexed with his left hand raised. It appears that the sage art cannot be copied. Sigh. Although he had long suspected the absence of yang-released chakra within himself, the potential benefits of the sage art had compelled him to visit the hospital in hopes of replicating it. Yet it was now glaringly apparent that he had failed. Frustrating. Even though he could still utilize the Sharingan's ability to perceive chakra flow, Q had intended to acquire jutsu for free this time. Just then, he caught sight of a father-son duo, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi, through a nearby window. What brings them to the hospital? Could it be that my earlier reminder prompted them to bring their son for a checkup? Regardless, it doesn't concern me much. I should head to a busier training ground or perhaps take a stroll around the Uchiha or Sarutobi clan territories. If one were to inquire where it would be convenient to acquire fire jutsu, the Uchiha and Sarutobi clans would undoubtedly be the primary sources, as the entirety of Konoha and the ninja world looked to these two families for fire techniques. However, Q believed that he would likely find few fire jutsus that he did not already know among the Uchiha. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku anxiously awaited the doctor's report regarding Itachi's examination. Initially, Fugaku had intended for his wife, Makoto, to accompany their eldest son for the medical visit, but upon considering the situation of their younger son, Sasuke, he opted for Makoto to remain at home to care for their youngest. At that moment, Itachi's emotions were equally complex. He felt joy that his father could take time from his busy work to be with him, yet he harbored worries about his own health and future. Most importantly, if there truly is a significant issue with my body, will I miss seeing Sasuke grow up? After a prolonged wait, the doctor finally provided a response. Uchiha Itachi. Status: healthy. Overall, this young man named Itachi appeared to be free from any ailments, or perhaps it was something we could not detect. Are there hereditary diseases within the Uchiha clan? Although the Konoha doctor harbored a dislike for the Uchiha, his professional ethics would not permit him to neglect someone who might have a serious condition. Hereditary diseases? Uchiha Fugaku felt a hint of confusion. If one were to discuss hereditary diseases, do depression and mania count? It seems our Uchiha clan is particularly prone to such conditions. Naturally, Fugaku would not casually mention something that could tarnish the family's reputation. Father? Hearing Itachi's voice snapped Fugaku back to attention. Then let us return home, Itachi. It seems that, at least for now, there is nothing unusual. All right, father. Subsequently, the father and son bid farewell to the doctor and departed from the Konoha hospital. Chapter 27. Jiraiya by a certain bathhouse in Konoha. A white-haired man wearing a forehead protector inscribed with the word oil was peering through a telescope toward the direction of the bathhouse, appearing quite eccentric. Though his appearance was disheveled, this eccentric man was none other than the illustrious Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Perhaps due to his presence in the village, or his overly earnest admiration, this legendary ninja remained oblivious to the sudden arrival of a black-haired youth not far behind him. That in Jiraiya's hand is indeed the one. How could I have forgotten? The youth appearing behind Jiraiya is indeed Jinchue. In fact, he has been lingering here for approximately half a minute, initially intending merely to make a casual acquaintance with this character, who evokes considerable emotional turmoil within the narrative. However, after swaying left and right in vain attempts to capture Jiraiya's attention, it was Jiraiya's small prop, a telescope, that ultimately piqued Jinshue's interest. Admittedly, without the power of Amaterasu, Jinchue could not ascertain whether the telescope could facilitate the use of long-range Amaterasu. Yet, this did not imply that the telescope was devoid of utility. Although the telescope precluded direct eye contact, rendering conventional Sharingan genjutsu ineffective, it did not hinder the Sharingan's ability to discern hand seals and chakra flow. Thus, through the telescope, the Sharingan's capacity to replicate ninjutsu and taijutsu remained fully functional. After clearing his throat twice and noticing the lack of response, Jinchue summoned the Susanu's skeletal form and clapped his hands. This action immediately prompted Jiraiya to turn and assume a defensive stance. Is this vigilance during peeping truly so astute? Jinchue noted that Jiraiya, who seemed utterly unperturbed by external distractions, had reacted the moment Jinchue summoned the Susanu, even before he had begun to clap. In other words, even in what appeared to be an engrossed state, Jiraiya remained unconcerned about ambushes, as he ignored only those elements that posed no threat. As one of the few ninja in the shinobi world to master sage mode, Jiraiya's perceptual abilities, even in his non-sage state, surpassed those of his contemporaries. At this moment, he could faintly sense the chilling aura emanating from Jinshue's Susanoo. Those eyes resembled a Sharingan, though the patterns appear distinct. Is this a similar bloodline limit? Yet, there is no hostility, and he seems to be a junior from the village. Young man, are you a ninja from Konoha? Why aren't you wearing your forehead protector? The forehead protector? I'm still just a fourth-year student at the Ninja Academy. Although Jinchue answered Jiraiya's inquiry, he could not resist internally commenting on the irony of being critiqued by a Konoha ninja who also lacked a forehead protector. But I see you're not wearing yours either, Jiraiya-senpai. Ah, well, there are many reasons for that, and it's somewhat inconvenient to explain. By the way, how did you recognize me? When did you arrive? You didn't see or hear anything, did you? Jiraiya was instantly drenched in sweat. At this stage in his life, he had not yet developed the thick skin he would acquire years later. The thought of being caught peeping at the bathhouse by a younger ninja was something he could not brush off with nonchalance. Not that I saw anything. But may I ask where one can purchase a telescope? They seem quite rare. In truth, after 6 years in this world, Jinchue had only recalled the existence of telescopes upon seeing the one in Jiraiya's possession. The peculiar technological landscape of this absurd realm had deterred him from considering such items, as he had been running a general goods store for years without ever acquiring one. Clearly, while telescopes existed in the shinobi world, they were exceptionally scarce. A telescope? Oh, it seems we share a common interest. Upon witnessing Jinchue dismiss the skeletal form, Jiraiya instantly teleported beside him, a broad smile illuminating his face. Clearly perceiving Jinchue as a kindred spirit in the art of voyeurism. Despite Jiraiya's reaction momentarily leaving Jinchue speechless, he earnestly addressed the query. This item is technically a strategic resource. It's indeed challenging to find in regular stores, and since it isn't ninja equipment, most ninja shops don't carry them either. However, you might check this address. Jiraiya retrieved a paper and pen from his pocket, prepared to jot down the address. Yet, upon attempting to write, he realized that the pen was out of ink. Such a trivial impediment was no match for him. He simply raised a finger and pressed it against the paper. What is this? Jinchue instinctively activated his Sharingan to replicate the technique. Indeed, it is a jutsu, though it seems not to be a conventional ninjutsu. Oh, young man, does your pair of eyes possess the ability to copy jutsu as well? Jiraiya noticed the shift in Jinshue's eyes, but appeared indifferent to the act of learning in plain view. My apologies, Jiraiya-senpai. Jinchue began to close his Sharingan. Yet Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. Not at all, not at all. If this qualifies as a ninjutsu, it should merely be a C-rank technique. When inspiration strikes and I lack ink, I use it as a substitute for writing. Moreover, there is an advanced application. After tearing off the page with the address and handing it to Jinchue, Jiraiya chuckled and, under Jinchue's attentive gaze, formed several seals before again pressing his finger onto a fresh sheet of paper, which swiftly transformed into a sketch of a bathing beauty. This jutsu is my secret technique. But you mustn't tell others that I taught it to you. Jiraiya tossed the little notebook to Jinchue, seemingly eager for him to practice the technique in real time. Impressive. Truly, you are the most formidable author in the shinobi world. After receiving the notebook, Jinchue genuinely admired the technique. Although it bore no destructive capacity, its practicality was evident. In his understanding, Jiraiya was indeed a renowned best-selling author in the shinobi realm, despite having never read any of his works. He could not fathom how the shinobi world's light novels could reach the level of those from his past life. However, he was mistaken once again. The book that would later become a bestseller in the shinobi world, Make Out Paradise, had yet to be published. The most formidable author? My books hardly qualify as bestsellers, though I have confidence in my new work. Still, I've only shared it with Sarutobi-sensei and Orochimaru. Jiraiya fell into contemplation, suddenly struck by a thought. Wait, kid. Do you have any connections with Orochimaru or the third Hokage? Jinchue had no intention of concealing the truth. Rather, he welcomed the opportunity to strengthen their bond. Orochimaru is my teacher, and the third Hokage helped me find my current residence. Without his assistance, my sister and I would not have been able to afford to live so close to the Hokage office. Ah, that explains your eagerness to learn. You're an apprentice of Orochimaru, which makes perfect sense. Jiraiya appeared enlightened. As someone who had been overshadowed by Orochimaru's intellect since childhood, he understood Orochimaru's relentless pursuit of ninjutsu. In their youth, Orochimaru had been known to surreptitiously study techniques even before Jiraiya-sensei, Sarutobi Hiruzen, began teaching them. However, it seems your student shares more in common with me in terms of interests. And since your disciple regards me as the most formidable author, it's clear you've been reading my published works and secretly praising me. Truly, you are my best friend, Jiraiya. Evidently, Jiraiya had misconstrued the situation. At this moment, True Cod finally completed the practice of this unnamed technique, whether it be a ninjutsu or a sealing technique, and submitted her assignment. Oh, let me see. Is this your ideal type? No, it's far too small, isn't it? The image that appeared in Jiraiya's notebook depicted a girl with distinctly awkward hair. Her face exquisitely crafted, yet her chest was exceedingly flat. Fully aware of what Jiraiya meant by small, True Cod, usually composed and mature, suddenly became animated, arguing that larger forms were not necessarily more appealing. I prefer smaller ones. Ah, you are still too young. I must tell you. The allure of a voluptuous beauty offers not merely visual satisfaction, but much more. Suddenly, before he could finish his thought, several brown snakes materialized, binding Jiraiya's mouth and body. This was the hidden shadow snake hands, one of Orochimaru's signature snake techniques. Orochimaru-sensei. He glanced at True Cod and spoke in a calm tone. True Cod-kun, when dealing with certain fools, you must remember to maintain a distance. Otherwise, they will gradually reduce your intelligence to their level. Understood. I shall not intrude upon your reminiscences with Jiraiya-senpai any longer. Orochimaru nodded, and True Cod promptly vanished in a flash. At that moment, Jiraiya managed to free himself from the bindings. In fact, such an attack posed little pressure for him. If it were a normal battle, he would have easily evaded or blocked it. Orochimaru, your method of greeting remains as unique as ever. Ha ha ha. Aware of his own shortcomings, Jiraiya hastily shifted the subject. By the way, where did you find this student? Her talent is remarkable. What about those eyes? Are they a form of Sharingan? That is a Manjiki Sharingan. Theoretically, it is an advanced form of the Sharingan, Orochimaru replied, withholding further details, knowing that some matters would be beyond Jiraiya's comprehension. Indeed, it is the Sharingan. I thought it looked so familiar. By the way, Jiraiya's expression suddenly turned serious. I heard while I was outside that a significant battle occurred in Konoha a few days ago. However, upon my return, it seems nothing of the sort transpired. What is going on? Last night, while drinking, Jiraiya overheard discussions about Konoha's situation being one wave unsettled before another arises, prompting him to hastily return. Yet, throughout his journey, he encountered no further information regarding the so-called Second Great War following the Ninetales incident, leaving him baffled. After witnessing Konoha's condition, reminiscent of the days before he sent off Minato, Jiraiya sought to relax, which led to his recent encounter with True Cod. A large-scale battle indeed occurred, but I believe it should have minimal repercussions. Such an extensive battle within the village, and it has no impact? Jiraiya was perplexed. The leader of the rout defected and was executed on the spot. That is about the extent of it, Orochimaru added. However, this explanation only deepened Jiraiya's confusion. What did you say? Danzo defected? I recall Hiruzen-sensei often stating that Danzo was even more devoted to Konoha than he was. Ah, that was merely his self-deception. People can change. By the way, you were just spotted by Hiruzen-sensei. In truth, Orochimaru intended to discuss funding with the third Hokage, but upon arriving, he found his teacher preparing to use a telescope technique. Coincidentally, as the third Hokage opened it, he saw Jiraiya, prompting him to send Orochimaru to summon him. What? Jiraiya had never been particularly close to Danzo, so he hadn't delved deeply into the matter. However, upon hearing that Orochimaru had been discovered by the third Hokage, he felt a sudden panic, not because he feared his teacher would insist on making him Hokage again, but because Jiraiya had yet to free himself from the guilt he harbored over Minato's death. Although Minato's demise had nothing to do with Jiraiya, he felt that as a teacher, failing to be by his pupil's side when needed was a grave dereliction of duty. Furthermore, the immense burden the third Hokage now bore was a direct consequence of the death of his student, Minato, the fourth Hokage. Consequently, he now lacked the courage to face the third Hokage. I think I shall refrain from doing so. This guilt can only be gradually eroded by time. Unless Orochimaru offers counsel, though the latter is clearly not the type to do so. Still, seeing you now in the village, and witnessing the emergence of such promising young talents in Konoha, my heart is somewhat at ease. Despite Orochimaru's perpetually somber disposition, Jiraiya harbors unwavering trust in him. Since the village remains undisturbed, I shall take my leave, though I will linger in the vicinity of Konoha for the time being. Amidst a swirl of smoke, Jiraiya vanished from Orochimaru's sight. Humanity's sole lesson from history is that it learns nothing from history, Orochimaru mused silently. To him, Jiraiya's blind faith mirrored their late teacher's misplaced trust in dance. Chapter 28. Obito, the Forging of Steel location, a hidden underground base near the border of the Land of Fire. Obito sat up from the stone slab. Half his face disfigured, yet the remaining half still bore traces of youth. He had just relived the nightmare. The moment Kakashi took Rin's life, a shadow that clung relentlessly to the boy who had, in a way, already committed the sin of slaying his own mentor. This world, reduced to ashes, holds no worth. I must create a new one, where Rin lives, where she can find happiness. Yet as he closed his single remaining eye after this self-exhortation, the scenes before the war flooded back. Memory, if you dare return injured, I'll pummel you with my fists. Understood? Who do you take me for? I'm Uchiha Obito, the man who become Hokage. I'll bring everyone back unscathed, that essay promise. Then it's settled. That was the vow Obito made with Kushina before Team Minato's departure. Now, that fiery yet deeply kind woman, who had perished on the very day she became a mother, had fallen by his own hand. Kushina, the name surfaced in his mind before he violently shook his head. No, she was, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Before the image faded, another memory seized him. Memory. What about Rin? She can wait. Completing the mission takes precedence, even at the cost of comrades. In this monochrome recollection, Obito struck Kakashi down, perhaps the first and only time he had ever won their childhood spars. Those who break the rules and laws of the shinobi world are scum. But those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. Kakashi, the name of his longtime comrade, now Rin-esque killer, stirred emotions too tangled to unravel. Driven by an indescribable fury, or something far more convoluted, Obito slammed his fist into the stone wall. The result? His recently grafted white Zetsu arm shattered once more, dissolving into pale sludge. At this moment, a creature, entirely cloaked in white and vaguely humanoid, suddenly emerged from the ground. Has it malfunctioned again? I had warned you to be cautious. Now we must replace another piece of tissue. Enough of the chatter, just reattach it, came the curt reply. Though outwardly dismissive, Obito obediently reclined once more, allowing the white-masked figure, known as White Zetsu, to reattach his arm. However, during the procedure, White Zetsu's mouth remained active. Hey Obito. Don't call me Obito anymore. From now on, refer to me as Madara. Yes, of course Madara. Have you heard? There are rumors circulating around Konoha about a genius who has surpassed Kakashi. Upon hearing Kakashi's name mentioned, Obito's eyes sharpened with intensity. Kakashi? That waste? It's only natural for him to be surpassed. Yet, moments later, Obito inquired, what is the name of this genius who has outdone Kakashi? His name is Madara. I'm not joking. That person is indeed called Madara. It appears he is a disciple of Orochimaru. By the way, I recall the fourth Hokage was also a disciple of Jiraiya, right? So, this person with the same name is another disciple of one of the legendary three and also a genius. Do you think he has any chance of becoming Hokage? Hokage? Such matters no longer concern me. You say he is a genius, but in what way is he a genius? Bloodline limit? Or secret techniques? Realizing that this so-called genius merely shared his name, Obito calmed himself. Viewing Konoha as the greatest adversary in his quest to create a new world, he certainly did not wish for another true genius to appear. Yet, having inherited the entirety of Uchiha Madara's legacy in every conceivable sense, he began to grasp certain truths about this world. Even if Kakashi was indeed a prodigy who became a genin at the age of 12, he paled in comparison to true talent. I cannot say for certain. No one has been sent to scout Konoha recently. I am aware of this because the rumors have spread too widely. You're not planning to go to Konoha, are you? That would be perilous. What if you cannot escape this time? Despite the peculiar tone, It seemed to reveal a hint of concern. However, Obito clearly remained unfazed, his emotions flaring once again. Losing to the fourth Hokage doesn't mean I will lose to anyone else. He touched the area around his eyes, revealing the unique pattern of his Meijiki Sharingan. Moreover, the outcome of that battle was that the fourth Hokage perished, while I merely sustained injuries. He then sat upright. Nevertheless, now is not the time to confront Konoha. Even if such thoughts cross my mind, it will certainly not be at this moment. I see. Then I shall rest easy. Once White Zetsu had successfully reattached Obito's arm, he departed from the scene. Obito then stared blankly at the dark ceiling, uncertain whether he was contemplating future plans or reminiscing about past experiences. At that moment, 3 unidentified objects suddenly materialized from the void and struck Obito. Kamui. Instinctively believing he was under attack, Obito activated Kamui, yet to his surprise, the 3 objects completely ignored the phasing effect and struck him on the head. How could this be? Initially expecting to be severely injured, Obito was taken aback to discover that, despite the direct impact, he felt no pain. He looked at the 3 items that had hit him, realizing they were merely 3 books: How the Steel Was Tempered, The Old Man and the Sea, and Awakening the Giant Within. What is this? Why have they appeared here? After briefly skimming the descriptions of the books, Obito discerned they seemed to be about instilling unwavering will and uncovering the power within oneself. Could this be a revelation from the Sage of Six Paths? He acknowledges what I am doing and urges me to steadfastly hold to my beliefs. I understand now. Then, let us begin with this one. Obito picked up the very book he had previously avoided even glancing at during his time at the Ninja Academy. Wait for me, Rin. Chapter 29, Kakashi. Don't ask, just know that you will lose on the morning of the graduation examination. Izuna had attempted countless times to leap onto the back of Makoto, only to be repelled by some strange force. However, she had long since become accustomed to such occurrences. So she simply adjusted her direction and clung to Makoto's arm. Brother, are you becoming a ninja today? Well, it's not quite accurate to say that. One ought to show respect to today's exam opponent. Makoto reflected on all the genin he had encountered in Konoha and concluded that there was no need to panic. The future guy, who will open the 8th gate, isn't even a genin yet. It's improbable that someone like Kakashi will suddenly emerge. While Orochimaru and Jiraiya were indeed genin, Makoto felt that his examiner would not be such figures. Besides, this examination was merely a performance. I believe you'll be just fine, brother. And once you officially become a ninja, you'll receive your headband, right? At the mention of the headband, Izuna suddenly began to fidget. Haha, of course. Since I've decided to become a ninja, I want to let something minor hold me back. Once I have my headband, I can let you play with it privately. Recognizing his sister's intentions, Makoto made a somewhat unconventional decision, though he was generally a rule-abiding person. He had his own boundaries when it came to family. But remember, you mustn't wear it outside. That must wait until you pass your graduation examination. That child possesses a good sense of restraint in many matters. She wouldn't truly wear it outside, so it doesn't really matter, Makoto thought. Moreover, even if she did wear it out, it wouldn't be a significant issue. Konoha, being such a large ninja village, had never lacked mischievous children, regardless of the era. Understood. I won't cause any trouble for you, brother. Meanwhile, at a breakfast stall in Konoha, Kakashi, I heard from Lord Hokage that you were to assess Orochimaru's disciple. A young ninja with a glossy, bowl-cut hairstyle and exceptionally thick eyebrows approached a boy with spiky white hair, a mask covering his face, and a headband obscuring one eye. Speaking in hushed tones, the 2 youths in question are none other than Might Guy and Kakashi Hatake, who are destined to carve out illustrious reputations in the world of ninjas. However, at this moment, they have yet to reach their zenith. Indeed, the former is merely a CHNE. Kakashi, whose eyes were initially clouded and appeared somewhat vacant, experienced a flicker of awareness upon hearing Kai's revelation. How did you come to know this? He inquired. Of course, I asked Lord Orochimaru. Kai exclaimed. That day, while I was jogging, I happened to encounter the esteemed Zenatsu. He seemed to recognize me and greeted me, but he appeared to be in a hurry, so he left promptly. Then yesterday, when I visited the Hokage's office, although I did not receive any noteworthy missions, I did have the fortune of meeting Lord Orochimaru. Recalling that Zenatsu is a disciple of Lord Orochimaru, I inquired about his recent activities. To my surprise, he informed me that you, Kakashi, are soon to engage in battle with Zenatsu. Kakashi felt a twinge of curiosity at the mention of Orochimaru. He recalled that while Orochimaru did not mind other ninjas seeking his counsel, it was customary for him to respond only to the extent of the inquiry. If Kai had asked about Zenatsu's current situation, Orochimaru would have likely provided only that information, without mentioning my name. This truly has nothing to do with me. At that moment, Guy inquired again. Kakashi, although we've only met once, I must say, that Jinshiwakuin's instantaneous speed seems extraordinarily powerful. Are you going to lose? Suddenly, Guy fell into a moment of daze, but quickly regained his spirits. Wait, I haven't even asked yet, and I have immense confidence in you, Kakashi. Confidence, you say? Such sentiments are of little consequence. The outcome of this contest isn't swayed by mere belief. Moreover, this is merely an assessment. I am a jonin, and he is a student. Do you truly believe I would exert my full strength? But I sensed that Jinshiwa-kun's abilities might surpass even those of a Jonin. Guy scratched his head. Despite lacking the Byakugan or exceptional sensory abilities, he recalled the oppressive aura he felt when Jinshiwa passed by him. Surpassing a Jonin? Kakashi scoffed slightly. Although he had been through a dark period marked by the loss of his friends and mentors, a flicker of pride still resided within him. At the age of 12, possessing strength comparable to a Jonin was, in his view, the pinnacle of talent. However, Kakashi had no desire for further conversation. He had been devoid of good spirits for days, and it seemed unlikely that he would find any soon. Regardless, it is merely a preliminary graduation assessment for the students. Oh, I see. Observing Kakashi's apparent indifference, Guy finally revealed his dazzling grin. Go for it, Kakashi. You must showcase the distinguished demeanor of a Jonin. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively, gesturing for Guy to enjoy his meal. Around 10 o'clock that morning, a sizable training ground in Konoha gathered a considerable number of individuals, among whom stood Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, who typically shunned the limelight. In theory, graduation assessments were not extraordinary events. Early graduations were not particularly rare. However, this time was different. Just an hour prior, a piece of news began circulating wildly within the ninja community of Konoha. Orochimaru's disciple would undergo a practical assessment for early graduation, and the examiner would be the renowned genius ninja, Hatake Kakashi. The encounter between two prodigies was undoubtedly captivating, and every Konoha ninja or villager familiar with Kakashi's name knew that he had already attained Jonin status 2 years prior. Facing a similarly talented Jonin at such an early stage was an enticing spectacle that reignited the spirits of Konoha, which had been somewhat subdued following the Nine Tails incident. To the surprise of many attending the event, even the usually uninterested members of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans were present, including the clan leaders themselves. I never imagined this day would come so swiftly. However, Jinshiwa's opponent, Hyuga Hizashi, activated his Byakugan, comparing the chakra levels of Kakashi and Jinshiwa, then shook his head in resignation. The disparity in chakra is too vast. However, the third Hokage's intention behind this examination likely extends beyond a mere graduation assessment. It is a means to showcase Konoha's next generation. Standing nearby, Uchiha Fugaku shared similar thoughts, but also pondered another matter. I wonder if Jinshiwa will display the Sharingan and Susanoo during this battle. If he does, how should we, the Uchiha, respond? Although the third Hokage was not present, Fugaku remained skeptical that he was not observing the event. At that moment, Jinshiwa, having just arrived and learned that his opponent was Kakashi, felt a sense of helplessness. So it truly is Kakashi. Is the third Hokage hoping that my prowess will awaken something in Kakashi? If that is the case, Jinshiwa donned a professional smile, but quickly reverted to a more approachable and gentle demeanor. Then I suppose I shall showcase the will of fire. Chapter 30. Kakashi. So, who is truly assessing whom? Once Jinshiwa signaled with an okay to Izuna, the ostensibly practical examination commenced under the direction of an unnamed Jonin. Since this is an assessment, let him make the first move, Kakashi thought, while Jinshiwa noted Kakashi's choice to communicate through action rather than words. He immediately crossed his hands in a sign and performed the shadow clone technique. In an instant, 4 identical clones of Jinshiwa appeared beside him, prompting gasps of astonishment from the knowledgeable onlookers. The shadow clone technique was classified as a B-rank skill, typically mastered only by Jonin-level ninjas. Shadow clones? And he can still form hand signs? And at that speed, Kakashi remained unfazed by the shadow clones alone. As it was not entirely impossible for a prodigy to learn it during their time drawing forth a kunai, Masue instantly appeared before Kakashi, engaging in close-quarters combat with the equally armed shinobi. Despite never having undergone formal taijutsu training, Masue effortlessly overwhelmed Kakashi, who had been hailed as an all-around genius since childhood. Just as I anticipated, even in the fluid chaos of close combat, my body instinctively executes the most optimal responses aligned with my will. This combat template. Perhaps it transcends mere abilities and skill panels. In the next moment, guided by an unseen force, Masue's kunai clashed violently against Kakashi's, the shrill metallic screech lingering in the air. Before the reverberations in Kakashi's grip could fade, Masue, moving at a speed even the Sharingan couldn't track, seized Kakashi's wrist with his left hand and yanked downward. In an instant, Kakashi lost his balance. Such immense strength, and this speed is impossible to match. Kakashi's eyes widened as he hastily redirected his chakra to regain equilibrium. Yet, in that split second of adjustment, Masue's foot slammed into his torso, sending him hurtling meters away. Though Kakashi managed to land in a crouch, the damage was undeniable. Incredible taijutsu. Might Guy, observing from the sidelines, felt his competitive spirit ignite. Another formidable rival had emerged. Brutal and unrefined, yet undeniably reminiscent of the Uchiha clan's early combat style. Fugaku, his 3-tomo Sharingan active, scrutinized Masue's movements, confirming his suspicions. This was the taijutsu of the Warring States era. Who are you? Kakashi, drenched in sweat, couldn't fathom how the examinee had so effortlessly dominated him. A glance toward Orochimaru revealed the Sannin watching with amusement. This outcome was expected. Even the Hokage anticipated Masue's strength. Then what is the true purpose of this exam? Kakashi struggled to comprehend his role. Was he merely here to be humiliated? Then, Masue's voice cut through his thoughts. Hataki Kakashi, HM, I hold no regard for titles of genius, nor do I seek fame at your expense. As Masue spoke, his four shadow clones reassembled around him. Kakashi pondered the implications. Could it be the Hokage intends to elevate another prodigy to bolster Konoha's morale? The realization struck him. This was no longer an examination, but a staged spectacle. At that moment, Jinchue remarked, I have heard of your deeds, Kakashi. It seems to me that whether it be White Fang, the fourth Hokage, or Obito Uchiha, they upheld the will of fire until their very last moments. As someone on the brink of becoming a ninja, I cannot openly endorse the notion of abandoning missions for the sake of comrades. Yet, this does not diminish my admiration for them. I shall oppose any actions or words that lack the essence of a true ninja, except when circumstances compel me otherwise. In other words, I may vocally criticize, but when it comes to saving my own, I will act without hesitation. If the mission fails, so be it. I possess no sense of professional ethics. This was indeed a rather peculiar perspective. At that instant, Kakashi seemed to grasp something, yet he swiftly cast those thoughts aside, continuing with Jinshue's discourse. Is this perhaps the will that sustains your formidable power? No, Jinshue replied. I am merely a humble family hero. However, the third Hokage appears to believe that this aligns well with the will of fire. Observing Kakashi's receptiveness to his words, Jinshue contemplated, although the effect may be minimal. It seems I possess a modicum of verbal prowess. Nevertheless, excessive discourse may render this performance less engaging. Of course, the crux of verbal prowess lies in having the upper hand. Although Jinshue's combat strength was overwhelming, he had merely established a slight advantage. Moreover, Jinshue had no genuine intention of providing Kakashi with therapeutic dialogue. His statements were merely an endeavor to be politically correct. A family hero, indeed, was fortunate. Kakashi aspired to be a family hero as well, yet it was evident that his household register now contained but a single page. At that moment, a crackling sound of electricity emanated from Kakashi's side, as a blue lightning bolt began to coalesce. This was the lightning release, Chidori, a ninjutsu of Kakashi's own invention and his signature technique. When first practiced, it produced a cacophony reminiscent of 1,000 birds singing, hence its name, Chidori. However, after further refinement by Kakashi, the noise diminished somewhat, and with the acquisition of the Sharingan, the technique became even more precise. Chidori, is it? It seems that at this moment, Kakashi has yet to sever that lightning with Chidori. Subsequently, Makoto remarked, I recall this is a technique you developed, correct? In that case, I shall employ my recently developed technique to conclude this assessment. At this moment, amidst the bewilderment of the audience present, the four clones of the true Cod transformed using the most ordinary of transformation techniques, albeit into figures that bore a hint of peculiarity. The first clone, from the left, morphed into a ninja adorned with long black hair and clad in a tight-fitting black combat uniform, complemented by red layered armor. The second clone transformed into a man with silver hair and crimson eyes, wearing a metal forehead protector styled like a mask, sporting 3 red marks on his cheeks. Dressed similarly to the first clone, but with blue layered armor and a white feathered collar connecting to his back. The third clone took the form of a middle-aged man in a familiar black combat uniform, donning a ninja hat embellished with green armor on both sides. The fourth clone became a youthful figure clad in a white Hokage robe inscribed with the title of the fourth Hokage, layered over a green vest and deep blue combat attire. Such vivid representations sent the crowd into a frenzy once more. These are the 4 Hokages, Guy exclaimed. For the attire and visages of the Hokages were no secret in Konoha, especially their faces, which were immortalized in the Hokage rock. However, with Guy's slight prompt, the crowd quickly recognized the true identities behind these forms. Facing the 4 clones employing transformation techniques, Kakashi was engulfed by an immense pressure, one that only he, apart from the Hyuga ninjas present, could perceive. Why does this transformation evoke the illusion of truly confronting the 4 Hokages? The overwhelming weight of this realization caused Kakashi's hand, which held his Chidori, to stiffen. Yet, there is no time for contemplation. In the next instant, Kakashi lunged forward with Raikiri aimed at the true Cod and its 4 clones, his emotions unperturbed by the resemblance of the Hokages. Among them, he was particularly acquainted with the 4th and 3rd Hokages, and the distortion in the 4th's visage was evident to him, while the 3rd bore a striking resemblance. The inconsistent quality of these transformations could not even pass the assessment at the Ninja Academy. However, this was not merely a transformation. The true Cod had joined its hands in a prayer-like gesture, prompting the 4 clones to enact their next maneuvers. What? The clone resembling the 4th Hokage formed a hand sign for fire style, igniting flames that enveloped a trident-shaped kunai resembling that of the 4th Hokage, which had been readied earlier. The clone embodying the 2nd Hokage suddenly wielded a blue chakra sword, while the 3rd Hokage clone brandished a blue chakra staff. Only the clone of the 1st Hokage remained in a prayer pose, continuing to unleash chakra. As Kakashi approached within 5 meters of the true Cod, the clones resembling the Sekko at this moment, an eerie silence descended upon the arena. Standing at a distance, most couldn't discern the full details of the Konoha insignia. But the towering blue spectral giant had been unmistakably visible. What was that? For the vast majority of shinobi present, the last time they had witnessed something of such colossal scale was either the night of the Nine-Tails Rampage or the legendary summons during the Great Shinobi War. Yet, this was clearly no ordinary summoning. It seemed the examination had concluded. Shinsetsu dispelled his Susanoo and Shadow clones, then turned toward the referee, only to find the man utterly stunned. With a resigned sigh, his gaze shifted toward Orochimaru instead. Orochimaru-sensei, we need a medic. Orochimaru merely smirked, unmoved, while Might Guy, in a fluster, leaped to Kakashi's side. Kakashi, are you hurt? Kakashi, relax. I wouldn't truly harm a Konoha shinobi. It was true. Shinsetsu had held back. His strike hadn't even connected. He had deliberately stopped short, leaving just enough space. Kakashi's unconsciousness was the result of a Genjutsu cast moments before his fall. The dramatic impact had merely been a distraction, masking Shinsetsu's true focus, meticulously crafting the Konoha emblem. Really? Guy checked Kakashi's pulse, relieved to find it steady. Aside from a faint bruise, there were no fractures, only the shallow cut on his back from the Shadow clone's earlier strike. I knew it. This is how proper Konoha sparring should be measured and controlled. The audience collectively stifled their disbelief. Measured and controlled? Hardly. Then, Orochimaru began to clap, stepping forward. Soon, Uchiha Fugaku and Hijie Hayashi followed suit. Only then did the crowd remember this was, after all, an early graduation exam for the academy. Though, perhaps, the examinee's prowess had been excessive. Seems another prodigy, rivaling the fourth Hokage, has emerged from our village, using shadow clones to mimic the Hokages in battle. I could probably try something similar, though nowhere near as powerful. Wait, now that you mention it, if it's just shadow clones, transformation, and a few slashes, plus one signature jutsu, what if I'm not good at ninjutsu? Then just focus on taijutsu or swordplay. It's the will of fire. Maybe any Konoha technique counts. Damn, I can't even make 4 shadow clones. Stay in your lane, Shunin. Work on your basics first. Or learn the crescent moon dance. The murmurs swelled again. Hayashi's brow furrowed slightly. His Byakugan had caught the Genjutsu lingering on the earliest discussants. But noticing Fugaku's Sharingan equally perceptive yet silent, he too held his tongue. If neither of us speaks, this conversation will seem organic. Orochimaru approached Shinsetsu, presenting a forehead protector. Congratulations, Shinsetsu-kun. You are now a shinobi. A pause. You seem troubled? It's nothing. Just chakra exhaustion, perhaps. Exhaustion? Perhaps. Orochimaru's smile was knowing. He recognized Shinsetsu's minimal exertion, yet the boy's sudden pensiveness eluded him. Though it seemed Shinsetsu-kun harbors unexpected ambition. He had noticed, the discussion about the will of fire technique had originated precisely along the line where Shinsetsu's Genjutsu had connected with Kakashi. Those shinobi had likely locked eyes with him, and fallen under the same illusion. This indicates that the topic capable of bestowing considerable prestige upon Jinshu may very well be a deliberate strategy on his part. Could it be that this is the revenge of a descendant of Uchiha Madara against Konoha? Or perhaps it is his aspiration to attain the Hokage position, a title that eluded his ancestor, thereby signifying his transcendence over his forebear? What Orochimaru could never fathom is that the true source of Jinshu's discontent lies in his realization that upon becoming a genin and receiving his forehead protector, he did not receive any system rewards. Rather, he merely obtained 30 gold coins for defeating Kakashi. Perhaps the settlement will occur at the end of the month. I hope that is the case. Naturally, Jinshu's foul mood was forcibly cast aside mere seconds later, for Izuna had approached. Regardless, I must not transmit any negative emotions to my family. At the very least, Jinshu was earnest in this regard. Chapter 31. A-Rank Mission. Investigate the Akatsuki Organization. This technique. At this moment within the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at a crystal ball before him, a smile gracing his features. This is the art of the telescope. Upon mastering the chakra aura of the target, one can utilize a crystal ball to conduct long-distance surveillance on a specific individual. Thus, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen was not present at the competition venue, he could still clearly observe the entirety of the technique executed by the true COD. Initially, 4 shadow clones were created, each employing the fundamental Susanoo and summoning weapons, followed by a rapid assault on the enemy. Up to this point, it closely resembled the dance of the crescent moon. Regrettably, ordinary ninjas are incapable of manifesting such corporeal chakra weapons or achieving such swiftness and body flicker. The so-called dance of the crescent moon involves first summoning 2 shadow clones through the shadow clone technique, then attacking the enemy's vital points simultaneously from multiple directions with incredible speed. Subsequently utilizing Susanoo is a feat beyond the reach of an average individual. However, this technique undeniably holds its significance. While a complete and faithful replication is nearly impossible, substituting the bloodline limit components with alternatives would severely diminish its practical value. Nonetheless, Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that even so, the emergence of this technique during this period in Konoha carries a profoundly positive significance. At this moment, the village desperately requires a morale boost. Introducing a youth embodying the fervent will of fire, endowed with remarkable talent and formidable strength. As a benchmark for the new generation of Konoha could surely enhance the overall atmosphere of the village. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen happened to witness the scene where Makoto put away the seemingly authentic kunai resembling that of the fourth Hokage, which he had purchased from the ninja tool shop, but lacked the flying thunder god markings. The distinction between this child and Minato likely lies in their personalities. Minato's wisdom is predominantly manifested in combat, whereas Makoto exhibits a relatively meticulous thought process even in daily life. After all, he took over his parents' sundry shop at the tender age of 6 and managed not only to stabilize it, but even expand its scale, which is quite remarkable for someone of his age. Although Hiruzen is a ninja, his rich experiences have afforded him a relative understanding of the society of ordinary people in the ninja world. Outside the village, age and experience are often held in high regard. To manage a shop effectively at 6 years old and ensure its stable development is no simple feat, requiring the overcoming of challenges far beyond what most can imagine. However, upon reading the intelligence report regarding the cause of Makoto's father's death, he fell into contemplation, died of an eye disease. Considering Makoto's circumstances, his father must have been a powerful ninja, even if reluctant to emerge into the limelight. Thus, this eye disease cannot be as straightforward as it seems. Could it be that the Mangeki Sharingan has some side effects? It might be worth inquiring. Though asking a ninja about their bloodline limit could be somewhat impolite, nevertheless, a healthy body is the foundation of everything. He certainly did not wish for a promising genius to meet an untimely end. After escorting Izuna back to the Ninja Academy, Makoto promptly arrived at the entrance of the Hokage building, where he encountered Orochimaru, who was waiting. Today marked his first assignment, which would be a singular occasion for him to come here. Thereafter, Makoto could directly come to collect missions. Furthermore, Orochimaru believed that given Makoto's prowess, he would not require the arrangement of companions. Unlike the other instructors in Konoha, who encouraged their students to work together to forge bonds, Orochimaru viewed his other disciple, Anko, as being on an entirely different level of strength compared to Makoto. Even if they were to act in unison, it would merely serve to weigh Makoto down. Initially, Orochimaru had considered pairing Anko with Makoto to gather combat intelligence and data on him. However, after witnessing Makoto's performance today, he realized that Makoto's acting skills were exceedingly pronounced, causing concern that Anko might err in data recording and inadvertently hinder his research progress. Is it permissible for a Genin to undertake missions directly because the regional conflict has not yet concluded? No. The uniqueness of the situation does not lie in the circumstances but rather in you. At this moment, Orochimaru and Jinchue finally stood before the third Hokage. Upon their arrival, the third Hokage promptly presented 3 mission scrolls. Orochimaru, Jinchue, he said, there are numerous tasks at hand, so I shall not linger. Here are 3 missions of varying difficulties, a D rank, a C rank, and a B rank. Just as Jinchue was about to inquire further, Orochimaru interjected. Let us seek a B rank assassination mission. I believe this is the pressing issue Jinchue must confront. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Jinchue was suddenly reminded of that fateful night when he severed Danzo. To put it simply, as a traveler from the 21st century, Jinchue found it exceedingly difficult to take a life without profound enmity. In the realm of ninjas, this was indeed a significant flaw. I might even feel nauseated upon encountering an incomplete corpse. Truly, I am struggling to adapt to the norms of this world. Fortunately, I possess sufficient strength now, Jinchue mused. Is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled Jinshue's reaction from that night, which suggested this would be his first act of killing. He then turned to Jinchue. What are your thoughts? If excessive bloodshed contradicts your ninja way, it is entirely acceptable to avoid assassination missions. Even among ninjas, not every day is spent in darkness. In Konoha, it is the Umbu who truly walk in shadows. Other ninjas do not execute murder missions daily, or the population of the ninja world would not be as numerous as it is now. Jinchue pondered for a moment before concluding that if given a choice, avoidance would indeed be preferable. Jinchue, you must understand that such a notion is rather foolish, Orochimaru remarked, not intending to lecture, but rather intrigued. He found it curious that someone like Jinchue, who did not appear to be a fool who believed in mutual understanding even among enemies, would make such a decision. I know I must face this issue eventually. However, I see no need to open that door prematurely. For instance, while I might find it difficult to accept a B-rank assassination mission, I hold confidence in an A-rank intelligence gathering task. Without holding back, I am even capable of flattening any of the hidden villages, Kumogakure, Kirigakure, or Sunagakure. The only reason I exclude Awagakure is that, should their Tsuchikage take flight and seek an opportunity to use dust release, it would become troublesome. Jinchue had not tested the limits of his reflexes. Whether he could react to a surprise attack was uncertain. Nonetheless, he believed that the third Tsuchikage would not idly watch his village's ninjas under attack, and likely would not be faster than himself. Hence, he deemed it wiser to remain cautious. A rank intelligence gathering mission? The third Hokage contemplated. As long as the mission is completed, the act of killing becomes irrelevant. Upon reflection, if it is merely intelligence gathering, it indeed suits you well, Jinchue. However, is it not too soon for an A-rank mission? After all, this is merely your first day after graduation. And what sort of Jinin embarks on an A-rank mission without a team? That would be quite improper. The third Hokage glanced at Orochimaru, who chuckled lightly. In terms of strength, Jinchue should have no issues. Even if it delays his development, it ought not to be due to absurd regulations. Very well, since you both insist. The third Hokage said, producing a task that was particularly suitable for Jinshue's current situation. This is originally a mission left over from the Root organization, which theoretically should continue to be assigned to their ninjas. However, I believe it is not appropriate for Root ninjas to undertake a task requiring them to leave Konoha at this time. Leftover task from Root? Jinchue queried, curious about what task from Root would necessitate leaving the village. This is an A-rank reconnaissance mission located in the Land of Rain. Thus, I require Orochimaru to accompany Jinchue. As per the Hokage's order. Upon hearing the term Land of Rain, both Jinchue and Orochimaru displayed varying degrees of astonishment. Both surprised for the same reason, a particular figure from the Land of Rain. Hans, the ninja who once conferred upon us the title of the Legendary Three, Orochimaru remarked. It has indeed been a while since we last crossed paths. The leader of Amigakure, Hans, was the very individual who, during the Second Shinobi World War, defeated a young Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, bestowing upon them the moniker of the Legendary Three. However, Jinshue's concern lay not with Hans, but with a figure of greater significance to the development of the ninja world, Nagato. By the way, if I've eliminated Danzo, the trajectory of Akatsuki's development could significantly change. However, that remains merely a possibility. It seems the original plot has some inconsistencies, and without Danzo, there are still Hans and Obito to contend with. The Akatsuki organization, a faction in the Naruto manga, was initially led by Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, with aspirations to achieve world peace without resorting to extreme force. In stark contrast to their later ambitions of gathering the tailed beasts to dominate the ninja world. Although such ideals seemed overly simplistic even to Jinchue, a traveler from a peaceful era, he would not condemn their intentions, adhering to the principle that those who gather firewood for the collective should not allow them to freeze in the snow. Since it is an order, I shall naturally comply. After examining the mission scroll for a moment, Orochimaru handed it to Jinchue. However, Jinchue was momentarily taken aback. Investigating the Akatsuki organization? Indeed, the third Hokage clarified, sensing Jinshue's confusion. This is a rather peculiar organization that has recently emerged in the Land of Rain. Your mission is to investigate any connections between this organization and Hans of Amigakure. Any evidence that may define their relationship will conclude the task. Can I simply hand over the task? Jinchue thought helplessly. Did the nascent Akatsuki organization have any ties to Hans? Certainly not. If Hans were to suddenly endorse this organization, it would signify the imminent demise of the Akatsuki. There was no need for investigation. It could wait until it restructured. However, explaining such matters was impractical. He could hardly admit to having read Naruto. Thus, if Jinchue wished to reap the rewards and accolades of this A-rank task, he would need to diligently seek evidence, such as Hans's subordinates clashing with the Akatsuki organization. The former Root had already uncovered the general location of this organization and had ascertained their strength in numbers. This required Jinchue and Orochimaru to conduct their own investigation. Given the involvement of Amigakure, the third Hokage classified this mission as A-rank. Subsequently, as if considering something, he added, should you encounter Hans, it may also be regarded as a completed task. It is not to suggest that one could abandon the mission without consequence upon encountering Hans. Rather, it signifies that the mere presence of Hans during the course of the task indicates the desired outcome has been achieved, allowing for an immediate withdrawal. As for the concern of escape, the third Hokage has indeed contemplated this. Yet he believes that Orochimaru has evolved beyond the powerlessness he once displayed in the face of Hans. Not to mention, although the true potential of Zetsu remains uncertain and volatile, it undoubtedly possesses the capacity to influence battles at the level of Kage. When the time comes, while not guaranteeing a kill, a secure retreat is entirely feasible. Moreover, according to records, Susanoo is documented to possess the ability to dispel toxins and various cursed seals, serving, in most instances, as a relatively flawless form of absolute defense. The poison of the salamander should pose little threat. Furthermore, it is worth noting that the salamander's poison has long since been neutralized, and as a companion of Tsunade, it is utterly implausible that Orochimaru would lack a few tricks up his sleeve. At this moment, the true Cod inquired, if we encounter Hans, would that not essentially transform the task into an S-rank mission? Indeed, replied the elder, regarding the likes of Hans the Salamander. It is only fitting to treat him with the respect befitting a shadow. What say you? Upon realizing he was to confront a legendary ninja such as Hans, did he not entertain the notion of reverting to a B-rank task? How could that be? It was I who initially insisted on changing the mission. The true Cod believed he had not yet encountered such trivialities. Moreover, this particular task seemed devoid of considerable difficulty. Would it not be absurd to refuse an opportunity that presented itself so readily? Is that so? Then I shall await your news. Thus, the true Cod accepted his inaugural mission in the life of a ninja, with the commencement date set for 7 days hence. As for the reason, I have much research to conduct, so I kindly ask for your patience, true Cod Kuin, for a few more days. This is Orochimaru's assertion, evidently. He does not seem particularly eager to venture outside. On the night of receiving the mission, Jinshue abruptly sat up as he was on the verge of slumber. Wait a minute, this technique doesn't seem so easy to utilize. How can I deal with Kamui if I encounter Obito? Chapter 32. Henceforth, this technique will become my Manjiki Sharingan. Kamui is indeed somewhat challenging to handle. After rising again, Jinshue contemplated strategies to counteract Uchiha Obito's Manjiki Sharingan abilities. Without considering derivative works, Kamui undoubtedly stands out as one of the most overpowered abilities among the Manjiki Sharingan. Its primary function is to transport oneself, others, or objects into a different dimension. Due to Obito gifting one of his eyes to Kakashi, this originally paired Manjiki Sharingan has been separated for an extended period, resulting in nuanced differences in their respective manifestations. It appears that only Kakashi's eye demonstrates the capacity for long-range teleportation, while Obito must engage closely or even touch someone to transport them into the alternate space. However, Obito's eye can passively render itself intangible. Indeed, when solely considering offensive capabilities, Obito, possessing the right eye's Kamui, may not match Kakashi, who wields the left eye's Kamui. Yet, Obito possesses a formidable trait that most shinobi lack: defensive capabilities against ambushes. Kamui can activate without subjective awareness, significantly enhancing Obito's survivability, rendering conventional combat methods ineffective against him. Obito is often injured in the series when he becomes greedy for damage. Yes, counterattacks. I've got it. Once the term counterattack crossed his mind, Jinshue's train of thought became markedly clearer. Kamui can be activated under any conditions, however. Jinshue also recalled a technique with similar potential. In this shinobi world, unreasonable ninjutsu is not limited to Kamui. Yet before proceeding, it would be prudent to test just how abstract this writing condition can be. The technique Jinshue considered was the transcription seal. Although it may initially seem like merely inscribing a technique's effect for automatic activation upon condition fulfillment, the true challenge lies within the conditions themselves, which can be written in exceedingly absurd ways, such as seeing someone's eyes, or even after one's death 7 days later. Transcription seal, Susanoo. Condition: the tip of the left index finger taps the table. After sealing Susanoo within his Sharingan and inscribing the condition, Jinshue promptly struck the table with his entire left hand. However, as his fingertip did not make contact with the surface, the pre-written Susanoo naturally failed to activate. Then, Jinshue raised his left index finger and gently tapped the table. In an instant, a skeletal arm materialized beside him. Alright, let's try again. Transcription seal, Susanoo. Condition: the tip of the left index finger taps the table in a series of 3 double taps. After a light tap, Susanoo did not activate. And even after Jinshue completed 6 taps, it remained dormant. Even when he attempted 2 sets of 3 consecutive taps, the condition remained unfulfilled until he executed the condition precisely, successfully triggering Susanoo. Let us see if I can write a condition related to time. Transcription seal, Susanoo. Condition: the tip of the left index finger taps the table in a series of 3 double taps within 10 seconds. Just as before. The condition must be fulfilled to activate Susanoo. Exceeding 10 seconds results in failure, indicating that the transcription seal can function correctly even with highly abstract conditions when met. Finally, the last experiment. Transcription seal, Susanoo. Condition: deep sleep. Jinshue then reclined again, and the room seemed to settle into silence. Minutes later, a blue skeletal figure suddenly appeared, wreaking havoc upon Jinshue's pristine bed. Awakened under such circumstances, Jinshue gazed at the now uninhabitable room, entirely devoid of sorrow. Haha. Jinshue's maniacal laughter echoed for quite some time until knock, knock, knock. Brother? What's wrong? Came Izuna's voice from outside. Ahem. Upon hearing Izuna's voice, Jinshue forced himself to stifle his laughter. Though he was momentarily choked, the effect was immediate. It's nothing, Izuna. You should return to sleep. You have class tomorrow. Are you really okay? I assure you, I would never deceive you about such matters. Now, be a good girl and go back to sleep. Oh, all right. Once Jinshue heard Izuna's footsteps receding, he exhaled with relief. It must be related to Uchiha Madara. How could I possibly have a habit of laughing so proficiently? Regardless, what's truly significant is that the transcription seal can inscribe any condition. Transcription seal, Susanoo, twin sword dance. Condition: the instant I am struck by an enemy wielding a Manjiki Sharingan in any form. Excellent. This technique will henceforth be my Manjiki Sharingan. Indeed. While the transcription seal can be learned later, Jinshue does not wish to open a new dimension for others in the shinobi world with his approach. Thus, he resolved to disguise this method of using the transcription seal as a Manjiki Sharingan technique. It would be wise to obscure such abstract concepts with a smokescreen to prevent others from uncovering the truth. Subsequently, Jinshue silently retrieved a new blanket from a nearby cabinet and made his way to the living room sofa. I shall purchase a new bed tomorrow, alas. I still cannot adapt the tatami. The following day, after dropping Izuna off at the ninja school and leaving a shadow clone nearby to watch over her, Jinshue headed directly to Orochimaru's laboratory. The reason being, after pondering the transcription seal for half the night, he conceived a technique that is, in a certain sense, exceedingly powerful. though Jinchue currently lacks the ability to employ it, and Orochimaru excels in its use. Upon encountering Jinchue, Orochimaru subtly repositioned a small petri dish slightly out of Jinshue's line of sight. "Oh, Jinchue-kun, are you truly so eager for your first mission? I had presumed you might be more unique." Hearing Orochimaru's words, Jinchue immediately shook his head in denial. "It's not about the mission. I suddenly thought of summoning techniques while strategizing last night. I wonder if you have any training methods or contract methods for summoning techniques, Orochimaru-sensei." Upon hearing the term summoning technique, the previously expressionless Orochimaru suddenly revealed a smile. "Indeed, I possess such knowledge." As if more impatient than Jinchue himself, Orochimaru swiftly produced several scrolls. What is this?" Although Jinchue surmised these were likely summoning contract scrolls, he was taken aback by the sheer number Orochimaru produced. Chapter 33. Summoning techniques form the foundational logic of the shinobi world. After laying all the scrolls open, Orochimaru began. "The practice of summoning techniques has one prerequisite. It is a concept referred to as fate, which I personally find quite distasteful." And True Cod also understood Orochimaru's implication. He too disliked such mystical notions. "Indeed, I've always despised things like fatalism and other esoteric concepts. It seems, then, that you won't be favored by the summoning creatures of the 3 great sage lands. But that hardly matters. Let's proceed. Place a drop of blood on each scroll. If there's a reaction, it means you can form a contract with that summon." At first, True Cod was puzzled, as he recalled that signing one's name sufficed without the need for blood. Yet he quickly grasped the underlying motive. "Very well, I see what Orochimaru is after. He wants my blood for research. Fine, have it your way." True Cod's reasoning was straightforward. He would use Orochimaru's expertise to determine whether his bloodline harbored any latent threats, and if so, address them swiftly, without hesitation. He bit his finger and pressed a drop of blood onto each of the 8 summoning scrolls. "What is this?" True Cod glanced at Orochimaru, whose gaze was fixed intently on the first drop of blood, his expression almost predatory, as if he might lick it up at any moment. "Is this what scientists are like? Ridiculous." Fortunately, Orochimaru soon regained his composure. "Congratulations, True Cod-kun. The serpents of Richi Cave and the gates of Rashomon have acknowledged you. So the gates of Rashomon can acknowledge people now? And let's be honest, you only know summoning techniques for these 2, don't you? Though, in theory, the impure world reincarnation also fell under summoning jutsu. Orochimaru clearly hadn't mastered it yet. Still, the serpents of Richi Cave should suffice. More importantly, all I need is a summon capable of coordinating with me for both summoning and reverse summoning." True Cod never intended to rely on a summoned strength to bolster his combat prowess. What he sought was the sheer versatility of summoning jutsu itself. Summoning jutsu was one of the most broken techniques in the shinobi world, a space-time ninjutsu that allowed the summoner to call forth creatures bound by a blood contract. The summoning could be performed in 2 ways: the standard summoning, where the shinobi summoned the creature, and the reverse summoning, where the creature summoned the shinobi. This made the technique exceptionally potent for evasion. Ever since realizing he had been transported to the shinobi world, True Cod had repeatedly reviewed the plot lines he remembered. Though some character and jutsu names escaped him due to vague recollection, and certain details remained unclear, he retained the broader narrative and key moments, such as the scene in Naruto where a clone of Jiraiya, reduced to only a movable mouth, managed to form hand seals with it, activated the summoning jutsu, and escaped a confrontation with Itsutsuki via reverse summoning. At this moment, Orochimaru had already gathered all the scrolls and turned to Mayuki with an inquiry. "Mayuki-san, may I ask about your understanding of the summoning jutsu?" Closing his eyes, Mayuki recalled how Sasuke had effortlessly summoned hawks within Kaguya's dimension. He responded thoughtfully, "I believe summoning techniques constitute the fundamental logic of the shinobi world." Even Orochimaru, who prided himself on his sharp intellect, was momentarily baffled by this statement. What exactly did fundamental logic of the shinobi world mean? Each word was familiar, yet strung together. They became incomprehensible. For instance, Mayuki continued, when a summoner encounters an unbeatable foe, they can summon a large-mouthed creature to swallow them whole, and then reverse summon back to the creature's domain, achieving a flawless escape. Take our mission 6 days from now. Even if we were to face the legendary Hanzo the Salamander, it wouldn't matter. We wouldn't even need to engage in combat. We could simply leave. Orochimaru pondered this and realized the truth in it. Among all the techniques he knew, none existed that could intercept such an escape once the jutsu was activated. Terrifying. Unless the enemy anticipates the reverse summoning beforehand. Interception is outright impossible. This implies that as long as one establishes a contract with a spirit beast capable of reverse summoning, they can attain the ability to retreat at will. The more he pondered, the more Orochimaru felt that Jinshue's idea was rather groundbreaking. However, he soon realized what true innovation entailed. By the way, Orochimaru-sensei, can this Rashomon perform reverse summoning? What? As a ninja who has always upheld science and rigor, Orochimaru rarely encountered questions that could genuinely perplex him, especially from someone who appeared quite intelligent. Nevertheless, he endeavored to search through his knowledge and articulate his thoughts. While Rashomon possessed a degree of spirituality, it ultimately belonged to the realm of object summoning, rather than that of a spirit beast. Perhaps if a snake was exceptionally gifted, it could substitute hand seals with its mouth, eyes, or tongue, but a door posed a considerable challenge. In other words, reverse summoning at the very least requires the other party to also perform hand seals, correct? Meanwhile, Jinchue extracted crucial information from Orochimaru's response. Being exceptionally gifted implies that even the serpents of the Dragon Cave may not master the art of reverse summoning. It seems a thorough selection is necessary. Indeed, upon hearing Jinchue's inquiry, Orochimaru finally understood the peculiar nature of the question. So, Jinchue is inquiring about the conditions for reverse summoning. Subsequently, Jinchue inscribed his name and pressed his fingerprint onto 2 scrolls with his blood, thus formalizing the contract. Once he learned that there were no additional steps, Jinchue addressed Orochimaru. Thank you very much. I am already aware of how to utilize summoning techniques. Farewell, Orochimaru-sensei. As he watched Jinchue depart, Orochimaru marveled once again at the convenience of the Sharingan. In his earlier years, he had also grasped the hand seals for summoning after a single observation, but merely knowing the seals was far from sufficient for effectively employing summoning techniques. He had undergone extensive training thereafter to master the art of summoning. Sealing blood technique, release. As Orochimaru completed the hand seals, the blood mark on one of the scrolls that Jinchue had just pressed instantly expelled the blood mark, coalescing into a droplet of blood. Let me see the power that lies within your bloodline, Jinchue-kun. Chapter 34. Dragon Cave Trial. Inspection. The Dragon Cave is renowned alongside Myobokuzen and the Whetbone Forest as a place of inheritance, home to numerous serpents. With the White Snake Sage being the progenitor of the Dragon Cave, residing in a temple deep within. Has Orochimaru found a new contractor for the Dragon Cave? Who is this signing? The White Snake Sage felt as though her serpent head had been struck by lightning. Uchiha Madara. After repeating the name, the White Snake Sage was filled with confusion and retrieved a calendar, thinking, I haven't suddenly returned to decades ago after a nap. After a while, she realized she had made an error. It was not the same person, but rather the inner will Jinchue. This contract is peculiar. Interesting. He at least deserves a chance. A few minutes later, atop a taller building outside the training grounds of the Mountain Clan. This mind-body switch technique doesn't seem overly difficult. Observing the ninjas of the Mountain Clan practicing through a telescope with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Jinchue questioned the difficulty of mastering the clan's secret technique. However, he was unaware that the seemingly potent mind-body switch technique had a training difficulty of only C rank. Well, I suppose I shouldn't evaluate the difficulty of other techniques until I've practiced them myself next time. At that moment, Jinchue suddenly felt an unprecedented sensation. Is this the permission for reverse summoning? Jinchue was somewhat uncertain, but he distinctly sensed a force pulling him toward a distant place. It seems I can refuse by channeling chakra, but there is no need. Jinchue understood that he had only signed 2 summoning contracts. And considering that Rashomon could not perform reverse summoning, it was evident that the one seeking him was either a sage or deity from the Dragon Cave. There was no reason to decline this opportunity that had presented itself. With a resounding bang, Jinchue transformed into a cloud of smoke and vanished from that location. The next moment, what came into Jinchue's view was a structure that at first glance bore no resemblance to a cave. Yet it was unmistakably labeled with the 3 characters Dragon Cave, with the character for dragon even written in traditional Chinese form. So, this is the trial of the Dragon Cave? The Sage mode could certainly be worth a try, although Jinchue's primary desire was merely for summoning and reverse summoning. Acquiring Sage mode would be a welcome bonus. However, Jinchue held great confidence in Madara's template, yet lacked confidence in his own intellect. The difficulty shouldn't be overly outrageous, right? With such thoughts, Jinchue pushed open the ornate door of the Dragon Cave, behind which awaited a person. She was a woman with long green hair, clad in flowing robes, exuding an air of grace, but upon seeing Jinchue, she visibly trembled. This chakra? Who allowed this in? The deity Tianxin was certain that since she had become a high-ranking member of the Dragon Cave and began testing the ninjas entering, no one's chakra had ever reached the level of this young man before her. Hello, I am the newly arrived Neiwheel Jinchue. May I inquire when the trial begins? To ensure respect for the deity whose name he had forgotten, Jinchue activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The trial? I'm unsure what you wish to test me on, but I will certainly do my best. Wait a moment, the deity Tianxin realized she should be the one testing him, yet after pondering for a while, she could not devise a suitable test. Ideally, her task was to assess the visitor's resistance to temptation, yet Jinchue's aura intimidated her. If I provoke his displeasure, will he kill me? Although Jinchue wore a friendly expression, even closing his Sharingan upon sensing her fear, Tianxin still worried that he might suddenly lash out. If this lady does not intend to give me a trial, could you perhaps escort me to the next stage? Apologies. I will take you to the next stage immediately. Deity Tianxin bowed at a 90-degree angle and quickly gestured for him to follow, leaving Jinchue momentarily speechless. Why are the inhabitants of the Dragon Cave more timid than the Hyuga clan? Jinchue understood that these beings practicing sage techniques possessed keen perception, but he felt such excessive caution was unnecessary. Then I shall trouble you. Regardless of the circumstances, maintaining politeness was a self-imposed constraint for Jinchue. Despite the apparent vulnerability of the deity, he restrained himself. Moreover, one must show respect to the White Snake Sage of the Dragon Cave. After all, she is of considerable age. Respecting the White Snake Immortal stems from two reasons: the reverence for the elderly and the significant character of the dragon displayed at the entrance, which has stirred a modicum of fondness within the true mackerel. He finds the surroundings rather pleasing, even though he is likely the sole human present in this place. Thus, the divine maiden Tianxin commenced leading the way. However, in order to guard against illusions, the true mackerel activated his Sharingan once more, allowing him to perceive the fluctuations of chakra emanating from Tianxin, who walked ahead. Along the journey, he suddenly remembered to inquire about her esteemed name. My apologies. I have been remiss. Tianxin expressed her regret, instinctively adopting a posture typical of her interactions with previous challengers. She swiftly turned to apologize, her demeanor imbued with sincerity as if she had committed a grave error. At this moment, Jinxue could no longer contain herself. So, Tianxin, could you elucidate your demeanor upon encountering me? I believe I have generally been quite amiable. Upon realizing that Jinxue was indeed earnest, Tianxin organized her thoughts and replied, Lord Jinshue's chakra is transparent to us who have mastered the sage art of the Dragon Cave. This chakra exudes an aura that is rather perilous. Is it truly chakra? Well, I think you need not overthink it. As I mentioned, I consider myself to be quite benevolent. By the way, Tianxin, I would like to inquire how many serpents in the Dragon Cave possess the reverse summoning technique? Reverse summoning technique? To my knowledge, it should be fewer than 10. Including the White Serpent Sage and the 3 of us high-ranking officials. The reverse summoning technique indeed has its thresholds, much like the few ninjas who can master the summoning technique. However, what sets the Dragon Cave apart is that serpents generally lack the inclination to practice reverse summoning, as it offers little enhancement to their strength. There has never been a serpent that, after being chastised by others, called upon humans for vengeance through reverse summoning. Most importantly, unlike the frogs of Mayaboka Mountain, serpents must first find a way to substitute hand seals before learning reverse summoning, as they lack hands, resulting in the technique's limited dissemination within the Dragon Cave. Jinxue then successfully extracted a key phrase, implying, So, Tianxin, you indeed know the reverse summoning technique, correct? Yes, Tianxin replied, somewhat astonished. She could not fathom why this human persistently questioned her about reverse summoning. Isn't it customary for humans to pursue Sage Mode instead? Upon entering Sage Mode, one can harness natural energy to enhance both offense and defense while also extending the range and perception of physical techniques. Thus, mastering Sage Mode significantly bolsters the capabilities of any ninja, regardless of their stage. However, although Jinxue yearned for Sage Mode, he was now more eager to unveil an idea he had conceived the previous night. May I inquire if reverse summoning can be initiated in a manner akin to the summoning technique, through some preordained method? For instance, if I inscribe its formula on a kunai, could I trigger it remotely to summon me? The summoning technique does not necessarily require hand seals. It can be activated by pre-writing the technique and employing alternative means to trigger the formation automatically. This was a method once utilized by Orochimaru when his hands were incapacitated, leaving a profound impression on Jinxue. Hence he remembered it vividly. I have never attempted this, but theoretically it should be feasible, right? Tianxin considered the notion absurd yet could find no grounds to refute it, for the principles of reverse summoning are indeed akin to those of the human summoning technique. The operational methods derived from the human summoning could similarly apply to reverse summoning. However, I am uncertain how precisely one might achieve this. Perhaps the White Serpent Sage would have some insight. If all else fails, we shall conduct further research. The White Serpent Sage, you say? I understand. 10 minutes later, Jinxue encountered the second high-ranking official of the Dragon Cave, Tianjin. Upon sensing Tianxin's approach, she had initially intended to fly over and bite the visitor. However, upon seeing Jinxue's Sharingan and clearly perceiving his chakra, Tianjin gracefully extended an invitation. Please, follow me to the next challenge. Shall we introduce ourselves first? My name is Jinxue, the new contractor of the Dragon Cave. Jinxue extended his hand for a handshake, and Tianjin, clearly feeling obliged, responded, I am Tianjin, a member of the Dragon Cave, though my status is of little significance. Is there no need for a test here? A gust of cold wind swept across Jinxue's forehead, allowing Tianjin to see his Kanoa forehead protector, leading her to continue. Our serpents in the Dragon Cave place great trust in their companions. Since you have passed Tianxin's test, you may naturally proceed to mine. Konoha ninjas, aside from Orochimaru, should all adhere to this, right? Tianjin thought. Yet Jinxue was not swayed. While he understood and acknowledged it, there was no necessity to perform an ostentatious display of the will of fire in such a setting. However, he recognized that Tianjin was attempting to curry favor, and thus he chose to acquiesce. Very well. Guided by the two high-ranking officials of the Dragon Cave, Jinxue soon arrived at the location of the final trial. Shichikujimaheim, unlike the previous two high-ranking officials, appeared much younger. She looks much more appealing. But what lies beneath that visage? In truth, to pierce the facade of the three high-ranking officials of the Dragon Cave, one would need the Byakugan. However, Jinxue recalled vividly what the serpent-like face of the other party resembled. Nonetheless, her gaze does not seem as timid as that of the previous two. Are we to commence the trial here? In fact, Jinxue was quite eager to experience the trials of the Dragon Cave, but he was not blind. The previous two had nearly shed their skins out of fear. In such circumstances, the trial would hold no significance. Before long, Jinxue found himself speechless as he realized that this final high-ranking official was even more outrageous than the first two. May I partake of a taste of your chakra? Just a little. A mere morsel will suffice. I am willing to do anything you ask. Before she could finish speaking, Shichikujima flew forward, intent on biting him. However, just as she approached within 5 steps of Jinxue, a blue skeletal hand suddenly intercepted her. Amidst the terror-stricken expressions of Tian Shinshinji and Tanjinji, Jinxue kindly inquired, "May I ask if this examiner is relatively young?" "Indeed, Shichikujima is the youngest among us 3, and we hope you can." "Then that means she is still quite young relative to the serpents of the Dragon Cave, correct?" "Rest assured, I shall not lose my temper with a child." Although he himself was not much older. Is there truly such a thing as a chakra addict? It is inconceivable that it could be ordinary chakra extraction. If it were something like Sharingan's ocular power, could I not use it to nourish small animals? Though he verbally expressed his intent to spare her, Jinxue's Susanoo began to grow increasingly colossal, its form rapidly transforming until it took on a complete human shape. Then, Susanoo hurled Shichikujima away as if tossing a softball. And only then did he release the Susanoo. That should not cause her too severe an injury, right? Jinxue asked, as he believed that physical attacks would bear little harm to these serpents who could already assume human forms. After all, Orochimaru is not deterred by ordinary physical attacks. Yes, Tian Shinshinji and Tanjinji affirmed in unison. At that moment, Jinxue finally heard an aged female voice. "Come to my side, Niren Jinxue. Your strength has been acknowledged by the Dragon Cave." Although unfamiliar with the voice, Jinxue understood that only the white serpent sage of the Dragon Cave could utter such words. Sage mode, is it? It seems I am close at hand. Chapter 35. The concept of the faux-flying thunder god. Here lies the deepest recess of the Dragon Cave. The dwelling place of the white serpent sage. Is this truly the white serpent sage? Gazing at the magnificent white-scaled serpent coiled beneath the colossal dragon head statue, Jinxue felt an overwhelming awe. This was a sight he could never have witnessed in his previous life. This composition could possibly win an award in photography, he mused. Yet, what is so peculiar about this young man's gaze? From the moment Jinxue entered the Dragon Cave, the white serpent sage had been observing him. Her perceptive abilities surpassed those of the 3 serpent maidens, allowing her to perceive all that transpired within the cavern. Having encountered countless beings, she prided herself on her understanding of those ninja willing to forge contracts with the Dragon Cave. Yet, Jinshue's gaze perplexed her. Is it my form that astonishes him? It hardly seems so. Jinxue, you are truly extraordinary. The moment the immortal being, who had lived for a millennium, declared him special, Jinxue pondered the possible meanings behind such a statement. In what manner was he deemed special? Was it his chakra, his physique, or perhaps his soul? Oh, it appears you possess some awareness of your uniqueness. In that case, I shall refrain from prying further. However, I am curious about your true intentions in forging a contract with the Dragon Cave. Despite their first meeting, she sensed that he was not merely a power-hungry maniac. Despite the evident danger of his chakra, initially, upon sensing Jinshue's strength, the white serpent sage speculated that he sought the sage mode, given its remarkable efficacy for ninjas of any caliber. Yet, she was taken aback when Jinxue eagerly inquired about the reverse summoning technique. Esteemed sage, my purpose in coming here is primarily to seek a familiar who can assist me in employing the reverse summoning technique. If possible, I would also like to begin cultivating sage arts, although I harbor little confidence in my aptitude. You doubt your own potential? The white serpent sage measured Jinshue's chakra once more and was immediately struck by confusion. With such an immense reservoir of chakra, why would you question your aptitude for sage arts? Chakra? Jinxue pondered. Is one's talent solely determined by the quantity of chakra? I had heard that only those with unwavering perseverance can attain sagehood. That is not the case. Such notions are merely the ramblings of the toads from Mayaboko Mountain. The white serpent sage refuted. These truths should have been imparted to you by Tuanjin and her companions, yet it appears they have not yet deemed you worthy of instruction. Indeed, I adhere to the belief that one can find a teacher among any 3 individuals. Jinxue reflected inwardly. He did not mind the status or strength of those who taught him, but he hesitated to voice this thought, concerned about offending the sage who had graciously offered her audience. The sage mode of the Dragon Cave is cultivated through the generation of chakra while gathering natural energy, thereby creating sage chakra. This implies that the more chakra one possesses, the greater the capacity to absorb natural energy. The training method for the Dragon Cave sage mode involves me personally infusing a specific quantity of natural energy into the practitioner. Those unable to withstand it become my sustenance. Given the magnitude of your chakra, you would be unharmed by such an infusion. She chuckled inwardly, relieved that the training was a controlled process, lest her ancient bones could not endure the strain. Jinxue grasped her explanation. So, The cultivation of sage arts in the Dragon Cave does not involve the gradual perception of natural energy. As one me, what Jinshue desires transcends mere escape through spiritual techniques. It revolves around the conceptualization of a pseudo-flying thunder god technique. His initial idea was to inscribe a reverse spiritual formula on a kunai in advance, allowing it to automatically trigger and transport his physical form when needed. In his view, this represents the embryonic form of the flying thunder god technique, advantageous for his subsequent pursuit of mastering the actual flying thunder god technique. Upon discovering the formidable functionality of inorganic reincarnation, Jinshue couldn't help but envision scenarios where the flying thunder god technique and inorganic reincarnation could harmoniously converge. Inorganic reincarnation can designate the entire area as a target. And if the inorganic reincarnated entities can be maneuvered under my control, wouldn't that enable a true form of full-screen teleportation? The original flying thunder god technique is limited by the kunai. Should an enemy deliberately target the kunai, achieving Jinshue's envisioned full-screen teleportation becomes unfeasible. Moreover, since there is essentially only one marker in such a scenario, there is no need to worry about misdirecting the directional wheel during the teleportation. Recalling the scene during the Third Great Ninja War when Namake's Minato executed dozens of instantaneous flashes to behead the ninja from a Wagakure, Jinshue felt a deep sense of admiration. Were he in that position, he doubted even being able to accurately place 5 markers, let alone 50. Thus, reducing the number of markers to 1 is indeed of great necessity. As for whether the Dragon's Cave possesses the relevant techniques to inscribe reverse spiritual formulas, this is something he could explore with the 3 of them, for he himself has never delved into this matter. At that moment, the White Snake Sage curled up slightly and lowered her head, signaling her intent to rest, and Jinshue realized he had already posed sufficient inquiries. Upon leaving the abode of the White Snake Sage with Tenshin Shinki, Takuji Haim, and Ichikishima Haim, who had arrived calmly at some point, Jinshue solemnly regarded them. However, upon meeting Jinshue's gaze, Ichikishima Haim eagerly volunteered, "Lord Jinshue, I can assist you in researching this technique. All it requires is a small fee." Before she could finish, Takuji Haim swiftly covered her mouth. Tenshin Shinki broke into a cold sweat, recalling Jinshue's earlier display of Susanoo, and couldn't help but think, she actually dares to negotiate terms? Ultimately, Tenshin Shinki slightly bowed her head to Jinshue, saying, "I am at your service." Takuji Haim echoed the sentiment, and as for Ichikishima Haim, her psychological maturity belied her youthful appearance. Her ascent to the higher echelons of the Dragon's Cave was not solely based on brute strength, as she had previously been somewhat entranced by high-quality yin chakra. What a pity, such quality yin chakra. Ichikishima Haim often consumed visitors to the Dragon's Cave along with their chakra, gradually developing a preference for certain special chakras, a fact she had remained oblivious to until encountering Jinshue, a pure youth who indiscriminately wielded the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. "I am at your service." With Ichikishima Haim's affirmation, it signified that Jinshue had now attained a level of authority within the Dragon's Cave second only to the White Snake Sage. And even Tenshin Shinki and the others felt no discomfort from this, for the Dragon's Cave is a realm where strength reigns supreme, possessing power guarantees one as standing. Since that is the case, I shall not be modest. Please allow me to return to Konoha first, and then reverse summon me back in a minute. I still have concerns regarding Izuna. Due to the haste of his arrival, Jinshue had not left a shadow clone in Konoha, and now he felt he might reside in the Dragon's Cave for several days. Yes. Upon hearing Jinshue's instructions, the 3 divine maidens released the reverse summoning, returning Jinshue to his original location. Upon his return, Jinshue immediately employed the shadow clone technique. "Take care of Izuna. I may remain there until just before the mission begins." "All right, leave it to me." Once the minute elapsed, Jinshue transformed into a cloud of smoke, vanishing from Konoha. Meanwhile, at Obito's location, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan? You cannot be mistaken? Upon receiving a report from a white Zetsu, Obito felt a twinge of doubt. If it were merely an ordinary adversary, even an elite ninja posed little threat to him. However, a Uchiha possessing the eternal Mangeki Sharingan was an entirely different matter. Lacking intelligence, no one could guarantee what kind of ocular techniques might be concealed within those eyes. I did not missee. The eye pattern was obscured due to the crowd. But I did witness Susanoo. This white Zetsu had previously infiltrated Konoha to observe Jinshue's graduation examination and had witnessed the climactic display of Susanoo. Naturally, Obito, who prided himself on having mastered Susanoo from Uchiha Madara, understood its implications. Frankly, he had no desire to engage in battle with an enemy capable of wielding Susanoo. However, if he were to overuse Susanoo, he would likely exhaust himself quickly. Nonetheless, it is prudent to have Zetsu follow up on the investigation. However, when half of the black and white Zetsu, specifically the black half, received Obito's assignment, a tempest of thought surged within him. Could it be a lost bloodline of the Uchiha clan? But if that were the case, how could he achieve such prowess? How did he manifest Susanoo? And this name for Black Zetsu, this presented the most significant opportunity in a millennium to resurrect their mother, Kaguya Tsutsuki. He was determined to prevent any unforeseen complications. And the sudden emergence of an eternal Mangeki Sharingan was undoubtedly an extremely unstable factor. At the very least, I must ascertain the capabilities of his Mangeki ocular techniques. Chapter 36, Tianshin Shinki. The ninja world is truly terrifying in Orochimaru's laboratory. Upon discovering Jinshue's absence from class that day, Orochimaru displayed little reaction, yet Akka raised a question. Orochimaru-sensei, isn't that interval absent today? Wasn't it said that his ninja theory was yet to be completed? Hearing Akka's inquiry while perusing genetic literature, Orochimaru did not even turn his head but provided a brief answer to the queries. Such matters depend on Jinshuekuin's discretion. I see. So it's not mandatory but rather contingent on his initiative? Akka's expression reflected sudden understanding, yet Orochimaru privately refuted her interpretation. No. It's not merely a matter of initiative. If he does not wish to attend, no one can compel him. Orochimaru had directly experienced Jinshue's strength and clearly understood that should the latter engage seriously from the outset, his own only recourse would be to flee. Employing the reverse summoning technique Jinshue had taught him. In such circumstances, if he had not gone mad, he would refrain from recklessly provoking Jinshue's temperament unless thoroughly prepared. Speaking of which, had I mentioned Jinshue's strength to Danzo back then, would he have avoided his demise? While pondering this, Orochimaru exhibited no regret for Danzo's fate. After all, in his eyes, Danzo was merely a loudmouth who turned miserly when it came to funding, lacking any genuine connection to warrant mourning. As for the current predicament of Konoha, it is indeed dire, and even Danzo finds himself in a state of impoverishment. The demise of Danzo has deprived Konoha of a formidable shinobi, yet Orochimaru remains unfazed. Presently, if it were not for the convenience of acquiring research funding without the need to seek out subordinates individually, he would feel little attachment to Konoha. Subsequently, Orochimaru redirected his focus back to the study of the cells of the true God. The cells of the true God, when compared to those of the first Hokage, are almost worlds apart. Theoretically, a being with such an immense chakra reserve should not have their chakra dissipate so rapidly once removed from the body. While analyzing the cells of the true God, Orochimaru encountered a peculiar phenomenon. Typically, a ninja's cells inevitably store some chakra, and this storage capacity is proportional to the total chakra of the cell's owner. The greater the amount, the easier it is to press at that moment. Jinshue suddenly heard Tianshin Shinji say, Lord Jinshue, ahead lies the territory of the myriad serpents often summoned by Orochimaru. The myriad serpents of 98 are? Their strength is considerable, though their temperament leaves much to be desired. The myriad serpents, Orochimaru's summoning beasts, were colossal serpents adorned with purple-black stripes, exhibiting remarkable speed and formidable offensive capabilities. However, in Jinshue's recollection, this summoning beast had never demonstrated any extraordinary abilities. Even with merely basic attributes, it should suffice, after all. I need not rely on summoning beasts lacking even the strength of tailed beasts to bolster my combat prowess. Jinshue's intention in seeking summoning beasts was never for their assistance in battle. After all, even the summoning beasts of the three holy lands were no match for tailed beasts in terms of strength. What he required was a large summoning beast capable of aiding his escape when confronted with insurmountable foes, such as the Tsutsuki. Such a beast need not be overly powerful. The ability to reverse summon would suffice. Could the myriad serpents reverse summon? Of course. Although the myriad serpents were not particularly adept in the myriad secret arts of the dragon's cave, their strength was undeniable, and they were indeed capable of reverse summoning. Very well, I shall proceed alone. You remain here. Understood. Having settled the payment to the cube in my previous life, it seems quite reasonable to summon the myriad serpents in this one, does it not? Subsequently, Jinshue stepped into the domain of the myriad serpents and swiftly came into view. A human? The myriad serpent's raw strength was, in fact, not inferior to that of Tianshin Shinji and her serpentine kin. However, their perceptive abilities and various special skills were far less impressive. Just as the myriad serpents, the words left Wan Shi somewhat taken aback. Thus far, no one had ever greeted a serpent before summoning it, yet the individual before him, despite exhibiting tremendous strength, displayed such courtesy. Consequently, Wan Shi began to entertain a notion. Very well, but I demand 10 living creatures as sacrifices each time I am summoned. In truth, he had already moderated his request considerably, as he would typically demand 100 sacrifices from Orochimaru. However, Jinshue's response was far from what he anticipated. Wan Shi, you are not human, so I shall not hold you to human moral standards. However, I will not provide you with living beings as offerings. With that, Jinshue dispelled Susanoo and leaped onto Wan Shi's head. Then, amidst Wan Shi's bewilderment, he activated a unique application of Susanoo, armored Susanoo. In an instant, a suit of azure armor enveloped Wan Shi's entire form, and simultaneously, he sensed a power he had never before approached in his lifetime. What an extraordinary force! Wan Shi flicked his tail lightly, and the earth trembled. This sensation was intoxicating, leaving Wan Shi yearning for more. However, he soon discovered that his body was ensnared within the armor, rendering him immobile. In a daze, Wan Shi felt as though he had plummeted from a mountaintop into an abyss. Do not cease, he cried out, rationality whispering that such power did not belong to him. Yet he could not suppress the primal desire surging within him while clad in this armor. Are you willing to heed my summons and commands? By the way, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jinshuе. Wanshi, in terms of size, was not inferior to the tailed beasts, and coupled with the distinctive fangs characteristic of the viper family, he now appeared almost dragon-like in the guise of armored Susanoo. Although upon closer inspection one would notice he lacked legs, Jinchue was nonetheless satisfied with Wanshi's current appearance. Moreover, should he wish to further emulate a dragon, he could augment Susanoo with additional components, for the skill offered considerable flexibility. Adding a few legs would not be an issue, yet in battle, such modifications were unnecessary and could hinder Wanshi's mobility. Upon hearing Jinshue's words, Wanshi promptly agreed. I, Wanshi, have languished for many years, regrettably without encountering a worthy human to serve as my contractor. If you do not despise me. Although the sentiment was similar, Jinchue found Wanshi's words to carry too much weight, fearing he might be unable to bear it. Stop. So you have consented, correct? Of course. Both I and the myriad serpents within my domain are at your disposal. Initially, due to Orochimaru, Wanshi had believed himself to be a formidable serpent. But in the face of the allure and intimidation of power, he succumbed. With Wanshi's call, countless serpents surged forth, and although he referred to them as small snakes, many measured 10 or even 20 meters in length. However, in comparison to Wanshi, they were indeed diminutive. He towered over 50 meters when coiled upright, let alone fully extended. Upon witnessing Jinchue standing atop Wanshi, all the serpents prostrated themselves as if to demonstrate their submission. Excellent. Then let us wish for a pleasant collaboration moving forward. When Jinchue concluded his exchange with Wanshi and returned to the spot where he had parted from Tenshin Shinki, he noticed that her head was lowered even more than before. What transpired? Lord Jinchue, did a battle occur with Wanshi? Just moments ago, Tenshin Shinki sensed an aura identical to the three-stage Susanoo Jinchue had previously exhibited, soon followed by an even more potent chakra, culminating in a commotion. Given Wanshi's temperament, she could not help but wonder if he had offended Jinchue and received a thrashing. A battle? Not at all. However, Wanshi has consented to respond proactively to my summoning in the future. Suddenly, Jinchue recalled something. By the way, Tenshin Shinki, how does your true form compare in size to Wanshi? Size. In the Dragon Cave, how many creatures could rival Wanshi in size? Well, there are a few, such as. Jinchue began to quickly ponder. He was aware of the green serpent, but it was a bit too early to consider that. Then, he recalled the red giant serpent from Naruto. Tenshin Shinki was indeed referring to this very creature. We have a cyclopean serpent named Shinya in the Dragon Cave. While its size does not match Wanshi's enormity, it is still of comparable stature and possesses formidable strength. However, its temperament is even more volatile than Wanshi's, and it harbors a particularly hostile attitude towards humans. I fear it may offend you. Shinya, Jinchue mused carefully. Can it perform reverse summoning? That is uncertain. In truth, Jinshue's memory of Shinya was somewhat hazy. He recalled that the Naruto series had not concluded, yet he vaguely remembered a red cyclopean serpent that bore a deep-seated resentment towards humans due to a past betrayal. Its true nature was not as malevolent as it appeared. However, that implies that subduing this serpent may require psychological counseling, which I lack the time for. Such a summoning beast, having lost faith in humanity, would certainly not be easily tamed. Furthermore, Jinchue felt no particular attachment to this serpent. Capturing a creature with a less than beneficial petrification skill held little significance. He resolved to return to the study of writing reverse summoning techniques, dismissing the serpent named Shinya. Having gleaned all of Wanshi's skills and the roles of certain unique serpents, Jinchue now found himself lacking any immediate need for summoning beasts of lesser rank than the tailed beasts. Understood. From Tenshin Shinki's perspective, Jinchue completely lost interest upon learning that Shinya might not perform reverse summoning. She could not fathom why Jinchue was so fixated on reverse summoning. After all, if it were merely a matter of developing new techniques, it would suffice for the three of them to assist in creating a reverse summoning technique without needing summoning beasts. Lord Jinchue has already demonstrated such formidable prowess. Why does he still cling to the art of reverse summoning? Could it be that there are even stronger entities in the ninja world? Could someone surpass Lord Jinchue, perhaps akin to the Sage of Six Paths? The ninja world is indeed terrifying. Chapter 37. Initial results of reverse summoning research on the night of the third day, in a secluded grove in Konoha. A face adorned with yin and yang slowly peeked out, only to quickly retract. This is the pinnacle of the ephemeral technique, which, with its aid, allows him to traverse the organic networks formed by the roots of plants, and underground water flows at remarkable speed, moving undetected unless he reveals himself. However, given that this location is Konohagakure, he opts for utmost caution. Even bypassing the barriers does not guarantee absolute safety. At this moment, he has gathered substantial intelligence regarding Shinsuke from both within and outside the village, yet these pieces of information seem rather unsettling. Upon hearing Black Zetsu's remarks, another aspect of White Zetsu's consciousness was filled with doubt. Why such skepticism? Everything appears quite reasonable. Although awakening the Manjiki Sharingan at the tender age of 12 is indeed exceptional, wasn't Madara also of a similar age when he awakened his? What I refer to is not merely the awakening of the Manjiki. Age is not an absolute criterion for such phenomena. Have you not noticed that this individual does not possess the Uchiha image in the eyes of the villagers of Konohagakure, having already awakened the Manjiki Sharingan? How could he become so overwhelmed with excitement in the eyes of a Ninja Academy teacher simply for being a student? Moreover, the fact that he was able to enroll in the Ninja Academy raises significant suspicions. According to discussions among the teachers, it appears that he was directly placed there by the third Hokage. What perplexes me further is that despite his adept usage of Susanoo, he chose to become Orochimaru's apprentice. After pondering Black Zetsu's doubts, White Zetsu attempted to connect the dots and arrived at a conclusion. Could it be that this Shinsuke is a modified human created by Orochimaru using cells from Uchiha Madara, much like that boy who possesses would release? Orochimaru? Does he possess such technological prowess? Black Zetsu instinctively sought to dismiss this notion. If Konoha possessed such advanced technology, the leaders of the other four great nations would be utterly humbled. Previously, when they stumbled upon Konoha's replication of wood release, it caused quite a stir. Only to later discover that the level of the wood release modified human created from Shinja Hashirama's cells was rather mediocre. Black Zetsu believed that it was already commendable for him to become an elite jonin in Konoha. As for Shinsuke, although they had not approached him closely, they had discerned that he possessed a chakra level roughly equivalent to half that of a mature Uchiha Madara, a realization that greatly troubled Black Zetsu. He suspected that the Moon Eye plan might require significant alterations, but until he could analyze Shinsuke's true nature, he was at a loss as to how to proceed. Of course, I have considered this possibility, yet there are three major issues. First, if H is recommended by Makoto. Izuna formed a friendship with a classmate named Han Inazuka from the Inazuka clan. However, Makoto noticed that Izuna Uchiha also seemed to be attempting to integrate into their circle. Izuna Uchiha is quite different from the other Uchihas, making a friend shouldn't pose much of a problem. Subsequently, Makoto produced an amulet carved with peculiar seals and a small vial. Relying solely on shadow clones for Izuna's protection does not equate to genuine safety. The efficacy of shadow clone bodyguards is inherently limited. The fact that they consume half of the original's chakra upon creation signifies a low cost-effectiveness. While Makoto himself is inclined to maximize chakra usage to enhance the clone strength, even disregarding the impact on the original, there remain vulnerabilities. If Izuna were to stray into a blind spot of the clones, he would be left unguarded. To Makoto, this gap must be addressed. Especially since one could never predict when Obito might resort to his infamous Kamui for abduction. He is rather skilled at this craft. The two items in Makoto's possession included a stone imbued with the inverse summoning technique and a sealed vial containing the blood of serpents from the dragon cave. Whenever Izuna encounters danger, he can simply drop the blood from this vial onto the seal and infuse it with chakra to summon me immediately. Eventually, as this technique evolves, it will become even simpler and more efficient, perhaps even enabling a one-button activation, though current technological limitations hinder this. The following morning, the prospect of summoning her brother in times of peril ignited a flicker of curiosity in Izuna's eyes. Was this the summoning technique her brother had once mentioned? In actuality, it was an inverse summoning technique, yet the distinction was negligible. After all, inverse summoning is merely a variant of summoning. Despite having absorbed a considerable amount of unconventional knowledge from Makoto, Izuna maintained an unwavering trust in her brother, who was indeed correct this time. Makoto further cautioned, however, you must never disclose your ability to summon me to anyone, not even friends, and strive to keep your actions discreet while doing so. Izuna understood, as a ninja, safeguarding one's own intelligence is paramount. This principle, though she had only been a ninja student for less than half a month, was clear to her. All right. Then I shall not worry. After escorting Izuna to the Ninja Academy, Makoto returned to Orochimaru's laboratory for routine research. However, he found not Orochimaru but rather Akatsuki instead. It has indeed been quite some time, Makoto. Where have you been these days? Do you believe your theoretical knowledge is sufficient? Shall we put it to the test? With that, Akatsuki made to retrieve some examination papers, prompting a slight exasperation from Makoto. No need for that. Such things intimidate me. And I have indeed been preoccupied with certain matters that I simply haven't had the chance to discuss with Orochimaru-sensei. Certain matters? Akatsuki inquired, puzzled. Aren't you scheduled to accompany Orochimaru-sensei on a mission the day after tomorrow? By the way, suddenly, upon mentioning this, Akatsuki's expression darkened. Why is Orochimaru-sensei taking you alone on a mission? I am the true disciple of Orochimaru-sensei. In Akatsuki's view, Makoto, who merely studied theoretical knowledge, could hardly be considered a disciple. Although Makoto referred to Orochimaru as sensei, the relationship bore more resemblance to that of a teacher and student in a school rather than a true master-disciple bond. Unaware of Akatsuki's sentiments, Makoto replied, regarding the mission. I cannot disclose much. However, I can say that it is an A-level task, potentially escalating to S-level during the course. This poses a significant risk for a chunin. Hearing Makoto's earnest explanation, Akatsuki felt even more distressed. She was indeed a chunin, yet here was a genin. Unfortunately, she could not voice her concerns. For even if Makoto were to offer her 5 hands, she would still be unable to defeat him. In truth, even 6 hands would not suffice. Meanwhile, Makoto remained blissfully unaware of his own status as a genin, yet out of curiosity, he asked, by the way, Akatsuki, do you not undertake missions regularly? Do you not aspire to become a jonin? Of course I do. Yet, Orochimaru-sensei's work is equally vital. Observing Akatsuki's conflicted expression, Makoto silently acknowledged Orochimaru's prowess in this regard. He refrained from inquiring about Orochimaru's whereabouts, knowing well that he was likely engaged in some dubious research in a hidden laboratory. He may even be investigating my blood. If so, I wish him success in his endeavors. Subsequently, Makoto retrieved a notebook from the shelf that had not been there a couple of days prior. Is this related to the summoning technique? It certainly bears Orochimaru's handwriting. Let me examine the details regarding the adjustments for the summoning beast landing positions. The service here is quite thorough. Well, since we have come this far, I shall study it for now. Chapter 38, Kurizetsu, his back, a point of vulnerability. In the Rain Village. Still no news of Shimura Danzo? A man wearing a specialized breathing mask finished reviewing a document and inquired of his assistant about Danzo's status. Yes, my lord. I see. It appears that this collaboration, which is yet to commence, has come to an abrupt end. However, that is of little consequence. This individual was hardly trustworthy. In the half-month since Danzo's demise, Konoha had not publicly announced his death. Instead, they classified him as a rogue ninja and declared him wanted and executed. Consequently, Hans, the leader of the Rain Village, who had limited access to first-hand information from Konoha, remained oblivious to Danzo's death, merely concluding that their collaboration had ceased. At that moment, at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain, Orochimaru-sensei. What exactly makes Hans formidable, aside from the lethality of his toxins against relatively weaker ninjas? Hans? His toxins are not limited to incapacitating the weak. Even I must exercise caution when confronting him. Beyond his toxins, his body flicker technique, taijutsu, and slashing techniques are all exceptional. Moreover, his unique use of explosive tags is remarkable. If my intel is accurate, Hans is arguably the foremost expert in explosive tag applications in the current ninja world. Should Makoto encounter him, he could utilize the Sharingan to replicate his techniques. In other words, you believe the only unique aspect of this individual, aside from his toxins, lies in his proficiency with explosive tags? Although Orochimaru feigned nostalgia when mentioning Hanzo, Jinchue could discern a portion of his true feelings towards him through his words. Clearly, the defeat in his youth did not cast a shadow over Orochimaru. Rather, the term explosive tag seemed to resonate more profoundly with him. Nonetheless, Jinchue harbored skepticism regarding the potency of explosive tags, remarking, while it is undeniable that genuine articles far surpass those I procured for Izuna, ultimately, such items hold little value in high-stakes scenarios, as they do not compare to the intricacies of mutual detonation or the scale of Conan's techniques. However, I could indeed replicate them to instruct Izuna. Intelligence significantly influences the outcomes of ninja battles. At that moment, before Orochimaru could finish his statement, a patrolling ninja from the Rain Village abruptly emerged and loudly interrupted him, exclaiming, "The two-leaf ninjas ahead. You must." Yet it became evident that in air this time. It was Orochimaru who interrupted his words, and in doing so, he completely stripped the Rain Village ninja of his ability to speak, and naturally, his ability to breathe as well. After eliminating this Rain ninja, Orochimaru curiously remarked that he was surprised that Jinchue did not intervene to stop him from taking the man's life. He mused that had he been in Jinshue's position, he certainly would not have killed him, although he would not impose his own standards on others. Nevertheless, Jinchue averted his gaze from the lifeless body on the ground. Perhaps I should take a moment to cast a couple of illusions to overcome this feeling of dizziness, he thought. Oh, what an interesting notion, Orochimaru replied. Though it seemed somewhat at odds with the will of fire described by the third Hokage, this reminded Orochimaru of an incident that had occurred in the same Rain Village. Shortly after he and Tsunade had been defeated by Hanzo, they encountered 3 children who appeared to be war orphans. At that time, Orochimaru had intended to help those suffering children find relief, but Jiraiya had stopped him. I can hardly claim to embody the will of fire. All I can manage is self-discipline, he reflected. Jinchue, who knew that Orochimaru had never believed in the will of fire, did not hide his own skepticism. While the third Hokage had always proclaimed his possession of this will, Jinchue himself held little faith in such claims. Self-discipline? Indeed. Isn't it the essence of being a ninja? He mused, though he decided to slightly disguise their intentions to avoid unnecessary trouble. In theory, eliminating all witnesses could ensure perfect infiltration, but without the Byakugan, such a course of action was ultimately impractical. The previous encounter at the border, which had been relatively unpopulated, had not necessitated any disguise. However, the sighting of the Rain Ninja signified their entry into an area controlled by the Rain Village. At present, Jinchue and Orochimaru wore their forehead protectors prominently. Consequently, they donned dark clothing and straw hats. Jinchue remarked, "Doesn't this make us stand out even more? A modest disguise should suffice to show the necessary respect." The Rain Village was accustomed to the passage of ninjas from the 3 great villages. The lament of a weak nation. Hanzo certainly has it tough, Jinchue pondered. After Jinchue and Orochimaru departed, a face with an yin-yang mask peeked out from the nearby bushes. Why is Orochimaru such a nuisance? That Jinchue didn't even lift a finger, White Zetsu complained, while Black Zetsu identified a significant issue. Against ninjas of this caliber, even if they did engage, it would be inconsequential. Yet, he ran without seeming to be particularly swift, and I couldn't even catch a glimpse of his lingering shadow. His back, you say? Indeed, what is going on here? Black Zetsu pondered for a long time without arriving at a satisfactory explanation. Perhaps it was a unique, permanent illusion or a bloodline limit that could even disturb others' perceptions. If only Uchiha Madara had possessed such abilities, the outcome of that battle might have been quite different. Well, that's in the past and holds little value for discussion now. At least we have acquired some useful intelligence. I have a plan. Let us proceed to meet Hanzo the Salamander. Are we arranging for the leader of the Rain Village to clash with this fellow who bears an uncanny resemblance to Madara? Arrange may be too strong a term. It's merely a slight inducement. But what precisely are these two individuals here in the Land of Rain to accomplish? Never mind that. Send a clone to summon Obito. And remind him to don his mask upon arrival. That shouldn't require much prompting. Ever since the fourth Hokage gave him a warning, he has become considerably more cautious. Chapter 39, Jinshiwe, the task of intelligence gathering naturally. The most straightforward approach would be to directly inquire with the target. Outside a rather inconspicuous village in the Land of Rain, Jinshiwe pondered where to begin his investigation. Originally, Orochimaru had intended to assess whether Jinshiwe had genuinely mastered the art of intelligence gathering, but Jinshiwe provided a reply that Orochimaru found somewhat absurd. I think we could simply ask them directly. Orochimaru paused momentarily, intrigued by this proposition. Why do you say that? Isn't it noted that the Akatsuki organization promotes the idea of achieving world peace without resorting to extreme force? Then let's give it a try. Once I remove my forehead protector, I can visit them directly. This was indeed an unexpected method of executing the task. Very well. Allow me to observe how much information you can uncover, Jinshiwe. A few minutes later, within the village. In the blink of an eye, the Akatsuki had grown in strength. Observing the resting members below, the leader of the Akatsuki, Yahiko, could not help but smile. The red-haired youth beside him, Nagato, chimed in. It is Yahiko's dream that resonates with everyone. They have long grown weary of war. As long as we unite, peace shall surely prevail. While Yahiko envisioned the future, an Akatsuki member who had been stationed outside suddenly rushed in. Boss, we have a visitor, a merchant from the Land of Fire. He claims to have heard of our ideals and wishes to pay his respects. A merchant? Nagato echoed with curiosity, while Yahiko's expression turned hopeful. Could it be that someone else wishes to join our ranks? Let us go, Nagato, and welcome him. All right. Soon. Yahiko and Nagato arrived at the entrance of their temporary base, accompanied by the earlier Akatsuki member. Upon seeing the approaching figures with orange and red hair, Jinshiwe removed his straw hat. It is an honor to meet you, Yahiko of the Akatsuki, and you as well, Nagato. I am Naru Jinshiwe, hailing from the Land of Fire. The youth who becomes the Deva Pathpain after death, and the one who has transplanted Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. I wonder if I, as a mere game character, can manage to pull off a feat of such magnitude. However, one would assume that as my template rises to 4 or 5 stars, my strength should enhance as well. I am curious whether I might awaken the Rinnegan. Jinshiwe reflected on his circumstances, ever since obtaining a sizable amount of gold and broadening his avenues for acquiring it. His output rate had plummeted to the levels he recalled from his previous life. After a staggering 27 consecutive draws, he had only obtained 61 pieces. At this current rate of a maximum of 40 gold per day, if I am to maintain a guarantee, I fear I may need to save for over a decade. Due to the warmth and sincerity in Jinshiwe's tone, Yahiko increasingly felt that his assumptions were correct. As for the name Naru, which sounded somewhat reminiscent of the Uchiha surname, he paid it little mind. Naru-san, please, come in. It is still drizzling outside. Forgive the intrusion. Before long, Jinshiwe followed Yahiko and Nagato into a small conference room. Yahiko had also summoned a girl with light blue-violet hair adorned with paper flowers, who took a seat beside Nagato. In theory, had Jinshiwe been genuinely conducting a task, he would have continued conversing with Yahiko and the others under the guise of a merchant. However, this task held little investigative necessity for him. Thus, he decided to drop a bombshell. In truth, I am a ninja from Konoha, full name Naru Jinshiwe. You may simply call me Jinshiwe. I recall that you were students of Jiraiya sensei, correct? If one were to count, we are likely still disciples of the same venerable master. Initially, upon hearing Jinshiwe mention the Leaf Village ninjas, Yahiko and his companions felt a sudden chill in their hearts. However, their spirits soared upon mentioning Jiraiya. The girl adorned with paper flowers, known as Konan, promptly inquired, how is Master Jiraiya faring? Given Jinshiwe's direct reference to their connection, Konan did not hesitate to ask about the well-being of their mentor, who had guided them for 3 years. As for Jiraiya sensei, following the demise of the 4th Hokage, he is likely still wandering nearby the Leaf Village, seeking solace. After all, the 4th Hokage was also a student of Jiraiya sensei. I encountered him just half a month ago. At this moment, Jinshiwe produced a telescope, acquired from the store recommended by Jiraiya sensei. But let us return to the main topic. What I am about to divulge is rather confidential. Do you possess any soundproofing barriers? Soundproofing barriers? Yahiko and his companions exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison. Then allow me, Jinshiwe declared, summoning technique. With a resounding pop, the figures of Tianshin Shinki, Wanzo and Ichikishimaheim manifested beside Jinshiwe. Wait, can the summoning technique also summon people? Upon witnessing the three serpent maidens, Yahiko's jaw dropped in astonishment, while the wielder of the Rinnegan discerned something unusual. They did not resemble humans. When Nagato pointed out their non-human identity, the three serpent maidens instinctively glanced at him and were momentarily taken aback upon seeing his swirling, purple-hued eyes. The Rinnegan. This is undoubtedly the Rinnegan spoken of by the White Snake Sage. I knew the ninja world was perilous, Tianshin Shinki silently exclaimed. Yet she also heard Jinshue's instructions. Do not be alarmed. Everyone here is a friend. I kindly ask the three of you to establish a barrier, ensuring complete isolation from all directions with no blind spots, so that our discussions will remain unheard by any outsiders. When Jinshue emphasized any, the maidens grasped her implication. Understood. They responded in unison. Truly, Lady Jinshue, how remarkable it is to be acquainted with one who possesses the Rinnegan. The trio of serpent maidens displayed their serpentine visages, startling Yahiko and Konan before departing the room. They employed a translucent purple cube barrier to envelop the entire space, isolating themselves from the conversation within. They never entertained the notion of eavesdropping. In their view, the discourse between a ninja of Jinshue's caliber and a holder of the Rinnegan was far beyond their rightful purview. At this moment, Yahiko and the others finally grasped the true intentions of Makoto. Yahiko scratched his head and remarked, Naruto. Just how crucial must this conversation be to warrant such precautions? This was, in fact, a manifestation of his paranoia about being eavesdropped upon. A measure taken to guard against the unknown. Makoto did not respond to Yahiko immediately. Instead, he produced a small notebook and swiftly sketched an image using the rapid drawing technique he had learned from Jiraiya, depicting Toby clad in a white cloak and a tiger-striped hat. If you happen to encounter someone dressed like this, who claims to be Madara, please exercise utmost caution. He is a deranged Uchiha, and Nagato's Rinnegan has already caught his attention. What? Nagato was taken aback, realizing that his Rinnegan had once again attracted trouble. He was equally astonished that Makoto was aware of this fact. Yahiko's reaction, however, was even more intense. What? He has set his sights on Nagato's eyes. This is something I absolutely cannot permit. As a side note, this very individual was responsible for the Kyubi incident in Konoha. I have uncovered his former name. Yet I deem him unworthy of it now, thus I shall refer to him as the masked man for the time being. At this juncture, Kuro Zetsu was attempting to incite a confrontation between Hanzo and Makoto, while White Zetsu's clone was hurrying towards Toby's base. Chapter 40. I, Naruto Makoto, simply desire a tranquil existence. The masked man, I comprehend now. Upon hearing Makoto's succinct account of Toby's abilities, Yahiko clenched his fists. Fueled not only by the anger of learning that someone was plotting against his friend, but also by the resentment towards his own inadequacy. Yahiko realized that even with the intel Makoto had divulged about the masked man, he remained at a loss for strategies to counter the adversary's capabilities. He could not bear to watch his friend step into danger, yet felt utterly powerless. Of course, Nagato, as Yahiko's close comrade, quickly sensed his friend's turmoil through subtle cues in Yahiko's demeanor. Yahiko, since the enemy is targeting me, allow me to handle this. I am confident that with the power of the Rinnegan, I can prevail against him, despite his long-held disdain for this cursed power. He was willing to employ it if it meant alleviating the concerns of his companions. However, there was a pressing question. Can Nagato truly emerge victorious at this juncture? Makoto contemplated Nagato's skill set during this period, prior to Yahiko's demise, and concluded that it might indeed pose a considerable challenge. While the true Nagato could wield the full capabilities of the Six Paths of Pain, that was a future version of him. Presently, although Nagato was agile, many of his abilities had yet to be fully developed. To Makoto, his situation seemed akin to his own, playing with someone else's account. While still exploring the depths of his skill set, one wonders if Nagato can execute the combination of universal pull, soul extraction, and almighty push. This was a sequence Makoto had once envisioned, first using universal pull to draw the opponent closer, followed by soul extraction to siphon their essence, and finally employing almighty push to propel the opponent away, thus circumventing the lengthy execution time of the soul extraction technique. At that moment, Konan suddenly posed a question. Why did Jinshue specifically come to remind us? Nagato glanced at Konan, as he harbored the same curiosity. Indeed, there was a connection between them through Jiraiya, yet Konan felt that Jinshue's long journey to offer them a warning seemed overly benevolent. As a war orphan, this unexpected kindness felt surreal to both Konan and Nagato. However, Yahiko's perspective was markedly different. Haha. I believe Jinshue must have heard about our Akatsuki ideals and wanted to lend us a hand, he exclaimed, recalling Jinshue's previous words to their companions at the entrance. That seems about right, Jinshue nodded. I believe that those who gather firewood for the many should not be allowed to freeze in the snow. Perhaps I am somewhat selfish, but coming to offer a few words while on a mission is rather simple for me. Yahiko repeated. Those who gather firewood for the many should not be allowed to freeze in the snow, and then earnestly added. How could someone who expresses such sentiments like Jinshue possibly be selfish? Please do not belittle yourself. If it were Jiraiya-sensei, he would likely stay here for quite some time to ensure Nagato's safety or find a way to take him to a special place for further guidance. As for me, I can merely offer a few words. Jinshue took a sip of water, leaving the trio of Akatsuki unsure of how to respond. They regarded Jiraiya as having selflessly taught them, fundamentally reshaping their lives, yet Jinshue's warning of danger was undoubtedly an unconditional assistance. Now, Jinshue was here, seemingly undermining his own worth. Ultimately, it was Yahiko who spoke first. I wonder if Jinshue has any need for our help. Although my abilities are quite limited, I will strive earnestly. That is unnecessary. What I wish to convey is that you should not stray into darkness, especially you, Nagato. Jinshue's gaze met in with this thought in mind. Makoto gently set down Nagato, while Yahiko and Konan hurried to assist in lifting Nagato, ensuring they firmly held down his hands. The scene persisted for quite some time until the realization struck. Isn't this absurd? I've already spoiled the matter regarding Obito to Nagato, yet I'm still fretting over the potential disruption of the narrative. Haven't I already obliterated the essence of it? Reflecting on the new technique he had developed specifically to eliminate Obito, Jinshue couldn't help but knock his head in frustration. What a cowardly thought. If I managed to vanquish that scoundrel, wouldn't that extinguish the plot entirely? Peace is fleeting. The future belongs to those who will inhabit it, although I may still be alive in 30 years. Subsequently, Jinshue continued, if you are determined to forsake those eyes, I shall no longer impede you. However, if you wish to safeguard someone's dream rather than become a burden, cease your incessant thoughts of rendering yourself blind. I have said all that I can. Ponder it well. Rising from his seat, he expressed gratitude. Thank you for your hospitality. I must return to reunite with my comrades. Regardless, I am immensely grateful for your assistance, Jinshue-san. Yahiko, pressing his palms together with Nagato and Konan, bowed in respect to Jinshue, who subsequently cast a barrier to shield their presence from prying eyes. Thank you for your efforts. He acknowledged. This is what we ought to do. With those words, Tianjin Shinki, Tezutsuheim, and Ichikishimaheim vanished in a cloud of smoke. After bidding farewell to the three serpent goddesses, Jinshue activated the summoning technique once more, this time conjuring a diminutive snake, barely larger than a palm when coiled. Remain in this vicinity and observe the three principal figures of this organization, he instructed, swiftly sketching a portrait of Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. If that red-haired ninja intends to self-destruct his own vision, initiate the reverse summoning technique inscribed upon your mouth immediately. Do you understand? Understood. This serpent serves as the liaison of the Dragon's Denver. Although it lacks combat prowess, it excels in its remarkable ability to conceal itself and track its targets, displaying a higher intelligence than the typical serpentine inhabitants of the Dragon's Denver. Thus, the true Ka discussed with it and inscribed a reverse telepathy technique within its mouth. There is no need to be overly concerned about its gaze. It should be capable of recognizing my chakra. If all else fails, simply state that I left it behind to maintain communication with them. If Nagato truly wishes to relinquish the Rinnegan, the serpentine figure, originally tasked with communication, nodded in imitation of human gestures. Subsequently, the character known as Jinshue departed from the Akatsuki's base, meandering slowly across a desolate expanse, his brow furrowed in evident contemplation of profound matters. Suddenly, a rain ninja materialized before Jinshue, inquiring, Hey, what is your name? I haven't seen you around. I am Nirin Jinshue, he replied. Uchiha Madara? What nonsense is this? Stop playing pretend. Before the rain ninja could finish his retort, a blue arm seized him. Nevertheless, after demonstrating his prowess, Jinshue exercised caution, ensuring that when the rain ninja landed, he was merely left paralyzed with fear, without further complications. I am 12 years old, residing at 77, Hokage Street in the Hidden Leaf Village. I am unmarried and do not possess a fixed workplace. Today marks my inaugural mission. I do not smoke, nor am I of legal drinking age. I seldom sleep before 11 at night. After all, my youth allows me a certain arrogance. My name is derived from a type of fish, yet I only consume fish when instructing my younger sister not to be picky, for I harbor a distaste for seafood. I do not engage in training, nor do I enjoy studying. I have always been indifferent to the will of fire. However, the third Hokage holds a different perspective. At that moment, the rain ninja wished to utter something, yet fear caused his throat to quiver irregularly, and ultimately, he failed to voice his thoughts. I merely wish to express that I harbor no extravagant desires. I simply yearn for a life of tranquility. The notions of victory and defeat, strength and weakness, are those I least wish to dwell upon, for they only invite trouble and adversaries. I am a content individual, and perhaps this is my philosophy of life. However, anyone who seeks to disturb my peaceful existence shall not be met with leniency. Subsequently, Jinshue turned his back and continued toward the rendezvous point with Orochimaru. I am grateful, stranger, for your willingness to listen to my ramblings. I believe I have now discovered something that might be deemed a goal. Just then, as the rain ninja's heart momentarily ceased, Jinshue suddenly turned his head and inquired, Would you kindly pretend we never crossed paths? I would be immensely grateful. Not a problem. The rain ninja managed to squeeze out these words, almost choking on them. Suddenly, he sensed that the aura of the shorter man before him had calmed considerably. The once palpable feeling of facing a hellish trial had nearly dissipated. Soon, only the rain ninja remained. What a terrifying individual. Is this what a Konoha ninja is like? Lord Hanzo must have fought against such monsters when he was alive. In the office of the rain village leader, a rain ninja, his right arm entirely gone, knelt before Hanzo. What on earth happened to Roku? Hanzo unwrapped the bandages, discovering that the injuries were somewhat indistinct. However, The experienced Hanzo swiftly identified the marks of a snake bite. A snake? Could it be Orochimaru? Lord Hanzo. That Orochimaru brought along a 12-year-old prodigy to the land of rain on a mission. That boy defeated me with the shadow snake hand technique in just a few exchanges and rendered my arm useless. Fortunately, it seemed he had never seen blood before and spared my life, persuading Orochimaru not to finish me off. He even claimed their mission would not harm the interests of the Rain Village and made me swear to keep their activities a secret. But how could I possibly refrain from reporting this? Suddenly, the Rain Ninja's body began to swell and rapidly exploded into a mass of white slime, nearly splattering Hanzo due to their proximity. Sir, an assistant rushed over to assess the situation but was halted by Hanzo. It's unnecessary. This peculiar technique indeed resembles what Orochimaru is rumored to employ. How foolish I was to let those 3 ninjas leave the Rain Village alive. At that time, Hanzo had not entirely abandoned his ideals, and when faced with the young Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, he felt a sense of cherishing talent. However, after witnessing the prodigies from other villages, especially those who participated in the deaths of his own ninjas, he could only contemplate how to eliminate them. Roku's strength may not reach the level of a Jonin, but he is certainly among the elite Chunin. The boy capable of effortlessly defeating Roku and implanting a special toxin within him must not be allowed to leave the Rain Village alive. Orochimaru, I once spared your life. Let this ninja, who appears to be your student, settle that debt. Hanzo was confident he could defeat Orochimaru but was uncertain about killing him. However, he believed it would be quite easy to eliminate a mere prodigy with the strength of a low-level Jonin. Chapter 41, Nagato. Setting off on the starting line of the secret scroll Akatsuki base. Nagato, do not overthink it. As long as we help one another, there is no challenge we cannot overcome. With his hand resting on Nagato's shoulder, Yahiko wore a confident smile. After much contemplation, I have devised a method to deal with the masked man Jinchue mentioned. Upon hearing Yahiko's words, Nagato's eyes flickered with interest. What method? Consider this. Jinchue mentioned that the masked man's phasing ability is passively triggered, right? That means we can simply help him trigger it. Upon spotting him, if we are at a distance, we can immediately launch a ninjutsu attack. If we are close, we can feign an attack. And when he prepares to counter us and solidify, we strike again. Nagato pondered for a moment. Yahiko's approach did possess a semblance of logic, yet it remained somewhat precarious. While it is indeed a method, it would likely only hinder him once. A simple strike or ordinary ninjutsu would hardly be sufficient to kill a ninja with strength above that of a Jonin. I doubt he would fall to the same tactic twice. In Nagato's view, seasoned ninjas rarely fell for the same trick twice. Yet, they currently lack the means to decisively eliminate their opponent in an instant. Even if they managed to severely wound him this time through a strategic advantage, what would they do next? Well, at least it's a method, Yahiko said. I recall that Jiraiya-sensei mentioned that battles among ninjas are processes of mutual probing for information. After confronting the masked man, we too will gain intelligence and experience, not just him. For instance, we will ascertain his strength, speed, overall physical prowess, and common tactics only after the actual engagement. Upon hearing Yahiko's reasoning, Konan chimed in, indeed, Nagato. Moreover, thanks to the information provided by Jinchue, we can more accurately confirm the enemy's various data points. Therefore, even in a rematch, we need not be overly anxious. Furthermore, Nagato instinctively echoed, who knows if the masked man might be a fool. Not all ninjas learn from their failures. In any case, I believe we need not be so alarmed. Instead, we should devote this time to training. Konan was correct. Now that they were aware of an adversary lurking in the shadows, they must remain vigilant while striving to improve themselves. Yet we mustn't think of blinding ourselves. Yahiko said, leaning closer to Nagato, their faces mere inches apart. At such proximity, Nagato could no longer evade Yahiko's gaze. Listen to me, Nagato. Our ideals cannot merely be spoken. Many harbor a deep-seated yearning for peace. But only by defeating our enemies can we ensure they hear our reasoning. Thus, while we should strive to minimize bloodshed, possessing sufficient strength is essential. Perhaps what we need is not necessarily the Rinnegan, yet we cannot sacrifice our vision for the sake of a troublesome adversary. Otherwise, how could we realize our dream of leading the entire ninja world toward peace? If we regard difficulties as insurmountable, isn't it far harder to establish a peaceful order without resorting to extreme force? If you lose your eyes this time, what will you lose next? Gradually, Nagato's expression softened. Unlike when he first recruited the initial members of Akatsuki, Yahiko had significantly improved his persuasive abilities after countless recruitment experiences. When facing an enemy, the ability to persuade often required first overpowering them, but among friends, it was unnecessary. I understand now. This is how it should be. Let us go train. Xiaonan, please gather everyone together to hear the intentions of Jin Shuesan. That fellow's ideology is exceedingly twisted, and I fear he may not limit his actions to just Nagato. While Jin Shui did not divulge any spoilers regarding the Ten Tails or the Eye of the Moon, he essentially articulated Obito's desire to disregard the will of the shinobi world and forcibly destroy the existing realm through sheer power, which is in stark contrast to Yahiko's principles. That makes sense. I shall go at once. After Xiaonan departed, Yahiko once again patted Nagato's shoulder. Let us continue striving for peace. If it becomes too arduous, Seek Jiraiya-sensei. If anyone can guarantee your safety, it would be him. Subsequently, Yahiko exited the room, leaving Nagato seated in contemplation on a nearby chair. Approximately 5 minutes later, I will not permit you and Xiaonan to face difficulties alone, Yahiko. Nagato rekindled his resolve. Reminiscent of the time he first heard Yahiko articulate his dreams. Suddenly, a scroll materialized before him. What is this? The scroll unfurled slowly, its contents rendering Nagato perplexed. Even the mere title left him somewhat bewildered. User manual? Does this imply a guide for my use? As the scroll fully opened, Nagato noticed, rather peculiarly, that despite its capacity to contain hundreds of characters, it bore only 11 words aside from the title. Wind, thunder, water, fire, earth. These unmistakably represent the 5 elemental transformations of chakra. But what are the subsequent terms? Beast, heaven, human, cultivation, hunger, hell? What could this mean? Though I cannot discern its origin or comprehend its significance at present, I sense that this object is far from simple. After considerable examination, Nagato resolved to temporarily set aside this enigmatic artifact. Meanwhile, Jin Shui had finally arrived at the designated meeting place with Orochimaru. As Jin Shui approached, Orochimaru set aside his book and scrutinized Jin Shui, who seemed subtly altered since his departure. He nearly suspected someone was attempting to perform a transformation jutsu before him. However, upon closer inspection and utilizing a sensing technique, Orochimaru discerned the unique chakra emanating from Jin Shui. Oh, Jin Shui seems remarkably changed. Could there be unexpected gains? More or less, I have come to understand certain truths. I previously feared that my actions might lead the world around me astray. But I have now realized that I have inadvertently accomplished enough. Thus, I have resolved to take decisive action. Upon reaching the rain shelter, Jin Shui removed his black cloak and shook off the rain with his Susanoo arm. Oh, is Jin Shui planning something? I have always believed that if you so desire. Jin Shui, the shinobi world may not be vast enough for your ambitions. To roam the shinobi world? No, quite the opposite. I shall discipline all those who wish to disrupt my tranquility. Should they persist in their unruliness, I will ensure they lose the capacity to cause further turmoil. It proved that the efficiency of the Susanoo drying mechanism was remarkable. In mere moments, Jin Shui's cloak was nearly dry. After folding it neatly and placing it on a nearby stone table, Jin Shui continued. The mission proceeded rather smoothly. This Akatsuki organization indeed appears to be dedicated to achieving peace, as they claim. Although they admire Hanzo, they have yet to earn his acknowledgement. Furthermore, their leader is a student of Jiraiya-sensei, which explains this connection. A student of Jiraiya? Orochimaru recalled the 3 war orphans he had nearly eliminated. Indeed, it seemed plausible that the fool student could engage in such endeavors. Orochimaru did not believe Jin Shui would concoct a tale merely for the sake of deception, thus concluding that the matter ultimately pertained to Jiraiya. In light of this, the mission can be deemed complete. There is little of significance to remain in the land of rain. Let us return. Orochimaru donned his cloak and prepared to depart, leaving Jin Shui, who had just dried his clothes and intended to rest, somewhat resigned. Well, it makes sense. Aside from Nagato and his group, there is little of consequence here. The rewards for an A-rank mission are indeed substantial. The compensation for A-rank missions typically ranges between 15 to 100 million ryo, though Konoha is currently in dire straits. Tasks involving infiltration and intelligence gathering in foreign lands scarcely fall below the average. Ultimately, I did not anticipate that a mere excursion would yield tens of thousands of ryo. The earnings of a ninja are truly bounteous. Upon hearing Jin Shui's remarks, Orochimaru shook his head. Money is inconsequential. The real issue is the time wasted on this task. Something that no amount of money can buy back. Suddenly, Orochimaru felt his left foot slip. What just happened? Observing Orochimaru halt abruptly upon exiting the shelter, Jin Shui activated his Sharingan and scanned the surroundings, noting no signs of chakra movement. Orochimaru did not immediately respond to Jin Shui's inquiry. Instead, he concentrated chakra beneath his feet and stamped down fiercely. In an instant, the ground shattered, revealing something akin to an underground entrance. At this moment, Jin Shui inquired, could it be that we have stumbled upon some ancient relic? However, Orochimaru promptly shook his head, declaring, regrettably, that is not the case. This wall, much like the nearby pavilion erected for shelter from the rain, was constructed no more than 15 years ago. If all goes as expected, it should be a cellar built during the Second Shinobi World War for the purpose of concealing items. Oh, I see. Then it is likely devoid of any valuable treasures. I had hoped for a serendipitous encounter with a chamber containing records of ancient ninjutsu, Jin Shui mused. If there are indeed fine artifacts, we shall soon ascertain that. Orochimaru began to weave hand signs, executing the technique of earth release, ground movement core. In an instant, the cellar, originally built underground, was unearthed. And Orochimaru quickly located the true entrance, obliterating it with a swift fire technique. Orochimaru-sensei, don't you think your methods are rather too practiced? Are you certain you don't secretly dig up graves and pilfer burial items? The thought of Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu and his insatiable need for research funding led Jin Shui to suspect that he might occasionally dabble in grave robbing. Cough, cough. Let us not dwell on such trivial matters. From Jinshue's perspective, Orochimaru leisurely stepped into the cellar he had designated. Initially, Jinshue did not give it much thought. But upon entering, he noticed the remnants of smoke left by a summoning technique or reverse summoning technique. A cursory glance at the ground revealed an area of roughly 3 square meters, starkly free of dust, in stark contrast to the surrounding terrain. Orochimaru-sensei, this is rather ungracious of you. If you lack 3 to 5 million, I cannot guarantee that this matter will remain undisclosed to the third Hokage. To Jinshue's surprise, Orochimaru replied in a nonchalant tone, too much, 1 million. Upon hearing this, Jinshue immediately began to negotiate. Then let us make it 2 million. Agreed. It seemed he had initially underestimated the value of the treasures found in this desolate wilderness. Since it was Orochimaru who discovered them first, he decided not to ask for too much, but he was keen to know what lay within and its monetary worth. I do not know, but it will certainly not be less than the reward for 10 S-rank missions. Jinshue pondered, so, the so-called reduction of 90 of funds in various forms is akin to this. Orochimaru recalled the contract that had unexpectedly appeared before him, his lips curling into a disconcerting smile. In truth, Orochimaru had undertaken only about 90 S-rank missions over the years, barely reaching 100. Isn't that over 10 million? This is rather extortionate. How about this, Orochimaru-sensei? If you help me create a small device, I will overlook this matter. A small device? Intriguing. I am more curious about the novel ideas you have conceived, Jinshue-kun. Although Jinshue did not exhibit particularly high intelligence, Orochimaru recognized that his thought process differed significantly from all other ninjas he had encountered. Jinshue consistently approached ninja-related matters with a perspective that was anything but conventional, leading him to notice things that others, including Orochimaru himself, often overlooked. Could you create a sealing scroll that encapsulates a technique like Earth Release, Ground Movement Core, equipped with a triggering mechanism that allows anyone to easily activate it? I envision a scroll that, when slammed against the ground, automatically triggers the Ground Movement Core. I shall call it a secret scroll. With your expertise, is it feasible? A secret scroll, indeed. As expected of you, Jinshue-kun. No problem. Although I have never created one, I believe that with my skills, crafting such a scroll should not require excessive time. However, the cost is likely to exceed that of explosive tags. Thus, it may not genuinely alter the combat strategies of Konoha's ninjas. While this may be a low-cost idea, it seems suitable for enticing the funding of Sarutobi-sensei. As long as the functionality is sufficiently powerful, the price becomes irrelevant. Ultimately, I shall create several secret scrolls for wind, lightning, water, and earth techniques. While they may not have substantial practical combat benefits for me, I have always believed that the utility of ninjutsu extends beyond mere combat, much like the ground movement core you just employed. Indeed, you make a valid point. Chapter 42, The Initiation of Summoning Techniques in the Evening. Within an expanse of wilderness in the land of rain, Jinshue contemplated whether he should seek refuge in the dragon-esque cave for the night. Orochimaru, oblivious to Jinshue's thoughts, casually remarked, this is a requisite experience for ninjas. Indeed, while ninjas can traverse great distances at remarkable speeds, they cannot entirely evade the occasional necessity of enduring the elements. Even in the relatively prosperous land of fire, it is still possible to encounter situations where one travels for half a day without coming across a town or village, let alone in the war-ravaged land of rain, where development has been stunted, in most cases, to ensure the success of their missions. Ninjas often choose routes that keep them far from human settlements, thereby minimizing interactions with others. At that moment, a thought suddenly occurred to True Cod. By the way, Lord Orochimaru, do you know any Earth-style jutsu that can quickly construct a house? Although Earth-style dwellings might not be as aesthetically pleasing as those made with wood-style, they'd certainly be more comfortable than tents. Construct a house? Orochimaru mused. There is indeed such a technique. However, even in the wilderness, a house created with Earth-style would still be far too conspicuous. But if you truly have no concerns about potential nighttime ambushes, then I suppose it wouldn't be an issue. At this moment, a dangerous glint flickered in Orochimaru's eyes, making it difficult to discern whether he was merely teasing or harboring more sinister intentions. Speaking of ambushes, I feel like you're the more threatening one here, True Cod retorted dryly. Orochimaru's recent expression only solidified his desire to spend the night at Richi Cave instead. Perhaps I should just go train in Sage Mode at Richi Cave and let Orochimaru return on his own. At this moment, Orochimaru, who had initially been ahead of Jinshue by half a body length due to his familiarity with the path, suddenly came to a halt. What's wrong? Jinshue pondered momentarily but noticed Orochimaru silently retrieving the Kusanagi sword and gazing intently ahead. He too activated his Sharingan to scrutinize the surrounding chakra flow. There were no signs of chakra movement, indicating that no one was performing ninjutsu in this vicinity. Hearing this, Orochimaru smiled faintly. Such was the limitation of the Sharingan. Traps, like those concealed beneath the ground, could only be directly detected by the Byakugan. Nevertheless, experience could unravel them. A trap? Jinshue took a couple of steps forward. Yet he still failed to discern anything until his gaze fell upon a patch of ground. Suddenly, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Although this patch of land was also dampened by the rain, a closer inspection revealed a somewhat indistinct boundary, almost at this moment. Orochimaru had already surmised the general reason behind the situation. Sometimes, explosive tags do not signify an intention to kill. They may serve as a means of communication. We are still not far from Hanzo's location. If the explosive tag detonates, it is possible that their sensory ninjas might detect it and subsequently report our presence to Hanzo. The sensory ninjas of the Rain Village are not as proficient as those of Konoha. If the distance were greater, they would likely be unable to ascertain the identities of two unfamiliar ninjas who have yet to employ their jutsu. However, if they cannot even sense the disturbance caused by an explosive tag trap, they hardly deserve the title of sensory ninjas. In other words, has our presence during this mission been discovered? Although they do not have our exact itinerary, they at least know we are here. Yet, it matters little. Perhaps it would be better if Hanzo himself were to appear. Normally, ninjas prefer at this moment, Orochimaru remarked. Setting traps is often a last resort for hidden villages when they lack sufficient manpower to station guards. It's highly likely there are no Rain ninja stationed nearby. Or perhaps just a handful overseeing a vast area. Under such circumstances, even if we construct a dwelling using earth release, the probability of detection remains minimal. With an additional earth release technique for concealment, our refuge would be even more secure. Shirao pondered this and conceded there was some logic to it. However, that's merely one possibility, isn't it? But it hardly matters. At worst, we can summon a snake to keep watch. If a battle does break out, there is nothing to fear. Oh, is that so? How confident you are. By the way, I'll take the upper bunk. Though Shirao said this, he had already resolved to stay awake all night. I'll divide it into 2 levels. 2 hours later, a dark vortex abruptly manifested not far from a certain earthen mound. So, the one who shares Madara's name is settled here so brazenly? Obito stared at the small earthen hill disguised as a dwelling and couldn't help but sigh. Even in his prime, he would never have pulled such a stunt during a mission. Perhaps this is what they call great skill breeds boldness? By then, Zetsu had already returned to Obito's side. Observing Obito's attire and equipment, White Zetsu couldn't resist commenting. You've even brought the flame fan. Are you already prepared for battle, Madara? At the very least, some preparation is necessary. A wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan is indeed an unpredictable variable, or rather, the entire Uchiha clan is. Contemplating how every talented Uchiha ninja possessed the potential to awaken the Manjiki, Obito began formulating an exceptionally ruthless plan in his mind. Zetsu, tell me, if the Uchiha clan were to vanish from this world, wouldn't that reduce the number of variables in our plans? Black Zetsu mulled over the pros and cons of annihilating the Uchiha. If the Uchiha are eradicated, and Obito and Madara fail to cast the infinite Tsukuyami this time, it would complicate future attempts. Yet, if we don't act, anomalies like Nato Shirao may continue to emerge unpredictably. Let us deliberate carefully. If an opportunity arises in the future, eliminating the Uchiha to mitigate risks would indeed be a prudent course of action. However, confronting and defeating every Uchiha ninja head-on is no simple feat. Strength is undoubtedly a crucial factor. I believe I would require at least 2 allies of comparable power to discreetly eliminate the Uchiha clan. Easier said than done. The Uchiha clan leader alone possesses the capability to rival a Kaga-level ninja. If the Uchiha were to rally their forces and alert Konoha, even 3 Obitos or 3 genuine Kaga-level combatants might not escape the village unscathed. And what if one among them possesses a counter to his ocular abilities? Precisely. My advice is to wait. Should Obito indeed find allies of sufficient strength, Black Zetsu wouldn't oppose such a plan. At that moment, White Zetsu sensed a formidable chakra presence approaching from a distance. Hanzo had arrived. We must hide, he urged. In response, Obito immediately activated his Kamui, transporting himself and Zetsu to a more distant location. Meanwhile, the diligent Tenzaku, engrossed in experimenting with the positioning of his summoning objects to repurpose the Rashomon as a divine gate, received a warning from the Serpent Sentry. Is their chakra drawing near? Due to the presence of a rocky hill, the house lacked windows, necessitating Tenzaku's descent to ascertain the situation outside. It seemed that Tenzaku had also become aware of the external circumstances. This sensation, if I am not mistaken, must belong to the salamander, Hanzo. Do you require my assistance? I recall you are the leading instructor, correct? Regardless, isn't it somewhat excessive to send a mere genin to confront the leader of Amigakure? Although unperturbed, Tenzaku vehemently condemned Orochimaru's lax attitude. Is it excessive? I believe he is the true challenger. Much like a conventional leader from Konoha, Orochimaru exhibited immense confidence in his student. Ignoring the disparity of strength between a genin and a village leader seemed more reasonable. Indeed, Tenzaku silently conceded to Orochimaru's assertion. However, theoretically, a conflict is not inevitable. Perhaps we might negotiate first? Certainly, if war can be averted, that would be ideal. However, Tenzaku's hope for negotiation dissipated almost immediately upon stepping outside, for Hanzo made his entrance, stepping directly upon a salamander. It appears a battle is indeed imminent. Well, it would be a rare opportunity to practice against a shadow-level ninja. I have no reason to decline. Nevertheless, despite Tenzaku's thoughts, Hanzo merely cast a fleeting glance at him before turning his attention to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I never anticipated encountering you again after that battle many years ago. Have you found the title of Sannin comfortable over the years? Although the title resounded throughout the ninja world, it was earned only after Hanzo's defeat. Thus, Orochimaru felt an overwhelming pressure from Hanzo's presence. However, he remained unfazed. In his eyes, that once invincible adversary was now merely boasting of past glories. Titles? Such matters hold little significance, yet I have never turned down a gift. Is that so? Quite the coincidence, for I feel the same. Hand over that young lad beside you. Killing our Amigakure shinobi during peacetime demands an explanation, even from Konoha. If you relinquish him, I shall allow you to depart. The murder of Amigakure shinobi? Tenzaku recalled the Amigakure patrol ninja that Orochimaru had dispatched with his hidden shadow snake hands. Surely, this was not his doing? It indeed had little to do with Tenzaku. Orochimaru assumed that the ninja he had eliminated was discovered, yet he was indifferent. He knew Hanzo was not overly concerned either. But it seemed Hanzo was not inclined to show mercy this time as he did previously with Tenzaku. Indeed, it appears a fierce battle is on the horizon. Nevertheless, neither fear nor trepidation betrayed Tenzaku's demeanor when faced with Hanzo or the approaching cadre of over 100 ninjas. Yet, shrouded by the dark night, even a shadow-level master like Hanzo could not discern Tenzaku's true expression. Otherwise, he would have noticed certain anomalies. Let me see just how formidable you are now, Tenzaku. With those words, Orochimaru turned away from Tenzaku, moving in the opposite direction, much to Hanzo's bewilderment. Ah, so cold-blooded, as the name suggests. At that moment, Hanzo, believing Orochimaru had abandoned his student to flee alone, began to contemplate, perhaps I could entice this prodigious youth from Konoha to join Amigakure. I wonder if he has any family left in Konoha. If not. Suddenly, a voice shattered Hanzo's musings. Summoning technique. 5-headed Rashomon. 5 vibrant doors adorned with demonic visages erupted from the ground, catching the salamander and Orochimaru entirely off guard. So this is how the Rashomon is utilized? Chapter 43. Tenzaku. There is no shame in being defeated by an ordinary person. Gazing at the towering gates that had sprung into existence, Hanzo barely managed to evade being toppled alongside the salamander. However, once on solid ground, he sensed something amiss. The salamander had been thrust upward as if in a gentle shove, indicating that even if struck, it would sustain no harm. I have been deceived. Hanzo quickly deduced Tenzaku's intentions. His salamander had long been synonymous with his name, making it only natural for it to be targeted. Tenzaku's use of a harmless attack, leveraging the information gap to separate him from the salamander, seemed entirely justified. He will surely bypass me to target the salamander. I cannot allow that. The salamander, named JBU, while not as formidable as a certain infamous black salamander from the past, possessed the capacity to unleash vast and lethal toxic mists. As a combat-type summoning beast, it could provide substantial assistance in battle, but ultimately it was not as powerful as Hanzo himself. If caught off guard, he could easily lose this asset. Thus, Hanzo swiftly brandished his chain scythe and charged toward Tenzaku, only to encounter something utterly confounding, even for a seasoned shadow-level ninja. Upon striking, Hanzo felt the same helplessness he had experienced in his youth while practicing his slashing techniques against a boulder. Then, he heard Tenzaku's voice. A scythe can indeed cut through Susanoo. However, given that I am the one manifesting Susanoo, it is excusable. What is happening? Hanzo realized he felt an unexpected pressure emanating from this young lad before him. However, such thoughts would not hinder his combat instincts. He swiftly employed the body flicker technique to distance himself from Tenzaku, and only then did he fully comprehend the behemoth standing before him. A towering, blue, half-giant exceeding 20 meters. Could it be? What is your connection to Uchiha Madara? None whatsoever. We merely bear a slight resemblance. However, I believe it is well within my capabilities to showcase but a fragment of Uchiha Madara's might. Now, let us cease idle chatter. I hope the forthcoming battle will compel you to take this seriously. Yasaka's Magatama. Watching as several Magatama rapidly coalesced in the hands of the half-giant, Hanzo's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He wished to assert that he was already quite serious. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to respond to the impending attack. By channeling chakra into his scythe, Hanzo swung it toward the approaching Magatama. In an instant, he successfully shattered more than half. Yet to his astonishment, 2 Magatama veered around him, heading straight for the salamander behind him. These Magatama can maneuver mid-air. Unfortunately, he had no time to rescue the salamander, for he found his entire field of vision enveloped by a searing inferno. Fire style, great fire annihilation. What manner of combat is this? Hanzo exclaimed, barely maintaining his composure as he swiftly evaded the fiery onslaught, expertly utilizing his instantaneous movement. Had his skills not been so refined, he would have certainly felt the searing heat. Yet, while Hanzo managed to escape, the same could not be said for the salamander, which, once the inferno subsided, appeared to have transformed into a rare black specimen, only to dissipate into smoke moments later. In the distance, how foolish this method of fighting is, thought Obito, unfazed by the commotion caused by the attack from the true cod. Oh, is that so? Black Zetsu, intrigued by Obito's remarks, anticipated a revelation regarding a counter to this technique. However, he was met with Obito's sardonic observation. How long can one squander chakra in such a manner? I wager he will soon require Orochimaru's assistance after just a few more techniques. Black Zetsu hesitated to deflate Obito's confidence, but White Zetsu, without a hint of restraint, interjected. He possesses an immense chakra reserve. If we consider chakra alone, this technique could be employed indefinitely. He extended his hand, displaying 3 fingers, but upon reconsideration, he opened all 5. What does that imply? Is he capable of unleashing such power for more than 5 rounds? Obito felt a surge of anxiety. My intangibility has its limitations. If he truly can bombard relentlessly for several rounds, that would pose a significant problem. No, I mean... White Zetsu's thought was interrupted as Black Zetsu took over. Let me be candid. This individual's chakra levels are comparable to that of a young Uchiha Madara. The legendary Madara once engaged in a prolonged battle with Hashirama Senju at the Valley of the End, where his chakra expenditure was no less than what it takes to perform ninjutsu like this. In Black Zetsu's perspective, the energy required for a complete Susanoo or even a clad Susanoo was far greater than the expenditure for multiple explosive techniques. He recalled how, during the grueling battle, Madara's Susanoo had remained active until both combatants were exhausted, albeit at diminishing levels of power. Comparable chakra levels to Uchiha Madara? Obito was taken aback. How can that be? In the ninja world, nothing is impossible. Black Zetsu then shifted the conversation slightly. Obito, with your Sharingan, can you discern the pattern within the true God's eyes? Black Zetsu felt a twinge of frustration. After all his calculations, he had not anticipated that Hanzo would initiate battle under the cover of night. The perpetual rain of the Land of Rain made the already dark night even more obscured, and with the true Cod activating its Susanoo, it appeared as though a blue veil had shrouded it, rendering even Black Zetsu unable to discern the pattern in its eyes from their distance. Obito activated his Sharingan, but it proved too far to see clearly. Despite the enhancements of the Manjiki Sharingan, the vision remained blurred. He could only ascertain that it was not an ordinary 3-tomo pattern. To see it clearly, they would need to draw closer, yet the enemy also possessed a Manjiki Sharingan, making it perilous to approach. Black Zetsu contemplated. Let us take a glance during the next attack and retreat immediately. Be sure to observe the pattern in its eyes. Agreed, replied Obito, who understood the significance of intelligence gathering in a ninja's combat strategy. Though his training had been somewhat muddled, he was still equipped with the fundamental qualities of a ninja. Meanwhile, the true Cod continued its relentless bombardment of Hanzo with fire techniques. Shadow Clone Technique. 2 shadow clones appeared beside the true Cod and began weaving hand signs for a massive fire jutsu, while the true Cod's original form produced a medium-sized shuriken, employing the shuriken shadow clone technique. Fire style, poinsettia claw. Hanzo, now thoroughly muddied from the relentless assault, momentarily lost his focus upon hearing the name of the jutsu. He would stake his entire ninja career that this technique was anything but a poinsettia claw. Damn it, this is untenable. Does this brat not consider the chakra cost of such combat? Hanzo now felt the true weight of helplessness, as faced with the true Cod, who was ensconced within its Susanoo. Unleashing expansive fire techniques, he found himself relegated to dodging with water-based instant movements, initially intending to wear down his opponent. Yet, gradually, he realized the opponent's chakra was inexhaustible. Could this fellow be a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Hanzo could fathom no other explanation for such a staggering amount of chakra. Even the likes of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha would likely struggle to match this level. In his youth, Hanzo had witnessed the era when Hashirama and Madara dominated the ninja world. Although he never directly battled and due to their demise before he could establish his own reputation, he believed they were at best on par with the current display of the true Cod. Hanzo thought, I cannot simply overlook that remark. Though I do not admire them, I cannot allow their legacy to be tarnished. Just then, the true Cod bit its finger, summoning a familiar entity. 10,000 snakes? This creature was notoriously difficult to control. To Orochimaru's surprise, upon being summoned, the 10,000 snakes did not rebel, and even more astonishingly, it was not merely compliant. It was this creature. Upon seeing Hanzo, the 10,000 snakes scoffed disdainfully, embodying the same arrogance and greed that Orochimaru had always associated with it. Yet, he found such a nature convenient, as it would yield easily to his influence once he offered a few incentives. However, what the 10,000 snakes said next unsettled Orochimaru. Lord True Cod, the salamander's toxins have minimal effect on me, and with my speed, I can disregard the toxins it releases and charge right in. The 10,000 snakes expressed a demeanor towards the true Cod that starkly contrasted its previous interactions with Orochimaru, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Orochimaru mused. I should designate a summoned beast. Fear not, I shall not allow him the chance to release toxins. Come forth, 10,000 snakes. This time, you may not need to engage in battle, but I can certainly give you a taste of excitement. Could it be? The 10,000 snakes' eyes gleamed with anticipation as the true Cod proceeded exactly as it had envisioned. Armored Susanoo, accompanied by a rare, thunderous roar from the true Cod. The myriad serpents over 150 meters away instantaneously donned a majestic Susanoo armor, emanating an extraordinarily terrifying aura, an overwhelming power that even Hans could scarcely fathom. The sound of Duong still resonated from Hans's weapon. However, this time, it was the clashing of the chain scythe as it struck the ground. He relinquished his weapon, not out of his own volition, but rather due to the sheer magnitude of power that left him astounded. rendering him incapable of controlling his own muscles. Such a force was unfathomable, reminiscent of what the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, once confronted. Notably, upon entering Sage Mode, Hashirama's colossal Buddha surpassed even this in size. The accounts of their legendary feats of cleaving mountains and parting seas were all grounded in reality, devoid of artistic embellishments. At this moment, Hans was devoid of any will to fight. He had long surpassed the age of youthful arrogance. Confronted by this armored behemoth, he found himself incapable of even engaging in battle. Surrender, Hans, to be defeated by Susanoo is not a source of shame. Such astonishing power it was. Orochimaru instinctively extended his tongue, growing increasingly eager to unravel the secrets of the true Kod's strength. And yet, you claim not to be a descendant of Uchiha Madara. Even Orochimaru himself was unaware of the scale of the techniques employed by Hashirama in Sage Mode. How could an ordinary person possibly comprehend it? The simultaneous defense of both Hashirama and Madara's powers, coupled with the adeptness and cloaking a massive summoning beast with Susanoo, made it utterly inconceivable that there was no connection to Uchiha Madara. So what means has Lord Jinshui employed to deceive Lord Sarutobi? Or perhaps, Lord Sarutobi is simply indifferent to what he conceals? This is becoming increasingly intriguing. As for Obito and Zetsu, the white Zetsu, disguised as Obito's, noticed a slight dampness on the inner part of Obito's head and back. Obito, are you sweating? Am I really drenched in sweat? Obito gradually closed his eyes, but soon reopened them, his gaze sharpened. No, this is rain. Merely an adversary obstructing my path to peace. How could they make me sweat profusely? At this moment, Black Zetsu appeared to have recovered from his astonishment. It seems we need not take the risk of investigating further. Those eyes must undoubtedly belong to the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Why would such a thing occur? Could it truly be the replication of Uchiha Obito? When did Konoha conduct human experiments on Uchiha Obito? How could they have precisely extracted the elements affecting chakra and the Sharingan? Moreover, can the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan truly be produced solely through genetic technology? Black Zetsu found himself utterly perplexed, for he could only perceive an absurdity beyond comprehension, one that transcended millennia of his accumulated experience and knowledge. The eternal kaleidoscope, indeed. Yet, every adversary possesses their weaknesses. I shall not be so easily vanquished. At this juncture, Obito conceived a new plan. I intend to meet him. Chapter 44. I capture the essence of your purple sand surrender? Hans was reluctant to acknowledge his defeat, yet when confronted with the intimidating Susanoo, he was compelled to admit that he was not on the same level as the individual before him. Little did he expect that one day he would find himself as the one spared. Persuasion to surrender is not uncommon in the ninja world. However, it is rare for someone like Jinshui to extend such an offer when the enemy has utterly lost all hope. Essentially, it is an act of providing the enemy with a way out. In other words, he harbored no intention of taking a life. Did you never intend to kill me from the outset? How should one respond? In a certain sense, this could be seen as a form of retribution for your past actions. Orochimaru might be considered my mentor, having assisted me greatly, and since you once spared him, it seems only logical that I would extend you the same mercy this time. At this moment, Orochimaru approached, intrigued. Oh, it seems that I, Orochimaru, possess such significant influence. He understood that Jinshui never intended to kill. At most, it was merely a display of skill. Otherwise, had the mighty serpent with its Susanoo charged recklessly towards Hanzo and the 100 or so individuals he brought along, they would have met their demise. Let us consider it a display of the strength that comes with being a formidable opponent, akin to the first Hokage of yore. In Orochimaru's eyes, sparing one's enemy was undoubtedly foolish. However, those of great power could afford to indulge in such folly. Jinshui was not Hanzo. Revealing numerous techniques to an opponent would not alter the outcome, even if he disclosed that his Susanoo could effortlessly cleave mountains and was exceedingly versatile. How would the opponent respond? The advantage of intelligence presupposes that both parties are of comparable strength. Revealing all the information of a J Nin to a CH Nin would still result in the latter's defeat. I nearly forgot that Jinshui is but a CH Nin. Orochimaru subsequently found himself at a loss for words. Hanzo, who had been slightly perturbed yet ready to depart, now felt an overwhelming sense of shame upon encountering Orochimaru. Although he was unaware of the terrifying power possessed by the youth standing atop the heads of the serpents, he distinctly remembered Jinshui's declaration of being Orochimaru's student. Gazing at the man he once spared and even bestowed a title upon, Hanzo felt utterly humiliated. Once, he had boldly spared a younger generation. Yet now he found himself bested by one even younger, stripped of the courage to engage again. Hanzo, you have aged. Nearly a decade and a half has passed since your prime, yet life is indeed fleeting. Orochimaru glanced at the scythe on the ground, reflecting on Jinshui's Susanoo in its half-formed state. For someone of Hanzo's caliber, it should not have posed an insurmountable challenge, yet he chose to retreat after the slightest encounter, never to find the opportunity to approach Jinshui again. How truly lamentable. Previously, Orochimaru had tested this stage of Susanoo, finding it not an insurmountable barrier for shadow-level ninjas. Hanzo's decision to withdraw after merely a touch extinguished the interest Orochimaru once held for him. Just an old man clinging to survival, destined to be scattered by the winds of a new era or to wither away in obscurity, forgotten by all. After exchanging glances with the serpents, Orochimaru turned his attention to Jinchue. Jinchue, we have dallied long enough. If you still wish to rest, it is time to conclude this battle. Indeed, upon dispelling his Susanoo, Jinchue dismissed the serpents, who reluctantly retreated to the dragon cave. So, Hanzo, what is your response? My response, is that I, Hanzo, have long lost my former resolve. Hanzo lifted his gaze towards the moon obscured by clouds. In my lifetime, I have failed to bring peace to the shinobi world, let alone spare the village hidden in rain from the ravages of war. Wait, what is he doing? Why does he appear as if he's about to perform a dramatic act? Jinchue silently extended a skeletal arm. Predictably, Hanzo raised his scythe once more, but this time it was not aimed at Jinchue, but at himself. Decades of life, akin to a fleeting dream? The atmosphere grew awkward. In any case, if you believe yourself inadequate, perhaps you should abandon the path of a ninja and consider teaching or engaging in constructive endeavors. Is that not more valuable than perishing here and burdening your subordinates with the expense and effort of a grand burial? As the skeletal hand released its grip, Hanzo fell to the ground, though this time, several of his subordinates gathered the courage to rush forward and support him. Lord Hanzo, please do not belittle yourself. The village hidden in rain truly cannot afford to lose you. In the case of the 5 great ninja villages, even the death of a leader would not severely undermine the village's foundation. However, the village hidden in rain was different. It was upheld almost entirely by Hanzo himself. Most of the ninjas in the village were acutely aware of this reality, and Hanzo himself understood it deeply. I can no longer bear the shame of continuing as the leader of the village hidden in rain. At this moment, the illustrious True God experienced a sudden inspiration. In your village, there exist 2 remarkably exceptional individuals. One is named Yahiko, who harbors grand ideals and ambitions. The other is Nagato, blessed with unparalleled talent in this world. Should you be inclined, you may wish to engage with them or impart some combat techniques. Yahiko? Is he not the leader of the Akatsuki organization? As for Nagato, Hans did not recognize him, yet he had no doubt that someone as formidable as True God would not deceive him, a defeated foe, regarding such matters. Hans rose once more. Very well, since it is your esteemed recommendation, I shall persist one last time. He turned to face the assembled ninjas of Amigakure. Return now. Today's battle marks my defeat, and the aftermath concerning Rock should be borne by me. Upon hearing Hans mention an unfamiliar name, True God suddenly recalled something. Hans, Sama, how did Amigakure learn so swiftly about the battle between Lord Orochimaru and your ninjas, and the subsequent death of one of them? I recall it occurred at the very edge of Amigakure's territory, and it was Lord Orochimaru who delivered the fatal blow. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have been so expeditious for your side to ascertain this information. The speed of a ninja's footwork is indeed remarkable. Even a conventional march across the land of fire to the land of rain, and then to the land of wind takes merely 3 days. Moreover, Orochimaru's traveling speed is among the elite of the current ninja world, second only to those like Raikage who possess unique acceleration methods. True God followed closely behind him, resulting in a notably swift journey, which meant that it was only the first night since their departure from Konoha. This implies that Amigakure, in less than a day, had discovered the cause of death of a patrolling ninja at the edge of their territory and quickly pinpointed the general whereabouts of True God and Orochimaru. To True God, this efficiency seemed rather excessive, not quite characteristic of a small nation. Or perhaps, was Orochimaru's every move observed by another ninja from Amigakure? At that moment, Mackerel noticed Hanzo's body stiffen as he turned around. Could it be true? Is there something amiss? Mackerel observed the fleeting bewilderment in Hanzo's eyes and immediately solidified a conjecture within his heart. I can vouch for my integrity. What I have just recounted is an unvarnished truth. Admittedly, our side did cause the demise of your ninja, but in the shinobi world, such occurrences are commonplace. Are they not? Missions of B rank or higher often culminate in clashes where one party meets their end. Mackerel did not believe that Hanzo of the Salamander clan in this era would be the sort to personally target a duo, including Orochimaru, merely because a ninja from the Hidden Rain village perished. To him, such acts were only within the realm of possibility for the leaders of the shinobi villages across generations. Perhaps only Naruto could accomplish such deeds. The accounts of Mackerel and Rokuso diverged considerably. Hanzo prided himself on not yet succumbing to senility. One of the two must be accurate. Yet Hanzo pondered Rokuso's words carefully. Rokuso had said he was wounded by a young subordinate of Orochimaru, one who employed the hidden shadow snakehand technique. However, Hanzo felt that Mackerel's combat style bore no resemblance whatsoever to Orochimaru's. In his view, Mackerel's initial onslaught of ninjutsu barges echoed the fighting style of the third Hokage, and the latter half hardly resembled a contest between shinobi at all. Would such a person employ the hidden shadow snakehand to assault our Hidden Rain-'s chunin, deliberately poison them, and then let them go unharmed? Before long, Hanzo discerned the truth. Hidden shadow snakehand? That is not my expertise. I excel at large-scale ninjutsu suppression, forcing my adversaries into endless evasions until they reveal vulnerabilities, which I then exploit with a colossal ultimate technique to conclude the battle. Hanzo had personally experienced what Mackerel described, and was convinced that he had been manipulated as a pawn by someone with ulterior motives. The Hidden Rain village would soon unveil the facts. Subsequently, Hanzo led his men back toward the hidden rain village. Upon hearing this, Mackerel inwardly scoffed. If you truly managed to uncover the instigator, that would be formidable indeed, surpassing even the Sage of Six Paths. He was almost certain this was the work of Obito and Black Zetsu. With Danzo gone, there were few candidates left in the shinobi world capable of such machinations. Black Zetsu indeed possessed both the capacity and motive. Is this a test of my abilities? It appears my Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Susanoo have been exposed. Mackerel activated his Eternal Mangekyo and scanned the surroundings but detected no anomalies. Could it be that they are stationed at a great distance? He then retrieved a telescope and surveyed the area once more. Still nothing. Could it be that Zetsu possesses a technique enabling him to infiltrate plants and soil alongside Obito? Or perhaps they departed immediately after obtaining the information. I wonder if he discerned the exact pattern in my eye. If he did, would he mistake me for Uchiha Madara? Normally, each Mangekyo Sharingan pattern is unique, yet Mackerel S and Madara S eyes defied this rule, for, in essence, Mackerel S eyes were originally Madara S. At that moment, Orochimaru inquired, has Jin Shui uncovered some hidden adversary? Jin Shui pondered, I believe someone must have been lurking and witnessed the recent confrontation. Though I did not catch sight of them, they may have already departed. Suddenly, Jin Shui recalled another matter, sensing a subtle fluctuation in time and space from a distance. A few days prior, I had ventured into the Dragon Cave to delve into the arts of summoning and reverse summoning, which had awakened a vague intuition within me. Time-space fluctuations? Orochimaru was not particularly surprised by Jin Shui's invitation to the Dragon Cave. After all, Jin Shui was indeed exceptional. However, the notion of a hidden foe instigating conflict between Hanzo of the Salamander and the Leaf Ninjas, alongside possessing time-space ninjutsu, left Orochimaru in deep contemplation. It seems someone is indeed targeting the Leaf Village purposefully, while Orochimaru felt little allegiance to the Leaf. It was a source of funding and experimental resources he could not entirely disregard. I shall report this to the third Hokage. Beyond that, I will not concern myself. At that juncture, Jin Shui summoned Susanoo once more. Orochimaru wondered, could the time-space fluctuation have re-emerged? No, primarily, I am uncertain whether it is indeed a time-space fluctuation. Or even if the individual remains concealed nearby, so I intend to test it. What do you mean by test it? Jin Shui swiftly provided an answer through action. He commanded Susanoo to manifest two faces with 4 arms. The 2 hands in front snapped the chakra sword in 2, while the 2 hands at the back formed seals, albeit at a slower pace. Simultaneously, Jin Shui synchronized the seal formation within Susanoo, and the front hands prepared to launch the 2 fragmented blades. Susanoo can even form seals? Upon reflection, Orochimaru found this quite plausible. After all, forming seals was fundamentally a process of channeling chakra, which was not entirely impossible for Susanoo, a manifestation of chakra itself. I am growing increasingly fond of these eyes. Yet, when shall I unravel the secrets of your body, Jin Shui? Moreover, this seal. Susanoo, Shuiken Shadow Clone Technique. The shattered blades were hurled in a spinning motion, transforming into a flurry of rotating projectiles that scourged the surrounding ground before vanishing. After confirming through a telescope that no white unidentified creatures or yin-yang faces had emerged, Jin Shui finally exhaled in relief. It appears they have indeed left. Orochimaru-sensei. I believe we should hasten back to the Leaf. Indeed. In truth, Orochimaru had intended to forego sleep and return to the Leaf with Jin Shui without pause. Had Jin Shui not mentioned needing to rest for a night, he would not have stopped. Chapter 45, upon receiving the report handed to him by Orochimaru. The third Hokage swiftly began to peruse its contents. A direct visit to the Akatsuki organization? An entity that genuinely cherishes peace and eschews extreme measures? Such a notion seems rather extraordinary within the ninja world. Oh, so the leader of this organization is one of Jiraiya's disciples? That indeed is not surprising. I had not anticipated such a revelation. In light of this, I shall arrange for Jiraiya to pay them a visit at the next opportunity, fostering deeper ties between Konohagakure and Amigakure. As the third Hokage gripped the report, his hand began to tremble upon turning the page, revealing the account of how Jin Shui had brought Hanzo to his knees, nearly compelling him to take his own life. Was this task truly executed? Could it be that Jin Shui has mastered the power he unleashed on that fateful day? The power of that day, as the third Hokage referred to it, was the force Jin Shui exhibited when he vanquished Danzo. Whether or not he has indeed mastered it remains uncertain, yet during his battle with Hanzo, Jin Shui did not even allow his Susanoo to manifest. The once formidable Hanzo has aged significantly, with his fighting spirit, tactical acumen, and even his courage evidently diminished compared to a decade ago. Courage? I had not imagined Hanzo would fall to such depths. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his cigarette. However, it seems I am not in a position to cast judgment on him. Such matters should be handled with discretion. I have no interest in them. In truth, Orochimaru is not politically naive. He simply prefers to remain uninvolved. Let us settle the remuneration for the mission. Hanzo attempted to employ an explosive tag to create a trench as he evaded Jin Shui's advances. Though it proved ineffective, it is likely that this technique has been replicated by Jin Shui. Consequently, their family will probably incur substantial expenses. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally perceived his student's intent, which was to demand a greater sum. However, The village's finances are indeed tight at present, and my own purse is nearly empty. At most, I have just enough for cigarettes. Nonetheless, the minimum standard remuneration for an S-rank mission remains feasible. The minimum standard for an S-rank task is, after all, 1 million Ryo. When a ninja village issues missions in its own name, it must also allocate funds for remuneration. This serves as a primary use of the military funds provided by the daimyo. If these funds are lacking, while a ninja village could still compel some of its ninjas to undertake missions, such practices could lead to complications in the long run. Hence no ninja village would resort to such measures at present. 1 million Ryo? Too meager. Defeating the leader of Amigakure and discovering a promising organization for potential alliance with Konohagakure could yield far greater benefits than a mere million Ryo. If word of this were to spread, outsiders might perceive Konohagakure as miserly, revealing its facade of strength while hiding its vulnerabilities. Indeed, let us raise it to 5 million. It cannot exceed this amount, as such remuneration is typically only offered when involving the leaders or jinchuriki of the other 4 great villages. Moreover, the village is currently facing economic hardships. Suddenly, the third Hokage's gaze met Orochimaru's, who inexplicably grew anxious. Is something the matter, Sensei Sarutobi? Orochimaru inquired. Orochimaru, could you perhaps prioritize researching projects that could generate revenue for the village? This is indeed a crucial aspect, is it not? Orochimaru understood the importance of revenue generation, however. He typically preferred not to squander precious time on financial matters. Nevertheless, he presently had a research direction in mind and proceeded to share Jinshue's proposal concerning the secret scrolls. Secret scrolls? That indeed sounds like a means to significantly enhance a ninja's survival. If the technology is sufficiently advanced, it could even allow a ninja to forcibly utilize techniques they have yet to master. However, the development of such items is likely to be immensely challenging. Moreover, considering the exorbitant cost of mere explosive tags, one can only imagine the price of scrolls capable of releasing ninjutsu. It hardly seems affordable for the average ninja. At that moment, Orochimaru remarked, in truth, I had no intention of mass-producing such things. I shall expedite my research on the technology. But the application of it is entirely at the discretion of the village. As for funding, after vanquishing Hanzo of the Salamander, would it not be feasible to persuade the daimyo of the Land of Fire to allocate additional resources to Konohagakure? Indeed, it is not a formidable challenge. For the ninjas of one's own nation effortlessly vanquish the leader of the Rain-Hidden Village, which ranks just below the 5 great shinobi villages, even in foreign territory. This victory also brings honor to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The economic hardships faced by Konoha do not necessarily reflect those of the Land of Fire. In fact, the struggles of the Land of Fire do not imply the daimyo's financial difficulties, although he may not be able to provide substantial support immediately. Alleviating Konoha's current pressures should be entirely feasible. However, should that be the case, it would be essential to widely publicize the victory of Jinsha against Hanzo the Salamander. Orochimaru, please consult Jinsha regarding this matter. This situation differs from previous ones. Once the operation commences, the scale of information dissemination could be considerable. Jinsha's input is crucial. While it is believed that the Rain-Hidden Village will not object, as per Sarutobi's assessment, Jinsha likely remains indifferent to such matters, yet since you, the third Hokage, have mentioned it, I shall inquire upon my return. After receiving a handsome reward of 5 million, derived from the defeat of Hanzo, Orochimaru departed from the Hokage building. Although this sum appears substantial, it would scarcely last long when allocated for research endeavors. Moreover, Orochimaru must relinquish a significant portion to Jinsha, the primary contributor to this mission. Typically, rewards are distributed based on the ranks of the ninjas involved, yet the pairing of Orochimaru and Jinsha is indeed exceptional. Particularly given the bizarre circumstance where a high-ranking jounin could not surpass his subordinate genin. Therefore, Orochimaru resolved to distribute the rewards based on effort, deciding on an 80-20 split, with Jinsha receiving the larger share. 7 days later, in Awagakure, a short, comically large-nosed elder was presently at work. He was Noki, the third Tsuchikage of the Rock-Hidden Village. Though unremarkable in appearance, he possessed formidable strength and unwavering conviction. Information regarding the Rain-Hidden Village and Konoha? It had been a while since he had engaged with that village, and he was uncertain of their current state. Hanzo has been defeated by a Konoha ninja. And the name of the victor is Uchiha Madara. Noki sprang to his feet. If it were merely the name, it could be coincidental, however. He fully comprehended the implications of the blue translucent giant mentioned in the intel. Madara. Noki pounded on his desk. His fists, though not struck with great force, were imbued with fear, rage, resentment, and jealousy. In truth, this elder, who had surpassed his 60th year, harbored a little-known past. Once, Senja Hashirama had pledged to forge alliance contracts with the 4 great shinobi villages, but the envoy sent from Konoha was none other than Uchiha Madara. Contrary to the expectations of the then second Tsuchikage, who was still in his youth, Madara's demeanor towards Awagakure starkly contrasted with that of the first Hokage. He not only disregarded the notion of alliance contracts but, upon their first encounter, unleashed Susanoo upon Noki and Mu. Even to this day, the image of the red-eyed demon, commanding the blue translucent giant and adorned with the Konoha forehead protector, remains an indelible shadow in Naka's mind. At this moment, Noki instinctively grasped a stubborn stone beside his desk, a companion he often toyed with. Decades ago, he had tried to wield a similar stone, attempting to unleash the earth's might upon his foes, only to falter in courage. That power was overwhelming. However, it was utterly unacceptable for me, as the Tsuchikage of a Wagakure, to feel timid due to the specter of a Konoha shinobi. Yet, even as he resolved this, Naka's hand continued to tremble. The true Madara has long since perished. Could this be his descendant? Or merely someone who has inherited his name? Noki lifted his gaze, fixating on the portrait of the second Tsuchikage on the wall. Lost in contemplation. After a considerable time, he resumed his seat, appearing to have regained his usual composure. Anoki. At that moment, a tall man, whose features, particularly his nose, bore a resemblance to Noki, entered the room. He was Naka's son, KT, a formidable Jonin of a Wagakure. Relay this message, henceforth. Any Wagakure shinobi who encounters a ninja possessing a unique Sharingan, named Narumankatsu, may opt to abandon their mission without facing punishment or incurring losses. The preservation of life is paramount. Of course, this order must be communicated discreetly, layer by layer, to ensure that no one outside of the shinobi community becomes aware of it. Do you understand? In other shinobi villages, such matters might prove difficult to keep confidential. However, Noki trusted in the solidarity of his village's ninjas, much like Sarutobi Hiruzen believed in the will of fire. Let us proceed. Prioritizing the preservation of life in the face of calamity. Only by surviving can one seize the opportunity to realize their worth. Yes. Chapter 46, An Unconventional Path to Sage Mode Training Dragon Cave. Are you finally ready to commence your training in Sage Mode? I had thought you might require more time. After all, one often finds themselves caught up in various commitments. However, at present, I have nearly 2 months to dedicate to this training. In 2 months, Menkatsu is scheduled to attend the 100-day celebration of Hinata Hyuga, one of the future 12 guardians. For such prearranged events, he is determined to uphold his commitment, barring any extraordinary circumstances. At this moment, Jinchua suddenly heard the White Snake Sage speak. In fact, given your chakra capacity, there are only 2 possible outcomes for your training in Sage Mode. First, you may declare failure within half a day. Second, you might grasp the basics within 7 days. Of course, techniques involving inorganic reincarnation will require separate study. She did not even mention the possibility of death, for the natural energy she would inject into Jinchua would far surpass the physical and mental energy Jinchua could mobilize, making it a negligible concern. If death were a possibility, she would have to reconsider if the Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave could be utilized by humans. Now that we understand, please begin, White Snake Sage. As you wish. The White Snake Sage circled around Jinchua and confidently bit towards her back. Do not move. To her surprise, she found that she had missed her target, yet she was certain it was not due to any fault of her own. Huh? I didn't move. The White Snake Sage, puzzled, lifted her head and then noticed an exceedingly strange phenomenon. Is it true that this bloodline limit behind you cannot be deactivated? What bloodline limit? I believe my only bloodline limit is the Sharingan, Jinchua replied, touching her own hand but perceiving nothing unusual. Your back. It's so enigmatic that even I cannot discern it. Even when using Senjutsu to sense it, I feel nothing. However, when I look at you as a whole, there appears to be nothing amiss. It is as if your back possesses an innate ability to distort everything external, including sight and sensory techniques. Just now, when I attempted to use my poisonous fangs to inject natural energy through your back, they simply slid off before even getting close. In other words, my back cannot be targeted by attacks or effects, and when affected by non-targeting effects, it automatically deflects. Yes, that description is remarkably apt, indeed. It seems humans have a way with words. What on earth? Is this not the no-back phenomenon? Wait, if this is a version of the no-back that cannot be targeted, can I turn my back to evade an enemy's attack in battle? No, that won't do. Even if my back is invulnerable, attacks on my waist, legs, and head would still pose a problem. Moreover, if that is the case, how am I to cultivate Sage Mode? Jinchua scrutinized the size of the White Snake Sage's fangs, realizing that to bite effectively, they would need to approach from either the front or the back. There are indeed several solutions. Simply inject from the front. Stand still. All right. Jinchua suppressed her desire to unleash Susanoo and stood firm, while the White Snake Sage pierced her body with her fangs. Though a massive fang had entered her chest, the pain was surprisingly minimal. Even though it was merely the tip, the size was nearly that of a fist. Jinchua found it baffling that such a large fang piercing her chest, which should have been agonizing, instead felt merely like flesh being peeled away, a most peculiar sensation. After swiftly injecting a portion of natural energy, the White Snake Sage lifted her head again. Despite the act being termed as biting, it was not a mere bite but a crucial step in ritual in cultivating Sage Mode, thus inflicting no physical harm. But why did you not react at all? Wait. What happened to the natural energy I injected into you? Why did it get expelled? The White Snake Sage was astonished to discover that the natural energy injected into Jinchua had only remained for half a minute before being automatically expelled from her body and dissipating into the air. What? It was expelled? Can natural energy truly be forced out? Before Jinchua could fully express her confusion, the White Snake Sage shouted, quickly. Try to intercept that natural energy dissipating around you. Huh? Although Jinchue did not fully comprehend what had transpired, she instinctively began attempting to intercept the so-called natural energy. After about half a minute of exposure to the natural energy, Jinchue felt something, albeit brief compared to a normal practitioner of Sage Mode. While her perception was not entirely accurate, she instinctively utilized the most common technique that she believed could intercept natural energy, Susanoo. And indeed, she succeeded in capturing it. This technique is intriguing. This solidified chakra, drawn through special in-release chakra, possesses an exceptionally high compatibility with natural energy. If you are unsure of the reason why that natural energy was expelled, you might as well try using this technique to absorb it. And then use it to condense Senjutsu chakra. Senjutsu absorption. Images of Sasuke using Susanoo to absorb the power of the Curse Seal and transform it into Sage Art Susanoo. As well as using Susanoo to absorb Tail Beast chakra to create a smaller version of the Ten Tails, flooded Jinshue's mind. It seems there's indeed potential here. Although I lack the Rinnegan or Tail Beast to assist in absorbing natural energy, even conventional Sage Mode should suffice. Subsequently, Jinchue began to contract the size of Susanoo, which had originally stood 20 meters tall, rapidly shrinking to about 8 meters. At this moment, her perception of the natural energy became clearer. So that's it. It has a somewhat cool sensation, quite comfortable, yet is this amount a bit too scant? How much Senjutsu chakra can this little bit of natural energy yield? Jinchue then started to manipulate Susanoo to gradually guide the natural energy into a hollow chakra sword, subsequently infusing it with a substantial amount of chakra. At that moment, the White Serpent Sage suddenly realized that Jinchue had begun to take action. What are you doing? I'm condensing Sage chakra, he replied. Did you not mention that the Sage techniques of the Dragon Cave involve infusing natural energy into existing chakra to enhance its impact? Therefore, if I were to infuse ready-made chakra into the existing natural energy, it should yield similar results, right? By the way, once I deplete this natural energy, how can I quickly gather it again next time? Upon hearing this, the White Serpent Sage fell into contemplation. She had never considered this question before. Ordinarily, when someone is capable of withstanding natural energy, it indicates their ability to generate Sage chakra. The chaotic sensation of natural energy coursing through one's body provides a profound understanding of its essence. Consequently, any individual capable of mastering the Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave would be a great relief to her. Much of the instruction could be omitted. And techniques like the Sage Art, White Surge and Sage Art, Inorganic Rebirth could be self-taught with mere scrolls. However, Jinchue was an exception. Merely half a minute was insufficient for him to truly grasp the essence of natural energy. He was attempting to produce Sage chakra externally, akin to trying to fly before mastering running, a challenge of considerable difficulty. Such an approach is undoubtedly safe, yet his learning progress may become rather sluggish. The White Serpent Sage mused, recalling her earlier estimates regarding Jinshue's expected learning duration. She found herself in a dilemma. If this continued, based on her calculations, it could take Jinchue over 6 months to learn how to independently condense Sage chakra. This would be akin to a resounding slap to her old face. Yet, if she were to intervene and assist him, it would violate the established rules, leaving the White Serpent Sage deeply conflicted. Very well, this human, although not innately powerful like Tsutsuki Kaguya, is indeed quite unique. Even if he does not reach Kaguya's heights, he will certainly not fall short of the inhabitants of Miyaboku Mountain. 1,000 years ago, Gamamaru of Miyaboku Mountain, now the Great Sage, had once served as the guide to the Sage of Six Paths. Consequently, despite Miyaboku Mountain being one of the 3 great holy lands alongside the Dragon Cave and Wetbone Forest, the White Serpent Sage had always felt overshadowed due to the Sage of Six Paths. Yet, she was powerless to change this reality. For an entire millennium, the Dragon Cave had welcomed countless visitors, and even those who successfully mastered the Sage Mode were not few. Nevertheless, none had truly impressed the White Serpent Sage. Just when she thought she had encountered someone special, it turned out his blood would undergo a bizarre mutation half a minute after leaving his body. And even the natural energy he injected could only be sustained for the same brief duration before being automatically expelled. Subsequently, the White Serpent Sage imparted the complete method for unlocking the Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave to Jinchue, who then began to employ what appeared, at first glance, to be a somewhat normal approach to producing Sage chakra. After several minutes, the sword of Susanoo, infused with natural energy, began to exhibit some changes. The once simple blue chakra sword now bore serpentine patterns that gradually spread across its surface. This method of refining Sage chakra is truly unprecedented in my experience. The White Serpent Sage remarked, recognizing the unexpected advantages of this unconventional approach. Despite the external condensation of chakra, the nature of Susanoo facilitated the production of Sage chakra, making the process slightly easier and revealing the inherent safety of controlling natural energy externally. As this process was entirely safe for Jinshue's physical form, he could repeatedly experiment within a short time frame, something conventional Sage Mode practitioners could not afford to do, as such recklessness could lead to dire consequences. However, as Jinchue continued his training, the White Serpent Sage discerned a second issue. The efficiency of natural energy consumption seems rather excessive. His perception of natural energy is still too poor. Such a crude synthesis is unlikely to yield sufficient practical benefits. From the White Serpent Sage's perspective, Jinchue was akin to using Susanoo as a ladle, haphazardly scooping in a fish pond. While he occasionally caught something, the efficiency remained woefully inadequate. Although it appeared he was consuming a bit too much, he had indeed managed to produce some sage chakra. Jinchue, observing the formed sage chakra through his eternal Meijiki Sharingan, noted that once produced, this chakra would enter the observable range of his Sharingan, alleviating his concerns regarding operational issues post-formation. By the way, why does Susanoo exhibit changes similar to those of a human activating sage mode? Upon hearing Jinshue's query, the white serpent sage explained, the technique itself consists of already materialized, tangible chakra. Therefore, it is only natural for it to undergo further transformations upon intertwining and condensing with natural energy. Furthermore, if you wish to further comprehend the essence of natural energy, the white serpent sage transformed into her human form and performed the summoning technique, summoning Tanshin Shinjiko, Takisuhaim, and Ichikishimaheim before her. Sages, you shall infuse natural energy into Jinshue's materialized chakra giant. Simply inject it within, without needing to enter his body. Infusing natural energy into a human body is a meticulous endeavor, and the white serpent sage felt uneasy allowing her 3 subordinates to carry it out. However, if it were merely to sprinkle high-quality natural energy into Susanoo, they were certainly capable of that. Understood. The 3 serpent maidens approached Jinchue, transforming their faces into serpentine visages. While Jinchue began to grasp the white serpent sage's intentions, are you planning to infuse a substantial amount of high-purity natural energy into the confined space of Susanoo to enhance my familiarity with it? Precisely. However, if your progress remains sluggish afterward, I will have no further recourse. Rules are rules. Even as the one who established them, I cannot unilaterally disregard them. Despite the white serpent sage's words, Jinchue felt her genuine concern for the matter. The serpents of the Dragon Cave are not so bad after all. Ladies, please proceed. Susanoo opened 3 portals, and Tanshin Shinjiko, Takisuhaim, and Ichikishimaheim began to infuse invisible natural energy within. Jinchue sealed the portals once they ceased, initiating a deeper contemplation of this natural energy. It seems the sage mode isn't as daunting as it appears. Could it be that I am truly a genius? Suddenly, Makoto began to harbor a semblance of confidence in his abilities. Regrettably, this newfound confidence was still rooted in the foundations laid by Ban. Chapter 47. The initial success of Senjutsu training, Dragon Earth Cave. At this moment, Makoto sat cross-legged upon a massive rock, encircled by a ring of translucent blue skeletal forms. At first glance, it resembled the most rudimentary application of Susanoo. However, in the next instant, intricate patterns emerged on the skeletal arms he extended, initially appearing as cracks, yet upon closer inspection resembling serpentine scales. Overall, this did not detract from its aesthetic appeal. The initial form had begun to take shape. In merely 3 days, practicing only 3 hours each day, he had reached this remarkable stage. Although, considering Makoto's current chakra levels, maintaining Susanoo for an extended period posed no significant challenge. It would indeed be taxing. While it sufficed for regular combat and daily life, prolonged use would inevitably lead to noticeable fatigue. Thus, this phase of training seemed somewhat health-oriented. Nevertheless, the pace of his progress left Tion Xin Shinji and others utterly astounded. They were unfamiliar with the specifics of how someone like Makoto, who did not enter sage mode through his physical form, utilized Senjutsu chakra. Yet, they were acutely aware that it was utterly impossible for an ordinary individual to master the autonomous generation of Senjutsu chakra in such a brief span, especially considering that Makoto's training frequency appeared remarkably health-conscious at first glance. At this moment, the Susanoo of the true Cod gradually expanded and transformed into the conventional two-faced, four-armed half-body Susanoo form. Soon, he clasped his hands together, and within 3 seconds, the half-body Susanoo underwent a subtle yet significant transformation. The single horn on its head split into 2, while unique black patterns emerged on the forehead, face, and jaw. The previously vacant eyes now displayed distinct pupils, and irregular dark markings sporadically appeared on parts of its body, though they were not numerous. By the way, why do I always feel an uncanny familiarity with this entity after the Sage Chakra takes form? Never mind, I shall give it a try. Sage Art, Yasukuni's Magatama. Upon entering Sage mode, the enhancements of the Susanoo became glaringly apparent. Even the true Cod, who had a limited understanding of damage, could perceive the differences compared to before. Although he utilized only one Magatama for the purpose of testing its potency, the resulting destructive power was considerable. In comparison to previous instances, the current Magatamas might have nearly doubled. Feeling the surge of newfound strength, the true Cod could not help but exclaim, "Is this the power of Sage mode?" Such a phenomenon cannot be succinctly described. However, it is not particularly challenging to wield. Ladies, I wish to learn Sage Art, White Lightning Technique and Sage Art, Inorganic Reincarnation. Do I need to seek the White Snake Sage for this? Not at all. At that moment, Takitsuhaim summoned a colossal scroll and personally presented it to the true Cod. This was the scroll of Sage Arts inherited from the Dragon Cave, containing a record of most of its techniques. Ishikazuhaim stated that the White Snake Sage anticipated your swift mastery of the creation and application of Sage Chakra. Hence this scroll was provided to us in advance. I see. Thank you ever so much. The true Cod unfurled the scroll and swiftly searched for inorganic reincarnation, only to stumble upon a technique he was eager to learn. Is there a technique that can perfectly conceal one's form, even the chakra, rendering one invisible? The true Cod gazed toward the three snake princesses, who promptly responded to his inquiry with actions. The three serpents first reverted to their snake forms and immediately vanished from sight, even with the eternal Mangeki Sharingan activated. The true Cod could only discern three minuscule points that seemed to rest at their original brow positions. One might mistakenly believe they had employed a lesser technique. That being said, I can still vaguely perceive their movement trajectories. Let me reduce the Sharingan's level. The true Cod downgraded his eternal Mangeki Sharingan to the 3-Tomo mode, only to lose sight of the three snake princesses entirely. It wasn't until he reverted to the eternal Mangeki mode that he could regain a general sense of their locations. A concealment ability capable of completely obscuring even the 3-Tomo Sharingan. While it may not affect the Byakugan or Rinnegan, what about others? If I employ this technique in conjunction with Susanu's physical form, could it not yield extraordinary results? Once the three snake princesses reappeared, the true Cod embarked on his study of this invisibility technique. Observing this, the Takitsuhime promptly began her explanation. This technique lacks a specific name and is temporarily designated as the invisibility technique. It does not truly belong to the realm of sage arts. Rather, it is a closely guarded secret of our dragon cave. Although it can only be utilized in sage mode, its difficulty is not particularly high, yet few can master it. Oh, if the difficulty is low, then why are so few able to learn it? In response, Takitsuhime replied, the reason remains unclear. Perhaps it is simply ill-suited for human use. However, given your exceptional talent, my lord, you should be able to master it. I see, my situation is indeed quite unique. I am not utilizing my physical form to create sage chakra and enter sage mode. Why should I be constrained by human limitations? Since he was not casting the technique with his physical body, the true Cod felt no apprehension regarding the risks associated with many ninjutsu practices. He promptly commenced his attempts, first reactivating the skeletal Susanu and entering sage mode, before beginning his training with the secret techniques and sage arts of the Dragon Cave, including the invisibility technique. Half a month later, at the Konoha Ninja Academy, Izuna-chan, why do you seem a bit gloomy these days? The speaker was a girl of the same age as Izuna, bearing the distinctive red inverted triangle facial markings of the Inuzuka clan. It has been a full half-month, yet my brother remains on a mission. While I understand that this is the nature of a ninja, I still find myself somewhat concerned. Is he on an external mission? That indeed sounds troublesome. However, if I consider it from the perspective of my brother, given his strength, it should not be an overly difficult task. Perhaps he will return tomorrow. In truth, Inuzuka Hana also had a younger brother named Inuzuka Kiba, who would eventually become a member of the future Konoha 12. Although he was only 5 months old at present, Inuzuka Hana could already envision their future interactions as he grew older. As for the true Cod's prowess, it had long since spread throughout the ninja community. He had become a notable figure among them. Of course, he himself did not pay much heed to such matters and remained indifferent to the enthusiasm of other ninjas, responding politely only when greeted by strangers. It is not a matter of whether he will return. Despite being on a mission, he actually comes back every day. At this moment, Uchiha Izumi joined the conversation, remarking that she had encountered Brother Makoto while shopping for groceries at the market yesterday afternoon. How is that possible? She wondered. Wasn't Brother Makoto out on a mission? How could Hanazuki be unable to fathom the situation? In truth, Makoto was not entirely absent from home. Every morning at 6 and around 4:30 in the afternoon, a small snake he had arranged at home would utilize a reverse summoning technique to call him back, allowing him to swiftly procure groceries and prepare breakfast and dinner, as well as the bento that Izumi would carry. However, Izumi struggled to articulate this process. My brother has a small snake at home that summons him with a bang in the morning and evening. Those are the rare moments I get to see him. Although I understand this is quite normal, it does feel a bit unusual, but I will strive to adapt. Izumi clenched her small fists, a determined expression on her face. That sudden appearance, is it called summoning technique? Hanazuki had witnessed summoning before. As a member of the Inuzuka clan, known for nurturing ninja dogs and collaborating with them in battle, the ninjas of her clan were often inseparable from their companions. However, they occasionally encountered unique situations that necessitated the use of summoning techniques to bring their ninja dogs to their side. Thus, summoning techniques were essential knowledge for Inuzuka ninjas. Though Hanazuki had yet to reach the level required to employ such techniques, she was merely an ordinary ninja student at present. I think that's not the right name. My brother said it was reverse summoning technique. Reverse summoning technique? This was a topic beyond Hanazuki's understanding, as the Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs were not particularly special beasts, making it impossible for them to learn reverse summoning techniques. It sounded impressive. Wasn't the fourth Hokage capable of teleporting effortlessly? Izumi was genuinely astonished. As a child, she was unaware of the flying thunder god technique, only perceiving that Makoto could appear beside others instantaneously, much like the fourth Hokage. Just like the fourth Hokage? At that moment, Uchiha Itachi happened to pass by and overheard Izumi's comment. The fourth Hokage is the most esteemed Hokage in my father's eyes, but unfortunately, He passed away at just 24, Itachi stated, his thoughts evidently more complex than those of his peers, despite being the same age as Izumi and the others. I wonder if Senior Makoto can become the next fourth Hokage. Because Makoto had once guided Itachi, he held a favorable impression of him. I heard from my father that his family is also a branch of the Uchiha clan, but they haven't returned to the clan and changed their surname like Izumi did. If he could become Hokage, perhaps those peculiar adults who often clamored to overthrow Konoha before my father would quiet down. Itachi returned to his seat and pulled out a textbook. Ever since witnessing Makoto's almost incomprehensible speed, he had reread the ninja school's textbook. Yet he found nothing that could substantially enhance his combat prowess. Perhaps my approach is still incorrect, he pondered. Meanwhile, Izumi was unaware that Makoto had largely completed his tasks. With a vast amount of chakra and minimal trial and error costs, along with a peculiar familiarity with the refined sage chakra, he had preliminarily mastered techniques such as invisibility, levitation, minor chakra absorption, and inorganic reincarnation, and had made certain progress in the white rage technique. However, he had yet to even locate the theoretically high-level technique of transference. For Dia to accomplish that peculiar technique, there must be some advanced technology and remarkable skill involved. It might even be something he concocted himself. Makoto mused as he returned to Konoha. Well, for now, he decided to set aside these concerns, having left Orochimaru hanging for over half a month. It was time to offer an explanation. Most importantly, he needed to carve out some time to play with Izumi. Perhaps he could teach her the explosive flame array. Starting with practice on plain paper. Subsequently, Makoto headed straight to Orochimaru's laboratory, where he soon encountered a visibly fatigued Orochimaru with pronounced dark circles under his eyes. So, he is also delving into sage training, Makoto thought. Of course, this form of sage training was not the same as others. It was evident that even a shadow-level ninja like Orochimaru, who had long sought to modify his body, was suffering from lack of sleep, having likely gone over 7 days without rest. Orochimaru-sensei, what exactly are you researching lately? The secret scrolls shouldn't be that taxing, Makoto inquired. Ultimately, the secret scrolls were not excessively complicated. Their theoretical foundation was relatively straightforward. Makoto believed that even without his input, the ninja world would eventually produce something similar. During this period, Orochimaru thoroughly examined the cells of the individual known as Jinchua. He discovered that, compared to the average Uchiha clan ninja, Jinshua's cells exhibited no advantages. In fact, they appeared to harbor genetic disorders. The segment of DNA influencing chakra capacity bore no distinction from that of an ordinary person. Furthermore, Orochimaru deduced that, barring unforeseen circumstances, Jinchua would likely not live beyond 30 years, and it was utterly implausible for him to display the extraordinary talent and prowess he currently exhibited. Just as Orochimaru found himself perplexed by this phenomenon, he stumbled upon a financial windfall, which rekindled his thoughts of the contract that could reduce his experimental expenses by 90%. Thus, there can only be one answer, he mused. Jinchua, when did your powers manifest? Prior to acquiring such abilities, did you encounter an inexplicable entity resembling a summoning contract? Jinshua's ambiguous familiarity with the sage chakra stemmed from Uchiha Madara's connection with Senju Hashirama. This familiarity was indeed ambiguous, as the sage mode of the Dragon Cave Sage differed from that of Hashirama, despite both utilizing sage chakra. The ability to obscure chakra perception, levitate, and absorb chakra were universal capabilities exhibited by figures like Tenshin Shinji, yet they appeared beyond the grasp of an average individual, as evidenced by Kabuto's inadequacy in this regard. In Chapter 48, Madara expressed no objections, while Black Zetsu was left in a state of distress. Although Jinchua possessed some knowledge of the initial encounters between summoning beasts and humans within the ninja world, the direct presentation of a contract was undeniably extraordinary. Moreover, since Orochimaru mentioned a contract akin to a summoning contract, it implies that it is not a traditional summoning contract. Subsequently, Orochimaru took a sip of his intensely brewed coffee and remarked, or rather, did you ever witness a paper contract descending from the heavens before you? Upon establishing a connection with it, did something within you begin to undergo a transformation that defied all scientific principles? With Jinshua's expression of sheer astonishment, Orochimaru produced a check for 5 million ryo and handed it to him. Has this person finally lost his mind? Just the other day, he was reluctant to distribute a task reward to me. Shortly thereafter, Jinchua heard Orochimaru pose an odd question. Do you think money could be casually unearthed beneath the houses of Konoha? Simultaneously, Orochimaru commenced a series of hand seals, and soon a small seismic nucleus was completed. A square soil block erupted from the ground, and with a casual tap, Orochimaru revealed an antiquated-looking box within. Is this ninjutsu, or mere sleight of hand? Jinchua could not comprehend the situation before him. He could only speculate that Orochimaru was performing some magic trick. But this makes no sense. This is the 5 million ryo I extracted from my research budget, Orochimaru explained. Consequently, I have allocated it to you, resulting in a deficit of 5 million ryo in my experimental funds. Thus, the inexplicable entity has compensated for this 5 million. However, this is a one-time occurrence. Exploiting such phenomena too deliberately and recklessly ultimately yields detrimental effects on the economy, which benefits neither of us. Wait, an inexplicable entity? It couldn't be Jinshiue's pupils constricted as he recalled the entity he referred to as a system, which had taken 6 years to finally provide him with an incredibly useful panel. Could it be that this phenomenon is not exclusive to me, the bearer of past life memories? I cannot answer that question, Orochimaru-sensei. Such entities remain beyond my comprehension. Oh, I see. It seems that Jinshue is also a fortunate individual like myself. I can only wonder how many such fortunate beings exist within the ninja realm. At this moment, Orochimaru was convinced that Jinshue's powers originated from something beyond the realm of scientific explanation, much like his experimental funds. Moreover, it appears that Jinshue remains equally baffled. After all, he is only 12 years old. Regarding Jinshue's lineage, Orochimaru retained his previous conjectures. He is likely indeed a descendant of Uchiha Madara. While inexplicable, power and wealth do not simply materialize from thin air. The opportunity for Jinshue to obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan may have roots in his ocular affliction. He did not believe Jinshue's power was conjured from nothingness, just as he, Orochimaru, acquired funds rather than direct research results. He surmised that Jinshue must possess a fragment of the ancient Uchiha legacy that enabled him to attain his remarkable abilities. Such phenomena, appear entirely irreplicable. It is rather disconcerting. Despite receiving the money, Orochimaru harbored an aversion to elements that could not be scientifically elucidated. It would be better to continue investigating and see if any insights could be gleaned from Hashirama's cells. Fortunate individuals indeed hope we are uniquely special. That said, Jinshue felt a twinge of anxiety. That would be most desirable, in contrast to Jinshue's lingering hope. Orochimaru had already prepared himself for an impending influx of bizarre occurrences within the ninja world. However, a few minutes later, Jinshue cast aside his errant thoughts. After all, life must continue. By the way, Orochimaru-sensei, do you have any books on sound resonance? Sound resonance, let me think, Orochimaru replied, moving to a nearby bookshelf. Utilizing his hidden shadow snake hand, he retrieved a book from a high shelf. Currently, Konoha's research on sound-based ninjutsu is rather underdeveloped. Yet I have a personal interest in it. I initially thought it would be difficult to find someone with similar interests, but it seems Jinshue shares a modicum of curiosity toward them as well. As the original founder of the Sound Ninja Village, Orochimaru's research on sound-based ninjutsu was indeed avant-garde. In fact, the powerful technique he was currently conceptualizing to counter Susanoo was based on existing sound ninjutsu, as he had discovered that Susanoo seemed incapable of intercepting sound. Indeed, I have recently learned a technique that harmonizes both light and sound as forms of offense. Well, I cannot claim to have mastered it entirely, but its potency is certainly nearing completion. The so-called technique that simultaneously employs both light and sound as lethal forces refers to the sage art, White Surge technique. This technique can unleash a brilliant burst of light to disrupt the opponent's vision, while simultaneously emitting powerful sound waves to assault their auditory senses. Kabuto Yakushi once employed this technique to completely disregard the second stage of Susanoo from Sasuke and Edo Tensei Itachi, exerting formidable control over them. Oh, have you already grasped the basics? Then perhaps we should test it out at the training ground. That suits me perfectly. The two then made their way to a forest training ground. Orochimaru remarked, although sound-based ninjutsu is less potent in a forest environment compared to an indoor setting, it is also easier to identify and rectify shortcomings. Truly, Orochimaru's insights are commendable. Most would not consider such nuances. Jinshue held a deep admiration for Orochimaru's intellect. Thinking to himself, the mind of a scientist is indeed remarkable. Without further ado, let us commence. If I am not mistaken, Jinshue-kun has not visited me in quite some time, indicating that his gains extend beyond just this one technique. There is no need to worry about whether I can defend against it. Feel free to strike me directly. Is that so? Then I shall not hold back. This technique is a mimicry of a predecessor's art. While I may not replicate its original power, it should suffice for now. As he spoke, Jinshue conjured a diminutive half-formed Susanoo, which Orochimaru observed with astonishment as it entered Sage Mode. Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave? How intriguing. I never expected you to harness sage techniques in such a manner. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with inspiration. For Jinshue's method of synthesizing sage chakra externally had illuminated new possibilities for him. However, there was more to it. This mode of Susanoo could perform the dragon concealment technique. Jinshue had named this previously nameless concealment technique Dragon Concealment, a title derived from its association with the Dragon Cave's invisibility art. No sooner had he spoken than the Susanoo, now more distinguishable than a typical one, vanished from sight. To Orochimaru's surprise, despite employing sensory ninjutsu to perceive his surroundings, he could not detect the chakra signature of Susanoo at all. Invisible Susanoo? This is far superior to the technique of intangibility. Intangibility is a secret art, not a bloodline limit, which conceals one's presence and form to a degree. However, it is ineffective against high-level sensory ninjas who can perceive chakra. Jinshue's dragon concealment technique operates on an entirely different level. I shall strike. Sage art, inorganic rebirth. With a swift motion, Jinshue slapped the air, and in at this moment, a snake unexpectedly emerged from behind Orochimaru and swallowed him whole. To the astonishment of Jinshue, the snake subsequently regurgitated a revived Orochimaru. It appeared that Jinchue had mastered Sage Mode in the Dragon Cave, evoking both envy and admiration. Orochimaru, drenched in serpent saliva, exhibited a disturbingly healthy grin that made Jinchue feel a sense of physiological discomfort. Although it is still early, this fellow has indeed been an unadulterated anomaly since dawn. Meanwhile, in the base of Obito, he had finished reading all 3 books and was gazing at a peculiar black double spiral object approximately 80 centimeters long, which was neither a sword nor a staff. Obito maintained a calm demeanor, perplexed by the nature and origin of this object. However, in the corner, Kuro and Shiro were paralyzed with fear. Though it's merely a small piece, that must be the Ama no Murakumo, Shiro whispered. Stop speaking in your mind. Let me catch my breath, Kuro replied. They had only intended to gather intelligence but returned to find Obito entranced by the black object on the table. Upon closer inspection, they were shocked to recognize it as the Ama no Murakumo, leaving Kuro too intimidated to speak freely in Obito's presence. After a long pause, Obito finally spoke. All of this is the revelation of the Sage of Six Paths. Although the present-day Obito could not even touch the black object, it reaffirmed his conviction in his philosophy. The feathered robe? That fellow isn't dead? Kuro, growing increasingly anxious, felt as though he were drenched in sweat despite lacking sweat glands. Chapter 49. Tsunade in a luxurious casino situated in a bustling corner of the Fire Country. The atmosphere was alive with chatter, the clinking of chips, and the cheers and sighs from the gaming tables, creating a scene both chaotic and orderly. Amidst this lively setting, a striking blonde woman clad in a green robe stood out. She was none other than Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Her hands, accustomed to wielding medical ninja tools, now confidently gripped a stack of chips, each bet exuding unwavering certainty as her keen eyes, sharp as a leopard's, focused intently on the rolling dice, as if foreseeing their final outcome. However, this was merely a fade. Her nickname in the gambling world was the fabled Fat Sheep. Having swiftly squandered her entire bankroll and accrued yet another gambling debt, Tsunade was once again invited to leave the casino. Despite her capacity to easily dismantle the entire security force of the casino, she adhered to the rules of gambling, a pastime she relished, and thus complied with the regulations in place. Lady Tsunade, how is it that you spent all the money we brought again? A seemingly unremarkable black-haired girl beside her stared at their now empty suitcase, spiraling into frustration. Her name was Shizen, the niece of Tsunade's former lover, Dan, who had been under Tsunade's wing for years. Initially, Shizune had been an innocent little girl, but now she dared to speak up to the legendary Sannin, who had caused them to live in a manner even more dire than that of wandering ninjas due to her repeated gambling losses. Nonetheless, Shizen harbored a deep-seated respect for Tsunade and patiently assisted her in tasks that the legendary Sannin either disliked or was inept at. During their meal, Shizen routinely reported her findings. Lady Tsunade, it seems there is an exceptionally talented member of the Uchiha branch family emerging in Konoha. The Uchiha branch family? That is quite an unusual term, Tsunade remarked, sipping her sake, her expression tinged with confusion. Isn't that clan supposed to have a system of main and branch families? I'm not sure, but this individual is named Naruto Jinchue and possesses a bloodline limit akin to the Sharingan, yet significantly more potent. It is said that in battle, his eyes exhibit a uniquely patterned red and black design. Upon hearing this name and the description of the red and black patterned eyes, Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, choked on her drink. What did you say his name is? What do his eyes look like? Shizen quickly offered Tsunade a handkerchief and reiterated, his name is Naruto Jinchue, and his bloodline limit features eyes similar to the Sharingan but adorned with a different central symmetric pattern instead of the Tomo. Kamui Sharingan. He is from the Uchiha branch? If he qualifies as a branch member, then there is hardly a true Uchiha left in the entire ninja world. Nevertheless, their affairs hold no significance for me. Please continue. How is this individual so talented? Did he single-handedly defeat a dozen elite ninja or breach the defenses of a ninja village? Tsunade's skepticism was palpable. Although such occurrences had not transpired, it was reported that Jinchue had faced Hanzo of the Salamander while on a mission in the Land of Rain and had decisively overpowered him. I initially believed this to be utterly impossible, considering Hanzo's prowess in defeating even you, Lady Tsunade, and the other Sannin, but your reaction suggests otherwise. Could this truly be feasible? Shizen's surprise was evident. She believed that someone capable of defeating the legendary Sannin would undoubtedly be immensely powerful. You've made an error, Shizen. Tsunade interjected, raising her index finger. Huh? Hanzo may have bested us in the past, but that does not imply he could do so now. Of course. My current state is also not of much use, she remarked, taking another sip of her drink. I do not believe that old man could despite the fact that Hashirama Senja passed away when Tsunade was merely 3 years old. The stories he narrated during his lifetime linger in her memory, albeit somewhat blurred. Yet, one thing remains vividly clear. The two names her grandfather frequently uttered, aside from her grandmother, were none other than Uchiha Madara. The name Uchiha Madara is invariably associated with the kaleidoscope Sharingan and Susanoo, though she could not recall the specifics of her grandfather's descriptions of Susanoo. However, she distinctly remembers that the kaleidoscope Sharingan is a more potent form of the Sharingan. differing in appearance from the ordinary Sharingan. In Tsunade's mind, the term kaleidoscope Sharingan undoubtedly correlates with a power that could rival her grandfather's. She recognizes that even identical abilities depend significantly on how the ninja wields them, yet she believes that certain powers, regardless of their application, cannot be diminished unless, of course, the wielder is entirely inept. After satisfying her hunger, Tsunade remarked, "Therefore, Shizune, you need not worry any longer about the village. Take a well-deserved rest." But the fourth Hokage just. Even if Konoha has weakened with the absence of the yellow flash, it does not imply that the other villages have grown stronger. The foundational strength of Konoha cannot be diminished merely by the loss of a single Kage-level ninja. Moreover, should circumstances become dire. Tsunade recalled a rather nefarious technique once devised by her great-uncle. Although Konoha, adhering to humanitarian principles, refrains from haphazardly researching or utilizing this technique, when pushed to the brink, who would still uphold humanitarianism? In any case, the mere existence of a kaleidoscope Sharingan capable of defeating Hanzo carries significant weight, compelling the leaders of other villages to reconsider their actions before confronting Konoha. Perhaps that young man sharing a name with Madara could indeed possess the power to sweep through the ninja world, much like Uchiha Madara himself. I see. I believe in you. Lady Tsunade. Chapter 50. True Cod. Is the land of snow merely a fish pond? Konoha Village, Hokage Building. A designated mission? This marks the first occasion that Makoto has been summoned directly to the Hokage Tower due to a mission. Upon hearing the third Hokage mention a designated task, he felt a pang of confusion. Why was he specifically chosen? After all, he considered himself merely a lowly genin. However, it is true that there is no explicit rule preventing a genin from being selected, and given Makoto's current reputation, few would regard him as just a genin. Naturally, in such missions, the rank of the ninja does not influence the task's remuneration, as it ultimately requires Makoto's consent. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe. If I may offer my advice, Makoto, it would be prudent for you to accept this mission. Although it entails a long journey, it undoubtedly presents a significant opportunity for you to gain immense prestige. Moreover, the compensation offered by the client is indeed quite generous. To be frank, even I find the sum rather enticing, enough to ponder how many fine tobacco leaves I could procure with it. A long journey? Just how extensive? Makoto thought to himself, for he had a prior commitment to attend a 100-day celebration for a friend's child in a month. The tone of Sarutobi Hiruzen, akin to that of an ordinary elder conversing with the village youth, allowed Makoto to relax slightly. Typically, personal matters do not constitute a valid reason to refuse a mission. Surely a month is sufficient to circle the ninja world? Sarutobi remarked. By the way, have you ever learned about the Land of Snow, Makoto? The Land of Snow? That small nation blanketed in snow? I recall their lord is called Kazuhana Fubuki, is that correct? I also heard that their glaciers are quite breathtaking. In truth, Makoto possessed a fragment of memory from his past life concerning the Land of Snow. It was the setting of a theatrical film. It seems their technology is rather advanced, featuring chakra armor and a super machine capable of altering the environment. Wait a moment. Doesn't the plot from the Land of Snow include a backstory from over a decade ago? The female protagonist was rescued by young Kakashi, wasn't she? What a coincidence. The tale of the Snow Princess unfolds during the time when Sasuke had yet to betray the village. At that time, Naruto and Sasuke were both 12. The incident of young Kakashi rescuing the princess occurred during that over a decade ago period. Given that the fourth Hokage was likely already gone by then, it seems the political upheaval in the Land of Snow aligns perfectly with the present. Hokage-sama, the mission you mentioned Wound Tea involved my safeguarding a significant figure in the Land of Snow, would it? Typically, one Wound Tea pay a substantial sum to transport someone from Konoha. Close enough, but it is somewhat more intricate. The client wishes for you to travel to the capital of the Land of Snow to protect the Lord's family. There will be additional details to discuss with them directly. To be candid, intelligence suggests there may be some unrest in the Land of Snow, and had this mission been assigned to anyone else, I would have cautioned them about safety. However, I believe you, Makoto, require no such reminders. There are unlikely to be any ninjas in that land who could rival Hanzo the Salamander. Indeed, Makoto affirmed inwardly, they are at most, might be 1 or 2 Jonin and 3 Chunin, and they rely on technology to augment their strength. It's a place even a fatigued Kakashi could handle alongside Team 7. If I were to go, it would merely be to stir the waters. Had the opposition possessed any peculiar ninjutsu, Makoto would have thought otherwise, but the enemy configuration in the Land of Snow seemed rather lackluster. It feels as though the entire village combined would struggle to withstand a single great fire annihilation. Free money should not be overlooked, but there's one more concern. This protection, how long does it entail? Surely it isn't a matter of months, is it? If the duration is excessively long, then the seemingly generous compensation loses its appeal. That is truly hard to say. Ninja often undertake long-term missions, but the Lord of the Land of Snow should consider the stance of the Lord of the Land of Fire, and thus would not genuinely dispatch Konoha ninjas to protect his associates, as it involves political implications. However, if negotiations during the task arrangement phase falter, you may opt to decline the mission, and the village will send someone else to replace you. Of course, should you decide to forfeit the task, you would not receive any remuneration. As you had truly accepted it. I understand. Then I shall provisionally agree. When do we depart? According to the envoy from the Land of Snow. It should be as soon as possible, the third Hokage replied. Very well, I shall set out this afternoon. Excellent. It will allow the people of the Land of Snow to witness the efficiency of Konoha. The third Hokage waved his hand, stamping a document on the table. In truth, the ninja originally designated by the Land of Snow was the renowned genius from Konoha, Hatake Kakashi. However, considering the potential political benefits of this mission and Kakashi's current prowess, the third Hokage proactively recommended Makoto. Upon learning of Makoto's achievements, the envoy from the Land of Snow promptly agreed to the change of assignment and even increased the compensation. Soon enough, Makoto met with the mission's client, the envoy dispatched from the Land of Snow. Is it true that you are only 12 years old, Lord Naren? He inquired respectfully. Forgive my candor, but you appear exceedingly mature, both in appearance and demeanor. Oh, I shall take that as a compliment. However, let us discuss the details of the mission. To be frank, I have other commitments in a month, so if the task cannot be completed within that time frame, I would find myself in quite a predicament. Makoto decided to clarify his position in advance. He wished to avoid interruptions during the course of his work and did not want to breach his agreement with his friend. Even attending a 100-day celebration would only take a few hours, and he had scarcely spoken with that friend until now. The journey back to the Land of Snow will take our convoy approximately 10 days. Just provide me with a map and a token to prove I am the ninja accepting your commission, and for me. Reaching the Land of Snow should only take a day. A day? The envoy from the Land of Snow gasped. Truly remarkable. No wonder you are hailed as the genius of the strongest ninja village. Given the urgency from our side, we shall proceed as you suggest. After receiving the token and detailed map from the envoy, Makoto utilized his lunch break to plan the specific route and officially set off in the afternoon. After he departed from Konoha, another figure re-emerged. He has finally left the village again. We can now have Obito arrange for contact with him. Chapter 51. The journey beside a remote pond in the Land of Fire, a white-haired youth squatted, his eyes gleaming fervently as he focused intently on a rather unusual-looking toad. The intensity of his gaze made this seemingly harmless creature feel quite uncomfortable. At last, the toad chose to capitulate. All right, you win. I am indeed what you humans refer to as a summoning beast. Haha, I knew it. With my years of experience dealing with toads, how could I mistake an ordinary toad for a summoning beast? Let us forge a summoning contract. Following Jiraiya-sama, you will never suffer loss. Jiraiya exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, rendering the diminutive toad before him somewhat speechless. A summoning contract? What benefits would that confer upon me? Benefits? Oh, the advantages are plentiful. Jiraiya chuckled. I can take you to a splendid place where numerous beautiful and powerful female toads reside. Really? Are you serious? Absolutely. Have you heard of Maiboka Mountain? I am the foremost human VIP there, and I can effortlessly take you to indulge in delightful sights and experiences. Well, that is, of course. From the perspective of you toads, such things are somewhat beyond my palate. Maiboka Mountain? Impressive. All right, I Toadcoin, agree. But let me make it clear, I lack combat prowess. So do not expect me to engage in any battles. After a brief moment, Jiraiya successfully forged a contract with the little toad. Combat ability is of no concern. I, Jiraiya, am not one to rely solely on my summoning beast for battles. What truly matters is that from this moment on, we are comrades. Haha. A casual stroll by a small pond led to an encounter with a remarkably clever summoning beast, which filled Jiraiya with the hope that his fortunes might finally change. At that moment, he also learned of Toadcoin's unique abilities. What do you mean? You can establish a contract link with me that transcends distance, enabling real-time sharing of sight and sound, and you can also conceal your presence? Yes, is there a problem? You wouldn't be thinking of backing out due to the perceived weakness of my abilities, would you? Just so you know, I have no idea what sensory sharing entails. But my presence concealment is exceptionally strong. Had I not happened to catch your eye, you would never have discovered me in your lifetime. And now, it is too late to sever our contract. Take me to Maiboka Mountain. Maiboka Mountain is not only a revered sanctuary for summoning beasts among ninjas, but holds an extraordinarily high status in the hearts of toads, which is the primary reason Toadcoin was willing to enter into a contract with Jiraiya. The beautiful toads of Maiboka Mountain. Heh. He envisioned a paradise in his mind. Not at all. I have no intention of severing our contract. You jest. Your abilities are simply unparalleled. There are no toads as exceptional as you at Maiboka Mountain. Haha. It seems my intelligence gathering capabilities are about to expand. Let us proceed to Maiboka Mountain. In truth, Jiraiya possesses a dedicated summoning beast for intelligence gathering, such as the gourd toad, which can utilize secret techniques to allow Jiraiya to enter a space within its body, completely isolated from the outside world. To date, Jiraiya had never encountered an enemy capable of detecting him hidden within the gourd toad's belly. Yet even with the gourd toad at his disposal, Jiraiya was astounded by Toadcoin's abilities. The sharing of sight and sound meant he could acquire intelligence on enemies without leaving home, even if Toadcoin encountered danger while gathering information. He could rely on their sensory sharing to detect threats and summon Toadcoin to his side. This is truly a zero-risk intelligence gathering ability. I have never seen such a formidable intelligence-supporting summoning beast. Subsequently, Jiraiya summoned a large toad with a striped pattern and a tag inscribed with the character for loyalty hanging from its neck. Jiraiya, what brings you here? Toadjo. I have made a new friend. Since he is also a toad, I intend to take him to Mayaboka Mountain for some fun. As soon as Jiraiya finished speaking, Toadcoin leaped onto his head, and Jiraiya noted just how swiftly this seemingly small toad could move. With such speed, I can tell his tracking ability is undoubtedly impressive. Afterward, Toadjong finally noticed Toadcoin's presence. Sensing Toadjong's gaze, Toadcoin promptly introduced himself. Hello, big brother. I am Toadcoin. Let us get along well. I am Toadjong of Mayaboka Mountain. I look forward to your guidance. Following a brief exchange, Toadjong led Jiraiya and Toadcoin back to Mayaboka Mountain through reverse summoning. About 20 minutes after Jiraiya and the two toads departed, a swift figure passed through the area. If he maintains this speed, he should reach the land of snow in approximately 12 hours, but that would be rather exhausting. I should find a place to rest soon. Once True Cod swiftly traversed the region, the ominous face of Kaguya re-emerged from behind a tree trunk. Is that inner wheel True Cod rushing to be reincarnated? He wasn't this fast last time. Quit complaining and keep up. If we continue like this, he may run out of our sensory range. Black Zetsu was equally puzzled, wondering what urgent task could compel True Cod to move with such haste. Let us just follow him to his destination for now, he concluded. Thanks to their enhanced speed under the mayfly technique, they could keep up, but even so, they were merely trailing in the dust behind True Cod. As they resumed their pursuit, Black Zetsu suddenly heard White Zetsu raise a question in his mind. By the way, have you considered a certain issue? What issue? Our mayfly technique seems to be slower in certain specific environments. He shouldn't be heading to any strange locales, right? Black Zetsu realized that the mayfly technique relies on integrating with the root systems of plants and underground water flows to achieve high-speed movement. However, if True Cod traversed harsh terrains such as deserts or glaciers along his route, it would severely hinder their tracking efficiency. Though they could still forcefully use the mayfly technique in such environments, it would undoubtedly result in a complete loss of speed. Tracking becomes extremely unstable. And if inner wheel True Cod merely arrives at the target location and leaves without hesitation, our efforts will be in vain. While Obito's Kamui is indeed a space-time ability, its essence lies in traversing between the real world and an alternate space. Although it is not entirely impossible to achieve a form of teleportation, several prerequisites must be met, such as prior marking and ensuring that they do not lose track during the process. At this moment, Obito was unaware of these complications. By the time they reached True Cod and informed Obito, the variables would be too numerous. After much contemplation, Black Zetsu decided to employ a different strategy to intercept True Cod. As Kaguya's will, endowed with a relatively agile mind, he quickly devised a plan. Let us seek out the client of this mission. Inner-will True Cod may be swift, but his client is not. Presumably, this task's client is still on the official road outside Konoha. We shall gather intelligence from them before determining our next course of action. This approach seemed far more reliable than their current aimless pursuit. How do we identify who inner-wheel True Cod's client is? Simple. Black Zetsu chuckled lightly. Given inner-wheel True Cod's capabilities, he would not need to engage in standard tasks. This must either be an A or S-class mission directly assigned by Konoha, or a task commissioned by some wealthy individual or official from elsewhere. Therefore, the client must be a wealthy person or official who has just left Konoha and is not accompanied by any Konoha ninja. Once we narrow it down, it should not take too long. That does seem plausible. Then White Zetsu posed another question. What if this mission was directly assigned by Konoha? Then we shall wait for the next opportunity. All right. On that evening, the convoy of the envoy from the land of snow journeyed forth. The man who had previously encountered the esteemed Narukami during the day now appeared quite at ease, undoubtedly reassured by the formidable protection of the ninjas accompanying him. The individuals beside him mirrored his relaxed demeanor. Indeed, upon inquiring further, I discovered that Narukami possesses remarkable prowess at merely 12 years of age. He had single-handedly vanquished the leader of the rain-hidden village, the renowned Hans of the Salamander, a master who had once triumphed over the legendary Sannin. In my estimation, the abilities of Narukami might even surpass those of the Hokage of the Leaf Village. Ultimately, what matters is his capacity to assist our lord, regardless of his strength. He remains a citizen of the Fire Country, and thus, does not pertain to our affairs in the Land of Snow. You are correct. The prowess of Narukami holds no relevance to your concerns. At that moment, the leader of the group finally noticed the presence of an individual clad in a black robe, adorned with an orange whirlpool mask. You are a ninja? He inquired. Correct, came the reply, but I am rather pressed for time, so I beg your pardon. With a swift motion, Obito employed the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan to seize control of the individual before him. Before long, he successfully extracted the information he sought. After effortlessly dispatching the members of the convoy and employing fire release to incinerate the corpses, thereby eliminating any trace of the incident, Obito remarked, I see. So this time, Naru Uchiha has accepted a mission to protect the family of the daimyo of the Land of Snow. That implies his stay in the Land of Snow will undoubtedly be prolonged, presenting an excellent opportunity for contact. At this moment, Heibai-ju emerged from the ground. And Baiju remarked, "It seems our efforts over the past half-day have not been in vain. So what shall we do next? What else is there to say? Naturally, we head to the Land of Snow. I am eager to make contact with this Fukaseiki. I hope he can serve as a catalyst for my path to peace. If not, I must find a way to eradicate him. This individual is certainly not easy to deal with." The following morning at 10 o'clock, in the capital of the Land of Snow. Phew, we have finally arrived at our destination. Next, he needed a map of the city. While the glaciers and snowy landscapes of the Land of Snow were indeed splendid, Jinchue had no time to appreciate them. He was quickly sifting through the materials he had brought. Soon, he located a city map marked with specific mission locations. From the looks of this city, it seems the coup in the Land of Snow has yet to commence. Never mind that for now. I should pay a visit to Fukaseoki's residence. To enhance efficiency, Jinchue did not formally announce his arrival but instead infiltrated the Tenchikaku where Fukaseoki resided. At that moment, Fukaseoki was preoccupied with financial matters. Upon seeing Jinchue suddenly leap through the window, this seemingly unassuming middle-aged man was taken aback. "Who are you?" "Greetings, Your Excellency, the daimyo of the Land of Snow. I am Nirin Jinchue, a ninja from Konoha. Here is the token entrusted to me by your subordinates, along with the mission assignment stamped by Lord Hokage." "What? Konoha? How is this possible so soon? Has it only been a few days?" After receiving the token and the attached document from his subordinate, Fukaseoki began to believe. Though he could not comprehend how one could travel so swiftly. "The envoy from your country only arrived in Konoha yesterday. But in order to demonstrate the importance of this mission, I made my utmost haste to reach here, and it seems my speed was commendable." Such speed. Truly, one must commend the prowess of the strongest ninja village. Despite the disparity in status between the daimyo and Jinchue, Fukaseoki did not display arrogance. This was not born of fear from a smaller nation towards a larger one, but rather a reflection of his own character. Fukaseoki, who had long been engrossed in researching machinery to improve the environment of the Land of Snow, possessed a mindset more akin to that of an engineer than a typical national leader. "Then, would you, esteemed ninja, please come to my home to protect my family?" The details should have been outlined in the commission. That is essentially the case, but I would like to inquire how long this protection task is expected to last. The duration of the task was something Fukaseoki himself was uncertain about. He had only discovered that someone intended to target his Land of Snow, but had no knowledge of the identity of the mastermind or when they would strike. "I apologize, but even I am unaware of that. However, how about this? Every half month, we will increase the initial remuneration by 30%. Would such conditions be satisfactory to you?" The Land of Snow was not affluent, yet it could afford a certain sum for hiring, and for the sake of his family, Fukaseoki was willing to spend. An increase of 30% every half month is quite appealing. Settling every half month works for me. Thus, I shall accept this task. Chapter 52. Obito, a most extreme expression in fact. Hidden within the icy plains of the Land of Snow lay a small ninja village known as Yukigakure. However, in terms of strength, this village was not even on par with the likes of Konoha or Kumogakure, let alone comparable to smaller villages like Kusagakure, which were mere trifles in relation to Konoha. At that moment, within a dwelling in Yukigakure, a tall man resembling the daimyo of the Land of Snow wore a grave expression as he scrutinized the intelligence presented by a snow ninja before him. The name of this snow ninja is Avalanche Fong, who wields an equipment known as chakra armor and has developed a secret technique tailored to the frigid climate of the Land of Snow. Within the realms of snow and glaciers, Avalanche Fong can exhibit power rivaling that of elite jonin from major ninja villages. In a place like the Land of Snow, where it is nearly impossible to find even a handful of competent chunin, this undoubtedly marks him as a formidable master. Yet, even such a ninja sits humbly before a tall man, for the latter's identity and prowess are equally impressive. Fenghuanuteo, the brother of Fenghuanzeo Shuer, the feudal lord of the Land of Snow, holds a prominent position and possesses strength comparable to Avalanche Fong, along with formidable research capabilities. Currently, the only reason Yuki Village can barely maintain its FAAD as a ninja village is due to the chakra armor developed by Fenghuanuteo. After a long silence, Avalanche Fong spoke. "My lord, at this moment, the brows of Fenghuanuteo furrowed deeper with tension. What do you wish to say? To falter before the battle even begins is not in your nature. What I mean is, it requires additional remuneration." Bang! Fenghuanuteo immediately felt a surge of inexplicable anger. So this scoundrel seeks monetary compensation. He had thought it was truly unfeasible. Triple the amount. If you can eliminate the ninjas dispatched by Konoha, I shall grant you thrice the reward. Upon hearing this, the expression of Langya Shueping brightened instantly. With your words, everything becomes negotiable. No. At times, one should not be overly confident. Suddenly, a black vortex materialized beside Fenghuanuteo and Langya Shueping. Who are you? Fenghuanuteo and Langya Shueping immediately assumed a combat stance, yet the newcomer remained unfazed. After all, for Obito, dealing with these two was exceedingly simple. Truly foolish. The ninjas of Konoha have been in the land of snow for 3 days, and you are still deliberating on how to ambush them? Cease your nonsensical prattle. The journey from the land of snow to the land of fire takes at least a week. Thus, even at their swiftest, it is absolutely impossible for the Konoha ninjas to have arrived in the land of snow 3 days ago. While Obito's recently displayed prowess suggests he is far from weak for language weapon, those words not only insult him, but also the intelligence department of Yuki Shinobi Village. If this affects Fenghua Nuteo's perception of Yuki Shinobi Village, it would spell trouble. Communication is truly challenging. I find myself reluctant to have you, this fool, assist me any further. In that case, kindly keep your silence for now. Initially, Language Wepping thought that even if he could not win, it would at least be a fight. However, upon witnessing the 3-tomo Sharingan, he realized his error. What? Uchiha. The moment he beheld the Sharingan, Language Wepping instinctively raised his kunai, intending to attack, but in less than a second, he was brought down by the illusion cast by the 3-tomo Sharingan. Why is it that one always resorts to weapons? In my opinion, that is an exceedingly extreme reaction. This scene left Fenghua Nuteo beside him drenched in sweat. Who exactly are you? Why are you doing this? You need not concern yourself with too many details, simply carry out my tasks. I am beyond the confines of the hidden village, thus you need not delude yourself into thinking you can intimidate me with your status. After unconsciously taking a seat in the position where the Wolf Fong avalanche had just been, Obito remarked, the ninja dispatched from Konoha is named Naren Makatsu, a formidable opponent whose strength is on par with mine. Engaging him directly would render you without a chance of victory. Hence, you must adopt methods beyond those of a ninja. Methods beyond those of a ninja? Could it be that, combining what Obito just mentioned about using status to exert pressure, Fenghua Nuteo began to vaguely conceive a plan. It appears you have grasped my intent. Indeed, let this novice, despite his strength, witness the sordid realities of the ninja world. Meanwhile, Obito contemplated, first, instigate negative feelings towards this hellish world's dreadful system, then approach him. This would yield far better results than directly conversing. In Obito's view, he was aiding Makatsu in swiftly understanding this wretched world, without considering whether this wretchedness was a product of someone's machinations. Furthermore, while the ninjas of Yuki no Kuni may be somewhat lacking in strength, they still possess some utility in certain aspects. Just then, Kuro and Shiro emerged from underground and quietly informed Obito, the situation is dire. Naren Makatsu has suddenly made his way toward Yuki no Kuni. Huh? What business does he have in Yuki no Kuni? Obito pondered. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't ninjas avoid contact with other nations' villages while on a mission? What is he doing? Damn it. This is troublesome. Regardless of his inner turmoil, Obito's body obediently activated Kamui and slipped away. At that moment, within the capital of the Land of Snow, according to the map provided by the daimyo of the Land of Snow, my shadow clone should be arriving soon. Yes. One shadow clone should suffice. After acquiring the location of the hidden snow village, Makatsu immediately created a shadow clone and dispatched it forth. The reason for sending a shadow clone was not merely to safeguard the mission's objective, but rather, isn't the original intention of the shadow clone technique for reconnaissance? Chapter 53. May I inquire if you are Uchiha Obito from Konoha? Unlike Konoha, the hidden snow village lacked protective barriers. Instead, it was encircled by a wall of ice bricks, which posed no obstacle for Makatsu's shadow clone. This was not due to any overwhelming strength, but because he entered through the front gate, rendering the wall irrelevant. However, the guarding ninjas of the hidden snow village clearly had no intention of allowing him entry so easily. Hey, you are. Before he could finish, the snow ninja fell silent, as Makatsu's shadow clone had already revealed its Sharingan. The other guards succumbed to his Jinjutsu, leaving only the one who had just spoken to provide information. Do you know Wolf Fong Avalanche or Fenghua Nuteo? Where are they? Lord Nuteo just arrived today. He should be discussing something with Lord Avalanche over there, at that conical roofed building. Very well, you may have a moment of respite. With the last guard collapsing, the infiltration by Makatsu's shadow clone was deemed a success. Meanwhile, Fenghua Nuteo remained perplexed in the room due to Obito's sudden disappearance. After confirming that the other had indeed vanished, he helped Wolf Fong Avalanche to his feet and roused him. Where has that masked man gone? Upon awakening, Avalanche immediately inquired about Obito. To his surprise, just as they had sent off one formidable figure, another had already arrived. Masked man? What masked man are you referring to? Upon hearing the mention of a masked man, Makatsu's shadow clone lost interest in the task at hand and directly inquired about the masked individual, compared to Obito. This mission in the Land of Snow is trivial. Where did you come from, shorty? Huh? Wait a minute. Your eyes are damn it. Another Uchiha. Within 10 minutes. This previously obscure ninja had fallen victim to 2 instances of Sharingan Genjutsu. As for Fenghua Nuteo, he remained largely unfazed. After all, he was not a ninja by identity. As the brother of the daimyo of the Land of Snow, upon seeing the Konoha forehead protector adorning Makatsu's head, he felt no fear for his life, and other concerns would be set aside for the moment. And you must be Lord Fenghua Nuteo, correct? Indeed. Are you a Konoha ninja? You should know that intruding upon another nation's ninja village is quite an offense. There was a hint of menace in Nuteo's tone. as if he truly possessed the ability to pressure Konoha, intruding upon another nation's ninja village. I sincerely apologize for this occurrence. Upon hearing Makatsu's shadow clone apologize, Nuteo felt a moment of amusement. However, that mirth was short-lived. However, the masked man mentioned by that snow ninja may be connected to the incident involving the assassination of our village's fourth Hokage. So, red bean paste, secret martial arts, Sharingan, Genjutsu. After approximately a minute of simple Genjutsu interrogation, Makatsu's shadow clone threw the two onto chairs. In the next moment, he swiftly retrieved an item inscribed with reverse summoning techniques and summoned the true Makatsu. Oh, it seems there is a situation. As a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, Makatsu immediately dispelled the shadow clone and received the information relayed back from it. Well, it appears that Obito has indeed had his sights set on me since the Land of Rain. He had initially thought he was merely poking a hornet's nest, but instead, he had caught a seasoned thief. Subsequently, Makatsu swiftly activated Susanoo, entering Sage mode before becoming invisible. After completing these actions, he took a deep breath and called out into the air. I suspect you are still nearby, observing me. Since I have already discovered you, I believe there is no longer any need for you to remain hidden, is there? Perhaps it would be prudent to come forth before I allow my imagination to run wild and feel angered over your earlier comments. He was unaware whether Obito and Zetsu were still in the vicinity, but in any case, there was no harm in testing the waters. Perhaps it would yield results. As you wish. Realizing that there was no need to prolong his efforts, Obito promptly chose to make his entrance. Although he was indeed summoned by name, Jinchue did not follow him in. At that moment, Obito donned the most common high-collared robes of the Uchiha clan, bearing the Uchiha fan emblazoned on his back. His face was concealed by an orange-hued mask adorned with black patterns, yet he did not wear a hood. His overall appearance diverged significantly from any phase of Obito that Jinchue recalled, but he did not dwell on this peculiarity. He was astonished that he could coax Obito into revealing himself merely through conversation, much like deceiving those afflicted with paranoia about Obito's true identity. Jinchue feigned a grave expression, exclaiming, "So it is true that you are the one who unleashed the Nine Tails that night. Who are you? Why do you target Konoha?" Obito, with a hint of disdain, replied, "Konoha? How disappointing. I had expected you, inheritor of my power, to possess a broader vision. Instead, you proved to be as mundane and foolish as ever." Seeing Obito masquerade as Madara, Jinchue chuckled inwardly. "Your power? Who are you to claim I inherit your strength?" "Oh, as a member of the Uchiha clan. You do not recognize the Uchiha fan? Furthermore, who else in the ninja world could summon and control the Nine Tails, if not me, Uchiha Madara? You claim to be Uchiha Madara?" Jinchue pretended to be perplexed, while Obito declared, "I am indeed Uchiha Madara." "Impressive. Show me a complete Susanoo standing 200 meters tall. If you cannot, what claim do you have to being Uchiha Madara? However, considering that you may have been severely injured by Shinja Hashirama, I shall lower the bar." Jinchue raised a single finger, though it was the middle one, suggesting a height of 100 meters. "This height is trivial for Uchiha Madara. If you cannot achieve this, then your claim is utterly laughable. Do you refuse to believe me? What a pity. Though I am aged and my strength has waned, I am undoubtedly Uchiha Madara." Aging and diminishing strength? That is a compelling excuse. Yet, I wonder if anyone has mentioned that the chakra in your right eye seems connected to the left eye of a certain genius from Konoha. In truth, Jinshue's perception of chakra was not so refined, but it did not hinder his bravado. Upon hearing Jinchue refer to the left eye of a genius from Konoha, Obito felt a chill run down his spine. Wait, could it be? You are Uchiha Obito from Konoha, aren't you? What? Chapter 54. Obito, the same tricks will not work on me. How could you possibly know? Despite his self-assuredness and following his chosen path and having severed ties with his past, Obito faltered momentarily when Jinchue revealed his name. It appears you are indeed Uchiha Obito. It is perplexing how drastically you have changed in such a short time. Reflecting on your recent actions, did you not consider that the hell you experienced was orchestrated by someone else? Although Jinchue lacked concrete evidence to prove that Uchiha Madara had orchestrated Rin's death, it did not prevent him from speculating. Obito bowed his head, appearing contemplative. Nearby, Korazetsu felt a surge of anxiety. If Obito were to be swayed here, his wait would prolong indefinitely. However, to Jinshue's surprise, after a brief moment of contemplation, Obito made a rather peculiar move. He placed his palm against his mask and crushed it, revealing a face marred by injury. What is happening? Why has he broken his mask? Unlike the broken masked Obito from the Great Ninja War, the version before Jinchue had his left eye tightly shut. Then, Obito spoke. And so what? Does this change the essence of this world? Even if Rin were to return, she would still suffer in this dark, chaotic world akin to hell. In a world filled with despair, there is no value in existence. As he uttered these words, Obito solidified his conviction within. Even the Sage of Six Paths supports everything I do. I believe he too is utterly disillusioned with this wretched world. What's happening here? This man was still wavering in his conviction 16 years later during the Great Ninja War. Could it be that Obito has hardened his heart after witnessing the reality of his master's demise? Regardless, it seems there is no need to reason with you any further. Drown in your self-righteousness. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Jinchue swiftly formed hand seals and launched an attack in Obito's direction. marking his first true act of aggression since becoming a ninja. You still favor large-scale attacks to exert pressure. However, I regret to inform you that such tactics are meaningless to me. Although it appeared that the great fire annihilation had engulfed him, Obito stood unaffected amidst the inferno. A phantasmagoric technique? How bothersome. In response, Obito expressed mild curiosity. I wonder how you acquired such intelligence. The fourth Hokage should not have had the opportunity to relay information about me before his demise. Oh, are you certain he remained within your line of sight? For the yellow flash, conveying information requires but a fleeting moment. However, in reality, the fourth Hokage had transmitted no information before his death, and including Hiruzen Sarutobi. They had not even glimpsed Obito that entire night. Jinchue, in all his deductions and reasoning, was merely speculating based on preconceived conclusions. How troublesome. Obito's expression darkened considerably. Once again, it was reiterated. Intelligence is one of the pivotal factors determining a ninja's fate. He remained unaware of how much information the fourth Hokage had discerned about him, or how much had been disseminated. Of course, the second question was one he could never truly answer, as he could not fathom the truth. Nevertheless, Obito was certain of one thing. Namake's Minato had not deduced the duration of his phantasmagoric ability. After all, he had only exchanged blows with his teacher twice before being defeated, leaving the fourth Hokage no opportunity to analyze that specific information. Thus, this will be one of my keys to victory. In truth, Obito boasts a considerable number of trump cards, which explains his audacity to confront his adversaries even while at a disadvantage in sheer strength and with his phasing abilities exposed. Thus, within less than a minute of phasing, he directly exploited his Kamui to bypass the fierce flames of the Amaterasu and appeared beside the true Kai, aiming to launch a surprise attack while she was engaged in casting ninjutsu. However, just as he was nearing her true form, he noticed that Kai had drawn 2 kunai from her ninja tool pouch, both of which bore a distinct resemblance to standard kunai. In that very moment, she hurled one of them, identical to the fourth Hokage's flying thunder god kunai, towards Obito, while plunging the second one, which had an unusual groove carved into both sides, into the ground. Faced with the approaching kunai, Obito merely smirked dismissively, thinking, flying thunder god kunai? Alas, the same trick cannot work on me a second time. He seamlessly passed through Kai's position, evading what he perceived to be a secondary attack of the flying thunder god technique. At this juncture, Obito likely felt a sense of pride for having dodged an attack that once defeated him, experiencing a joy akin to that of seeking a rematch and achieving vengeance. Despite the fact that the second phase of the flying thunder god technique was non-existent, Kai, who lacked the ability to perform the flying thunder god technique, had cleverly utilized the kunai as a mere ruse to bait Obito into revealing an opening. As Kai turned in astonishment to face Obito, he had already materialized, extending his hand to within a mere 20 centimeters of her. It is over, Obito declared with conviction, as his Kamui activated, causing the space around Kai to warp gradually. Yet, in that precise instant, her form vanished from his sight, reminiscent of the moment when Minato Namake's had eluded him, leaving Obito grasping at nothing. This is bad. Within Obito's blind spot, a kunai bound with cloth had already launched from the ground, propelled by the strange distortion of the earth, reaching the area behind Obito's back. This kunai, under the influence of the impure world reincarnation, had automatically dispelled the blood-sealing technique inscribed upon its groove. Simultaneously, Kai reappeared behind Obito, enveloped by her Susanoo. Seizing the fleeting opportunity presented by Obito's corporeal state, which rendered him incapable of phasing. This feeling is impossible. How can I be struck by the same technique again? The intangible blade of the Susanoo mercilessly cleaved Obito in half, blood erupting from the wound as both he and Kai plummeted back to the ground. Chapter 55. Kai, damn. Steadfast Obito. Thankfully, Kai had trained extensively in illusion techniques, developing a resistance to the gruesome scenes before her, preventing her from succumbing to paralysis. Gazing upon Obito, who was now reduced to half a body, yet still writhing with life, Kai refused to relent in her assault. The effects of the impure world reincarnation had not yet dissipated, thus she commanded the earth to coalesce into 6 slender Senjutsu rock spears, piercing through what remained of Obito's body from below. His vitality is astonishing. She marveled at Obito's continued existence, and with renewed determination, she raised her Susanoo's blade once more, intending to cleave the remaining half of Obito into 2. Simultaneously, Kai declared, after your demise, the ninja world shall face no significant calamities for at least 30 years. This is the utmost contribution you can offer for peace. As the blade descended, poised to sever Obito in twain, Kai was suddenly overcome by an impending sense of danger. It was an indescribable feeling, yet regardless of the nature of the attack, she remained prepared to respond. Complete Susanoo. Kai activated her full Susanoo, positioning her true form within a cockpit suspended 100 meters above ground. Concurrently, she commanded her complete Susanoo to stomp down several times and plunged the Susanoo's blade forcefully into the earth. At that moment, Obito, who had just emerged from the ground using the Earth Dragon hidden technique and was on the verge of grasping Kai, was compelled to phase once more. At this moment, Jinchue realized the reason behind Obito's ability to regroup and launch an attack. The Izanagi. It turned out that the previous commotion was merely a ruse to conceal the hand seals. Izanagi, one of the ultimate ocular techniques of the Uchiha clan, allows one to negate unfavorable events, including death, that transpired within a certain time frame, at the cost of permanently blinding one Sharingan eye. Yet this individual can still utilize Kamui, which implies that he has just opened his previously shut left eye. As Jinchue had surmised, Obito had indeed opened that eye he had kept tightly closed. It was a colorless eye, with the pupil entirely transformed into white. However, it was evidently not a Byakugan, but rather a standard Sharingan that had succumbed to blindness. So he came prepared. Fortunately, I hold the upper hand. But is Uchiha Madara's battle instinct truly so formidable? To the extent that he could sense an ambush from my visual blind spot? Although the complete Susanoo was a subjective countermeasure devised by Jinchue, the sensation akin to a bodily alarm clearly emanated from his own instinct. Isn't this far superior to any funding serpents? Confronting a complete Susanoo towering over 100 meters. Even Obito, still basking in the invincibility of Izanagi, felt an overwhelming frustration as he realized that he seemed unable to ascend. Furthermore, Obito had initially intended to use Kamui to mask the information regarding his current invincible state under Izanagi. However, he discovered that Jinchue was also aware of the Izanagi, and given the current circumstances, Obito could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. At this moment, Faye suddenly appeared beside Obito and, without uttering a word, enveloped him, temporarily liberating him from his half-formed state. Faye, refrain from speaking. Obito, you have yet to reveal the true meaning of your mission, and you cannot perish before its completion. Indeed, despite the overwhelming challenges, I must not succumb at such a critical juncture. Obito gazed skyward towards the complete Susanoo. The complete Susanoo unleashed a tremendous slashing attack, which tore through the walls of Yukigakure and surged towards the distant snow-capped mountains. The ensuing chaos was akin to a cataclysm, rendering the avalanche a trivial concern. Fortunately, the ninjas of Yukigakure had sensed the impending danger and had already fled, ensuring they were not in the vicinity of the confrontation. Seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil, the complete Susanoo dissipated, allowing Jinchue to return to solid ground. He understood that while the complete Susanoo could safeguard its wielder, it struggled to inflict meaningful harm upon Obito. One must strive to accomplish their objectives in a single endeavor, Jinchue contemplated. The half-formed Susanoo re-emerged, entering Sage mode. It was only in this state that Jinchue could achieve an instantaneous transformation. In that fleeting moment, Kuroji, observing from afar, finally discerned the nature of the power adorning Jinshue's Susanoo. Is it truly Sage mode? Is this the pinnacle of Konoha's technological prowess? Not only has he replicated Uchiha Madara's strength, but he has also harnessed the power of Sage techniques. Kuroji silently resolved, regardless of the outcome of this battle, I must infiltrate Konoha to obtain the experimental data concerning this complete Jinchue. Simultaneously, Jinchue retrieved 2 specially crafted kunai with dual grooves and commanded the invisible Susanoo to perform the technique of inorganic reincarnation. This time, it seems unlikely that I can replicate the previous strategy. Even if Obito is somewhat slow-witted, he will not be so foolish as to forget the pain of his injuries in mere minutes. Jinchue began to devise his next approach. Considering that one can still perceive a form while in a phasing state, could it be inferred that this state allows Obito to be forcibly struck by intense light? He dismissed sound attacks, recognizing that sound requires a medium for propagation, while light does not. If necessary, I shall rely on pre-written transcription seals combined with a Susanoo slash. This time, it must be executed vertically. Through prior encounters, Jinchue had concluded that given Obito's current vitality, merely bisecting him would not suffice. I must abandon the detrimental habit of partial decapitation, but for now, in this instance, it was Toby who chose to strike first. Would release, Hell's Chaos. Fire release, Whirling Flame Dance. The swirling fire serpents formed a colossal vortex of flames, accompanied by a multitude of wooden spikes emerging from the ground, nearly illustrating a scene from the depths of hell. However, such a pure ninjutsu attack held little significance for Jinchue. Yet, in the next moment, Toby conjured forth an object that left Jinchue utterly astounded. It was a peculiar black, double-spiral artifact. Despite its diminutive size, Jinchue recognized it at once. Goodness! The Ama no Murakumo. It was only now that Jinchue understood why Toby remained inexplicably calm after being unsealed. So this is a resolute Toby? Should I be grateful that this fellow isn't in the Ten Tails Jinchuriki state? In his normal state, even wielding the Ama no Murakumo, Toby could not fully unleash its true potential. Even from nearly 100 meters away, Jinchue could see Toby, panting heavily just from summoning it. His once robust arm now shriveled, contrasting sharply with the other arm that clutched the flame fan. Nevertheless, Jinchue dared not let his guard down, after all. Should he be pierced by the Ama no Murakumo, it would indeed spell disaster. Although he felt an unprecedented pressure, Jinchue discovered that he did not entirely despise this sensation. Is this what it feels like to have one's entire body ablaze with fervor? This truly exceeds my expectations. Even someone like me can experience such feelings. Then let me see just how far you can wield that thing. Wheel of the Grave. Border Hell. The invisible Susanoo in Sage mode effortlessly dispelled Hell's chaos and swung its katana toward Toby. What kind of technique is that? Why can I sense nothing at all? Just as Jinchua was unaware of the origins of Tobi's Ama no Murakumo, Tobi too was baffled by Jinshua's situation. Indeed, Uchiha Madara had imparted most of his true abilities to Tobi, yet he had never disclosed the technique of Wheel of the Grave, Order Hell. Tobi could glean no effect from its name, only observing that it was a completely invisible technique. Moreover, why does it feel as though this inner Jinchua recognizes the weapon in my hand? Tobi realized he had once again fallen into an informational disadvantage. He could not comprehend why, despite being supported by Ketsu, a superlative information-gathering entity, he was still being outmatched on the intelligence front. But I will never lose. With a fierce roar, Tobi lunged forward with the Ama no Murakumo and the flame fan aimed at Jinchua. As he anticipated, the technique that had shattered his hell as chaos and whirling flame dance struck him, forcing him into a passive, ethereal state. Just as Tobi was about to reach Jinchua, the latter transformed into a cloud of smoke and vanished. I understand the smoke now. This fellow cannot employ the Flying Thunder God technique at all. It's a simplified reverse summoning technique. Tobi deduced this piece of information, yet he realized he could not exploit it for any advantage. For Jinshua's ability to move swiftly on the battlefield using the reverse summoning technique was not merely reliant on a single skill. The technique of inorganic reincarnation was crucial. Yet even Uchiha Madara had been oblivious to its intricacies, let alone Tobi. Meanwhile, Jinchua, with his back turned to Tobi, quickly formed the hand seals for shadow clones alongside the Susanoo. Consequently, the number of invisible Sage Mode Susanoos increased from 1 to 4, swiftly positioning themselves around Tobi in all directions. Jinchua then turned around and clapped his hands together. Sage Art, 8 Rockhounds, Sage Art, Rockfall. This is not a mere earth technique, but rather an attack orchestrated by the true Cod using the power of inorganic reincarnation to manipulate the ground beneath the feet of both combatants. Initially, he conjured 8 dogs resembling Kakashi's ninja hounds from the soil, which then coalesced into a massive sphere of rock that rolled rapidly towards Obito. Were this an encounter with a typical adversary, the destructive force of such an assault would be substantial. However, it held little significance for Obito, as such tactics were all too easy to evade for one endowed with the Kamui. Yet this time, Obito did not rely on his intangibility to dodge. In addition to phasing, Kamui possesses the remarkable capability to absorb oneself or an opponent into a different spatial realm. This state, unlike phasing, conceals the individual or object entirely from the external world, rendering them completely absorbed into the alternate dimension. However, this ability has its drawbacks. The absorption of oneself is somewhat sluggish, and during this process, the body becomes rigid, making it challenging to maneuver adeptly in combat, particularly against foes with rapid attack speeds. Conversely, transferring others or redirecting their assaults is markedly different. Despite distance constraints, Obito can absorb targets more swiftly and even release them at will. Thus, the colossal rock and the 8 stone hounds created by the true Cod were sequentially absorbed into the Kamui realm, only to be redirected back towards the true Cod mere seconds later. However, to Obito's astonishment, while the rock rolled back, the hounds, upon being expelled, lunged back towards him with surprising agility akin to that of genuine ninja hounds. Realizing this, he decided to test his newfound strength. He brandished the Ama no Murakumo, a spear akin in length to a sword, and struck at the inorganic reincarnation-s hounds. Unsurprisingly, they were shattered upon impact. What is happening? This weapon should be capable of obliterating ninjutsu. Obito mused, having conducted countless tests on the Ama no Murakumo. Although it is susceptible to spatial effects, it possesses the intrinsic property to annihilate ninjutsu directly. Could it be that sage techniques do not qualify as ninjutsu? Why is this particular instance so exceptional? Despite having received an extensive education from Uchiha Madara, Obito lacked a tangible understanding of sage techniques, having never experienced them firsthand. Meanwhile, the true Cod had successfully gauged the actual efficacy of the Ama no Murakumo against sage techniques. The rockhounds were physically obliterated. It appears that while this weapon is formidable, it, like Obito, must adhere to conventional skills when confronting sage techniques. TSK. Pursuing sage techniques has undoubtedly been the wisest decision of my ninja career, he thought, though this career had only spanned a mere 2 months. Moreover, although I am unsure of my success, I must give it a try, the true Cod reflected, gazing at the expansive pit now formed in the ground. The next step is to create a lens, but Obito is no fool. Constructing a mirror so openly would be highly suspicious. Therefore Sage Art, Uchiha Fire Barrier. A crimson barrier enveloped Obito, who found himself perplexed. Uchiha Fire Barrier? He should know that such a technique cannot possibly restrain one endowed with Kamui. Upon completing the barrier, the true Cod-s Susanoo did not remain idle. They simultaneously struck the ground and unleashed inorganic reincarnation once more. This time, the true Cod concentrated distant ice blocks beneath their feet, manipulating them to crystallize into countless seamlessly connected small ice mirrors arranged in specific orientations along the interior of the hemispherical pit. Furthermore, he created an ice mirror on the outer ground, large enough to entirely encase the area. As anticipated by the true Cod, Obito's attention was diverted from the ice mirrors, He had already phased through the wall closest to the true COD, which had been strategically oriented. Fortunate indeed. He chose the side nearest to me. Sage Art. White Surge Technique. 4 red Sage Chakra Dragons, equalized in chakra distribution due to the Shadow Clone Technique, surged forward, propelled by black energy spheres towards Obito. Simultaneously, the true COD employed inorganic reincarnation to cover the pit entirely with soil, embedding the ice mirrors before swiftly teleporting outside. In the next moment, the Uchiha fire barrier dissipated completely, and the previously glowing chakra dragons dove into the black spheres. Consequently, Obito's field of vision was almost entirely engulfed in darkness. What technique is this? Although unaware of the unfolding events, Obito maintained his phased state, bracing for what was to come. In an instant, his confusion was resolved as the 4 black spheres erupted in an explosion, emitting an extraordinarily blinding light and a thunderous sound. The auditory damage did not affect Obito, given his phasing state, but the light was a different matter. Had he been within the Kamui realm, these rays would have posed no threat. However, the phasing state is peculiar, allowing him to perceive everything occurring outside. This meant he would be susceptible to the intense light, and the abrupt application of such brilliance against the backdrop of dimness would amplify the damage substantially. Oh, I've been caught. The true COD had initially intended to harness the principle of focusing light to concentrate the White Surge Technique's unique radiance, inflicting significant harm upon the phased Obito. Yet, whether he could strike Obito remained uncertain, as he had inadvertently ensnared himself. I overlooked the fact that sound damage would also be amplified in this environment, he realized, sensing the vibrations beneath him. The mirrors he had meticulously arranged were likely shattered. And without amplification, the light from the White Surge Technique was merely a controlling effect, at best causing discomfort to Obito without inflicting substantial harm. What a thrilling spectacle this has been. However, this may inadvertently serve another strategic purpose. Although the technique had been executed, it meant that the true COD's vulnerabilities had been fully exposed. Yet, with Obito wielding the Ama no Murakumo, relying solely on typical Susanoo, is precarious. Thus, I shall reinforce my defenses. As the true COD had anticipated, Obito, with the assistance of Zetsu, managed to shield himself from the blinding light, seizing the opportunity to slip into the Kamui dimension while the true COD was momentarily distracted. Zetsu, thank you. Oh, no need for thanks. Just tell me what convenience means when you have the chance, and that would be the best reward. Apologies, but given that my entire lower half has been carelessly severed, I fear I may not have the opportunity to clarify your query, Obito lamented, as his lower body had been swept away into an unknown patch of earth by the true COD's unrestrained, inorganic reincarnation. Initially, Black and White Zetsu had intended to swiftly retrieve Obito's severed lower half during the battle, but they too narrowly escaped being caught within the true COD's realm of inorganic reincarnation. Afterwards, they quietly observed from a distance, for they had witnessed the moment when Obito shattered the true Tatsu's attack with the tension spear. Had they inadvertently found themselves caught in one of those assaults, they would have been at a loss as to whom to voice their grievances. Indeed, it seemed rather unfortunate for them. Afe couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Obito, yet Obito himself showed no sign of mourning for the loss of his lower half. Once this battle concluded, he could always seek an opportunity to create a new half to install. Perhaps it would even enhance his chakra reserves further. Well, if you can think that way, it's certainly for the best. But Obito, do you truly wish to continue this battle? Afe expressed his concern that if they did not escape soon, Obito might meet his demise here. Between you and that inner wheel, true Tatsu, who stands a chance of victory? Well, facing someone who wields both the eternal Mangeki Sharingan and Sage powers is indeed quite challenging. Does that mean defeat is inevitable? I will prevail, but perhaps not today. Subsequently, Obito opened a portal to the Kamui space at a marked location within the ruins of Yukigekure. He then declared, I will make one final attempt. If I fail to eliminate him, I shall consider it merely an intelligence-gathering mission. Indeed, this confrontation had yielded a wealth of information. But how did he intend to make this attempt? It appeared that the foe had just aimed to employ a particularly unique technique against him in that state. Yet it seemed the release had faltered. The sound inflicted no harm upon him, and furthermore, it shattered the mirrors that appeared to form some kind of barrier. Even the blinding light that could render one unable to open their eyes was dispelled due to his intervention. Thus, it truly seemed to be an opportune moment. Obito's gaze steeled once more. This would be his final effort. Should he fail, he would retreat, awaiting a time when he could unravel his opponent's technique to engage in battle anew. This time, Obito refrained from employing the Earth Dragon concealment technique and instead delved directly underground in a state of intangibility. At that moment, the true form of Jinshue feigned preparation to lift the lid and assess the results of the attack. Fire release, Dragon Flame Song technique. However, just as he completed the hand seals and 4 fire dragons soared forth, an eye adorned with a swirling pattern emerged suddenly from the ground before him. To Jinshue. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan unmistakably revealed the identity of the individual. Inorganic rebirth, reverse summoning preparation. The trigger condition of the writing seal Jinshue inscribed earlier was to be struck by someone possessing the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. For only then could it ensure a counterattack directed at Obito himself. Yet the situation had transformed. Should he indeed be pierced by the Ama no Murakumo, even Jinchua would struggle to withstand it. Despite his confidence in the sage art Susanoo, he deemed it prudent to guarantee that the instant he was struck, the writing seal would trigger concurrently, allowing him to be reverse summoned. Opportunities are fleeting. A mere half a second later. I never expected your life to be so resilient. Even this attack could not obliterate you. Though the Ama no Murakumo fortuitously collided with the sage art, losing its absolute advantage, it astonishingly preserved Obito's life at a critical moment. What kind of technique is this? How could you react to such an assault? Although the Ama no Murakumo remained firmly grasped in hand, the flame fan was severed, accompanied by half an arm, by Jinshue's strike. In that fleeting moment, the writing seals in both of Jinshue's eyes activated simultaneously, forming a cross slash. The ordinary Susanoo's strike was instantly obliterated upon contact with the Ama no Murakumo. Yet the sage art Susanoo merely diverted the blow. Nonetheless, even the redirected attack struck Obito firmly, cutting into him, with Jinchua immediately employing inorganic rebirth for his next assault. Obito was compelled to evade by becoming intangible. Jinchua swiftly utilized inorganic rebirth to draw the flame fan into Obito's hand before him. Seizing the flame fan, Jinchua proclaimed, "Now, let us commence the next round. As for that technique which counterattacks automatically upon being struck, you may refer to it as Bishamoten. It reacts when I am attacked. So relinquish any hope of resistance. You could never surpass me." Essentially, it was a matter of inscribing a set of counterattack writing seals into his own Sharingan. However, Jinchua was unwilling to allow Obito to deduce this concept. Thus, he casually assigned a name to the ocular technique, severing Obito's thoughts of further contemplation. Is that so? I see. When he employs this technique, the eternal Meijiki Sharingan indeed rotates, which is a clear indication of the activation of a kaleidoscopic ocular technique. Obito harbored no significant doubts, as the intricacies of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan techniques were notoriously enigmatic. He then elongated his tone, "This grudge, I shall remember." Before Jinchua could unleash his subsequent skill, Obito directly burrowed into the earth in his intangible state, swiftly escaping to an unknown direction. Has he fled or merely conceded? Regardless, I have escaped. The counterattack was thwarted, and the opponent had once again hidden, becoming even more elusive than before. Summoning technique, accompanied by the distinctive smoke of summoning. The Great Serpent reappeared before Jinchua. Lord Jinchua. Jinchua did not respond immediately to the Great Serpent. Instead, he picked up Obito's severed arm and gazed at the spot where Obito had been bisected. Was he ensnared in the earth during the battle, or did Kaguya retrieve him? For safety's sake, sage art, inorganic rebirth. Jinchua manipulated the entire area with great force, pressing down until even the most resilient of flesh could no longer be retrieved. What is your intent, my lord? At that moment, Jinchua, with one hand clutching the flame fan and the other holding Obito's hand, appeared quite peculiar. Great Serpent, please take me back to the Dragon Cave. I find myself in a predicament. As you wish. The Great Serpent engulfed Jinchua, and with a puff of smoke, the colossal figure vanished entirely, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. As for Obito, he had long returned to the previous pit and directly entered the Kamui dimension, safely escaping from the ordeal. However, it appeared that he, the defeated, fled even faster than Jinchua, who emerged victorious. Chapter 57 would release, unfastening the pants. Within the Dragon Cave, Jinchua sat atop the head of the Great Serpent, holding the flame fan. Lord Jinchua, did you just engage in a fierce battle? Indeed. That fellow somehow acquired the Ama no Murakumo of the Sage of Six Paths. Fortunately, my skills surpassed his. The Sage of Six Paths? The Great Serpent felt a sudden halt in his heart, sensing he had nearly stumbled into a bizarre confrontation of an unusual caliber. Thank goodness I did not intervene in that battle. Otherwise, I fear do not dwell on it too much, while that individual possesses a strangely unwavering will. He is limited in terms of hardware. Otherwise, well, that sounds odd. If he had sufficient hardware alongside the Ama no Murakumo, I would be the one facing a beating. With adequate hardware, it implied he was already the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, Obito. If Jinchua lacked comparable stats, he would ultimately be relegated to mere passive suffering. At best managing to struggle a little, yet this would not affect the final outcome. I find it difficult to comprehend. It seems you did not sustain any significant injuries. Correct? I cannot say that. I was still struck, Jinchua remarked, pinching a small wrinkled area on his forearm, quickly retrieving a kunai to extract the blemish. Ouch. A bit painful, but it's nothing serious. Jinchua was uncertain if it was due to the uniqueness of his template or if Obito was simply exceptionally resilient. But his pain tolerance had certainly increased, even though his sensitivity to touch remained keen. Subsequently, Jinchua tore off a fragment of Obito's tissue and placed it over the wound. At the very least, I should give it a try. However, Jinchua felt discomfort when the piece of Obito's tissue did not exhibit the plug-and-play phenomenon upon its application. Is it due to a lack of self-healing ability? Unlike Obito, who gained self-healing from Hashirama Senju. Within the Naruto community, a popular meme circulated regarding the instant compatibility of the Sharingan, Rinnegan, and White Zetsu arm. However, this hot swapping was evidently not so easily achieved. Half a minute later, Jinshua's wound remained unchanged, and the fragment of white zetsu lay untouched, appearing merely placed atop the injury, devoid of any signs of fusion, even with chakra supplied. This indicates that the issue lies not with my template. However, it is uncertain. For now, I should seek someone skilled in healing. Great Serpent. Is there anyone in the Dragon Cave renowned for their healing abilities? If Lord Jinshue's injuries are indeed unique, it would be best to seek out the White Snake Sage. The Great Serpent, unable to discern where Jinshue was injured, nonetheless, observed him extract a piece of flesh and cast it aside. This suggests that Lord Jinshue may have sustained a rather peculiar injury. Thus, the Great Serpent promptly recommended the White Snake Sage. That makes sense. After a brief bandaging, the true Cod hastened towards the direction of the White Snake Sage. In essence, do you intend to implant these peculiar substances into your wound? Even the White Snake Sage had to concede that the Fey entity brought by the true Cod was indeed extraordinary. Could you enlighten me about the origins of this white substance? It is a peculiar armor-like formation derived from a being known as Fey, which is a manifestation of the White Zetsu. This White Zetsu is a biological weapon created by the rabbit goddess utilizing living humans centuries ago. Then, about a few decades or years ago, someone engineered Fey by combining the Ten-Tails husk with some cells from Hashirama Senju. Or perhaps it was directly extracted from the Outer Path Golem. The specifics elude me, yet this is the general background. My hypothesis is to implant this unique white Zetsu tissue into the small arm that sustained minor injury from the heavenly halberd wielded by the Sage of Six Paths, to observe if any beneficial change may occur. However, upon concluding his explanation, the White Snake Sage remained notably silent until the true Cod cast a perplexed glance once more. Only then did the sage speak. The matters concerning the rabbit goddess, the Sage of Six Paths, and the Ten Tails are indeed deeply unsettling. The White Snake Sage was not entirely oblivious to these matters, having presumed they were bygone, yet it now appeared otherwise. Indeed, while trouble had not yet fully erupted, the orchestrator behind the scenes had been persistently attempting to act, hence, I require a strength greater than what I currently possess. The Tsutsuki White Snake Sage closed her eyes in contemplation for a moment. Very well, I shall assist you, but given your unique constitution, even I cannot guarantee the success rate. This treatment may ultimately devolve into a mere healing process. I understand. I appreciate your assistance, Sage. It is no trouble at all. The White Snake Sage transformed into human form and approached the true Cod. Subsequently, she conjured a white blade, which was not a mere chakra scalpel, but an unknown sage technique. I need to slightly enlarge your wound. The true Cod nodded slightly, and the initial wound, measuring approximately 3 centimeters in diameter, was doubled in size. Thereafter, the White Snake Sage infused a fragment of Fei's arm with chakra, molding it into a shape identical to the wound, and initiated a remarkably unique healing technique. Then, the two waited in tacit understanding for 30 seconds. It appears nothing unusual has occurred, stated the true Cod. Indeed. This white Zetsu tissue, correct? Some components surrounding your wound have automatically begun to grow within it, merging tightly with the body tissue at the other end. Overall, should you attempt to examine it if caught in the aftermath, there would be no need to undertake any missions. Meanwhile, in the Land of Snow, it is undeniable that the Hidden Snow Village has suffered the most severe blow since its inception, purely due to the conflict between two individuals. The Windflower Fury has already awakened, and as Jinshue had anticipated, the villagers of Hidden Snow were evacuated with great care, even ensuring that Windflower Fury was brought along. One might wonder if this chaos stemmed from the battle of those two individuals. It seems so, although we withdrew directly, the devastation clearly resulted from their clash. The flattened mountaintops, the split earth, the hollowed land. Such scenes were ones Windflower Fury had only encountered in books. After envisioning the battle between Jinshue and Obito, his legs weakened under the weight of realization. Is this the power that a ninja can wield? Recalling the Sharingan both had displayed, a wave of headache washed over Windflower Fury. They both possessed the Sharingan. If nothing else, they must be ninjas of the Uchiha clan, that is, from Konoha. Initially, he believed that the ninjas from the 5 great villages might possess superior quality compared to those from smaller villages, but it now appeared otherwise. The disparity is far beyond what mere chakra armor can compensate. He even began to ponder another matter. If those great nations wield such levels of power, what does it matter if I obtain the title of daimyo of the Land of Snow? Shall I serve as a subordinate to those great nations on behalf of my ineffectual elder brother? Windflower Fury saw no hope for supremacy, and his original ambitions swiftly plummeted. And what of the treasures of the Land of Snow? Even if I were to acquire them, as long as Konoha ninjas are present, they would no longer belong to me, would they? Reflecting on the moment when he divulged all information merely under the glare of the Sharingan, Windflower Fury felt that before Konoha ninjas, even the slightest desire to preserve a secret hinged entirely on their whims, a notion he found utterly unacceptable. At this moment, Avalanche of Wolf Fong approached, his face flushed with embarrassment. Sir, I fear we must decline your task, he said. In the realm of ninjas, admitting inability to fulfill a task due to lack of skill is considered profoundly disgraceful, and even a rogue like Avalanche felt a wave of shame wash over him. Oh, why are you not mentioning additional compensation now? Is this the renowned Konoha Jonin that you spoke of, whom we could ambush? Surely, Some unforeseen circumstance must have transpired. That individual, was it not Naruto Makoto? His very presence was an anomaly. Although Avalanche did not witness Makoto's recent rampage firsthand, he had gathered sufficient information from others to comprehend that aside from a few shattered branches, the devastation of the terrain was solely attributable to Naruto Makoto. He felt that even his entire village would struggle to contend with a mere finger of this opponent. Yet, these were not justifications. Windflower Fury exclaimed. But he was at a loss, unable to act. His only recourse now was impotent rage. What am I to do next? Windflower Fury pondered, feeling utterly bewildered. Chapter 58. Makoto. I received high praise despite not completing the task. What is the meaning of this? In the Snow Country's castle. As Windflower Early Snow was engaged in discussions with various ministers, the main door burst open, and Windflower Fury stormed in, fully armed, accompanied by a throng of individuals. Fury? Could it be that you, Windflower Early Snow, have discerned a possibility? Are the recent disturbances within the country attributable to you? Indeed, it was I. Had it not been for an incident that revealed the Snow Country's frailty, I might have contemplated eliminating you to become the lord of this wretched little nation. Windflower Early Snow struggled to keep pace with his brother's rapid-fire revelations. He felt he might have guessed correctly, yet was also uncertain. He stood there dumbfounded, until Windflower Fury disdainfully approached and jabbed a finger into his shoulder. Stand up. Oh. Windflower Early Snow complied, rising obediently, while Windflower Fury took the seat his brother had vacated. Is this the position I have schemed for all these years? How grotesque. Utterly grotesque. Then, Windflower Fury turned to the Minister of Finance. What is the tax situation for this year in the Snow Country? Currently, Lord Fury, the tax revenue remains stable. Akin to last year, our economy has not suffered due to the ongoing Great Ninja War. And compared to the Fire Country? The Finance Minister fell silent. He had never even contemplated a comparison of strength with the Fire Country in his lifetime. Observing this, Windflower Early Snow interjected, Fury, do not press others. Tell me what has transpired. Although physically displaced by his brother, he felt no anger, only a desire to understand the predicament his sibling faced. Sensing it might involve national matters, I was conversing with a jonin in Yukihide village when suddenly, a one-eyed Uchiha ninja barged in and issued me orders. What is my standing? How dare a foreign ninja command me? It is absurd. Yet, I was powerless to act. That individual possesses unfathomable strength. He is a lawless brute who disregards order entirely. Windflower Early Snow listened intently to his brother's account. Indeed, it seemed excessive. The Uchiha should be a ninja of Konoha. Correct? I will endeavor to seek an explanation from Konoha regarding this matter, he resolved. Though it may prove futile as a major power, the Fire Country ought to provide some form of reasonable justification. Do not inquire further. That individual is a rogue from Konoha. Do not ask how I know. For shortly thereafter, the Konoha ninja named Naruto Makoto arrived and, seeking information about the one-eyed masked Uchiha, ensnared me in a genjutsu, even offering apologies. What good are apologies? Then, those two engaged in combat without restraint on the outskirts of Yukihide village, shattering nearby mountains with a single strike. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the snow ninjas, I might have perished there. The mountains were shattered? Is that truly the case? Windflower Early Snow's eyes widened. He had no inkling that the ninja he had hired possessed such prowess. However, if Fury harbors dissent, then his reckless charge seems justifiable. As eradicating rogue ninjas appears reasonable. Unconsciously, he began to rationalize Makoto's actions. Upon hearing his brother's descriptions of Makoto's might, he psychologically recoiled from the prospect of opposing such a formidable ninja. Am I deceiving you? Enough. Windflower Fury stood once more. I have no desire for this wretched position. You may return to your seat. Oh, very well. Windflower Early Snow resumed his seat. Moreover, what treasures does the Snow Country possess? Are they wealth or weapons? Upon the mention of treasures, Windflower Early Snow's expression transformed into one of pride. To be candid, it is a machine capable of rapidly altering the climatic conditions of the Snow Country. Once deployed, it may restore the land to its former glory. However, such a treasure held no allure for Windflower Fury. Is that it? A mere machine? What of your wealth? What of the weapons you have hidden? Windflower Fury grasped his brother's shoulders and shook him vigorously, as if attempting to extract something from him. Even if you ask, I have none. In that moment, Windflower Fury was at a loss for words regarding his foolish brother. Nevertheless, the capacity to swiftly alter the climate of the entire Snow Country suggests significant technological value. Allow me to take charge of the machine's development. But I have already completed it. It merely awaits testing. Windflower Early Snow intended to argue, but his brother interjected, what? Do you possess any discontent? With that, two particularly robust ninjas approached. Left with no choice, Windflower Early Snow acquiesced to his visibly enthusiastic brother's line of thought. Very well, Fury is indeed quite capable. Let him pursue this endeavor. That is correct. Subsequently, Windflower Fury departed with his entourage. After a considerable pause, the finance minister quietly inquired, My lord, have we just narrowly averted a coup? It appears so. Moreover, fundamentally, it seems to be due to that Konoha ninja. Should I express gratitude to him? When Makoto returned near Windflower Early Snow's residence, he was guided by the guards to meet the Lord of the Snow Country, encountering a situation he found utterly perplexing. I am immensely grateful for your assistance, Lord Naruto. Under your protection, my family and I have been spared a calamity. Is this the conclusion? Makoto felt bewildered. Could it be that Windflower Fury was indeed eliminated by me? Yet, that does not align. Why does Windflower Early Snow exhibit such an attitude? Indeed, from the outcome, this task had been completed exceedingly well. Have I received commendation? However, I have not completed my work at all. At this moment, Jinchua felt as if he had carelessly spilled the delivery and then abandoned it, only to discover the next day that the order had received a 5-star review. Well, if the employer says it's fine, then it's fine. Besides, I did indeed go to Shuin village to seek out Langya and Shueping. Perhaps that is what led to the completion of the task. After the remuneration was settled, Jinchua departed from the land of snow. Originally, he had planned to take in the unique glacial scenery on his way back, fully aware that if Fenghua and Shui had not perished, such sights would soon be lost to him. However, due to Obito's influence, he relinquished this leisurely plan and hastened his return to Konoha. Chapter 59, Kakashi and Guy. Why is there a crosshair on your forehead? Just as Jinchua was racing back, 2 ninjas in Konoha encountered something quite peculiar. Today happened to be a day when neither Might Guy nor Kakashi Hitaki had any missions. Thus Guy, who had long been striving to help his friend regain his youthful vigor, forcibly dragged Kakashi to a hot spring. After they soaked for a while and walked a distance, Guy suddenly sensed that something was amiss. He first attempted a genjutsu release, only to discover that he was not under any illusion. Kakashi, do you remember which hot spring we just visited? Wasn't it the one you guided us to? Kakashi replied, somewhat perplexed. However, upon observing Guy's deeply puzzled expression, he quickly realized something was off. What do you mean? Are you suggesting we wandered into some strange place? I can hardly recall what kind of hot spring it was. I had initially intended to choose another one, yet somehow I ended up dragging you to this peculiar location. What on earth is going on? Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit odd, Kakashi admitted, unable to comprehend it fully. Are you certain you didn't misremember? Absolutely not. I had decided days ago to take you to a different hot spring. Seeing Guy's earnest and serious demeanor, Kakashi too became serious. In that case, why don't we retrace our steps? After all, we have no missions today. Agreed. Thus, the two attempted to return the way they came. But upon reaching the previous location of the hot spring, the situation grew even more bizarre. Why is it an empty lot? Where could the hot spring have gone? After scanning the surroundings and finding no anomalies, Kakashi raised his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan. Yet, even with this keen eye, he found nothing amiss. There were no signs of any genjutsu. Are you sure we didn't take a wrong turn? Should I have Pack and verify if we truly retraced our steps? He turned to glance at Guy, and at that moment, a strange sight caught his attention. Did you notice something, Kakashi? Guy observed Kakashi's sudden focused gaze, suspecting he might have discovered an important clue. However, Kakashi did not respond quickly. Instead, he vigorously blinked a few times and shook his head. Why is there a crosshair on Guy's nose? Faced with Kakashi's unusual behavior, Guy was left bewildered. Could it be that you see something only the Sharingan can perceive? It shouldn't be a Sharingan issue, but it's hard to say. Kakashi lowered his forehead protector again. It has truly vanished? See, I told you it must be a Sharingan problem. The Uchiha clan's eyes have always been formidable. Perhaps you have awakened some special ability, just like Jinchua. Indeed. There was such a possibility regarding Jinchua, but it shouldn't merely be a crosshair, right? The Sharingan can't have such a trivial function. There should at least be a corresponding technique. It seems I need to spend some time studying this. Then let's immediately engage in an exhilarating duel, exploring and developing new abilities through combat. That is a splendid idea, Kakashi affirmed internally, though he did not vocalize it. Well, suit yourself, you choose the location. Great. Within minutes, the two arrived at a proper outdoor training ground. Kakashi then raised his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan and said, Guy, since I am here to train my Sharingan, I request you to unleash your full strength. Rest assured, I will be fully prepared, Guy proudly declared, his demeanor revealing that Kakashi's intention had not been fully comprehended. I meant for you to open the 8 gates. The 8 gates is a technique that removes the body's restrictions on chakra, allowing excess energy to be released. The 8 gates are opening, rest, life, injury, dying, view, shock, and death. The more gates opened, the greater the power gained, but likewise, the more damage inflicted upon the body. What? Guy had never anticipated that Kakashi would request this. But our comrades, yet, before he could finish, Kakashi continued, you can regard this as my request. A request? If it is a friend's request. Guy began a difficult internal struggle. In their past competitions, he had never utilized the 8 gates. Ideally, he would prefer not to open them in front of his Konoha comrades, even if it were just the initial gate. This was a form of self-restraint. But Kakashi is also my dear friend. Guy, please. Guy paused for a moment. Kakashi, what did you just say? Nothing. You misheard. Moments later, Guy regained his previous youthful and fiery demeanor. All right. Let Kakashi witness my passionate youth. 8 gates. Opening of the life gate. The third gate, the life gate, is the final safe zone within the 8 gates. Yet even within this safety, it substantially enhances Guy's speed and strength, even alleviating physical fatigue. However, once Guy activated the 8 gates, he noticed something rather peculiar. What is happening? Could it be Kakashi's Genjutsu? Impressive, as expected of Kakashi. I didn't even have time to react. In Guy's vision, a mark resembling a crosshair appeared on Kakashi's forehead. Subsequently, Guy opened the 4th gate, the injury gate, attempting to unleash the raging chakra of the dangerous zone to break Kakashi's Genjutsu. However, while the gate was opened, he was unable to dispel anything. What's wrong? Nothing, Kakashi. You truly are my lifelong rival, so incredibly powerful. What is he talking about? Kakashi was somewhat bewildered, still attempting to harness his chakra to activate his Sharingan in hopes of unleashing some extraordinary technique. Suddenly, Guy praised him unexpectedly. After his thoughts yielded no results, Kakashi swiftly moved towards Guy, asserting that he was a genuine all-round elite shinobi, while Guy was merely a ninjutsu specialist of the ch rank. However, once Guy entered the 8-gate state, even Kakashi had to exert himself to the fullest. Of course, this was merely a sparring session, so their exchanges were not overly fierce. Chapter 60, True Cod. Huh? You say you just returned from the land of abundance? Obito's eyes widened suddenly. At that moment, he resembled the state he had been in 2 years prior when he had perished in battle, his body encased in a peculiar cocoon, save for his head. Obito, the lower part of your body is beyond recovery. Following the battle, White Zetsu had sent a clone to meticulously search the land in that area. Although they had indeed located Obito's severed body, it was of no consequence, as it had been crushed into a mass of unrecognizable flesh, rendering it utterly unusable. Such matters are inconsequential. Although I have lost much in this battle, I have not returned entirely empty-handed. Gains. Zetsu expressed skepticism, failing to discern any benefit from their recent endeavor. During that brief skirmish, I realized a critical truth. The capabilities of my right eye ultimately possess limits. Therefore, once my body has recuperated, I shall promptly reclaim the eye I once left in Kakashi Hitaki. At this point, Obito had already meticulously reviewed the previous battle. Kamui had been countered, a result of both his inadequate intelligence and his own combat awareness. My combat instinct will never reach the caliber of Minato Namake's or Madara Uchiha. It is a gift, and my talents lie elsewhere. Obito was acutely aware of his own strengths. Kamui was an exceptional ocular technique. Typically, a wielder of the Meijiki Sharingan would find themselves at a complete disadvantage against the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. However, due to the existence of Kamui, even someone like True Cod, who could employ the complete Susanoo, was compelled to abandon it and rely on information advantages to maneuver. Even though the final outcome was a resounding defeat, Obito remained undaunted. If one Meijiki was insufficient, then 2 would suffice, and if one Izanagi was inadequate, then 2 or even 3 would be required. Regaining the Meijiki and seizing the Sharingan would be preparatory steps before the tailed beast acquisition plan. Furthermore, the fate of the Uchiha clan appeared to hold little significance. Indeed, Black Zetsu wholeheartedly agreed with Obito's perspective, particularly the final statement. If this generation's plan fails, we shall await the next opportunity. For the sake of prudence, the Uchiha bloodline, or the Sharingan bloodline, must not wane. After a moment, Black Zetsu added, moreover, if the opportunity arises, I believe we should attempt to steal research and experimental data regarding the inner wheel True Cod from Konoha. While it is generally believed that no 2 Meijiki Sharingan patterns are identical, this inner wheel True Cod defies that rule. The only remaining possibility is that this inner wheel True Cod is, without a doubt, an artificial or modified being. Subsequently, Obito contemplated that acquiring the research data on inner wheel True Cod should indeed be prioritized. Of course, at present, he had little recourse but to recuperate. In Konoha, what? You say there is a clan of shinobi with the surname Sarutobi living in a place called the Land of Abundance? Upon hearing his son Asuma's report, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up abruptly. Enough, enough. Why are you shouting? Can't you remain calm? Have you become more rational with age? Calm? How can I possibly remain calm? Hiruzen recalled the treaty he had signed not long ago, which promised a significant number of elite shinobi to sweep across the ninja world as long as he acknowledged his past misdeeds. However, he quickly managed to suppress the excitement bubbling within him. In any case, Asuma, please describe the situation in detail. Noticing his father's expression grow serious, Asuma pondered briefly, recalling the events vividly. You know, I was tasked with tracking down an enemy. When the target realized they were no match for me, they fled. I couldn't simply abandon the pursuit. To my surprise, after successfully eliminating the target, I inadvertently lost my way and stumbled into a barrier. When I attempted to escape, several level shinobi appeared and exhibited hostility. I explained that I had inadvertently entered while pursuing an enemy and promised to leave immediately. But they insisted I undergo a memory erasing technique before they would let me go. How could I agree to that? And thus, we engaged. Did you manage to fight them off? Regarding his son's abilities, Hiruzen had a rough understanding. Asuma's skills lay between the standard Konoha nin and elite nin ranks, without glaring weaknesses but also lacking standout strengths. I can certainly handle myself in one-on-one combat, but they were too numerous. After a while, realizing I was struggling, I retreated and used the Great Fireball technique. Upon witnessing this technique, they suddenly ceased their attacks and inquired about my name. Noticing their peculiar reaction to the Sarutobi clan's inherited jutsu, I revealed my true name. And then, what was their reaction? The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe. While Asuma seemed equally unwilling to relent, lighting his own, they took me to the territory of the Sarutobi clan residing in that land of abundance. To my astonishment, the Sarutobi shinobi still upheld the architectural styles and clothing of that era. After conversing with a man named Sarutobi Sakamura, I learned that they were indeed descendants of the Sarutobi clan, who had been escorted to safety during a battle in the Warring States period. Those elders, women, and children, along with their escorting troops, established bonds with a small village and subsequently moved to that land of abundance, where they developed a power rivaling that of some minor shinobi villages. I roughly estimated that there were nearly 300 shinobi among them, with several talented individuals reaching elite Jonin levels. The man calling himself the 10th acting clan leader, Sarutobi Sakamura, even possessed abilities comparable to my elder brother, making him an elite Jonin by Konoha's standards. The 10th acting clan leader? Hiruzen Sarutobi was taken aback, never expecting that after so many years, they had not sought to establish their own clan. Furthermore, 300 shinobi? It seems that the numbers do not align with the treaty's description, especially given Asuma's tone, which suggests that the lower ranks still constitute the majority. However, regardless, locating a branch of the Sarutobi clan outside Konoha should indeed be considered a fortunate discovery. They continue to cherish their heritage to this day, but do not dwell too much on it. They are unfamiliar not only with Konoha, but also with the very concept of ninja villages, having never heard of your name. Presumably, they have secluded themselves for over a century. Given their capabilities, if they had the desire to emerge, they would have done so long ago. When I departed, they showed no intention of following me. They merely wished for me to remain a few more days. However, I returned directly. For Asuma, visiting the Sarutobi clan, nestled in the bountiful lands, felt akin to a routine familial visit, yielding little emotional impact. Yet, for Sarutobi Izashi, it was a different matter entirely. He felt compelled to seek further engagement. Asuma, do you recall the path to the bountiful lands? Of course. Do you take me for a fool? I merely lost my way while pursuing an enemy amidst battle. I could effortlessly sketch a detailed map to that place now. In terms of ninja skills, Asuma followed the versatile path of his father, Sarutobi Hizashi, excelling not only in combat, but also in theory and other ninja-related abilities. The only limitation was that, in terms of strength, he could only be considered a minor hexagon. Alright, that was your claim. Draw that map for me, and upon completion, I shall credit you with an A rank or B rank mission. Initially, Hizashi believed the task warranted an A rank classification. However, recalling Konoha's ongoing financial difficulties, he decided to downgrade it. Hey, that's a bit excessive, old man. How can you lower it? Konoha is currently facing economic hardships. Even the cigarettes I smoke are of inferior quality. How could I possibly reward you with an A-rank mission just for a map? If it turns out well, I shall record it as an A-rank achievement. But remuneration will remain at the B-rank level. Fine. After all, you're the Hokage. Although Asuma felt displeased, he understood the veracity of his father's claims regarding Konoha's economic struggles. Subsequently, Asuma departed from the Hokage office, only to encounter a familiar face just outside the building. Yo. Jinshue. It's been ages. Have you just returned from a mission? Indeed. I just came back from the land of snow. Haha. So you were on a long-distance mission. I just returned from a place called the Bountiful Lands. The ninja world is truly full of wonders. I wish I could abandon my Konoha ninja identity and explore it thoroughly. Ah, the Bountiful Lands? Isn't that a daily quest from a mobile game? Does such a place really exist in the ninja world? I knew you hadn't heard of it. Tonight, I shall treat everyone and share tales of the Bountiful Lands. If confidentiality were required, Hizashi would have mentioned it. But since he did not, Asuma decided to share his experiences with friends over dinner. By the way, Jinshue, if it's not too much trouble, please invite Kaka. The ordinary secret scroll of ninjutsu was swiftly crafted by Orochimaru within a few days. Sealing a simple ninjutsu and constructing a foolproof triggering mechanism posed no challenge for someone of his financial means. However, this endeavor sparked within him a desire to utilize the scroll to manifest certain ninjutsu that he typically could not employ. For instance, the 5 elements, Great Multi-Shadow Clone technique, which Orochimaru refrained from using casually due to his limited chakra. He conceived an ingenious idea to separate the jutsu portion from the chakra supply component within the scroll. Furthermore, he planned to divide the chakra supply into 3 segments, allowing him to allocate the necessary chakra for the technique in 3 installments during his non-combat hours, thus enabling him to unleash the 5 elements, Great Multi-Shadow Clone technique almost effortlessly during battle, without the need for hand seals. Moreover, once the 5 elements, Great M1 troublesome aspect is that Orochimaru currently lacks any information regarding the flow of chakra during the utilization of dust release. Once I acquire the Sharingan, I shall create a stir in a Wagakure, he mused. For Orochimaru, discovering the method of chakra flow for dust release is neither exceedingly difficult nor overly simple. If he so desired, he could easily cause chaos that would draw the attention of the leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages. However, without the Sharingan, He cannot perceive the intricacies of the chakra flow associated with dust release, which would significantly impede the progress of his research. Thus, the study of such complex matters must be deferred until he obtains the Sharingan. At that moment, Jinchue suddenly burst in, a small black snake coiled around his shoulder. This was his method of locating Orochimaru, as the latter had numerous laboratories, making it nearly impossible for anyone to pinpoint his exact whereabouts. However, the snake could, for it could accurately locate Orochimaru, the contractor of the Dragon Cave, through their pact, a privilege that Jinchue currently enjoyed. Upon seeing Jinchue, Orochimaru gestured towards a somewhat hefty laptop beside the door. I have programmed an indexing function into that computer. If you have any questions that are not too complex, you can input your criteria and search directly. Due to time constraints, the root members have yet to transfer some rather intricate materials into the database. But it will guide you to the physical library containing that information. Is this Orochimaru's version of Baidu? Jinchue mused, acknowledging that the affluent Orochimaru was indeed different. He could even access the addresses of Konoha residents, right? Indeed, came the reply. Noting that Orochimaru had disregarded him and had moved onto a pile of scrolls to continue his research, Jinchue turned to the computer and accessed the index. To his surprise, it responded immediately. Jinchue searched for Kakashi's address. After leaving the Hokage building, he realized he still did not know where Kakashi lived. Feeling too embarrassed to return and ask the third Hokage about such a trivial matter, and with no acquaintances around, he had no choice but to seek the omnipotent Orochimaru once more. It appeared that this strategy had once again yielded results. Indeed, when it comes to matters like this, it is most efficient to consult Orochimaru directly. Although Jinchue could tell that Orochimaru had likely created this index out of exasperation from being frequently approached for trivial inquiries, the fact remained that Orochimaru was exceedingly useful. By the way, can this computer connect to the database outside of this laboratory? Jinchue inquired. A flat rate of 1 million. Came the response. Does that include updates? Jinchue knew that Orochimaru's straightforward pricing indicated that the device could connect to his exclusive network even outside the laboratory. Yes. The database corresponding to this index will be shared with the Hokage building once it is complete, and subsequently, a version with some information withheld will be provided to the police force. Thus, it will remain continuously updated. This database was, in fact, established at the behest of the third Hokage. The indexing system was a measure devised by Orochimaru to prevent Jinchue from wasting his time on matters he deemed uninteresting. At that moment, Jinchue had already entered another entry, the Flying Thunder God technique, into the index, successfully locating several archives containing the training methods for this technique. Astonishingly, even materials regarding forbidden techniques were included. Forbidden techniques? It seemed that the entry for such techniques had not yet commenced. Orochimaru pondered this briefly before approaching Jinchue. Instantly discerning the answer. Jinchue-kun, the Flying Thunder God technique is not classified as a forbidden technique. Jinchue had always perceived the Flying Thunder God technique as forbidden. Not solely due to its potency, but also because he had forgotten the source that described why it was considered forbidden. In truth, the Flying Thunder God technique is merely an S-rank ninjutsu. It does not violate any ethical standards, nor does it pose any severe harm to the body. Its only distinguishing feature is perhaps its challenging nature. Orochimaru contemplated for a moment, offering a definition for the difficulty of the Flying Thunder God technique. The reason the Flying Thunder God technique is categorized as S-rank ninjutsu is that S-rank represents the pinnacle of ninjutsu difficulty. Without specific innate talent, one can at most learn an ambiguous space-time technique, and most individuals are incapable even of achieving that semblance. Feel free to search for more information directly on that computer. I shall not squander any more time. All right, I'll purchase it. By the way, Orochimaru-sensei, you haven't left any backdoors in there, have you? Like tracking my browsing history? I must admit, that feature seems rather intriguing. Would you like me to add it for you? Orochimaru had not considered such a possibility. While it was too late to incorporate such a feature into Jinshue's computer, it could certainly be implemented for the Hokage building and the Konoha police force in the future. Ahem, let us leave it at that. It's best not to add anything. After settling the full payment, Jinchue utilized the skeletal arm of Susanoo to grasp the computer and charger, casually taking a few chakra test papers before departing from Orochimaru's laboratory. Jinchue-kun continues to train his Susanoo as diligently as ever. This may well be the reason he has developed it to such an extraordinary level. To Orochimaru's perspective, Jinshue's daily endeavors with Susanoo were contributing to his proficiency, yet this time, he was entirely mistaken. Jinshue employed Susanoo even for mundane tasks such as dressing and dining, not out of necessity, but simply for convenience. He experienced no discomfort while utilizing Susanoo, thus he employed it liberally. 15 minutes later, within the inner courtyard, Jinshue observed the chakra test paper affixed to his wrist, exhibiting 5 distinct variations. Enthusiastically, he accessed the database, inputting second Hokage's water release compendium. Upon receiving results, he began to search for techniques he recalled. Water release, hard vortex water blade, found it. Water release, heavenly cry, also found. Water release, water dragon bullet. Water release, water dragon bite burst. Why is this water dragon bullet the version with 44 hand seals? I need the 3-seal version. After entering 3-seal water dragon bullet, Jinchue quickly obtained the results. Subsequently, he began to search for representative ninjutsu and functional techniques in wind release, lightning release, and earth release, formulating a plan based on his findings. In the AF at that moment, the two suddenly heard a knock on the door. It turned out to be Jinchue, who had come to visit Kakashi as well. Kai opened the door and, upon recognizing the visitor, assumed he was there for the same reason. This only deepened his feelings of guilt towards Kakashi. So, how did you end up in this situation? Jinchue inquired. Kai, have you managed to open the 7th gate? Jinchue perceived that Kai at this stage did not seem capable of achieving such a feat. I find it curious how, despite only having reached the 4th gate, you somehow kicked Kakashi in the head. Jinchue remarked. You even understand the 8 gates, Jinchue? Unlike the astonished Kai, who was somewhat oblivious, Kakashi, lying in his hospital bed, found it quite ordinary, considering his mentor was Orochimaru. Ah, that explains everything. Orochimaru is indeed quite resourceful in various respects. Jinshue's awareness of different jutsu was entirely reasonable, given that his teacher was Orochimaru, who was also a disciple of the 3rd Hokage. Thus, for most ninjas from Konoha, witnessing Jinchue perform any technique would not raise eyebrows, nor would they question his knowledge of rare jutsu. To do so might imply a slight against Orochimaru and the 3rd Hokage's prowess, except in the case of Kai, who often displayed a lack of awareness. By the way, Kai, could you elaborate on the incident with the kick? Reflecting on his own circumstances, Orochimaru's resources, Obito's inexplicable determination, and Kai's kick, Jinchue contemplated a disconcerting possibility. Let us hope that that's not the case. I initially aimed for Kakashi's shoulder, but for some strange reason, my attack went awry, landing squarely on his head instead. Kai explained, glancing in Kakashi's direction. Kakashi, sensing Kai's gaze, replied, I was about to dodge, but your kick inexplicably accelerated just before impact, making it him at this moment. Jinchue provided an example. One might fixate on another's neck and then directly transfer that portion of the opponent's neck into a different space, resulting in the target being decapitated with remarkable swiftness. What? How formidable! Both Kakashi and Might Guy widened their eyes, as the implications of this technique appeared exceedingly powerful. However, Kakashi soon regained his composure, acknowledging that immense power is often accompanied by considerable risk. A technique with such an effect must surely have limitations. Indeed, this technique expends a significant amount of chakra particularly for you. It is quite taxing. Should it be overused within a short time frame, it could potentially lead to one's own demise. Furthermore, employing this ocular technique would gradually diminish the eyesight of the user, albeit at a rather slow pace. In any case, Kakashi cannot summon Susanoo, and without that, the Manjiki Sharingan shouldn't deteriorate too rapidly, Jinchue contemplated. The room then fell into silence. A few moments later, Kakashi inquired further, not convinced that the side effects were so minimal. There are no additional effects, just these two. Jinchue replied. Ah? Kakashi was taken aback. Is this reasonable? He mused, finding the low degree of side effects somewhat counterintuitive. Do you find it extraordinary? Jinchue asked. Unable to nod in agreement, Guy vigorously nodded on his behalf. I too find it extraordinary, yet this eye possesses such innate capabilities. If one could gather a pair, then not even the sage of 6 paths could remain unfazed. I see. Kakashi closed his eyes, beginning to understand the purpose of the reticle he had perceived through his Sharingan. That reticle undoubtedly aids in focusing my line of sight, which implies that in future encounters with formidable adversaries. At this thought, Kakashi fell silent again, pondering the existence of ninjas in the shinobi world who possess formidable trump cards, yet a technique capable of directly severing another's head felt utterly absurd. But why does this eye possess such power? Kakashi placed his hand over his left eye, never forgetting the circumstances under which he acquired it. Jinchue could not possibly know the capabilities of this eye without prior knowledge, and gathering a pair, his concealed hand clenched into a fist. It cannot be. I must have misjudged something. Obito cannot possibly still be alive. If he were, he would surely return to the village to pursue his ambition of becoming Hokage. I will attend tonight's gathering. What? Kakashi, in your current state? Guy was the first to object, but upon seeing the seriousness in Kakashi's eyes, he relented. Very well, I shall push you there. Thank you. In truth, aside from a slight inconvenience with his neck, Kakashi was not significantly injured elsewhere. He could still venture outdoors in a wheelchair, and even the injury to his neck would heal within a few days. Given Kakashi's robust constitution as a seasoned Jonin and the excellent medical standards at Konoha Hospital, it was merely Guy's kick, influenced by an unknown force, that had rendered Kakashi temporarily incapacitated. Otherwise, he would have been fit to take on missions the very next day. Subsequently, Jinchue took his leave, while Kakashi began to quietly contemplate the matter of Obito. Before long, Guy noticed his unusual demeanor. Under normal circumstances, one would expect to feel elated after learning of such an impressive technique, yet Kakashi's reaction was far from jubilant. Kakashi, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell? It is not a physical ailment. Guy, please rest for a moment. I have matters to ponder. Oh, understood. Although he acquiesced readily, Guy merely settled into the chair beside him, showing no sign of actually resting. By the way, I must rent a wheelchair for Kakashi, he thought, promptly setting his plan into motion. After leaving Kakashi's hospital room, Jinchue, while passing an open ward, discreetly peered inside before making his way to the training ground where he frequently attended classes. Having, in a sense, achieved comprehensive attributes, Jinshue's copying range was no longer confined to fire-style ninjutsu. He was now capable of replicating any ninjutsu he encountered. However, this time, Jinchue set an additional task for himself. After copying a technique being practiced by a nin, earth release, heart decapitation technique, he swiftly descended from the tree and performed the technique on a nearby small shrub. Indeed, even if I subjectively fail to memorize it entirely, my hands retain the sensation. Is this due to the Uchiha Obito's innate ability to rapidly develop muscle memory? Or is it, as I suspect, possessing the capability to swiftly accumulate experience? Jinchue pondered while leaning against the tree. The two concepts are not entirely synonymous. Despite their similar outward manifestations, if experience were involved, it could potentially relate to another concept altogether. Check the number of character fragments associated with Uchiha Obito's founding of Konoha. The current quantity of Uchiha Obito Konoha founding, JV, was 62 fragments. JV, I believe I am beginning to unravel this conundrum that has plagued me for 6 years. The term JV is, in fact, an abbreviation of the pinyin for the word experience in Chinese. Under normal circumstances, Jinchue would not have ventured into such a line of thought. However, after observing the abnormalities surrounding Orochimaru and Obito, followed by witnessing Kakashi and Guy acquiring extraordinary entries, Jinchue finally recognized the peculiarities of this shinobi world. Nonetheless, now that I have disowned this, it would be remiss not to develop my own entry. The experience fragment, or rather, the non-back experience fragment, can be considered as two sub-entries, and if my conjecture holds true, it should primarily focus on experience, supplemented by the non-back aspect. The term backless may not be considered overwhelmingly powerful, as after much contemplation by Shinko, its protective capabilities are confined solely to the back, excluding areas above the neck and below the waist. However, under normal circumstances, when launching a surprise attack from behind, it's often challenging to aim at smaller, more precise targets due to the need for speed. Thus, as long as this intelligence remains undisclosed, it serves as an excellent deterrent against sneak attacks. By the way, if I were to produce the flame fan, in an instant, Shinko retrieved a scroll from his ninja pouch, unfurled it within a second, and summoned the flame fan. He then assumed a defensive stance reminiscent of Ban from the gang. At that very moment, a leaf, carried by a gentle breeze, alighted upon the flame fan. Suddenly, a ferocious gale erupted, toppling colossal trees with trunks several meters in diameter across a vast expanse ahead. As an heirloom of the Uchiha clan and the prototype of their emblem, the flame fan possesses the ability to absorb chakra, whether from others or oneself, and convert it into wind-based transformations. Wielding this fan grants the power to unleash devastating wind techniques without the need for hand seals. Its efficacy far surpasses that of techniques like wind release, great breakthrough. And most crucially, it synergizes seamlessly with the backless buff, enabling dual-directional defense, front and back. Abruptly, Shinko sensed a target rapidly approaching from his right. In a flash, his right hand, gripping the flame fan like a sword, swung horizontally to point directly at the intruder's position. Gulp. The newcomer, a boy no older than 10, instinctively swallowed hard. Remarkably, despite his youth, he was already clad in Konoha's standard green flak jacket, with the emblem of the Konoha Military Police Force stitched onto his sleeve. Such innocent eyes. And at this age, already a member of the Konoha Military Police Force? No. Could this be Shursui? Recognizing the boy's identity, Shinko lowered the fan. In his view, Shursui, a character embodying unwavering kindness, was not someone requiring excessive caution. Against such individuals, he had his own unique countermeasures. Just as Shinko surmised. This boy was indeed Uchiha Shursui, the prodigy of the Uchiha clan who would one day awaken Kodo Amatsukami. At this moment, Shursui finally regained his composure. Just as he was about to approach the true Cod, he was suddenly confronted by a gigantic fan, intricately entwined with an exceptionally sharp wind attribute chakra, pressed against his throat. Had it not been for his exceptional chakra control skills, he would have been genuinely concerned that this reckless advance could have led to his demise. Sighing, Shursui remarked, I thought I was swift enough, but it seems I am merely a frog at the bottom of a well. The techniques of body flicker and slashing are not of the same caliber. A master swordsman can strike multiple times within a second. Yet conventional body flicker techniques cannot achieve such rapid successive movements. Although there were no comforting words exchanged, Shursui felt a sense of solace in the implications of the true Cod's words. What a uniquely Uchiha-style comfort, he mused. Thus, he smiled and said, You senior are quite gentle. Not at all, and I am not your senior, the true Cod retorted internally, thinking, this innocent youth is indeed easy to please. A truly gentle and kind person tends to interpret the actions and words of those around them in a positive light. With such individuals, it often takes just a few words to earn their favor. This insight stemmed from the true Cod's years in commerce. Despite having encountered few genuinely honest individuals over the years, the true Cod then continued, in terms of experience, I am merely a low-ranking ninja who has been on the job for less than 2 months. However, given your age and prowess, it is only fitting that I address you as senior. At that moment, Shirzue seemed to recall something. I apologize for not introducing myself earlier. My name is Uchiha Shirzue, currently serving in the Konoha police force. I only just returned to the village after executing missions outside. I have yet to inquire about your name, senior. I am Dejiro Makoto. As of now, I suppose I can be considered a novice ninja. Wait, you are the one who defeated the leader of the Rain Village, the new era Uchiha Madara? My companions were discussing your name not long ago. Although Shirzue had never seen Makoto's face, he had heard of this name, associating it with a powerful ally from Konoha, imbued with a fierce will of fire. It does appear that the rumors hold true. No wonder you wield even a fan with such prowess. At that moment, Shirzue belatedly noticed the fan in Makoto's hand. And anxiety surged within him once more. New era Uchiha Madara. What an awkward title. Makoto grumbled, though he himself was not overly concerned with such nicknames. As long as they did not surpass the absurdity of Invincible Tyrannosaurus King. Of course, if it were Invincible Hokage King, I might gladly accept that. That's Senior Makoto. What is that you hold in your hand? Could it be the legendary flame fan? May I inquire about your relation to our ancestor Madara? Although having faded from public view for decades, the younger members of the Uchiha clan now referred to Madara's era as that of their ancestors. The last recorded appearance of the flame fan was when Uchiha Madara departed from the Uchiha clan, fan in hand, heading toward an unknown destination. To this day, the whereabouts of the flame fan remain a mystery. However, its symbolic significance ensures that its image continues to appear in various facets of the Uchiha clan. For a bright and eager learner like Shirzue, upon recognizing its true form, he could instantly identify the fan in Makoto's possession as an exact replica of the flame fan. Coupled with the fierce winds unleashed by a mere flick of the fan, he could surmise it was indeed the authentic artifact. Moreover, possessing the flame fan strongly suggested a connection to Uchiha Madara. And it seemed that Makoto's appearance bore a striking resemblance to the statue of Madara at the Valley of the End. While the statue of Hashirama and Madara at the Valley of the End is somewhat similar to the Hokage Rock in Konoha, it only offers a vague impression. Alas, this time, even jumping into the Southie River would not cleanse my name. May I ask if this was custom made from a shop called Tobiya Ninja Tools? Do you think I am easily fooled? What ninja tool shop would dare create such a thing? If any shop were to dare craft a flame fan, I fear the clan leader would have to personally quell the ensuing uproar among the clan members that very night. Well, I admit this is indeed the flame fan. But as for any connection to Uchiha Madara, I can only say there is none. I see. Since you have your reasons, I shall not pry further. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Shirzue ultimately refrained from inquiring further, respecting Makoto's privacy. At this moment, Jinchue remarked, "It's getting late. I have an appointment this evening. You should also pay attention to balancing work and rest. For the ninjas of the Uchiha clan, growing too rapidly in strength at such a young age may not bode well. Remember, a healthy body is the foundation upon which you can realize your personal value in the long run." With that, Jinchue swiftly departed, his speed prompting Shirzue to once again acknowledge the gap between himself and Jinchue. Is this the strength of a ninja at the level of a shadow? But what did my senior's words mean? Why shouldn't ninjas of the Uchiha clan advance too quickly in their youth? Shirzue found himself perplexed, having never encountered such sentiments before. Wait, could it be related to the Sharingan? Reflecting on his past experiences with awakening and advancing his Sharingan, Shirzue began to connect those painful processes with Jinshue's recent statement. So, the early awakening of the Sharingan leads to more than just psychological distress. In reality, Jinshue's assertion lacked empirical foundation. Even in his eyes, it was merely a possibility. However, at that moment, Shirzue found it increasingly plausible. Fortunately, there are not many young Uchiha who awaken their eyes too early. In the Tobiya Ninja Tool Shop, the homophonic play on the name Obito, pronounced as Obito, cleverly transforms into Tobiyo, implying that the protagonist purchased a fire fan from Obito without payment, leaving it confiscated. Chapter 63. Experience is accumulating against healthy Itachi Ninja School, first-year training ground. Originally, Itachi believed that at his age, he could not be defeated under any circumstances, especially after a period of study during which no peer dared to challenge him in practical combat. Yet today, he not only received a challenge but also a rather unique request from his opponent. "Itachi, accept my challenge. I heard from my brother that you have already mastered C-rank fire release techniques, correct?" Itachi did not underestimate this peer, who had only recently enrolled. He did not dismiss any opponent, particularly one with commendable skills in taijutsu and shuriken techniques. Instead, he accepted Izumi's challenge and began to analyze her combat profile. Izumi Uchiha. Is she the younger sister of that senior Jinchue? I've heard from my father that they seem to possess the bloodline of our Uchiha clan. Could it be that she has also mastered the Great Fireball technique? The Great Fireball technique is typically the first C-rank ninjutsu learned by nearly every Uchiha ninja. So Itachi regarded Izumi's proficiency in it as entirely reasonable. Her speed should not be underestimated either. Each time she throws a kunai, she can move to its location in an incredibly short time and even follow up with taijutsu attacks. All right, both sides form the hand seals. The class instructor, Hinata, couldn't contain his delight. Generally, a standard ninja school teacher could boast about producing an exceptional student for many years, yet this year, he had encountered two. Itachi's strength is evident to all, and Jinshue's sister cannot be one to overestimate her capabilities. Moreover, she has already demonstrated her skill. Hinata recalled how Izumi had continuously challenged her classmates in past practical lessons, ultimately defeating all but Itachi and another Uchiha, as well as Han and Izuka. Izumi and Han had not fought because they often played together, but Itachi did not belong to that circle. As the instructor, Hinata had anticipated that Izumi would challenge Itachi someday, though he did not expect it to happen so soon. Could it be that Jinshue imparted some powerful ninjutsu to her? I hope it isn't something too dangerous. Remembering Izumi's explosive prowess upon her arrival, this slightly portly man couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow. Fortunately, she isn't behaving so recklessly now. Speaking of which, Hinata glanced towards Uchiha Izumi and Han and Izuka. Logically, like attracts like, if these two can play with Izumi, they shouldn't be mediocre. Yet, why have they consistently exhibited such unremarkable performances? Of course, he had no time to ponder such questions at the moment. For Izumi and Itachi had already begun forming their seals. Si, Wei, Shin, Hai, Wu, In. Halfway through the hand seals, Itachi realized that Izumi's seals were not for the great fireball technique, as he had initially surmised, but rather for a more age-appropriate ninjutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 clones appeared around Izumi, utilizing the opportunity to evade Itachi's great fireball, successfully obscuring his ability to discern her true form. Although Izumi's chakra was relatively modest, still within the realm of an ordinary person, creating 3 basic clones was quite manageable. Furthermore, since Itachi had yet to awaken his Sharingan, he currently lacked the ability to see through Izumi's true self. A commendable tactic, but ordinary Shadow Clone Jutsu is merely a rudimentary distraction technique, hardly capable of synchronizing with the original speed, rendering it ineffective and obscuring my vision. Nevertheless, even with a countermeasure at hand, Itachi was not one to remain passive in battle. He could not guarantee that these clones were not a prelude to another ninjutsu. Thus, he charged toward one of the Izumi clones, a 1 in 4 chance of being correct. The clone Itachi selected happened to be Izumi's true form. Noticing her subtle movements as he approached confirmed his suspicion. Those mere phantoms cannot perform such intricate actions. Utilizing chakra to propel himself further, Itachi executed a side kick toward Izumi, a moment that caused Hinata, the observer, to silently commend the elegance of the maneuver. Itachi's combat talent is extraordinary. Yet Izumi does not appear to be easily subdued. Hinata noted that Izumi's reactions were equally swift, employing a substitution technique with an object that seemed rather peculiar. A ball of paper? Upon being struck by Itachi's kick, the paper substitute exploded, yet it appeared to possess no lethal force. Wait a moment. At this moment, Itachi suddenly realized that there were indeed words written on these papers. So, it's a technique using explosive tags as substitutes? Itachi found himself at a loss for words. Each paper that had already detonated on the ground bore the inscription non-explosive, and surrounding these words were patterns reminiscent of explosive tags. Although they lacked explosive effects, it implied that Izuna could easily replace these papers with actual explosive tags. What could this possibly mean? Itachi pondered. A 6-year-old boy unaware of whether this situation constituted a direct victory for his opponent. After all, if those papers were genuine explosive tags, their destructive power could easily obliterate him. However, explosive tags were inherently inefficient, leading to their low prevalence. Thus, would being hit by a non-explosive explosive tag count as being out? Izuna, observing Itachi's sudden quandary, wore a puzzled expression. Itachi, if you don't regain your composure soon, I will have to attack. I see, Itachi thought. She doesn't seem to regard this explosive tag substitute technique as particularly significant. Apologies for my rudeness. He then created a shadow clone, which represented his current limit. However, just as he intended to employ the clone in conjunction with his body to execute shuriken techniques, he suddenly noticed a peculiar issue. Huh? Why is my chakra? Normally, a shadow clone should siphon off half of the body's chakra. Yet Itachi discovered that after using the clone, his body's chakra levels remained unchanged. Could this result in a significant disparity in chakra levels between the body and the clone, leading to detection of an anomaly? But if that were the case, Itachi dispelled the shadow clone. How could this happen? Information has returned, yet the chakra has not. I may need to practice with a Hyuga clan ninja to ascertain the chakra levels of the shadow clone. Although Itachi still struggled to comprehend the situation, a bold idea began to blossom within him. Meanwhile, in a building at the Ninja Academy, the observing Makoto sensed something amiss. What is this kid doing? Could it be? In the next moment, Itachi produced 10 shadow clones, clearly surpassing the limits of a young child. Yet he felt no fatigue or pain from excessive chakra use. This astonished Makoto. Could it be that he is truly a healthy Itachi? Wait. Does this mean his mental state is sound? If health is interpreted broadly, can he still activate the Sharingan? The notion of a healthy Itachi initially stemmed from speculation about his character, akin to how Uchiha Madara, with ample experience, would always guard against surprise attacks. It was believed that if he were in good health, it would benefit him greatly. Gradually, however, this concept of a healthy Itachi transformed in essence. The discussion shifted from the character of Itachi to the notion of health itself, defined as a state of well-being in physical, mental, and social aspects. which became Itachi's greatest strength. For if one were to sustain injuries, they could not remain in good physical condition, thus forfeiting their status as a healthy Itachi. Nevertheless, based on current information, Itachi's capabilities do not genuinely transcend the limits of a conceptual deity. Makoto had tested his own abilities to their utmost, acquiring experience that would not exceed the inherent limits of Uchiha Madara. After all, Obito, despite his unwavering resolve, did not directly transform into the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. And even with the iconic Tenenboku, he did not unleash particularly fearsome destructive power. Although Orochimaru's research funding seems to appear from thin air, he is not devoid of the ability to acquire resources. He simply chooses not to waste time in that regard. Guy and Kakashi essentially only received auxiliary buffs. Guy did not directly enter the 8th gate, nor did Kakashi instantaneously master Kamui. Thus, Itachi may merely have gained an effect related to health. Furthermore, if I were to embody Madara's experiences, could I? Makoto activated his eternal Meijiki Sharingan and scanned the ground for the shadow clones. Although he could not discern any differences among them, he felt a strong intuition. The third one from the left is the real body. Under normal circumstances, the physical manifestations of shadow clones were so intricate that neither the Sharingan, Byakugan, nor Rinnegan could discern their authenticity. Yet, there was someone capable of identifying the truth through rich experience. This is genuine experience. Subsequently, Makoto leaped down from the building and landed not far from the training ground, stirring up dust that quickly drew the attention of nearby students and teachers. It also caught the eye of Izuna, who was attempting to ensnare Itachi's shadow clones with her explosive flame technique, amidst the remnants of the recently detonated fake explosive tags. Brother? At that moment, Itachi and his shadow clones became aware of Makoto's approach. Makoto first returned a smile to his sister before addressing his homeroom teacher, Funia. Funia-sensei, may I borrow these two children for a while? Are you going to provide them with individual instruction? Sort of. Let me test the capabilities of the healthy Itachi. Makoto understood that his sister was merely an ordinary person. Without actual explosive tags, she stood no chance against the current Uchiha Itachi. However, in the ninja school's training, especially for first-year students, it was inconceivable that Izuna would be allowed to use real explosive tags. Initially, ignorance could be excused, but now that she understood, she could no longer engage in such antics. Izuna, Itachi, please follow me. I have approximately an hour and a half to guide you. Yay, Izuna exclaimed, jumping with joy. Since Makoto taught her the explosive flame technique, it had been a long time since she received any meaningful instruction. Upon realizing he would receive guidance from Makoto, Itachi felt a surge of delight. To him, this represented not only an opportunity to learn from a strong mentor, but also a chance to fulfill his father's wishes. However, did Makoto-senpai just inquire about my real body? Could it be that my current shadow clones can now be seen through by the Sharingan? Never mind. I'll test this with father later. Makoto then led the two to a training ground that was essentially his own. At this moment, Makoto inquired, Itachi, have you tested your chakra affinities? Yes, my father assisted me in testing them previously. I possess affinities for fire, wind, and water. However, I have only mastered fire release techniques thus far. I see. Then let me conduct a test for Izuna first. Here, Izuna, take this. Makoto handed the chakra test paper to Izuna, who was immediately filled with curiosity. This is chakra test paper. When a ninja infuses their chakra into it, if their affinity is lightning, the paper will crumple. If wind, it will tear. If fire, it will ignite. If water, it will become damp. And if earth, it will crumble. If multiple affinities exist, various results will manifest, subtly activating the hidden Akatsuki wristband concealed in her sleeve. Makoto infused a mixture of chakra into the paper intended for Itachi. Unsurprisingly, the paper exhibited 5 distinct changes. What? You possess all chakra affinities? Faced with the test paper that displayed 5 transformations simultaneously, Itachi was utterly astonished. Father once mentioned that very few individuals have complete mastery of all 5 elemental affinities since the founding of Konoha. Brother, that's remarkable. Itachi's reaction was rather subdued. But upon hearing his sister's praise, Makoto suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Ahem, this is actually a bit of a trick. I merely wanted to demonstrate. My true affinity is solely fire. Huh? Then why did it exhibit 5 changes? Consider it a technological marvel. I will explain it further when we return home. For now, let us focus on class. Allow me to assess your chakra affinities. Okay. Izuna nodded obediently and then infused her chakra into the test paper. Initially, the paper split down the middle, with one half crumpling while the other ignited. Fire, wind, and lightning, 3 attributes perfectly suited for combat. I will prepare a simple questionnaire to determine what types of ninjutsu you are specifically suited for. A questionnaire? Itachi looked perplexed. It was his first time hearing of such a method before teaching ninjutsu. However, it does sound quite reasonable. For instance, take fire release, great fireball technique, and fire release, dragon fire technique. Both are basic C-rank fire ninjutsu, yet without special tactical requirements. Some individuals simply prefer the great fireball for unknown reasons, while others favor or excel at the dragon fire. It seems that Senior Makoto possesses a systematic approach to this. At this moment, Makoto had filled 2 blank scrolls with questions using the sketching technique he learned from Jiraiya. Izuna, initially skeptical, took the pen and scrolls, but soon confirmed his suspicion. I see why my brother is going through this elaborate process. He is clearly trying to deceive. Just as Makoto was well acquainted with his sister, Izuna was equally familiar with her brother. She found it utterly implausible that he would impart a jutsu while fully aware of her circumstances, only to create a questionnaire. Thus, the answer was evident. Despite having guessed the underlying motive, as family, Izuna adhered to the principle of seeing through without revealing. However, Itachi is likely to be severely misled by brother. Meanwhile, Itachi was genuinely engulfed in an unprecedented state of anxiety, a sensation he had never encountered in any examination before. Primarily induced by the questions posed by Makoto. 1. When executing significant tasks or making decisions, even if such actions may lead to harm or sacrifice for loved ones, I firmly believe that everything I do is for the greater good of peace or justice. I strongly agree B. Agree C. Unsure D. Disagree E. Strongly disagree. Just this single question nearly sent his tender heart into a painful turmoil. Yet, the next question forbade him from grappling with his emotions. 2. Even under immense psychological or physical pressure, I can effectively conceal my emotional fluctuations, preventing others from perceiving my pain and struggles. A. Strongly agree B. Agree C. Unsure D. Disagree E. Strongly disagree. Right? As a ninja, one must learn to mask their emotional fluctuations. He then glanced at the subsequent questions. 3. I believe that personal loneliness and sacrifice are necessary prices for achieving great missions, and I hold no grievances regarding this. A. Strongly agree B. Agree C. Unsure D. Disagree E. Strongly disagree. 4. I often feel an inner fatigue, longing for someone with whom I can share my inner world and mutually support each other. 5. Is this truly a topic related to ninjutsu? Logically speaking, a ninja should not question so many whys. Yet, after a moment of internal conflict, Itachi voiced his query. Of course. Trust in my expertise. After this assessment, I will select a few techniques that will perfectly align with your ninja career, ranging from C rank to S rank. Do not worry about my capabilities. S rank ninjutsu. Even as the heir to the Uchiha clan, Itachi was taken aback at the prospect of casually learning S rank techniques from Makoto, while Izuna remained unfazed. Her expression mirrored that of someone reclining on a sofa, curious about what her pet cat might conjure. When Izuna noticed Itachi diligently answering the questions, she sighed internally. Another one has fallen for brother's trickery. Chapter 64, Third Hokage, conjuring unusual imagery. His psychological state appears quite healthy. Although only 30 preliminary questions had been posed, Makoto could essentially analyze that Itachi was a relatively mature and normal child, even exhibiting an exceptional level of honesty and obedience. Despite being uncertain whether Itachi's psychological health stemmed from the activation of a health attribute or if he was simply a typical child of his age, this did not alter the final conclusion. There should be minimal risk if the health attribute can affect his mind. He will remain a normal person and will not descend into madness. If it is merely a matter of age, then I shall keep a closer watch. What insights can be drawn? Itachi's mind was also in turmoil. The psychological questions had clarified many of his choices. Perhaps family is more important than missions. His seemingly stern yet genuinely caring father, his consistently gentle mother, and the adorable younger brother he vowed to protect. These were all Itachi's most cherished family members. Additionally, does someone with whom I can share my inner world and mutually support each other refer to a close friend? Or does it include figures like father and mother? At that moment, the voice of Jinchue interrupted Itachi's contemplation. Based on these inquiries, I can roughly discern your combat style. Typically, you should excel in wartime intelligence analysis and the meticulous control of chakra during battle, to the extent of calculating every move with precision. However, this seems somewhat inconsistent with your ability to create numerous shadow clones. Could you elucidate this discrepancy? Generally speaking, such a refined fighting technique is more commonly observed in ninjas who possess a limited amount of chakra. Can a psychological health questionnaire of this nature truly analyze combat styles? Certainly not, yet this does not hinder Jinchue from articulating a series of insightful observations that raise questions about Itachi's chakra issues. As expected, the 6-year-old Itachi, though naïve, fell for it. Impressive. You've accurately deduced my combat style preferences and recent anomalies. Upon this realization, the psychological gloom stemming from his test was dispelled. Truly, Jinchue, the senior, had swiftly perceived his situation. Indeed, it appears that, at some point recently, perhaps even just now, Itachi's chakra levels surged unexpectedly, or perhaps it recovered rapidly after significant expenditure. How intriguing. If that is the case, it seems you need not be as frugal in your combat approach as before. Does substantial chakra expenditure fall into the realm of unhealthiness? However, there must be some limitations, such as extraction speed or maximum capacity. I shall teach you a unique combat technique tailored for ninjas like us, who do not lack chakra. First, I will demonstrate. Observing Itachi nod fervently and even the usually carefree Izumi entering a serious state, Jinchue focused on a particular direction and produced 4 shadow clones. Shadow clone technique. For those with limited chakra, serves primarily for intelligence gathering. For those with moderate chakra, it provides cover during battle. while for those with abundant chakra, it can be utilized as a primary offensive maneuver. Subsequently, two of Jinshue's shadow clones unleashed the fire release, Great Fireball technique, while the other two executed the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, employing principles akin to the fire release, Phoenix Fire technique to ensure the Shuriken clones did not interfere with the fireballs. Meanwhile, Jinshue's original form swiftly formed hand seals to release the wind release, Great Breakthrough technique. This combination of three ninjutsu undoubtedly resulted in considerable destruction. That is incredibly cool. Izumi instinctively voiced her thoughts, and in doing so, she echoed Itachi's sentiments. Awesome. The young Itachi, still somewhat oblivious to the true essence of strength, found the dazzling display of Jinshue's combat technique profoundly captain at this moment. Izumi Nai asked with a hint of concern. Did my brother inform Orochimaru-sensei and the third Hokage before disseminating this technique? To this, Makoto pondered for a moment, resting his chin on his hand. While he had not explicitly stated so, he believed he had achieved the level of universal transmission in the mastery of this technique as recognized by Orochimaru himself. Thus, he had indeed graduated and was fully qualified to teach it to those he wished. Although Orochimaru had never voiced this, Makoto had genuinely perfected the technique to an extraordinary degree. For instance, the Susanoo Shuriken Shadow Clone he previously employed while plowing in the Land of Rain was significantly more powerful than the standard Shuriken Shadow Clone. Though it may seem that my current prowess stems from experience, it is undeniably my own creation. The term universal transmission appeared to have originated from the samurai. Itachi recalled his knowledge from books and noted that, indeed, Orochimaru's swordsmanship was quite exceptional. He was even capable of wielding flying swords. Thus, Makoto, Izumi Nai, and Itachi spent the remaining time engaging in a light-hearted conversation. By now, evening had arrived, and the Ninja Academy had dismissed for the day. While Makoto was nearing the time he had arranged to meet Asuma and the others. Well then, shall we conclude our conversation here? Farewell, Itachi-kun. I must take Izumi Nai home. All right, goodbye, Makoto-senpai. I shall cherish your assistance for a lifetime. You little rascal, at just 6 years old. What is there that warrants a lifetime? It was uncertain how far the healthy Itachi would grow in the future. In the Hokage building, the third Hokage had witnessed the demonstration of the combined ninjutsu by Makoto for both Itachi and Izumi Nai. Initially, he had assumed Makoto was merely performing for the children. But to his astonishment, he realized the demonstration was genuine. Is this something that can be taught to children? The third Hokage's imagination conjured a chaotic scene of children at the Ninja Academy unleashing powerful jutsu during their graduation assessments. Subsequently, he was reminded of Itachi, the eldest son of the Uchiha clan, and then thought of his younger brother, as well as a boy of the same age as his father, Naruto. He envisioned a bizarre image, a handsome youth with an Uchiha-style haircut controlling a colossal chakra giant over 100 meters tall, confronting another similarly gigantic chakra fox manipulated by a blonde boy. The two massive chakra entities collided violently. The battle between the two youths was cataclysmic, and at that moment, the blonde boy declared, Sasuke, I shall be the victor of this Chunin exam. Give up, Naruto. The title of Chunin exam champion belongs to me. The third Hokage wiped the sweat from his brow. Although he had merely been indulging in fanciful thoughts, the image was rather troubling. Surely, Itachi would not turn out this way? Within the Uchiha compound, there were only 15 minutes remaining until their agreed-upon time. All right, Izumi Nai. This is the general effect of the three elemental ninjutsu I have summarized: fire, wind, and lightning. Starting tomorrow, I will gradually teach you the detailed release methods. Moreover, I will introduce you to some rather unique training. Unique training? Izumi Nai inquired, curious. Do you recall the technique I shared with you before? The one where you throw a kunai and immediately dash to its location? The actual essence of the technique is to throw a kunai inscribed with the jutsu, and then, regardless of distance or obstacles, to appear directly at the kunai's location. This technique is called the Flying Thunder God technique, developed by the second Hokage, Shinjitobarama, and further popularized by the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Makoto gazed intently into Izumi Nai's eyes, emphasizing, this is a genuine S-rank ninjutsu, with an exceptionally high level of difficulty. It is quite possible that while Itachi has already mastered the combined ninjutsu, you may not yet have even grasped its fundamental form. In such cases, do not be disheartened. Once this technique is truly cultivated, it essentially achieves a certain level of invincibility in the ninja world. Therefore, even if it takes you 10, 20, 30, or even 40 years to master, it will undeniably be worth your effort. Invincibility in the ninja world? Izumi Nai's mouth fell agape. Indeed, invincibility in the ninja world. This technique allows instantaneous movement without any precasting delay and has no distance limitations. Moreover, the chakra consumption is minimal, to the extent that it scarcely warrants mention. If the user's skill level is sufficiently high, they can even leave a jutsu marker on their enemies, allowing for the possibility of stealing their meals mid-bite, ad infinitum, ultimately leading to their starvation. Although the effects described by Makoto were rather terrifying, Izumi Nai felt her brother's teaching method was somewhat extreme, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. So, Izumi Nai, do you wish to learn? Of course, she exclaimed, but perhaps we can forego the meal-stealing tactic. She silently added. Chapter 65, The Meeting of the Descenders in the Bustling Streets of Konoha. Asuma was taken aback upon seeing Kakashi being pushed over by Guy. What happened to you? Did Makoto call you over to challenge you? Kakashi responded to Asuma with his signature deadpan stare, while Guy sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Actually, this was my doing. We had just acquired new techniques and thought we would practice a bit. It was meant to be a friendly exchange. But I accidentally landed a kick. It was a rare occasion for Guy to exhibit such bashfulness, as Asuma could scarcely recall witnessing this side of him during their years of acquaintance. I can't believe this happened. But, Guy, you've become quite formidable, haven't you? Even in practice, being able to render Kakashi like this indicates you must be the second strongest among our peers. Asuma acknowledged both Kakashi's talent and Guy's hard work. But he never anticipated a day when he would be surpassed by Guy. I must intensify my training. For now, I shall put my missions on hold. Aspiring to become the second jonin among their cohort, Asuma had been tirelessly executing various missions, but he now recognized the necessity to dedicate more time to enhancing his skills. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly spoke up, expressing his hope that Asuma would be the second among their cohort to genuinely wish for something. Oh, why is that? It was now Guy's turn to be puzzled. It's because of another matter. We have yet another member in our cohort. Perhaps I am merely overthinking it. Kakashi sighed deeply, sinking back into silence, leaving Guy in a state of confusion. Nevertheless, Asuma recalled something, another member in our cohort? It seems that Jinshue also mentioned wanting to reduce the scale of tonight's gathering to just our year. Could it be that there is some underlying issue with our cohort? He began to mentally sift through the names of all his contemporaries. Kurenai, myself, Kakashi, Guy, Shikamu, Ebisu, Aoba, Rado, and Genma. Could it be that formidable one, Genma? Nara Genma, a ninja who perpetually held a senbon in his mouth, was known for his incisive and philosophical discourse, maintaining an air of calm in the face of any situation. In essence, he exuded an undeniable charisma. Thus, when the mention of a cohort member with extraordinary strength arose, Asuma's thoughts immediately turned to Nara Genma. However, it became evident that charisma does not necessarily equate to power, at times. Those who appear rather foolish may transform into the true masterminds. At that moment, a girl with crimson eyes emerged from the store. So, has the order already been placed? Kakashi, what has happened to you? Training mishap, Kakashi replied. As you know, we boys tend to make quite a ruckus during our training sessions, haha. Upon hearing Guy's words, Yuhi Kurenai sighed. Well, I wonder if Kakashi will be able to partake in the gathering in such a state. At this moment, Kakashi responded. It is nothing of great consequence, and tonight there seems to be a matter of utmost importance. The banquet itself has lost its significance. Indeed, aside from my observations, it appeared that there was something crucial that Jinshue wished to discuss with us, specifically summoning only our cohort. Just as Asuma was about to elaborate, a youth with a kunai in his mouth arrived at the entrance of the dumpling shop, none other than Shiranui Genma. It has been quite a while, everyone. Oh, Kakashi. What is this? Genma quickly scanned Kakashi from head to toe, noting that aside from the neck brace he wore, there seemed to be no other signs of injury, evidently. He had not sustained any harm during a mission. Upon hearing this, Guy immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, as expected of Genma, you are as astute as ever. Astute? In terms of strength, we have Kakashi, and for theoretical studies, there's Ebisu. As for me, I am merely a harbinger of misfortune. At that moment, a boy wearing black round sunglasses approached. Oh, what does theoretical study even matter? Among our small circle, I am still a mere genin, am I not? Do not underestimate theoretical studies. Even Jinshue, a formidable elite ninja, was once compelled by his father to attend the ninja academy for several days. If it weren't for the intervention of the esteemed Orochimaru, he might still be at the academy. Is that true? Upon hearing Asuma's words, Ebisu felt a surge of confidence within himself. At that moment, a small snake emerged from the ground, and shortly thereafter, the true cod was summoned forth amidst a swirl of smoke. Good evening, everyone. May I inquire who this is? The true cod swiftly identified the one person present at the entrance whom he could not immediately recognize, Ebisu. You see, even Mr. True Cod does not know me. At this moment, Jinshue coincidentally recalled who this individual was. So, he is also from the same generation as Kakashi and the others? Is it Ebisu-san? I have heard that your theoretical knowledge is exceptionally impressive, a quality I, as a mediocre student, find quite enviable. Just the other day, while engaged in a battle during a mission, I attempted to devise a makeshift technique, only to inadvertently thwart myself due to my insufficient theoretical understanding. The incident earlier, where my ice mirror was shattered by the vibrations of my own voice, Jinshue felt there was little to say about it. It was purely a case of naivety. Oh? Ebisu was taken aback to find he had indeed been recognized. Moreover, it appears even a formidable ninja like Jinshue-san grapples with theoretical knowledge. Huh? Did I make a mistake? Among the ninjas of Konoha, Jinshue recalled only a few who sported sunglasses. There was the striking Ebisu and Aoba Yamashiro, but Aoba's sunglasses were of a different style, and he certainly exuded a distinct charisma. In contrast, Ebisu seemed rather unremarkable. No, I am indeed Ebisu. Jinken remarked, by the way. Why not consider pursuing a career as a teacher, Ebisu? I feel you would excel in that role. Becoming a teacher doesn't seem out of the question. Ebisu had long understood that his contemporaries were increasingly exceptional. Even Obito, once labeled the underachiever, and Guy, who had only mastered taijutsu, possessed far greater strength, which placed considerable pressure on him. Yet, he unfortunately lacked any innate talent for combat, truly embodying the essence of a low-ranking ninja. At this moment, Asma remarked, "Since so many people have arrived, let us all proceed inside. Although we have reserved the entire venue, it is rather inconvenient to crowd at the entrance." "Did we really reserve the whole place?" exclaimed another. "Asma, your generosity knows no bounds. Doesn't T-Hong ever keep an eye on you?" The enigmatic man in sunglasses, Yamashiro Aoi, had also arrived, and he playfully teased Asma about his relationship with Hong. In a jesting manner, Asma delivered a few light punches to Aoi's arm, who feigned immense agony in response. Despite being a girl and the subject of such teasing, Hong remained composed, merely shrugging her shoulders and saying, "If his father cannot manage him, how could I possibly take on that responsibility? It is entirely unfeasible." Yet, this was quintessential Asma. "I suspect he shall never amass much wealth in his lifetime. Ha ha ha, Hong understands me well. Whenever Asma comes into money, he invariably spends it or treats others. While he does have numerous friends, his wallet inevitably pays the price." Subsequently, apart from Asma, who lingered at the entrance, everyone else made their way directly into the room. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly inquired of Jinchue, "Jinchue, have you encountered the other eye?" "What other eye?" Sujian sensed an unsettling implication when the subject of eyes arose. Kakashi's expression grew unduly somber, despite having slightly eased just a few days prior. "Truly commendable, Kakashi. You have discerned the answer from such scant information." "I did not wish for this response, yet it is the reality. I cannot fathom why. If he is still alive, why does he not return? Did he not aspire to become Hokage? What is he doing now?" Observing Kakashi's agitation, Kai promptly supported him. He did not fully grasp the exchange between Kakashi and Jinchue. Yet he could perceive Kakashi's sorrow. "What on earth is happening?" Kai inquired. The notion of becoming Hokage conjured vivid images of a vibrant figure in the minds of Sujian, Qingye, and Huibis. "Surely not," Sujian remarked. Nearly dropping the saban in his mouth as a particular possibility dawned upon him. "That fellow, it cannot be, can it?" At that moment, Asuma entered with Moonlight, Shikamaru, and Rado, stating that everyone should be present, while others were likely on missions. "By the way, does Hong not come?" Hongdo mentioned at noon that she would be testing Orochimaru's project this afternoon and evening. "Orochimaru's project?" "Well then," Asuma glanced at Jinchue. "You may begin, Jinchue." Asuma, Shikamaru, and Rado took their seats. Aside from Jinchue and Ebisu, who had not met before, the remaining members were all acquainted, so no introductions were necessary. "I shall start," Jinchue said. "While on mission in the land of snow, I encountered an adversary that you may find hard to believe." As he spoke, Jinchue took out a notebook and initiated a sketching technique on a blank page. The figure depicted bore a disfigured visage, yet everyone present recognized the identity instantly. "What? Obito? How is this possible? Wasn't he already?" Shock swept through the room. Asuma's cigarette and Xianjian's saban fell from their mouths, while Kai exclaimed in disbelief, "How can this be?" Hong furrowed her brow. Setting aside the fact that Obito is alive, how could he possibly become an enemy? Jinchue began to elucidate. "I reviewed the records from Orochimaru sensei, and the documentation from Konoha indicated that Obito was crushed under a boulder, correct? Moreover, due to the war, his body was not recovered in time and was likely stolen by the Hidden Stone Village. This is a widely accepted belief, is it not?" With the exception of Kakashi, who could not nod in agreement, the others affirmed. However, that belief is erroneous. Obito did not perish. He was rescued by an ambitious individual who orchestrated and manipulated Rin's death, compelling Obito, a gifted Uchiha ninja, to witness the demise of his soul light at the hands of his closest friend. This led him to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan and subsequently plunge into darkness. "What? You mean someone plotted Rin's death?" Kakashi's emotions intensified. Having killed Rin himself was one of the most harrowing experiences of his 14 years. He could disregard power, but the matters concerning Rin and Obito weighed heavily on him. "Wait, I have a question." Xianjin raised a hand. "If that ambitious person orchestrated all of this, wouldn't Obito first confront him? Why does it seem, according to you, Jinchue, that Obito is aligned with the wrong faction?" "Indeed, why is that?" Asuma echoed the same confusion. "This brings us to a common trait among the Uchiha clan's exceptionally gifted ninjas regarding the Sharingan. Some Uchihas, after suffering significant trauma, do not first question themselves or their foes, but rather the world itself, believing that the entire world is wrong and that only they are correct, insisting that everything must proceed according to their vision." "Huh?" The assembly was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend such a mindset. Currently, Obito's thought process is that this world, filled with ashes, has no reason to exist. Even if Rin were to be resurrected, it would be of no consequence. He seeks to obliterate the old world and create a truly peaceful one, a realm where Rin exists and experiences happiness. Obito, whose resolve was previously wavering, still had room for verbal persuasion, yet Jinchue believed that this tactic would likely prove ineffective against Obito's steadfast will. However, it is not entirely impossible for Kakashi to attempt. If there were anyone capable of successfully persuading Obito without having to engage in battle, aside from the deceased Rin, it would likely be Kakashi. Yet, Jinchue surmised that reviving Rin and attempting to counsel Obito might only further traumatize him. A truly peaceful world? Is that even achievable? Asuma and the others sensed something amiss, prompting Jinchue to continue. In fact, he has found a method. Just think about it. If every person in the world were to lie down and become incapacitated, wouldn't that eliminate all conflicts? You could argue that this is not peace, yet Obito has indeed discovered a means to accomplish this. What? How does that differ from killing everyone to ensure peace? I absolutely reject such an approach. Kai expressed his fury, unable to accept this notion of peace. A normal person could not possibly embrace such a concept. Moreover, the death of the fourth Hokage was inextricably linked to Uchiha Obito, that fateful night. It was Obito who attacked the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki during a period of weak concealing, leading to the death of the third Hokage's wife. What? Asuma slammed his fist on the table, his eyes wide with rage. His mother. She was killed by Obito? How could he have taken it this far? Even with such beliefs? Kakashi struggled to comprehend, his thoughts shattered by the weight of the overwhelming information, leaving him unable to think clearly, because he needed the Nine-Tails. And Konoha posed a significant obstacle to his plans. As for the specifics, I am uncertain. The information I have gathered is ultimately limited. In truth, Jinchue could not fathom why Obito felt compelled to pursue this course of action. Surely he does not intend to start capturing tail beasts immediately after finishing his remedial classes? To be continued. Chapter 66. Uchiha's illusory dog. Thus, that peculiar classmate was, in fact, Obito? Asuma was already consumed by fury, declaring, I refuse to acknowledge that this scoundrel is our peer. This bastard is nothing but a beast. At this moment, Suinjain suddenly proposed a notion that might seem rather peculiar. No, I have a differing interpretation. The individual who currently exists is no longer Obito. It appeared that Eliding, who was standing nearby, had grasped Suinjain's meaning. Indeed, the true war hero, Uchiha Obito, had long since perished in the tumult of the Third Shinobi World War, and a memorial stone bearing his name stood solemnly in the Konoha cemetery. Precisely. We must not allow his name to be sullied by a beast. Suinjain nodded in agreement. True Tsukuyami also concurred, asserting that from Konoha's perspective, the name Obito ought to belong to a noble spirit who fell in battle, rather than to a treacherous, antisocial terrorist. However, even if they were to completely erase Obito's identity, it would still hold little substantive value. The crux lay in their response. Yet again, it must be stated that Konoha poses a significant obstacle to that individual's schemes, and all present were indeed the pillars of Konoha for the coming years, decades even. Thus, acquiring intelligence on this entity, whom they might as well dub the Phantom Hound, was undoubtedly a crucial element. Not necessarily to vanquish him, but at the very least to preserve their lives. Phantom Hound? Why employ such a moniker? Although she did not comprehend the rationale behind True Tsukuyami's appellation for Obito, Hong felt a sense of vindication. Her father had also perished in the recent Nine-Tails incident. And upon hearing the villain who unleashed the beast being scorned, she felt a surge of satisfaction. Kakashi, however, had begun to piece together certain insights. Could it be related to his abilities? Indeed, akin to your eye, Kakashi, the Phantom Hound possessed spatial time capabilities. While he could not attack from a distance as you do, he could absorb himself or his foes into an alternate space in close quarters. Furthermore, he bore the most distinctive and troublesome ability phasing. When the Phantom Hound is attacked, he can either actively or passively enter a phasing state, rendering him immune to all techniques outside of spatial time manipulation. Additionally, intense light may affect him to some degree. Though I cannot ascertain the exact extent, as when my light-based technique struck him, he happened to be in my visual blind spot. What? Asuma exclaimed. His face etched with astonishment. Isn't that invincible? Where do we find spatial time ninjutsu for offense? The fourth Hokage couldn't even manage that, could he? If bright light is effective, then what of genjutsu? As a ninja particularly adept in illusionary techniques, Hong quickly contemplated the implications of genjutsu. Yet, upon hearing her thoughts, True Tsukuyami appeared somewhat reluctant. While genjutsu may indeed affect Obito, well, cough, Hong, he is still a member of the Uchiha clan. It is somewhat disheartening to shatter your hopes. But it must be clarified that an Uchiha who has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan is essentially immune to visual genjutsu cast by non-Uchiha ninjas, and may even reflect their techniques back upon them. Furthermore, one need not even possess the Manjiki. The standard Sharingan is already sufficient. In True Tsukuyami's memory, Haruno Sakura had once been portrayed as a prodigy in genjutsu, but she had subsequently abandoned that path entirely. However, True Tsukuyami believed Sakura was indeed a genjutsu prodigy, for her brilliance lay in realizing the futility of ordinary individuals attempting to wield such techniques. Huh? Hong found herself puzzled. Just then, True Tsukuyami conceived another idea. That said, there is a technique that could be considered a form of visual genjutsu that may prove effective. Have any of you heard of the genjutsu darkness walking technique? It is an illusion that can rob one of all light. Those ensnared by it perceive only darkness, while the caster and their allies remain unaffected. If all goes well, this technique should yield some effect, unlike typical genjutsu that gets repelled. However, this technique is classified as A-rank ninjutsu and involves the first and second Hokage. So if one wishes to learn it, it would likely require an application to the third Hokage. Darkness walking technique. Hong noted the name attentively, and just then, Asuma spoke up. No need for an application. I will ask the old man tonight. I refused to believe he would deny such an important request. If it were up to me, I would make the darkness walking technique a mandatory course for all ninjas. If you proceed in such a manner, I fear you might find yourself on the receiving end of Uchiha's wrath. Old man, he chuckled. Cough, cough, it's not to that extent. But the threshold for this technique does indeed need to be lowered, albeit not too drastically. If it falls into the hands of other villages, it would not bode well for the Uchiha clan. At this moment, Asuma recalled that Jinchue could be considered a member of the Uchiha clan. Well, perhaps I was a tad hasty, but I believe it would be prudent for everyone in this session to practice, except for Kai. When the mention of learning A-rank Genjutsu arose, Kai exhibited an expression of profound anguish, but fortunately, Asuma promptly extricated him from the situation. Phew, that is a relief. Otherwise, mastering even this single technique would likely take me over a decade. Is that truly the case? Kai, you must possess some proficiency in ninjutsu and genjutsu, do you not? Jinchue inquired, somewhat puzzled, as Kai was not a novice like Lee. He certainly had some capabilities in those areas. I recall hearing that Kai's skills in ninjutsu and genjutsu are not insignificant. Indeed, I have some knowledge. Yet my current level in both ninjutsu and genjutsu is merely that of a genin, and rather average at that. This is the result of extensive training to compensate for my shortcomings. However, if it is imperative for me to learn that technique, cough cough. It seems that Sukage's complexion is not particularly favorable. He coughed a couple of times. Each of us possesses our own strengths, and barring any unexpected developments, our confrontation with that phasing hound will undoubtedly require teamwork. Hence, this genjutsu can be executed by the rest of us, while Kai will surely contribute in other capacities. Indeed, Sukage is correct. Kai's role pertains to a minor vulnerability in Obito's Kamui. When he enters the phasing state, he cannot attack us, and moreover, the duration of his phasing is limited to 5 minutes. Thus, we can employ sustained assaults to compel him to remain in that state, and then, when he is forced to cease phasing, we can strike for potential effectiveness. Among all forms of persistent attacks, taijutsu undoubtedly incurs the least expenditure. However, it cannot be direct contact taijutsu. We must utilize auxiliary ninja tools such as shuriken, blades, or nunchaku, lest we be drawn into his otherworldly space. Oh. And while he is absorbing himself into that space, his body experiences a brief rigidity and notable special effects. I see. It appears that my contribution is quite significant. Kai revealed a broad grin, appearing considerably more cheerful than moments prior. Subsequently, Sukage remarked, based on Jinshue's words. It seems that the fellow's phasing ability could be utilized against him as well, correct? For instance, if we attack him simultaneously while he attempts to strike, he could inadvertently enter the phasing state, thereby interrupting his previous assault. Indeed, Jinchue reminisced about Naruto, Kai, and Kakashi's legendary battle against the masked Obito. The first time Obito nearly struck Naruto, he was thwarted by Kai's nunchaku, which interrupted his ATT at that moment. Ebisu suddenly recalled the technique. By the way, are you familiar with Kumogakure's lightning illusion, Flash Pillar? This jutsu can unleash an intense burst of light. Theoretically, it should also be able to momentarily stun a Sharingan wielder. Though not as direct as the Darkness Genjutsu, it's presumably less challenging to execute. Moreover, if we immediately follow up with the lightning illusion after the Darkness Genjutsu is broken, brilliant idea. Masu immediately grasped Ebisu's implication. When someone transitions abruptly from darkness to blinding light, they would inevitably suffer temporary blindness. And the Sharingan, as widely known, possesses exceptionally acute perception. Although during our last encounter with Obito, the combination of darkness and intense light didn't yield the desired effect. That wasn't true absolute darkness. There was still some faint illumination before the White Rage technique detonated. Still, if it hadn't been for Toby back then, Obito might have actually been blinded for a brief moment. Not that we could capitalize on it afterward anyway. Whatever. Next time we meet, I'll just hit him with Darkness Genjutsu followed by White Rage. I refuse to believe he carries Toby around every single day just to shield his eyes. At this moment, Kakashi suddenly posed a question. However, the lightning release technique. The lightning pillar belongs to the Hidden Cloud Village, doesn't it? Who here would possess such a technique? I certainly do not, replied Jinchue, genuinely unaware. Yet, I believe that the village must have records, and even if they were elusive, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly possess them, as they are quite adept in conventional ninjutsu. Indeed. Ever since obtaining the Sharingan, Kakashi has experienced the perspective it offers. Coupled with his diverse chakra affinities, he estimated that in a few years, the number of ninjutsu he could replicate might exceed 1,000. No one contemplated how Jinchue might request ninjutsu from the Uchiha, as they subconsciously regarded Jinchue as one of them. In their minds, there were no barriers to an Uchiha seeking something from the Uchiha clan. Then, Jinchue remarked. By the way, there is also the matter of the Phantasm Dog. Over half of its body has been replaced with something quite extraordinary, enabling it to unleash a certain degree of wood release, so we must proceed with caution. Wood release? Could it be? Asuma and the others were taken aback by the mention of wood release, which is synonymous with the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. There's no need for excessive concern. The potency of wood release largely depends on its wielder. The phantasm dog possesses limited chakra and lacks sage abilities, so its power is somewhat restrained. Moreover, I believe that would release, in essence, is rather ordinary. Subsequently, amidst the crowd's bewilderment, Jinchue rolled up his sleeves. What magnificent art guards! Jinshue's Akatsuki art guards retain some of the original patterns from Akatsuki's attire, which appeared quite aesthetic at first glance, prompting Guy to find them rather cool. When I battled the phantasm dog, I first bisected it, and then, AF at that moment, the store manager rapped on the adjacent doorframe, addressing the patrons. Ladies and gentlemen, everything is prepared. Shall we proceed? Ah, splendid. Then I shall leave it to you, Asuma promptly replied. He then cast a glance around at the assembled company before turning to Jinchue, inquiring, is there anything further regarding that elusive canine? Jinchue smiled faintly and replied, no. Let us move on to the next phase. We cannot allow that individual to dampen our spirits if we become overly subdued. It would no longer embody the will of fire. Indeed, exclaimed the others. Come, let us ignite our spirits with fervor. Although he did not unleash any chakra. Guy's presence surged dramatically, prompting an exasperated look from Kakashi. This exuberant fool. If Obito were here, their interactions would surely be entertaining, thought the 14-year-old Kakashi, inadvertently slipping into a nostalgic reverie. Chapter 67, Jinchue. I may profit handsomely, but you shall not suffer a loss. Although Asuma, the proprietor of the establishment, was unconcerned about divulging information due to his constant discussion about Obito, Jinchue felt it somewhat unkind to have the store owner overhear everything. Nonetheless, Asuma remained unfazed, stating, oh, it's perfectly fine. He is a member of our Sarutobi clan, known as Sarutobi Sunshai. While we are not particularly close, he has watched me grow up. So there is no need for excessive worry about information leaks. At this moment, Hong mercilessly unveiled a truth. It was only in this establishment that Asuma dared to whimsically reserve the entire venue to flaunt his affluence. Had he attempted to do the same at a barbecue joint, it would have been a blatant revelation. Hey, this is confidential information. Moreover, the expenditure at a meatball shop and a barbecue restaurant are hardly comparable, aren't they? Asuma, typically composed, displayed an unusual awkwardness, and the atmosphere in the room, previously stifled due to Obito's presence, gradually became more vibrant. Ah, I see. Jinchue connected the owner of this establishment with the renowned Ichiraka ramen shop, which had watched over Naruto as he grew. That should pose no issues. By the way, we should visit Ichiraka ramen soon to discuss matters of collaboration and investment. Following this, Asuma continued. By the way, since we're on the topic of the Sarutobi clan, let me recount the circumstances we encountered during our mission. In the northeastern corner of the Land of Fire, there exists a secret realm known as the Bountiful Between. Meanwhile, in Orochimaru's laboratory. Oh, this is intriguing. It seems I have been rather presumptuous. Kakashi Hitaki, Obito Uchiha, possessors of space-time abilities, do they? And Jinchue Kuins would release, how unexpected. Observing the message sent by a senior operative of the Root organization, Orochimaru revealed a somewhat sinister smile. These youths tend to be overly optimistic. How could space-time abilities be so easily managed? The blinding effect produced by the swift transition between darkness and light is indeed fascinating. But lacking damage capabilities that traverse space merely provides the opponent with an excuse to retreat. When the next confrontation occurs, they will no longer possess any informational advantage. Subsequently, Orochimaru began to mentally simulate how he would handle Obito, who possessed the ability to phase out of reality. If it is true that Obito Uchiha, in his current state, can only be harmed by spatial abilities, might his power essentially still be akin to transporting his body into another dimension? If that is the case, Orochimaru recalled a technique known as Earth Release, falling clay, which opens a spatial cavity in the sky to drop a significant amount of clay to ensnare the opponent. Although its damage and control capabilities are not particularly formidable, and the slow descent of the clay allows swift ninjas to evade it with ease, dropping clay 1T suffice. But what if we altered it to drop lightning instead? The spatial cavity can indeed open in the primary dimension, and thus can also be opened in an alternate space. With slight modifications, Earth Release, falling clay could be transformed into Lightning Release, Subspace Lightning Strike. However, this transition presents a technical threshold. It is not a simple matter of carelessly switching spaces to open a spatial cavity. Orochimaru's spatial perception talent does not match his other abilities in excellence. While he is not entirely incapable of executing techniques with space-time effects, they do not flow as seamlessly as other jutsu, making it challenging to utilize them effectively in combat unless, of course, his opponent is somewhat Navi. Therefore, he must dedicate considerable time to targeted research to ensure he can swiftly and accurately open spatial cavities at the correct dimensional layer during battle, thereby striking the enemy with precision. Though it may only be half a space-time technique, it still presents certain challenges, but this is precisely what makes it intriguing. Orochimaru's tongue began to involuntarily extend in anticipation. At this moment, the Red Bean, who had been sifting through a pile of secret scrolls not far away, finally located her desired targets. Wind Release, Wind Kill Formation, Lightning Release, Lightning Strike, Water Release, Water Surge Wave, Fire Release, Flame Bullet, Earth Release, Earthquake. Now, Washi Akkad, am also a master of the 5 elemental natures. After listening to his disciple's enthusiastic declaration, Orochimaru did not intend to impart words of caution such as do not be seduced by powers that do not belong to you, but instead responded, Akkad, do not be deceived by such trivial powers, you should aspire for greater ambitions. Subsequently, Orochimaru produced 2 scrolls, each coated in a layer of purple paint. Oh, could these be more formidable secret scrolls? Akkad's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, these 2 scrolls were the Earth Dragon Flame Flow and Lightning Water Dragon Bullets. The former was a composite ninjutsu formed by merging Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet, and Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, while the latter integrated the principles of electrolysis into Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. By the way, I have sealed a considerable amount of chakra within these scrolls to facilitate the use of the jutsu. The power of these 2 scrolls is such that even a conventional shadow-level ninja would not be indifferent if one fails to respond in time. Even the 3rd Hokage could be slain by them. Of course, this is an impossibility for a ninjutsu professor. Dodging, blocking, or even countering such ninjutsu would pose no challenge for Sarutobi Hiruzen, the ninjutsu professor. Orochimaru understood that if he wished to defeat his own teacher, he would have to pursue a path beyond conventional ninjutsu. I am currently developing a secret scroll capable of merging the 5 elemental techniques, aptly named 5 elements, Grand Bullet Technique. This is a profound ninjutsu that can only be unleashed by a ninja who has mastered the 5 elemental transformations to their utmost limits and possesses vast chakra reserves. Neither I nor the 3rd Hokage can execute it in an ordinary combat scenario. However, once I complete its creation, even a mere genin could wield it in battle. Moreover, perhaps there is a chance to mass-produce such a technique, given the vast chakra consumption required for this jutsu. It was naturally impossible for Orochimaru to produce it solely with his chakra. He certainly did not wish to exhaust himself, akin to Kakashi, who perpetually appeared in a state of poor health. However, he possessed a treasure. Over a decade ago, Orochimaru infiltrated the village hidden in the clouds, utilizing a specially crafted genjutsu pill to incite the rampage of the Eight Tails, causing significant devastation while seizing some Eight Tail cells amidst the chaos. He brought these back to Konoha for cultivation, and now, those small fragments had grown to the size of human limbs. Upon observation, Orochimaru noted that these could produce a substantial amount of chakra. The only drawback was that tailed beast chakra was somewhat too volatile compared to regular chakra. Without a Jinchuriki, it required specific treatment before it could be utilized as conventional chakra and subsequently undergo transformation. However, Orochimaru viewed this merely as a matter of time. Previously, he had to toil for funding through missions or humbly beseech the 3rd Hokage or Danzo for financial support, constrained by the pressures of making a living, which hindered his research. Yet, now that financial concerns were alleviated, he felt his thoughts had been completely liberated. It is incredibly refreshing not to ponder the trivial problems related to funding. Despite the accumulation of numerous experimental plans, Orochimaru felt remarkably at ease. In his view, this was the most comfortable period of his nearly 40 years of life. Additionally, I need to devise a way to procure some of the spoils that Jinmin possesses. What price should I set? Orochimaru-sensei, clutching the 2 newly acquired super-secret scrolls, Akkad boldly proposed, may I use the scrolls you developed to apply for the Genin examination? Using scrolls for the Genin examination? Orochimaru pondered. I would not recommend such an approach. Upon hearing Orochimaru's disapproval, Akkad immediately conceded. Oh, I see. Then never mind. Akkad trusts me a bit too much. While she may be an excellent tool, if she does not question everything, her achievements will likely be quite limited. That evening, TSK, Asuma is quite the rebel. Drinking in such a manner, one wonders when he will mature into a responsible adult. However, when Jinmin arrived at his doorstep, he was surprised to find an unexpected figure waiting. Orochimaru-sensei? What brings you here at this hour? It is merely a transaction. I wish to obtain a portion of the spoils that Jinmin has recently acquired, and I believe we can agree on a fair price. Ah. So Asuma has been under surveillance since childhood? Jinmin quickly grasped the situation. The current little strong of Konoha had no ties with Orochimaru, but the one known as Sarutobi Sasuke, who had watched over Asuma, was another matter entirely. Inviting Orochimaru inside, Jinmin inquired, so, is Sarutobi Sasuke one of your subordinates, Orochimaru-sensei? Sasuke is the cousin of Sarutobi-sensei, however. He lacks any ninja talent. He was originally destined to be an ordinary merchant but accepted Danzo's invitation to become a root operative, primarily responsible for gathering useful intelligence at the dumpling shop and reporting it occasionally. However, I never anticipated that one day he would bring me such vital information. Very well. Jinmin reflected, I could sell you some of the organization's remnants from Obito or Zetsu, but Orochimaru-sensei, you must provide something of sufficient value. Tailed Beast Chakra. Would you be interested? Jinmin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Playing such a high-stakes game? Which tailed beast? I can offer you a piece of the 8 tails horn, roughly the size of a human head, from the village hidden in the clouds. I believe this should suffice in value. Jinmin instantly recognized Orochimaru's underlying intention, so, Orochimaru-sensei, you wish to see if I can utilize this portion of tailed beast chakra, correct? Precisely, Orochimaru affirmed without hesitation, confident that Ji-min would not mind this arrangement, even likely welcoming such a transaction, for tailed beast chakra was indeed exceedingly precious. However, Jinmin's response exceeded Orochimaru's expectations. A small portion of the 8 tails is insufficient. You'll need to sweeten the deal. Orochimaru expressed confusion. I believe you understand what tailed beast chakra entails, Jinmin-kun. Indeed, I do, but the 8 tails is simply too weak. Oh? Orochimaru's smile took on a knowing quality. Could it be that you have your sights set on the 9 tails Jinchuriki? In that case, I must get involved. Seeing Orochimaru's eager demeanor, Ji-min sighed. I am not referring to the current 9 tails Jinchuriki in Konoha. He then began to fabricate a narrative while interrogating one of Obito's subordinates. Known for his keen reconnaissance abilities, I acquired this piece of information. During the 9 tails rampage, the 4th Hokage utilized the Reaper Death Seal to split the 9 tails in two. One half was sealed within the new Jinchuriki, while the other was taken with him into the belly of the Shinigami. By the way, what exactly is the Reaper Death Seal? It sounds quite formidable. So the tailed beasts can actually be split apart. The dead demon-consuming seal. I see. So the 4th Hokage essentially committed suicide. How utterly pointless. These sentimental emotions. The dead demon-consuming seal is an absolute forbidden technique. The caster offers their soul to the Shinigami in exchange for its aid in sealing the target. Afterward, the caster and the enemy's soul remain trapped within the Shinigami's stomach, locked in an eternal cycle of hatred and struggle, never to be reincarnated. If Matsui's intel is accurate, then the 4th Hokage's soul is currently battling half of the 9-tailed spirit inside the Shinigami's belly. In a way, extracting that half of the 9 tails would also mean liberating our village's 4th Hokage. Orochimaru smirked darkly. Clearly, he knew this wasn't as righteous as he made it sound. After all, it would inevitably involve delving into truly forbidden techniques. He didn't suspect Matsui of deceiving him either, as there was simply no benefit in doing so. Then, Orochimaru inquired. So, Matsui, you wish to obtain the portion of the 9 tails sealed within the Shinigami? Of course. Half of the 9 tails is incomparable to a mere fragment of the 8 tails. However, this would require immense technical expertise. If Orochimaru-sensei is confident in delivering that half to me, I'd be willing to hand over the remaining Uchiha Obito's arm and the leftover white Zetsu tissue. No loss for you either. For Matsui, this was an absolute windfall and Orochimaru stood to gain just as much. Still, don't you think your demands are a bit excessive? Not at all. I may profit greatly, but Orochimaru-sensei certainly won T lose out. Matsui spoke with utmost seriousness. This tissue is anything but ordinary. When I had the White Snake Sage examine it, she confirmed the White Zetsu has existed since the era of the Sage of 6 Paths 1,000 years ago. It may very well hold secrets tied to the fundamental truths of the shinobi world. Just by grafting it onto my arm, I gained affinity for all chakra natures. Imagine what Orochimaru-sensei could uncover through proper research. Oh, the White Snake Sage's appraisal. The mention of her name solidified Orochimaru's belief in Matsui's honesty. Then this must indeed be of extraordinary value. Very well. I shall look into the 9 tails matter. As for these, Orochimaru summoned a sealing jar. Consider this the down payment. This small fragment of the 8 tails is of little concern to Orochimaru, for he possesses far larger pieces. As for White Zetsu, he mused, this ninja world is truly never short of intriguing subjects. In the 68th chapter, the 3rd Hokage pondered the existence of 3,000 jonin at the Uchiha clan leader's residence. Uchiha Fugaku returned home unusually late, around 8 in the evening. Just 5 minutes after arriving, he was greeted with delightful news. Itachi recounted all that he had learned from Jinshuya during the day. Indeed, it was evidently an S-rank composite ninjutsu. Despite Jinshuya's reluctance to acknowledge his lineage for some reason, he had not regarded the Uchiha as outsiders. To Fugaku, such composite ninjutsu was undoubtedly invaluable. Not only the entire set of techniques, but even the authorization of a shadow shuriken technique would lead Fugaku to classify Jinshuya as one of his own. Itachi wondered about Jinshuya's reluctance to acknowledge his ancestry, and Fugaku promptly clarified. The brothers and sisters of the inner Uchiha clan were not merely bearers of Uchiha blood. They differed from the ordinary branch members of the clan because their ancestor was a uniquely significant figure named Uchiha Madara. What? Is he not the legendary figure? Itachi's eyes widened. Uchiha Madara was indeed a legendary ninja in every sense. I initially thought that Jinshuya merely shared a name with Uchiha Madara, but to discover such a connection is astonishing. Indeed, the strongest ninja of the Uchiha clan and also the founder of Konohagakure and the previous clan leader. Frankly, had he not left the village, Jinshuya's father or grandfather might have been the current clan leader. Fugaku perceived no significant generational gap between Jinshuya and Uchiha Madara, especially with a nearly 40-year-old granddaughter of the first Hokage as a reference for comparison. Jinshuya, if all goes as anticipated, should be the great-grandson of Uchiha Madara. Furthermore, Jinshuya's combat style bore a striking resemblance to the records of Uchiha Madara, inheriting both talent and skill, which allowed him to possess strength far exceeding that of a typical shadow at merely 12 years of age. At that moment, Fugaku gazed at his eldest son, a rare smile of satisfaction gracing his features. He believed his son was equally remarkable, regardless of which one. In Fugaku's eyes, Although his eldest son was only 6 years old, he had already demonstrated exceptional talent. As for Sasuke, though not yet half a year old, Fugaku felt an inexplicable optimism regarding his youngest son's potential. Itachi, upon receiving such rare praise from his father, exhibited a bashful demeanor. Hearing his father commend his younger brother only added to his happiness. Rest assured, father, I will not disappoint you. I look forward to it. The following morning, coinciding with a day off from the Ninja Academy, Jinchue took Izuna to a training ground. Can you sense spatial fluctuations, Izuna? To test his sister's perception abilities, Jinchue repeatedly summoned small serpents from the dragon cave, but as expected, Izuna replied, I feel absolutely nothing. Does that mean you're useless? Jinchue chuckled. Not at all. In fact, that is the norm. I do not believe anyone is born with the ability to sense spatial fluctuations. Even a genius like the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, reportedly took several years to truly master the flying thunder god technique. Next, Jinchue performed the summoning technique again, this time conjuring a massive scroll, the summoning scroll of the dragon cave, one of the 3 great sanctuaries of the ninja world. Once you sign this, Izuna, you will be able to summon these serpents to aid you in your daily life and battles. Gazing subsequently, the genuine cod descended gracefully. It is worth noting that due to the previously demonstrated chakra manipulation prowess, I have significantly elevated the difficulty of this year's tree climbing training regimen. This arboreal behemoth, though imposing in stature, belies its true nature. After Uchiha Izuna managed to recover from his astonishment, the genuine cod approached the colossal tree and lightly tapped its bark with a finger, leaving behind a conspicuous cavity. What? How can bark be this brittle? Even paper isn't this fragile. Izuna approached the tree, pressing his palm infused with chakra against it. With a slight exertion of force, the bark shattered instantly. Yet, within mere seconds, the damaged portion regenerated seamlessly. Should any part be crushed underfoot, the fractured segments would autonomously mend within moments. As for the peril of plummeting from great heights, the genuine cod calculated, a fall from over 100 meters poses little threat to a shinobi. However, prolonged training may deplete one's chakra reserves. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Very well, that settles it. Best of luck, Izuna. I must now seek counsel regarding your next phase of training. A diminutive serpent materialized upon the genuine cod's shoulder, and with a puff of smoke, both vanished from sight. Now then, my dear little sister, let the training commence. Though assigned a stationary task, the shadow clone exhibited remarkable zeal, embodying the same fervor as its progenitor. Right. Izuna shall begin her training. Facing the towering tree whose summit eluded sight, Izuna charged upward with unyielding determination. An hour later, within the Hokage's office. What? The genuine cod has wielded would release. Sarutobi Hiruzen bolted upright in alarm. After a moment's contemplation, his suspicions converged upon Orochimaru. Where is Orochimaru now? The ANBU operative hesitated, for he possessed no means to pinpoint Orochimaru's precise whereabouts. Yet, responding with within Konoha would hardly suffice. Witnessing the ANBU's silence, Hiruzen exhaled wearily. These children, though well into their years, remain as vexing as ever. Nevertheless, a wood release technique exceeding 100 meters in height, executed with such swift mastery, could Orochimaru have truly deciphered this art in secret? Given the choice, Hiruzen naturally yearned for Konoha to nurture more wood release practitioners. Let us hope the cost does not entail sacrifice. If it is merely monetary, then so be it. Hiruzen approached a map, upon which he had delineated a region bordering the Land of Lightning with crimson ink. During this period, the Land of Lightning has been persistently harassing this region. Although there have not been any large-scale conflicts in the true sense, it is evident that the Cloud Village intends to make things difficult for the Hidden Leaf. Are they truly intent on disrupting this hard-won peace? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep thought. If they were in need of funds, waging war to plunder would be the swiftest means, especially in the wake of Minato Namikaze's death. While other great ninja villages remained largely inactive, allowing the Cloud Village to exploit this vulnerability. The real reasons other villages refrained from disturbing the leaf at this juncture were as follows: Rock Village, cowardice; Sand Village, incompetence; Mist Village, incompetence. Jinchue is a good child. He probably does not wish to be embroiled in such dark affairs as war. I wonder if he would participate in the conflict against the Cloud Village. If he were willing to act, victory would likely come swiftly for the leaf. Hiruzen mused that, in extreme circumstances, both Orochimaru and Jinchue could decisively eliminate the Cloud Village's forces. Even if the Raikage and the hosts of the Two Tails and Eight Tails were to arrive, there would be little cause for fear. Perhaps Jinchue has inherited from his ancestor, Uchiha Madara, the means to control tailed beasts, and he has also mastered wood release. Continuing to be harassed is untenable. We absolutely cannot allow the Cloud Village to bully the leaf while the ashes of Minato remain warm. Unlike the original timeline, Hiruzen possessed a certain confidence in engaging the Cloud Village, partly due to Jinchue and, on the other hand, the recently notably active Orochimaru. Though rarely seen, Orochimaru's recent expenditures had drawn Hiruzen's envy as Hokage. Is it because he has taken on a powerful student that he is unwilling to lag behind? Yet where could Orochimaru have amassed such wealth? Has he been secretly pilfering from other ninja villages behind my back? Hiruzen strained his mind to comprehend the source of Orochimaru's funds, but could not fathom it. His spending had become audacious. Moreover, there was another matter. If only the contents of that contract regarding 3,000 nin had been true. If there were truly 3,000 nin, he would have declared war on the Cloud Village that very day, hosting a celebration within a week at the Rakige's office, welcoming back the Two Tails and Eight Tails to the Leaf, and forcibly relocating any formidable bloodline clans to reside in the Leaf. As for peace, it is only conceivable when both sides are evenly matched. If the Leaf were to suddenly gain 3,000 nin, what need would there be for further discourse with the Cloud Village? Hiruzen, despite being a good-natured man, harbored no lofty ideals of world peace at his age. Securing his own village was paramount. Having lived to this age, Hiruzen understood one truth. Even if he were to replicate the actions of the first Hokage in distributing tailed beasts, the children of other villages would never refer to him as Hokage Grandpa. They were not family. Alas, this remains but a fantasy of mine. 300 shinobi is likely the utmost limit. Ideals may be grand, but reality is often starkly different. If Konoha were to engage in battle with the Cloud Village, the pivotal factors would primarily rest upon Orochimaru and Jinchuriki, with the latter being the most crucial. I shall visit Jinchuriki's home tonight. He needed to contemplate how to persuade a gentle, kind, and perceptive youth to partake in the conflict. Chapter 69, The Tactical Assault of the Flying Thunder God until Jinchuriki completed the new reverse summoning technique exclusively for Izuna in the Dragon's Cave. Izuna was still practicing tree climbing. Clearly, this specially modified training tool by Jinchuriki had posed considerable challenges for Izuna, while it was not entirely without results. Jinchuriki now intended to introduce a new teaching tool. Izuna, I have returned. Huh? Brother. Just as Izuna managed to reach the second branch above ground, she was summoned down by Jinchuriki using Susanoo. Come, Izuna, let me introduce you to another training regimen. Compared to the more generalized chakra manipulation training, this one is much closer to the essence of the Flying Thunder God technique, as it trains your spatial perception abilities. Observe this. Receiving the kunai from Jinchuriki, which bore distinct indentations on either blade side, Izuna expressed her confusion. Isn't this kunai prone to breaking? That is not of concern. For this kunai is not meant for close combat. Watch. Jinchuriki promptly threw 3 identical kunai towards the ground not far away, which soon embedded themselves at distances of 5 meters, 50 meters, and 100 meters. Next, Jinchuriki utilized impure world reincarnation on these 3 markers, manipulating the first to automatically release a drop of blood through the kunai's interior into the technique inscribed on the other side. The entire process occurred with remarkable speed. Before Izuna could fully form a question, she felt a force pulling her, and in an instant, she found herself at the first marker, accompanied by a puff of smoke. How marvelous! Is this the Flying Thunder God technique? This instantaneous movement reminds me of its effects. Not quite. There is still much to learn. One side of that kunai contains a special reverse summoning technique, which serves to summon a designated contract holder from the Dragon's Cave. There is a response process involved, which will take some time in actual combat. However, this delay is relative to the Flying Thunder God technique. The real issue with this technique is not its speed, but that most individuals lack the means to actively trigger that reverse summoning technique. But that is inconsequential, as once we master the Flying Thunder God technique, we will no longer require this rudimentary version. Subsequently, Jinchuriki set the 3 reverse summoning markers to a cyclic trigger mode. Note, after each teleportation, you will have 15 seconds to perceive the spatial fluctuations and adjust your state for the next awareness. Understood. Soon, Izuna awaited the next teleportation. However, she found herself entirely unable to discern the spatial fluctuations Jinchuriki had mentioned. I felt nothing at all. Perfectly normal. Practice will yield results. We shall continue this way, perpetually sensing and adjusting. Furthermore, I will no longer be picking you up from the Ninja Academy. Instead, I will place a snake capable of triggering the reverse summoning technique at both the academy and home, at the designated times for class and dismissal. It will directly transport you either home or to school, and after dinner, we will engage in a brief period of focused training. I will train alongside you until our spatial perception abilities are significantly enhanced. Perceiving space is an ethereal endeavor. Even with hands-on guidance, it often manifests as first do this, then that. Typically, such abilities require absolute talent. Yet, at this moment, Jinchuriki devised a tactic akin to a barrage of exercises. Continuously practicing, continuously practicing, continuously practicing. If scores are low, keep practicing. Jinchuriki's impure world reincarnation combined with reverse summoning provides a low-cost opportunity to acquire training exercises. Just as a struggling student can achieve excellence in mathematics through diligence, even with average spatial talent, one can still glean insights through the frequent teleportations. As for the question of danger, Jinchuriki has indeed pondered it, ultimately concluding that there is no peril at all. For the spatial laws of the ninja world are rather peculiar and enigmatic. Firstly, the damage caused by spatial effects has been minimized, aside from Kamui. There are virtually no pure spatial effects capable of inflicting direct harm. Even the formidable Kaguya Otsutsuki must utilize her techniques, such as the heavenly palaces and the underworld path, merely as auxiliary skills. Secondly, regarding the hazards of spatial transportation, in a typical worldview, such phenomena are fraught with danger. Jiraiya recalls moments from a real-time strategy game where he relied on time-space teleportation to vanquish enemy minions. However, the ninja world presents a different narrative. Here, even tadpoles can traverse spatial transportation with ease. The pressure endured by ninjas while crossing dimensions is often less than that experienced during rapid movement techniques like the Flying Thunder God technique. Lastly, what baffles Jiraiya the most is the coverage of spatial abilities. In the ninja world, when a space-time ability is activated, one would logically expect the area undergoing spatial manipulation to be in a state of distortion. Yet, this is not the case. For instance, when Obito employs Kamui to transport someone to another dimension, even those who have undergone special effects and whose forms have been distorted can still activate another spatial ability to escape. Furthermore, based on Kamui's interactions with Kaguya Otsutsuki, there seems to be no discernible hierarchy among the spatial abilities of this world, implying that the spatial laws inherent to the ninja world are fundamentally flawed. In summary, the situation lacks both scientific basis and fantastical intrigue. Yet it embodies the essence of Japanese animation. It is reminiscent of another series where the ability to halt time is merely a small substitution. Yet it can freeze the entire universe, allowing the user to move freely in a suspended state while blood flows normally, clothing remains unblemished, and speech continues uninterrupted, utterly irrational. Yet quintessentially anime, with effects laid out plainly, rendering the intricacies of cause and effect irrelevant. In the realm of the second dimension, one need not dwell on such details. As Izuna fully immersed herself in her rigorous training, Jiraiya embarked on his own journey of self-improvement. In truth, he harbored a fervent desire to master the Flying Thunder God technique, for he could not guarantee that his unique reverse summoning combination would not be countered during his next encounter with Obito. Were I in his position, having stumbled once in such matters, I would undoubtedly seek to eliminate those markers. Despite Obito's portrayal as somewhat foolish in the narrative, Jiraiya dared not wager that his steadfast resolve would not accompany an increase in intelligence. What if he were a determined and cunning Obito? I must truly learn the Flying Thunder God technique next time. Ultimately, reverse summoning pales in comparison to the agility of the Flying Thunder God, as the latter allows for spontaneous marker creation, unlike reverse summoning, which even necessitates blood. Let us strive and observe how long it takes this ordinary mind, augmented by Madara's experience, to master the Flying Thunder God. Well, I suppose if I can learn, then we'll see. He remained devoid of confidence. Chapter 70. The request of the third Hokage. That evening, after Jiraiya and his sister concluded their day of training and shared a meal, an old friend paid a long-awaited visit to their home. It was none other than the third Hokage. Ha. Izuna appears quite fatigued. Did Jiraiya teach you some formidable ninjutsu today? Indeed. But that technique seems exceedingly difficult, Izuna lamented, her faux fox ears drooping. Is that so? What a pity. Yet the training of a ninja is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Enduring the monotony of training is part and parcel of the very essence of being a ninja. Monotony? Not at all. I absolutely adore the feeling of training, exclaimed Izuna. That is truly commendable. If you can maintain such enthusiasm, you will undoubtedly become a capable ninja in your own right. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen reminisced about his first visit to this living room, recalling how, back then, Makoto was merely a novice with somewhat abstract notions of ninja theory. Yet now, he had transformed into a formidable figure, adept at bridging the gaps in his theoretical knowledge. Hiruzen had personally inspected the tree in the training ground, which served as an excellent teaching aid. Were it not for his lack of wood release techniques, he might have contemplated cultivating such trees in abundance within Konoha. He firmly believed that Makoto, capable of creating such instructional tools, possessed a profound understanding of ninja theory. This is undoubtedly thanks to Orochimaru's diligent guidance, but more significantly, it stems from Makoto's own dedication and perseverance. The ability to immerse oneself in learning, even at the cost of reducing mission frequency and thus hindering one's advancement, is truly commendable. Unbeknownst to Makoto, Hiruzen pondered these thoughts. Had he been aware, he might have chuckled and promptly noted down the idea, later claiming it as his own. However, the reality was that Makoto's reluctance to undertake missions in his early days stemmed from sheer simplicity. He had sufficient funds to sustain himself. His previous assignments from the Hidden Rain village had yielded substantial rewards, permitting him to remain in the village without pressing concerns. The meager compensation from D-rank missions did not entice him, as he dismissed the notion of cumulative earnings, believing that such accumulation required a foundation. How many D-rank missions, yielding 5,000 Ryo each, would it take to amass the equivalent of an A-rank mission, which was 150,000 Ryo, or an S-rank mission? At 1 million Ryo? When funds are scarce, one ought to pursue A-rank and S-rank missions. B, C, and D-rank missions are to be disregarded. This was the philosophy Makoto held at that time, and he felt no urgency to elevate his rank to Jonin, at least not in the immediate future. Although his mindset shifted somewhat after encountering Obito, he had only recently completed a mission in the Land of Snow. By the way, Is there a specific reason why the third Hokage has come to see me at such a late hour? Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's expression grew gravely serious. Truth be told, I am uncertain how to broach this matter with you, but do not speak in half measures, Makoto replied, perplexed. After dismissing Izuna, he spoke candidly. If there is a particularly challenging mission at hand, I am willing to contribute my modest efforts to the village. Please feel free to speak plainly. With adequate compensation, all negotiations can be facilitated. Ideally, an S-rank record could be supplemented with several C and D-rank records as a bonus. It pertains to matters of why this amiable individual possesses the remarkable ability to infuriate his teammates, yet harbors no ill intentions. I believe I comprehend the situation now. Regarding the matter of the Cloud Village, I can persuade them to withdraw their forces within 3 days, and the casualties will be minimal. Although the fourth Raikage may appear to be a brash warrior, he is, in fact, merely a facade of such. Thus, convincing the Cloud to retreat is relatively straightforward for Jinchue. Minimal casualties? The third Hokage pondered this phrase until his departure. Does it imply that Konoha will sustain few losses? But what constitutes few? Sarutobi Hiruzen, a ninja of Konoha, wished to avoid sacrificing his comrades, yet he found himself unable to prevent it. Meanwhile, Jinchue contemplated, the Cloud will not suffer significant losses. As for Konoha, there will be no casualties. Chapter 71. The schemes of the Cloud Village and the Raikage's office within the Cloud Village. The fourth Raikage silently scrutinized the dossier of a certain individual, his contemplative demeanor contrasting sharply with his rugged appearance. Sachikage, do you believe this young man truly defeated Hanzo of the Salamander from the Rain Village? Beside the Raikage stood a ninja named Sukadai, around 40 years of age and sporting a specialized eye patch equipped with a technological device. Once a courtier of the third Raikage, he was a trusted confidant of the fourth Raikage, currently overseeing intelligence gathering and espionage operations for the Cloud Village. Sukadai's expression was grave. Based on various intelligence reports, Orochimaru had been present at the scene, and no one could ascertain the extent of his involvement, a variable that posed considerable uncertainty. Orochimaru possessed the capabilities to contend with Hanzo, leading to a potential fluctuation in Jinshue's involvement, shifting from 100 to 0 based on Orochimaru's participation. The ninjas of Konoha believed that their own would not deceive one another, but for those from other villages. This was a natural smokescreen. That Sachikage Inoki believed in the strength of a ninja known as Uchiha Madara, yet the fourth Raikage AI did not share the same conviction. At the time Inoki was battered, AI had not yet been born. To him, Uchiha Madara was merely a historical figure, and he had not closely associated Jinchue with Madara. In essence, this young man possesses abilities ranging from Genin to Kage level, does he not? The fourth Raikage found this conclusion rather abstract. Surely not. Even if Orochimaru is powerful, he cannot protect a Genin student in the presence of Hanzo. Jinchue must possess at least J-mean level skills. Moreover, if he lacked such prowess, Konoha would not dare to publicize it so boldly. Ninjas from Konoha had a penchant for boasting, particularly regarding their history. Both AI and Sukadai believed this to be true. AI, age 32, and Sukadai, age 39, considered that since AI had taken on a leading role, only the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, had proven himself worthy in battle. It was due to Minato that AI chose to seek a truce with Konoha. Deep down, he was reluctant to concede. But he could not impose such sentiments upon the villagers. After re-evaluating the situation, AI recognized that the opponent seemed capable of swiftly eliminating all his comrades while simultaneously engaging him in combat. In such circumstances, personal victory became inconsequential. Thank goodness this fellow died young. Otherwise, if he had passed on his damn talent to future generations, our Cloud Village would never see the light of day. AI then remarked, regardless, we must take this young man, Jinchue, seriously. If he indeed possesses J-Nin level abilities, it could pose a significant. After being enveloped in a layer of wood, the true Kant swiftly transformed into an elderly man with white hair, appearing to be at least 80 years old. However, his hairstyle remained unchanged, though the texture of his hair seemed noticeably worse. Subsequently, the true Kod retrieved a flame fan and slung it over his back. Now, this is even more reminiscent of the old Konoha than the old Konoha itself. At this moment, the fourth Raikage, A, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, and a select force of around 100 elite shinobi from Kumogakure were advancing at full speed. Additionally, within Kumogakure, a shinobi army comprising over 1,000 warriors was rapidly assembling along the route. Brother, which village are we going to battle this time? Inquired a young man wearing sunglasses and a peculiar tone. It's Konoha, and on the front lines, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been spotted. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen? Isn't he the third Hokage? Upon hearing that the Hokage himself was heading to the battlefield, Killer Bee was so astonished that he even forgot to finish his sentence. Otherwise, why do you think I came personally? While there is no strict rule in the shinobi world mandating a one-on-one confrontation between leaders, if an almost 60-year-old man dares to enter the battlefield, it would be quite inappropriate for me, as the active Raikage, to remain holed up in the village. Increase your speed now. This time, I intend to make that old fellow Sarutobi Hiruzen understand the consequences of not staying in the village to enjoy his retirement. Yeah, brother seems incredibly confident. As they traversed a mountainous area, they suddenly spotted a rather conspicuous elderly man at the center of a vast open space. He appeared to be over 80 years of age, yet he was all alone, carrying a large fan in this desolate wilderness. Even though he had clearly seen the Kumogakure forces, he exhibited no signs of panic or any inclination to flee. Hey, brother. Does Kumogakure have a tradition of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? Respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? You think we should do that while on the march? I retorted, I reckon you took too many eggs to the head when you were a child. Ignore him. Just leap over him. I halted abruptly. For as soon as the words jump over were uttered, he suddenly witnessed the 80-year-old man being lifted rapidly by a surge of blue chakra. They then beheld a colossal figure, towering at 122 meters, fully armored, wielding dual blades, and sporting wings of blue chakra. Brother, are we still jumping? Killer Bee pondered. As this imposing figure, at least 120 meters tall, seemed insurmountable. Jump? Are you out of your mind? This is an enemy attack. A immediately delivered a swift reprimand to his younger brother. Simultaneously, at that moment, Ai noticed his brother's unusual demeanor and inquired, What is it? Why? Well, just now. The Eight Tails mentioned that the old man is Uchiha Madara from Konoha. How old must he be? Uchiha Madara. Wasn't he long since deceased at the hands of the first Hokage of Konoha? At this point, Ai was already beginning to perspire. The fact that an ancient figure from the Warring States period had survived to the present day and could effortlessly unleash such formidable ninjutsu without even breaking a sweat was beyond comprehension. At that moment, a burly man with red hair gazed at the flame fan in Jinshue's hand and remarked, That object bears a striking resemblance to the Uchiha clan's flame fan. Could it truly be Uchiha Madara? There was no room for doubt. It was improbable to mistake the identity. Just as Killer Bee had unwavering faith in the Eight Tails, so too did Ai place his trust in Bee. However, if this were indeed the case, matters would become quite troublesome, for Ai discerned that this Uchiha Madara seemed to align closely with the descriptions found in various texts. Is it possible that Konoha is not exaggerating? Wait, that's not the issue at hand. Is it true that a person from Konoha is still this formidable at 80 years of age? Ai pondered, feeling that this world had become rather absurd. Was it merely to this extent that they had become so fearful as to refrain from taking action? Nevertheless, who among adults would engage in a serious confrontation with children? Amidst the astonishment of the group from Kumogakure, Uchiha Madara voluntarily dispelled the blue giant and returned to the ground. To relinquish defense willingly? Old man, you shall come to regret this decision. In an instant, every corner of Ai's being was enveloped in chakra and lightning, his hair standing on end. This is the full power mode of Ai's lightning armor, representing his most formidable form, the thunder devastation, Chio dance. Upon leaping, Ai enveloped his hand with a bolt of intensely condensed lightning, capable of effortlessly cleaving through the skeletal state of Susanoo. However, this extraordinarily swift strike fell silent after a resounding impact against the flame fan wielded by the true god. This legendary artifact, said to be crafted from a fragment of the divine tree, belongs to the Uchiha clan. It is capable of effortlessly absorbing chakra, even that unleashed by tailed beasts. Upon realizing that the chakra coiling around his hand had vanished entirely, Ai sensed something amiss. However, it was already too late. The Uchiha's counterattack was swift. A violent gust of wind propelled Ai into the air, leaving the Cloud Village ninjas momentarily stunned. Unable to comprehend why their Reikage had been so easily dispatched in the very first exchange of battle. Fortunately, Ai's physical prowess proved exceptional. Even after being struck by a wind-based attack derived from his own chakra, he managed to execute a backflip and land gracefully on the ground. The tidal flame fan was certainly well-deserved. Initially, Ai had intended to engage in a test of stamina with his opponent, an elderly man of 80, only to be taken aback when the latter evaded his assault through an unexpected means. However, the fact that he did not confront my attack head-on indicates that his physical condition cannot withstand a direct clash with me. In that case, Ai exchanged a knowing glance with Killer Bee, who immediately understood and began to enter a state of partial tailed beast transformation, gathering energy for a tailed beast ball. Simultaneously, Ai shifted into a new stance, declaring, This move, apart from Minato Namake's, no one can evade. In an instant, Ai's body surged forward with the swiftness of lightning. Although his power might not rival the earlier thunderous assault, his speed had significantly increased. In response, Setsu shook his head, acknowledging that Ai had yet to grasp a crucial truth. Mid-attack, Ai found himself immobilized by an invisible force, unable to advance. I am not on the same level as any shadow, aside from Hashirama Senju. Utilizing the invisible Susanoo in Sage mode, Zetsu forcefully drove the Reikage's head into the ground, lifting and smashing it down repeatedly for a total of 7 heavy blows before retracting the Sage mode Susanoo. Observing this scene, the remaining Cloud ninjas, aside from Killer Bee, who was urging for the largest possible tailed beast ball, had completely lost their will to fight. Meanwhile, Zetsu clearly noted Killer Bee's actions. Despite the Reikage still possessing combat capability, he had not attracted significant attention or hindered Zetsu's movements and defensive abilities. Once the Reikage regained his footing, the tailed beast ball was successfully launched, a highly condensed orb of chakra energy hurtling towards Zetsu, just as it seemed destined to strike. A massive armored blue hand intercepted it. What? How can the tailed beast ball be caught? Witnessing this incomprehensible spectacle, Killer Bee was drenched in sweat. However, the Eight Tails, through Killer Bee's perspective, discerned a different reality. No, look closely. Uchiha Madara is not directly catching the tailed beast ball. Instead, he is utilizing another source of chakra from the Susanoo to spin the ball. With a sigh, the Eight Tails remarked, I have always said that I fear not the death that awaits you, but I doubt I shall encounter another partner as intriguing as you. In the eyes of the Eight Tails, Killer Bee was doomed, and he too would perish alongside him, only to be reborn in a few years within the ninja world, destined to be vanquished by humanity once more and sealed away. At that moment, Makoto once again emulated the tone of Uchiha Madara, recalling the time decades ago when he and Hashirama battled in the Valley of the End. They had combined the tailed beast bomb with the blade of Susanoo to create a new technique, one that even the formidable Hashirama could not withstand head-on. The tailed beast bomb Susanoo shuriken was a technique that even the peak Hashirama needed to employ cunning to deflect. Makoto inserted a fragment of the Susanoo blade into the tailed beast bomb, and astonishingly, instead of detonating upon penetration, the bomb fused with the broken blade of Susanoo and began to spin in unison. Although the beast was not the Nine Tails, and I did not exert my full strength, it could still be deemed an attack of an extraordinary caliber. This is bad. This move could be lethal. Wide-eyed, realized that this strike transcended his comprehension. However, Makoto's attack was not aimed at the group from the hidden cloud village, but was instead cast into a desolate mountain region. What followed was an explosion that resonated like the collapse of heaven and earth, with shockwaves raising clouds of dust and fierce winds, rendering even seasoned jonin unable to open their eyes. They lacked the courage to witness such a strike firsthand. Once the dust settled, with his mouth agape, finally comprehended a profound truth. In a serious state, Uchiha Madara was an adversary that could not be defeated, even by the united might of an entire village. At that moment, AI once again heard the voice of the old man who had begun to recede into the distance. After his defeat by Hashirama, Uchiha Madara had effectively perished, and the deceased do not easily extinguish the lives of the living. Thus, you have been granted a second chance at life. I cannot even see his silhouette. Contemplating this, AI was struck anew. After the figure of Zetsu vanished completely, his body, which had seemingly sustained no grave injuries, suddenly faltered, nearly causing him to collapse. Fortunately, the now recovered Killer Bee came forth to steady him. Brother. Seeing the concern etched on Killer Bee's face, AI sighed. I am fine. B. Let us return. Huh? We are going back already? Having narrowly escaped death, what more is there to discuss? If revenge is sought, it is imperative to dedicate oneself to training and reclaiming one's honor rather than recklessly confronting death. Uchiha Madara is a ninja of Konoha, and for now, one could argue that Konoha has emerged victorious. Although he spoke thus, the Raikage had indeed begun to contemplate a longevity strategy, pondering, surely, a man in his 30s cannot outlast an octogenarian from Konoha? Oh, very well, brother. The village of Kumogakure has decided to abandon the war. Note the previous chapter's core strategy of Kumogakure towards Konoha, to leave the opponent with a semblance of hope, effortlessly achieving one's objectives by exploiting their fantasies, like a boomerang returning. Chapter 73. With the wind howling, it's time to don a conical hat. Konoha, Hokage Tower. After listening to Zetsu's mission report, Sarutobi Hiruzen even forgot to load his pipe with tobacco, lost in his own thoughts as he absent-mindedly puffed air. After a long pause, he attempted to exhale a smoke ring, only to produce a solitary sigh, yet he remained oblivious to the oddity of the moment. You always manage to surprise me with something new. Just tell me, did Kumogakure withdraw their troops or not? It's not merely a question of troop withdrawal. Luring the enemy into a trap is something he had witnessed before. It is quite normal in warfare. However, who has ever directly drawn an opposing leader into battle only to brutally subdue both the leader and their jinchuriki? They even went so far as to fabricate a deceased individual's identity, and Sarutobi Hiruzen found this pretense remarkably plausible. Madara playing the role of Madara is too fitting. Even Zetsu referring to himself as Madara while impersonating him seems entirely appropriate, as one could hardly discern any difference. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled what Jinchue had mentioned during their mission about playing him. Although the key should still be the illusion technique, Jinshue's transformed state should be. He approached Jinchue and then made a sudden move. Jinchue deftly evaded Hiruzen's strike, had he been a fraction slower. The Hokage hat in Hiruzen's hand would have been pressed onto his head. Please, do not harm me, he said with a cough. I merely thought the wind was a bit strong, so I intended to shield you. If you do not require it, then let it be. Do I look like a fool to you? Jinchue retorted. Fine, then I will ask candidly, Jinchue, when do you intend to succeed the Hokage? The Hokage? Me? No. What are you thinking? With that time, I believe it would be better for you to bring back Jiraiya-sensei or Tsunade-heim. In the original narrative, it was Tsunade who became the 5th Hokage. To Jinchue, this so-called fear of blood was hardly significant. In the absence of Orochimaru's betrayal of Konoha, what couldn't be said? If verbal persuasion failed, one could always use Edo Tensei to summon the first Hokage to counsel his granddaughter. After all, the first would not be angered even if summoned, provided the reasoning was adequate. If he hears it is to assist his granddaughter, the first might even chuckle foolishly for a moment, Jinshue mused. There are many reasons. In my view, Jinshue, your strength, the will of fire, and even your political resources are extraordinarily robust. In a few years, succeeding the Hokage will pose no pressure at all. Political resources? Jinshue was momentarily taken aback. His strength was undeniable, and the will of fire was a misunderstanding. But this notion of political resources indeed left him momentarily dazed. However, he quickly regained his composure. Before he could fully enumerate his so-called political resources in his mind, Hiruzen interjected. Firstly, Jinshue hails from one of Konoha's prominent clans, the Uchiha. Although you do not bear the Uchiha surname, you undoubtedly possess Uchiha blood. Am I correct? If we exclude the battle involving Madara and the first Hokage, Jinshue could even be considered a legitimate descendant of Konoha's founders. Unfortunately, that Madara, the mindset of the Uchiha clan's powerful individuals, is sometimes difficult to comprehend. Fortunately, Jinshue is quite normal, lacking the generally exasperating traits of the Uchiha, yet possessing the finest bloodline, truly perfect. Jinshue was unaware of Hiruzen's thoughts, but regarding bloodlines, ever since Fugaka mentioned that the name Naru appeared in the Uchiha genealogy, he found it impossible to refute. Indeed, but I have no intention of returning to the Uchiha clan. Alright, having discussed your lineage, let us now address your connections. Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 shinobi, is your teacher. Another of the legendary 3 has also instructed you in ninjutsu. The head of the Hyuga clan, the second largest clan in Konoha, is quite familiar with you. You also get along well with Asuma and Kakashi. While this may sound somewhat self-aggrandizing, Asuma and the others are undoubtedly the most important pillars of Konoha's future. You need not even worry about your foundation. Jinshue found himself at a loss for rebuttal. His criteria for friendship prioritized those whose names he could recall from the original narrative. However, those he could name were precisely the pivotal characters of Konoha, including Asuma, the second-generation shinobi, and Kakashi, the apprentice of the Hokage. In truth, he had not given much thought to this before making friends. He simply felt they were good people. Even ordinary ninjas like Heibei possessed a charisma that Jinshue could perceive through the original narrative. Good is a term with many facets. Asuma, Guy, Kakashi, Hyuga, and Heibei are all outstanding in their own ways, indicating that you possess a keen eye for recognizing the talents of others. The third Hokage recalled a recent conversation he had with a rather unique genin in his village. Lord Hokage. The youth currently making waves in the village seems to possess strength beyond mere power. The individual in question appeared to be an unremarkable middle-aged man. At first glance, it was difficult to discern that he was a ninja. The only striking aspect of his appearance was likely his disabled left leg and the iron pot on his back. However, this man, named Marahoshi Kogen, was actually an exceptional ninja with the strength and experience of a Jonin. Hiruzen had personally appointed him to the rank of Jonin, but Kogen, troubled by past mistakes, refused to accept it and thus remained a genin. Of course, I believe that Jinshue's will of fire is equally formidable as anyone else's. Yet, observing the other's silent smile, Hiruzen realized he was not referring to that. Ahem, Kogen. Please do not keep me in suspense. I have much to attend to. Jinshue's perceptiveness is remarkable. I do not mean the Uchiha's ocular techniques, but rather in another sense. When I first encountered him in the village, he discerned my issues with a single glance. He then scrutinized me for about half a minute, not solely fixating on my leg or my iron pot, but rather probing deeper. Such an ability is indeed extraordinary. Indeed, Hokage, I have observed him closely, identifying who is skilled and who is not is merely a matter of keen observation. Hiruzen's notion of having an insightful eye for people was not something Jinshue regarded as significant. To him, anyone could possess such insight as long as they had a character and a script to refer to. Just as he had previously noted that seemingly ordinary individual on the street carrying an iron pot, to the untrained eye, he appeared just like any other person. Yet, Jinshue, upon seeing the iron pot and the limp, could analyze these distinctive traits and deduce that he was a TV original character, the eternally low-ranking ninja Marahoshi Kogen. Taking a deep breath, Jinshue declared, I do not wish to become Hokage, just as my teacher, Orochimaru, does not. Ah, well then. Perhaps you should wait a few more years. You are merely 12. It is still early. When Hiruzen referred to early, he did not mean that Jinshue was too young, though that was indeed a significant concern. Rather, he contemplated whether Jinshue's mindset might shift with the passage of time. In the future, who can say for certain? A few days later, in Iwagakure. Father, I have intelligence from our spies in Kumogakure that I must share with you. Please do not be alarmed. The hand holding the report trembled slightly as Huangtu recalled the order issued by his father, the third Tsuchikage, a sense of growing anxiety engulfing him. Fear? I am the Tsuchikage. How could I possibly be afraid? At that moment, Anoki appeared remarkably composed, even taking the opportunity to admonish his son. Furthermore, there is something else. How many times must I remind you to address me by my title while working? Yes, Tsuchikage-sama. Normally, Huangtu referred to him as Tsuchikage during work. But this time he could not help himself. Then I shall begin reading the intelligence. Proceed. Yunin village, for reasons unknown, suddenly began to amass troops on a grand scale. The 4th Raikage and the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails led a vanguard force in an attempt to launch a surprise attack on Konoha. However, within 2 days, they retreated. returning without any casualties. Yet, the fourth Raikage appeared disheveled and defeated. Subsequently, our operatives infiltrated their hospital and overheard a conversation between two rather peculiar members of the Union Vanguard. Such moments often reveal strategic details. We must continue to listen. Noki pondered what could have transpired to leave the Raikage in such a state, yet without losses reported. Intelligence indicated that the Union forces encountered an elderly man, approximately 80 years of age, wielding a gigantic fan and controlling a colossal blue giant over 100 meters tall, effortlessly defeating the Raikage and manipulating tailed beast bombs. Furthermore, he seemed capable of utilizing a devastating ninjutsu that could potentially level an entire ninja village. Noki was taken aback. 80 years old, a 100-meter blue giant. And a massive fan? He repeated in disbelief, and after a minute, he trembled as he inquired, Uchiha Madara, is he still alive? Indeed, however. Since his defeat by Senju Hashirama, he has refrained from acting impulsively, claiming to be a dead man. Thus, he would not initiate violence against the living. A self-proclaimed dead man, mused Noki. Could it be some form of resurrection? No, that would not explain his age. If the intelligence holds true, it suggests that Uchiha Madara has indeed survived to this day, and considering his age, he should be around a decade older than I. In truth, Noki himself had already reached 64, embodying the adage that age only enhances one's vigor. Yet, he never anticipated the existence of someone even older and more formidable. Lord Sasuke, should we not take action? Inquired Kei, surprised by his father's response. Do you find my decision peculiar? However, my choice is undoubtedly the most prudent one. You have not experienced that era. You cannot comprehend the character of Uchiha Madara. Noki closed his eyes, lost in reminiscence. That man was exceptionally domineering. Audacious enough to disregard a peace treaty and launch an attack, as if the world should conform to his whims. Yet, it was this very dominance that rendered him incapable of deceit. If he claims to be a dead man who would not assault the living, then it is a truth he would not easily violate. Although the reasons for his current actions remain unclear, I personally speculate they are linked to the situation in Konoha. Noki continued his speculation. The attrition of personnel during the Third Shinobi World War, the devastation of the Nine Tails incident, and most significantly, the untimely death of the fourth Hokage have plunged Konoha into its most critical and dire moment. Meanwhile, Kirigakure, Sunagakure, and our own Awagakure are similarly facing a decline in talent. Only Union Village, thanks to the efforts of the Third Raikage, has managed to preserve its fighting strength. Is this why Union dares to challenge Konoha? Indeed, I initially believed Konoha would suffer greatly this time, yet I did not foresee the emergence of such an ancient figure. I suspect Uchiha Madara's willingness to act is also tied to another Konoha ninja, that Nara Matsuke's. Are you suggesting that Uchiha Madara is stepping in to support the younger generation? Kei contemplated, realizing the validity of the notion. The Uchiha clan is known for their fierce protectiveness. They become frenzied upon witnessing their kin injured on the battlefield. As if mere frenzy were not sufficient, it was feared that such emotional turmoil could enhance their strength. The Uchiha clan has always been a target for all ninja villages. Although the Sharingan may lack the strategic advantage of the Byakugan, they possess formidable strength and are often unbound by intelligence. A mere Uchiha Ch with a 2-tomo Sharingan could eliminate a teammate, only for an adversary to blink and discover their opponent's eye has transformed to 3-tomo. Leading to disastrous consequences, for gazing into the eyes of a 3-tomo Sharingan user is tantamount to courting death. Enough, I wish to refrain from discussing that clan. Noki waved his hand dismissively, as if recalling something unpleasant. He then resumed his authoritative demeanor as Sasuke. For now, our priority is to recuperate. Why provoke unnecessary troubles? We need not concern ourselves with Konoha's affairs, let them manage their own. I surmise they would not dare publicize their encounter with Uchiha Madara. After all, in a certain sense, Madara is considered a rogue ninja. To call upon a defector of over 80 years in a time of crisis and still maintain the audacity to broadcast such actions would require an extraordinary level of impudence. One that would compel me to respect Konoha's audacity. Understood. Chapter 74 Kakashi. By the time I realized what was happening, I found myself lying on an experimental table. Days later, at a training ground in Konoha, concentrate your will, focus your gaze on a specific point, then Kamui. A black vortex emerged upon a nearby tree, swiftly carving out a large circular section from its trunk. Indeed, this technique exists. After examining the damaged area, Kakashi could not help but sink into memories, as this jutsu inevitably reminded him of the fallen Obito, leading him to reflect on the past version of Obito. Perhaps the boy named Uchiha Obito perished during the battle at the Kanabi Bridge. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly heard a voice. Some live on, yet they are truly dead. Uchiha Obito is a prime example. Upon recognizing the speaker, Kakashi was taken aback. Lord Orochimaru, why are you, however? Orochimaru paid no heed to Kakashi's query, continuing his monologue. Yet some are dead, yet still live on, such as Uchiha Madara. He has been dead for an indeterminate time, yet through the assistance of his descendants, he continues to propagate his infamous legacy. Perhaps this is what the third Hokage referred to as the Will of Fire. Orochimaru was already aware of the incident involving Matsuke's impersonating Uchiha Madara and defeating the fourth Raikage, but Kakashi was oblivious. He assumed Orochimaru intended to enlighten him about the legacy of will, yet Kakashi had grown weary of such sentiments over the years. However, before he could request Orochimaru to change the subject, he realized that Orochimaru had rendered the conversation rather dull. How tedious. Only the defeated seek a so-called continuation of life and will. True strength requires no such notion, for they can attain all they desire, boundless power, infinite knowledge, and eternal life. These are the pursuits worthy of our endeavor. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. He felt such rhetoric was ill-suited for one of the legendary Sannin, and more fitting for a lunatic or a rogue ninja. With all due respect, Lord Orochimaru, your sentiments may not be best received by the third Hokage. As the conversation progressed, Kakashi realized that he lacked the authority to lecture Orochimaru. He briefly mentioned the third Hokage, only to find that Orochimaru remained unfazed. However, he had grown accustomed to such indifference. After all, despite being a master of ninjutsu, the third Hokage often displayed a certain mediocrity in various aspects. Kakashi was tempted to inquire about Orochimaru's state, but hesitated. At that moment, Orochimaru unexpectedly tossed a blue scroll towards him. What is this? Initially, Kakashi assumed it was some form of ninjutsu, but upon unfurling the scroll, he realized his error. Chakra surged within him. Describe your sensations. Yes. Although he experienced a fleeting discomfort just as the scroll opened, it vanished almost instantaneously, replaced by a profound sense of comfort, ease, and even exhilaration flooding Kakashi's mind, courtesy of the long-awaited influx of chakra. After receiving Kakashi's detailed report, Orochimaru nodded. Indeed. This is the effect of the secret scroll, chakra. Secret scroll, chakra? Kakashi echoed. Precisely. At the earnest request of Lord Zangetsu, I diverted some attention to researching this so-called chakra scroll, intending to assist those in need, such as yourself. Kakashi fell silent, surprised to discover a benevolent side to Orochimaru. However, in reality, he mused, it seems this experiment has proven quite successful. The so-called secret scroll of chakra is, in essence, a perilous concoction capable of violently infusing a somewhat softened version of the Eight Tails chakra into the bearer of the scroll. Fortunately, the experimental results have greatly pleased Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru's visit to Kakashi was not merely for this trivial matter. Such a unique scroll, once its existence is known, would attract a multitude of eager ninjas willing to become test subjects, for its effects are undeniably potent. He subsequently arrived at the tree hollow from which Kakashi had extracted using Kamui. In a sense, the aggressive space-time ninjutsu you wield is a legacy inherited from the fourth Hokage, perhaps even surpassing him in some respects. After all, even the fourth could not directly employ his space-time abilities for offensive purposes. Otherwise, he would not have needed that technique known as the Rasengan. Kakashi Hitaki, without a doubt, you are a true genius. I cannot ascertain whether this technique is superior to that of my mentor, Minato, but I am acutely aware that this power does not belong to me. Kakashi remained composed, unaffected by Orochimaru's smooth persuasion. Yet, it was evident that Orochimaru was not easily dealt with. A so-called genius is not solely defined by innate talent, for instance. Your capabilities are a gift bestowed upon you by fate as compensation. In a certain sense, the will of the deceased resides within your eye, thus you must wield its power judiciously. Otherwise, those who have passed shall not be content. Kakashi conceded that he had been swayed and resolved to train diligently. His attitude was commendable, yet at times, such efforts may prove futile. Your chakra aptitude is inherently limited, and lacking Uchiha blood, no matter how hard you strive, you shall never fully harness its power. Kakashi pondered this, acknowledging its truth. What then should I do? If you at this moment, a somewhat familiar figure, Kakashi Hitaki, entered the room. Red Bean? You look rather disheveled. Kakashi, do you recall the experiments conducted on you? What exactly did Orochimaru do? He genuinely had no idea. Over the past 24 hours, he had spent at least 18 of them in a state of paralysis and slumber, leaving him with little time to be awake. In any case, you should just trust in Orochimaru's abilities. I have faith in his prowess. However, I am somewhat skeptical of his character. Setting aside other matters, would a good person deceive others and then subject them to a full day of experiments in a laboratory? Even administering anesthetics and sleeping pills, fearing they might escape, raises serious concerns. I hope I'm all right. At this juncture, all Kakashi could do was pray. Meanwhile, Jinchue suddenly discovered that the types of secret scrolls he could access in the database had increased, including a coveted item he once wished to bring to the dueling grounds, chakra. Although Jinchue himself was not lacking in chakra, he harbored an immature idea. He wanted to enlighten more ninjas about the concept of purity. However, most ninjas, despite their desire for purity, were constrained by chakra. The emergence of chakra secret scrolls now offered ordinary individuals the opportunity to pursue purity as well. Let us find Orochimaru. Today, I will write an additional 2,000 words. And I will add more during the May Day holiday. Chapter 75, Jinchue, Kakashi, I will teach you some purity ninjutsu. The timing coincided with the day Jinchue battled Obito. Not far from Jiraiya, sat an orange toad wearing a doctoral hat. Despite its unremarkable appearance, it was indeed the legendary sage of Mount Maiboku. Little Jiraiya, you no longer need to seek the child of prophecy. What? Why? Jiraiya was taken aback. He never expected the Great Toad Sage would say such a thing one day. I have seen. The Great Toad Sage found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to describe the bizarre scene before him. A black double helix sword of divine tree-level length clashed with a similarly proportioned flame-shaped longsword. In the corner, Jiraiya, in sage mode, quietly observed everything, holding a curious timer adorned with Orochimaru's likeness. Which was the catalyst for this battle, a dismembered alien corpse that clearly did not belong to the ninja world. It's rather eerie. Even a Toad Sage who has lived for over 1,000 years and prides himself on his vast experience finds it unsettling. In summary, you are also part of the prophecy. In other words, you are a child of prophecy. Jiraiya was somewhat bewildered. After searching for the child of prophecy for nearly 20 years, he was now being told that the prophesied one was himself? Then what have I been doing for these past 20 years? What should I do next? Jiraiya inquired, but this time he received no reply, as the great Toad Sage had already fallen asleep. Very well, I shall return to Konoha. Although he felt unsuitable for the role of Hokage, he still had his most important teacher and friends there. Time shifted back to the present. No longer seeking the child of prophecy? Upon hearing Jiraiya's statement, Sarutobi Hiruzen's immediate reaction was one of joy. His disciple had finally returned to normalcy. He eagerly inquired, "Are you now able to succeed the Hokage?" "I truly do not believe I am fit for that role. I feel that if I became Hokage, Konoha might deteriorate further. I am rather clumsy and restless. I could at best undertake some more challenging tasks, like administrative or financial work, of which I know nothing. At my age, even if I were to study, it would be too late." The third Hokage responded, "What's too late? You are scarcely 40 years old. If there are things you do not understand, we can always rehire me as an advisor to guide you for a while. However, Konoha genuinely needs a new Hokage, and you possess both the strength and reputation necessary. If it were in the past, I wouldn't say much due to your tasks in Myaboku, but now you have no reason to refuse. But I genuinely do not understand anything. You can't expect me to work in the Hokage building indefinitely after retiring, can you? One must possess the capability to fulfill the most critical aspects of the role. In short, I cannot be Hokage. You should wait a little longer. If Orochimaru and Tsunade truly do not wish to serve, then you can endure for another 10 years until the next generation grows up. I believe you will be fine." Upon hearing the suggestion of waiting another 10 years, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his blood pressure rise. "Do you want me to compete with that fellow from IWA for longevity? That Inoki has reportedly begun to experience mobility issues in recent years, so I believe you will ultimately prevail." Sarutobi decided to bypass the topic. Or else he might truly be unable to endure the next decade. "Very well, then you shall undertake a diplomatic mission." "Huh? Diplomacy? Me?" Jiraiya was taken aback. "You want me to handle diplomacy? Aren't you concerned I might end up in some bizarre situation?" "Rest assured, this diplomatic task is rather special, as the other party has a significant connection with you. No one in Konoha is more suitable than you." "A significant connection? In what way?" Jiraiya inquired, puzzled. "You do have one. I only recently learned of it. Do you recall the students from the Land of Rain you took in during the Second Great Ninja War? Those children have since made quite a name for themselves." "What?" Jiraiya was initially stunned but then overwhelmed with excitement. "It's Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. They are still alive." "How wonderful." He then asked, "Are they in Amigakure?" "Indeed, they are in Amigakure. However, they have not joined the ninja ranks there. Instead, they established an organization called Akatsuki, dedicated to maintaining peace through non-extreme means. They have gained a modest level of strength." "I see. That is fantastic. I shall set off immediately." Having just returned to the village, Jiraiya was eager to visit his students. In the past, he might have lingered in the village for a night, perhaps to see Orochimaru. But now, after losing a beloved disciple, he simply wished to reunite with his 3 remaining students. "Very well. I entrust you with the task of establishing cooperation and relations with Akatsuki." "Understood." At this moment, Jinchue had already arrived at Orochimaru's laboratory. However, to his surprise, the first person he encountered was not Orochimaru or Hongo, but Kakashi. "Kakashi? How did you end up here?" "Yes, why indeed? I am also seeking the answer." Kakashi appeared somewhat peculiar at this moment, prompting Jinchue to scrutinize him from head to toe, and then he noticed something amiss. "Wait a moment, where's your Sharingan? Did you have it replaced?" Jinchue harbored suspicions that Orochimaru had extracted Kakashi's eye and replaced it with a new one. It doesn't make sense. Orochimaru never seemed to covet such an unclosable Sharingan, did he? It was impossible, Kakashi mused as he activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. Although he was uncertain about what Orochimaru had done after administering the drug, he realized his eye could now actively close. Furthermore, he had been gifted a secret scroll that replenished his chakra, despite the necessity to wait a full day for it to recharge after each use. It undoubtedly surpassed the strategic value of military rations. Kakashi felt a sense of gratitude towards Orochimaru. Most of the secret scrolls created by Orochimaru were one-time use. But this chakra scroll was different. Its core components included remnants of the 8 tails, a simple transformation system, and a chakra transmission system, both of which were reusable. Only the remnants of the 8 tails required time to recover after expending a significant amount of chakra. "Being drugged by Orochimaru seems quite fortunate," Jinchue remarked, acknowledging Kakashi's resilience. However, he found it peculiar. Logically, without the Uchiha bloodline, one should not be able to open or close the Sharingan at will. While theoretically overcoming this obstacle should be simpler than studying the reanimation jutsu, if Orochimaru has resolved this issue, why not simply extract Kakashi's eye? Could it be that he has genuinely changed? Jinchua pondered the possibility of Orochimaru's humanity being restored, though he deemed the likelihood of a complete transformation rather low. After all, Orochimaru was essentially a cold-blooded creature. It was unrealistic to expect him to voluntarily assist Kakashi. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, Kakashi was not particularly lacking in chakra, was he? Tentatively, he acknowledged that, due to the reduced chakra consumption, he was indeed better off, even discovering that he could draw upon more chakra than he had been able to before acquiring the Sharingan. To celebrate your newfound resilience, I shall teach you a couple of pure technique ninjutsu, Jinchua declared. Pure technique ninjutsu? What is that? Kakashi, confident in his ninjutsu knowledge, had never heard of such a term. It refers to techniques employed by ninjas who do not lack chakra. For instance, during our previous battle, I created 4 shadow clones and used them alongside my original self to perform the Great Fireball technique, as well as a technique I utilized against Hans. Incorporating Shuriken shadow clone techniques into my fire release, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. That sounds quite perilous, yet powerful, does it not? Kakashi mused. In the past, employing such a strategy would have left you needing to recuperate your chakra, but now, how many times do you believe you can unleash Chidori? Jinchua speculated that if Orochimaru had enhanced Kakashi's chakra, he had certainly done more than merely alleviate the issue of the unclosable Sharingan. He must have added something else to augment Kakashi's chakra further. By the way, Kakashi, how many ninjutsu techniques have you mastered? In terms of quantity, Kakashi had learned over 100 techniques. However, due to chakra limitations, he struggled to deploy them freely in battle. Indeed, many of Kakashi's techniques fell into this category. Despite having mastered numerous ninjutsu, he seldom utilized them in combat. Some were inherently weak and easily overshadowed by superior techniques, while others, despite being learned, could not be effectively executed due to chakra constraints. However, with fewer chakra limitations, many things became significantly easier. Of course, another reason Kakashi did not frequently employ various ninjutsu was that his Chidori was sufficiently effective. However, Chidori could not address every situation, thus, he needed to learn more ninjutsu and delve deeper into the development of Chidori. Do you possess the technique that uses wind release to attract enemies and then binds them after striking? I do. Then that simplifies matters, Jinchua replied, preparing to demonstrate. By channeling more chakra during the casting, one can amplify the technique's effects. Given the spaciousness of the room, Jinchua proceeded with his demonstration. He summoned a flame fan and infused it with chakra, causing it to spin rapidly and draw in surrounding objects. Simultaneously, he rapidly formed seals to initiate lightning release, for pillar bind and fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. In simplified terms, it's attraction, a cage, and fire. This is an improved version of a technique tailored for ordinary users, but you can also combine a cage with fire. Although Jinchua lacked a magic staff, he could substitute the attraction and cage with other items. The ninja world boasted an abundance of ninjutsu, making this task relatively uncomplicated. Furthermore, the enemies struck by lightning release, for pillar bind and fire release would experience additional damage effects. From Jinchua's perspective, this method proved more effective in practice than the standard cage plus fire combination. In an instant, Kakashi felt as though his thoughts had been unlocked. He then witnessed Jinchua executing a technique known as healing wound erasure, which allowed the user to preemptively heal themselves based on their understanding of an enemy's attack points, thus minimizing damage. However, unlike typical ninjas who employed healing wound erasure, Jinchua emanated a white gaseous effect from his entire body. Is this full-body healing wound erasure intended to significantly reduce damage during combat? So this is how ninjas with abundant chakra fight, Kakashi mused. Before he could contemplate further, he observed a rapidly spinning chakra sphere materializing in Jinchua's hand. Rasengan. Indeed, I possess a foundational understanding, and recently I requested Orochimaru-sensei to demonstrate it for me, enabling me to replicate it. He can perform the Rasengan as well, although for various reasons, he prefers not to use it. While Orochimaru's chakra was not particularly abundant among his peers, it was sufficient for him to execute the Rasengan. Furthermore, his innate inclination towards learning ninjutsu allowed him to master Minato's Rasengan more rapidly than Jiraiya. However, due to Jiraiya's presence, Orochimaru never showcased the Rasengan publicly, despite knowing it. Much like how Kakashi had learned numerous techniques yet refrained from using them. To clarify, your technique is essentially a combination of full-body healing wound erasure and Rasengan? Essentially. Yes. However, the Rasengan can be manipulated in size by increasing chakra output. The full name of this technique is healing wound erasure Gale Super Flash Spiral Sphere, a foundational technique colloquially known as the dominance spiral sphere. The essence of this technique lies in its utter lack of finesse. It relies solely on raw chakra. When you possess ample chakra, you can simply unleash it at your enemy, as the healing wound erasure ensures that typical ninjutsu cannot inflict damage upon you. Indeed, devoid of any technique, it is purely reliant on chakra consumption. By the way, Is this method also attributed to Sensei Minato? Kakashi speculated that the full-body healing wound erasure combined with the enlarged Rasengan was indeed a creation of his mentor. Given the authenticity of Jinshui's articulation of the technique's name. Finally, I have developed a derivative composite ninjutsu based on your Chidori. Chidori? Kakashi never anticipated that Zetsu would have researched Chidori as well. By attaching Chidori to kunai and employing the lightning release combined with the shadow clone technique, one could divide a single Chidori kunai into countless projectiles, creating a web-like formation of blades to launch. Following the barrage, one could then utilize Chidori to execute a swift assault. It is indeed a clever method, but I may need some time to study this technique, Kakashi remarked. As for the combination of a cage, fire, and the Rasengan, those are rather straightforward. Chapter 76, Jiraiya, Children, I have returned. In the vicinity of the Akatsuki's base in Amigakure, Nagato has recently been diligently honing his abilities, unlike in the past. Therefore, when faced with the young intruder near the Akatsuki stronghold, Nagato employed the powers of the Rinnegan, rendering the confrontation devoid of suspense. Despite Nagato restraining his strength, the invader fell swiftly to the combined onslaught of universal pull and almighty push. After vanquishing his foe, Nagato approached the intruder. What is your name? Why have you come to Akatsuki in such a furtive manner? Coughing, the young man replied, You possess formidable strength, so I concede. I am Mikyu, a wandering ninja. As for my purpose in coming here, it is quite natural for a wandering ninja to steal and pilfer for survival, is it not? Judging by your age, you do not seem to be unfamiliar with the hardships of the Second Shinobi World War. Hardships? Nagato reflected on his childhood with Yahiko and Konan, scavenging and stealing to survive. Indeed, those times were fraught with difficulties. War, after all, brings only death, suffering, and harm to both sides. Hence, my friends and I are committed to the cause of peace. If war ceases, future generations in the shinobi world will no longer endure the wretched experiences we faced. Is that so? Quite an ambitious ideal, yet it seems utterly unattainable. Mikyu stood up, having witnessed the deceit of many over the years. In my view, as long as there are people, true peace cannot be achieved. How can one know without attempting? At that moment, Yahiko arrived. If we do not try, how can we ascertain that mutual understanding between individuals is impossible? Yahiko, having overheard part of the conversation, addressed Mikyu. Your name is Mikyu, correct? I am Yahiko, a companion of this ninja known as Nagato, and also the leader of this organization called Akatsuki. We are always seeking like-minded individuals. Would you consider joining us? Mikyu was taken aback by Yahiko's unexpected invitation. However, upon witnessing the genuine smiles of Yahiko and Nagato, the words of rebuttal that had lodged in his throat were stifled. Did someone like him truly deserve to be part of such a noble endeavor? Moreover, if anyone could simply join your organization, one should be wary of spies infiltrating your ranks. Oh, what does it matter who is worthy or not? In our organization, as long as one acknowledges our ideals, that person is a brother. As for spies, Yahiko scratched his head. That is of little concern. Eventually, one must confront other factions. If we cannot even display this level of candor and sincerity, what can we say about achieving world peace? With a confident smile, Yahiko continued, I believe that if we persist in our efforts, those who merely feigned acceptance of our cause will eventually come to genuinely embrace it. Is such a notion truly so easily articulated? Mikyu fell silent, having never envisioned the existence of someone like Yahiko in this wretched world, and yet he had managed to ally with a ninja as formidable as Nagato. At this moment, Yahiko continued, By the way, we have recruited over 100 companions. And just a few days ago, we received the endorsement and guidance of Lord Hanzo from the village hidden in the rain. What? Even he has acknowledged your ideals? Mutujin could not help but feel profoundly astonished. In the land of rain, Hanzo's name carried substantial weight. Indeed, as Lord Hanzo mentioned, he was once a senior who strived for peace in his youth, but he has since grown frail with age. Mutujin pondered this revelation for a moment. All right, I shall temporarily join your ranks. Let it be known that I am not particularly optimistic about the prospects of your ideals. If I find that you are not up to the task one day, I shall take my leave. Is that so? Then the pressure is on us. Yet, I believe you will soon come to appreciate this endeavor. Prepare to be inspired by our convictions, Mutujin. Though he maintained a facade of defiance, the youth named Mutujin inadvertently discovered that his life had begun to take on color. The following day, what did you say? There is a white-haired ninja with red tear marks outside. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan exchanged glances, and then excitement enveloped them. What is going on with you? Although Jutsu was pleased to see such expressions on Konan and the others, he remained curious about the matter. Well, let us not get too excited just yet. What if at ISNT Master Jiraiya? Nagato was the first to react, noting that there were indeed many ninjas in the world with white hair and red markings on their faces. Master Jiraiya? The legendary Sannin you keep mentioning? Jutsu was taken aback. Do tell, how did you manage to have such a prominent figure as a disciple? Upon hearing this juicy tidbit, the members of the Akatsuki organization gathered around, for this was the nature of their group. Status and strength posed no barriers to their camaraderie, as they were all like-minded companions. As for spies, there had been one, a ninja from the village hidden in the grass, But after spending some time with Mayahiko and the others, he had severed ties with his informant. The grass village merely reported that the individual had perished, unaware that he had fully immersed himself in the cause of the Akatsuki organization. At that moment, a man whose visage bore a resemblance to the Buddha intervened with a smile, urging everyone to calm down. Cough. Let us all remain composed. Brother Yahiko's teacher is still outside. Although Yahiko was not the eldest among them, the shared ideals had fostered a brotherhood within the Akatsuki, leading many to affectionately refer to him as brother in a genuine sense, rather than in a gang-related context. It was only then that Conan realized the importance of not leaving a possible ally, who might be Jiraiya, waiting outside. All right, let us proceed. As everyone parted to make way, Yahiko immediately took hold of Nagato and Conan, and they exited the room. Before long, they encountered the man from their memories. However, after years apart, the youthful Jiraiya they once knew had now fully transitioned into middle age, while Yahiko and his companions had matured from mere children into capable ninjas. Jiraiya-sensei, it truly is you, they exclaimed in unison. Jiraiya promptly embraced all three of them, and they reciprocated without hesitation, reveling in the warmth of this long-awaited reunion. After a considerable time, Jiraiya finally spoke. Children, I have returned. Chapter 77, Zenkatsu. Unearthing the unusual in mining in Konoha, at the Hokage Tower. Zenkatsu pondered over a mining mission that required Earth-release ninjas. Due to several commissioned secret scroll development projects from Orochimaru and various investments in Konoha, Zenkatsu's funds had dwindled below 30. Being prudent, he decided to take on some tasks. Little did he expect that one day he would be recommended an excavation mission by the third Hokage, though the Kazekage of Sunagakure is also a gold miner. This feels rather strange, he mused. The task was graded A, with a reward of 200,000 ryo. Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Zenkatsu instinctively sensed something amiss. Why would a mining mission be classified as A rank? The client was a well-known wealthy individual, and it was unclear what prompted him to allocate such a sum for what seemed a simple endeavor. However, the Hokage explained that the task's location, situated at the confluence of the Land of Fire, the Land of Rivers, and the Land of Rain, was likely the reason for its classification. I see. Zenkatsu comprehended the third Hokage's implication. Despite the client having paid a sufficient reward, the task presented a high degree of uncertainty, correct? Indeed. But I have every confidence in your abilities, Zenkatsu-kun. If you focus, you could likely complete this task in a mere 1 to 3 days, given your past efficiency. Although Zenkatsu had only recently demonstrated his Earth release capabilities, the third Hokage believed that, with Zenkatsu's chakra reserves, managing a mine would be exceedingly simple. 3 days for 200,000? While that efficiency may not match the task involving Hanzo of the Salamander, I understand such opportunities are rare, especially for warfare-related tasks, which I am reluctant to undertake. Very well, I shall accept this task, and aim to return within 2 days. In truth, there was no need for such haste. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to elaborate, Zenkatsu swiftly seized the mission details and vanished. The efficiency with which Zenkatsu operated reminded the Hokage of Minato Namake's. If only the frequency of missions could match that of Minato's, well, one cannot ask for too much. Upon receiving the task details, Zenkatsu promptly set off for the designated location. He required no supplies or provisions, as his speed would suffice. Within half a day, he arrived at the target site. After meeting with the client to finalize the handover, Zenkatsu quickly grasped why this task was classified as A rank. The mine you have contracted is situated precisely at the junction of 3 nations? Zenkatsu mused in disbelief. Typically, mining requires blasting, even with Earth-release ninjas. The noise would be considerable. Would neighboring countries remain unresponsive to detonations or frequent ninjutsu in a border area? It was inconceivable. Indeed, it is a border region. Initially, I was lured in by a relatively low price, only to discover that the miners were too frightened to commence work. Having already paid, I couldn't simply abandon the site. Hence my decision to issue this commission in Konoha, the client explained, casting a dubious glance at Zenkatsu. By the way, you seem rather young. Mining can be quite arduous. Are you truly up for the task? He expressed concern that the 20,000 ryo spent on Konoha ninjas might go to waste. I am indeed young. I am merely 12 years old. However, please trust in my capabilities. What? 12? How am I to believe that? The client was clearly unaware of recent news and had no knowledge of Zenkatsu's victory over Hanzo the Salamander. After all, Zenkatsu had only recently gained notoriety. At this moment, Jinchue suddenly inquired, firstly, there are no inhabitants residing in the mountain marked as A, correct? Certainly not. Although I doubt any fool would choose to dwell in such a desolate place, I still sent a servant to investigate, and indeed, there are no residents. I see. That simplifies matters. Jinchue felt a surge of clarity, realizing what course of action he ought to take. What do you plan to do? The client, intrigued by Jinshue's newfound confidence, became curious about how this young leaf ninja would achieve his objectives. However, his interest swiftly morphed into dread. Rest assured, I guarantee that the Land of Rivers and the Land of Rain will not utter a word about the complete body Susanoo, a colossal warrior, towering hundreds of meters. stood majestically upon the earth, leading the client to question if he had encountered a divine being. Then, with a swift horizontal slash, Jinchue severed the entire mountain peak, significantly enhancing efficiency. Although he could not fully comprehend the words of the elevated Jinchue, he found himself drenched in sweat, thinking, what kind of creature is this leaf ninja? So terrifying? Yet before Jinchue could dispel the Susanoo, he realized that his recent act of cleaving the mountain seemed to have unearthed something peculiar. Boss, this might not be mining. It could be archaeology. That area resembling an altar likely holds valuable treasures. Initially, Jinchue suspected he had stumbled upon the grave of a significant figure, but soon he discovered the reality was quite different. Is that so? Then I would appreciate it if you could check it out yourself. Although he felt uneasy about letting Jinchue venture alone, fearing he might end up with a lesser share, he hesitated to approach Jinchue. Very well. Jinchue offered no further comments, merely dissolving the Susanoo and hastily proceeding towards the mysterious site that had been revealed. Upon arriving at his destination, he was taken aback. What is this? So many ceiling symbols? And what do the emblems of Senju and Sarutobi signify? Could it be that the Senju clan and the Sarutobi clan sealed something here? Jinchue contemplated a possibility. Could it be that I have unearthed an ancestor? The notion that the Uchiha clan originated from the Land of Thunder was an old rumor from many years ago. However, in an officially sanctioned novel featuring Sasuke, later adapted into an anime in the Shippuden series, it was mentioned that the Uchiha clan had once undertaken a mission from the feudal lord of the Land of Thunder to escort the Bloodpool clan to Hell Valley. At that time, neither Hashirama Senju nor Madara Uchiha had been born, and the ninja villages did not exist. Ninjas were hired as individual clans. Thus, the Uchiha clan's involvement in the mission led to the misconception of their origins from the Land of Thunder. While only the Bloodpool clan truly resided there, the Blood Dragon Eye and Sharingan are unrelated. As for the Uchiha's early residence, I personally feel it was likely transient. After wandering a few paces within the site, Jinchue encountered an ancient stone tablet, and the contents further solidified his theory. Such seals are a last resort against formidable foes. Even the Senju and Sarutobi clans, united, could not guarantee their defeat, hence the sealing. We know not their name, but we recognize the power they harbor is called the 8,000 Spears. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan possesses numerous powerful techniques, inscribed with unknown arts. Those identified are called Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. Their might transcends that of any single clan. May future generations remember this. Indeed, it is she, Uchiha Ikari. Uchiha Ikari, a character from Naruto, Ultimate Ninja Storm Bonds, was a ninja of the Uchiha clan during the Warring States period, known as Uchiha Tainai, even surpassing Uchiha Madara in lineage. During the war, she awakened her Manjiki Sharingan after the death of her parents. Subsequently, her unique ability, the 8,000 Spears, was discovered by her clan, who then implanted additional Manjiki powers into her, utilizing her as a weapon of war. Typically, the moment of her unsealing should occur 30 years from now, yet she had been inadvertently excavated due to Jinshue's reckless actions. This level of butterfly effect may indeed lead to an alien invasion in the future, wouldn't it? Suddenly, Jinshue recalled something. Could ordinary aliens contend with a world that might plunge into chaos? He felt somewhat skeptical. I hope they don't land only to be captured and placed on Orochimaru's experimental table. That would be quite embarrassing. For now, I will set aside those midlife crises. At present, Jinshue needed to consider how to address the matter of Uchiha Hikari. Generally, a girl bearing such a tragic past, steeped in Uchiha heritage, would require assistance and redemption. However, I am clearly not the kind of person suited for emotional therapy or healing, nor am I a selfless saint. In fact, I harbor a hint of selfishness. Approaching the altar at the heart of the ruins, Jinshue commenced the process of breaking the seal. Evidently, Uchiha Madara possessed ample experience dismantling the Senju's constructs, even if it involved unbinding seals. After some effort, Jinshue beheld a girl whose hairstyle bore a striking resemblance to his own. Subsequently, he produced a chakra secret scroll and placed it upon Uchiha Hikari. As the chakra successfully transferred, the slumbering girl was abruptly awakened. She uttered no words. Rather, upon noticing Jinshue's still active eternal Manjiki Sharingan, she instinctively regarded him as her master, awaiting his next command. This encapsulates her lifestyle. After years of wielding weapons, she had nearly forgotten her original name, numbly awaiting the commands of the Uchiha clan's ninjas. As for Makoto, she unsheathed her flame fan and introduced herself, saying, "As you can see, I am also a descendant of the Uchiha clan. By the way, it has been at least a century, perhaps even several, since the era in which you were sealed away." Uchiha Hikari remained unresponsive. Although the revelation of her century-long entrapment surprised her to some extent, that was the extent of her reaction. However, upon witnessing the expectant demeanor of Makoto, she replied simply, "With the flame fan and the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, are you not the contemporary leader of your clan? Regrettably, you are mistaken. I do not even carry the Uchiha surname. I am called Nezumi Makoto. Nevertheless, I believe I possess the authority to issue commands to you, do I not? In terms of hierarchy, I should surpass the vast majority of the Uchiha." Hikari pondered for a moment and responded, "You wield the flame fan and possess such eyes. Clearly, you are the clan leader. even if not officially. In essence, you surely are. Is that so? Then I shall not hesitate. Hearing this, Hikari quietly awaited Makoto's orders. Although her posture of submission appeared practiced, it revealed the slightest tremor, indicating that deep down, she did not desire such a life, yet she harbored no intention of rebellion. First command, from this day forth, you shall no longer be nameless, but shall reclaim the name bestowed upon you by your parents, Uchiha Hikari. Instantly, Hikari's previously tranquil heart was stirred into chaos, swiftly descending into memories. What troubles you? Did you not say you would obey my commands? Makoto prodded the flame fan. And Hikari, somewhat flustered, replied, yes. Though still under orders, Hikari felt no aversion to this particular command. Yet, before her thoughts could revert to their usual state, Makoto performed another baffling action. Take this. The flame fan was tossed into Hikari's hands, and at that moment, her mind went blank, causing her to utter a soft gasp. Why the confusion? Did you not just claim that possessing the flame fan and awakening the kaleidoscopic Sharingan makes you the true leader of the Uchiha clan? Thus, you are now the Uchiha clan leader. It is a pleasure to meet you, lady leader. Hikari was utterly bewildered by Makoto's intentions and could not grasp her reasoning. However, she soon found some solace in the realization. So be it. This is how the Uchiha operate. To be unable to comprehend was the norm for the Uchiha. If it were that simple to understand, they would not be Uchiha. Even as a weapon, Hikari was acutely aware of this truth. Yet, before she could fully embrace this sense of acceptance, Makoto proceeded with yet another peculiar maneuver. A blue Susanoo arm suddenly emerged, snatching the flame fan from Hikari's grasp. Stunned by this turn of events, Hikari quickly arrived at a conclusion. She interpreted Makoto's actions as mocking her, yet she felt no anger, despite being a weapon and not a toy. She inherently lacked any desire for rebellion. Then, she heard Makoto say, now, do you comprehend your identity? I am the weapon of the Uchiha. Although she believed Makoto was jesting, Hikari still responded obediently. No, you're mistaken. You are now the former leader of the Uchiha clan. My eyes see clearly. You just held the Uchiha clan's emblem, the flame fan, and possessed the power of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Are you truly claiming that you are not the Uchiha clan leader? Who are you trying to deceive? Hikari's capacity for thought had utterly evaporated, and she found herself yearning for a classic trio of questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? In these fleeting moments, she experiences the most enchanting minutes of her existence, spanning several centuries. Chapter 79, Fuyue. We warmly welcome Lord Hikari back to the clan. Hikari, a day later, in Konoha, at the Hokage building. Initially, Sarutobi Hiruzen believed he had become somewhat immune to the antics of Makoto, yet her recent utterance nearly left him bewildered. What is your relationship with her? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, a bead of sweat forming on his brow, though this time it was not from trepidation, but rather from sheer confusion. She's a relative, what's the matter? No, I mean, did you just mention something about an extraordinary lineage? What exactly did you say she is to you? Oh, perhaps she is of the same generation as my great-great-great-grandfather, or even more distantly related. To illustrate, Miss Uchiha Hikari lived in an era far older than that of Uchiha Madara, one of the founders of Konoha. She has merely been sealed away, which is why she has emerged in this age. Upon reflection, Sarutobi Hiruzen found this explanation to be somewhat plausible, leading him to ponder further. The 57-year-old elder slowly approached the girl before him, who strikingly resembled a twin sister or younger sibling of the radiant figure, and inquired, Esteemed Light, may I ask your age? The once calm mind of Uchiha Light was once again engulfed by tumultuous waves as she faced a non-Uchiha individual. Ultimately, she managed to utter, I am 12 years old. Ah, I see. The elder, Sarutobi Hiruzen, swiftly discerned his course of action. So, Uchiha Light, what are your intentions? Will you return to the Uchiha clan? Or have you merely come to visit Konoha? Or perhaps, like Matsuri, you wish to settle elsewhere in the village? I have no objections. For a moment, Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words, entirely bewildered by Uchiha Light's implications. However, Matsuri quickly grasped Light's line of thought, stating, At present, no one holds the authority to issue commands to you. Nevertheless, I have a suggestion. My home is quite spacious. Would you consider staying with us? It would be a great relief if you could ensure my sister's safety. A protective detail, I see. Hiruzen was left perplexed, unable to comprehend the exchange between the two Uchiha. Ah, at least Mirai is easier to understand. Despite the age difference, Hiruzen regarded Uchiha Mirai as a peer, given that they both served as guardians to the second Hokage. Indeed, she was the only Uchiha friend he had in his life. The only one who could truly understand him. Others, even those like Matsuri who generally behaved normally, occasionally threw him for a loop, but fortunately, the outcomes were always favorable. Nonetheless, he hoped that the third Hokage could provide Light with a proper identity, as her situation was rather unique. If someone else were to issue her identification, it might lead to complications. Unique? Hiruzen mused, examining Light's appearance and comparing it to Matsuri's. So, she is indeed a relative of Matsuri's direct ancestors. Although Matsuri suspected that Hiruzen might have drawn some peculiar conclusions, she merely expressed her gratitude after he efficiently arranged for her identification, before departing the Hokage building with Light. At this moment, Hikari also noticed the members of the Konoha police force patrolling the streets, specifically from the Uchiha clan. Is it truly possible that the Uchiha live harmoniously alongside other clans in the same village? Hikari had never envisioned what an era of peace would look like. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have found it utterly unbelievable that the Uchiha clan could coexist amicably with others. Due to her personal experiences, Hikari harbored a particularly negative impression of the Uchiha clan, yet deep within, she lacked any sense of rebellion. By the way, Hikari, please activate your Sharingan. Very well. During this period, Hikari gradually became accustomed to this form of request-type instruction, and after embracing such a manner, she felt as if she had undergone some form of transformation. At that moment, a scroll was tossed before the light. Following True Khan's suggestion, she unfurled it with deliberate grace. Boom. A colossal flame-wreathed war fan materialized in her grasp. The sight of her, wielding the blazing fan with the Manjiki Sharingan ablaze in her eyes, was immediately witnessed by nearby members of the Uchiha clan. That is. One of the Uchiha Ch Nin gasped, his voice strangled by shock. Without hesitation, he struck another Ch Nin, sending him hurtling backward with the force of his urgency. The propelled shinobi, harnessing the momentum, sprinted toward the Konoha military police headquarters. Summon Fugaka-sama now. This scene unfolded entirely within Shinko's control. I have mastered the method to directly summon this fan, so there's no need to carry this scroll anymore. Shall I take custody of it? Understood. Hikari didn't dwell on it much, merely another task of safeguarding a sacred artifact. Hikari, you're still too naive. Soon you'll understand just how troublesome Uchiha Fugaku can be. Subsequently, Shinko began introducing Hikari to the Hokage monument. Those four faces carved there correspond to Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, the man we just met, Saratobi Hiruzen, and Namikaze Minato, who sacrificed himself not long ago to protect this village. Senju? So the Uchiha were conquered after all? No wonder. That explains everything. Hikari felt she had uncovered the truth. More or less. 49 years ago, the leader of the Senju clan, Senju Hashirama, engaged in an earth-shattering battle with the Uchiha clan's leader, Uchiha Madara. The conflict ended with Madara's defeat. Eventually, Hashirama, through sheer charisma, won over Madara, who had already been his closest friend. Together, they fulfilled their childhood ideals and established this village. Shinko paused and thought. I've heard an unverified account, but it makes sense. It said that because Hashirama excelled in wood release, Madara named the village Konoha, Leaf. And since Madara mastered fire release, Hashirama designated the highest leadership position as Hokage, Fire Shadow. Hikari remained silent, her mind swirling with questions. This version of events starkly contrasted her assumption of Uchiha subjugation. Why would the Senju clan leader and the Uchiha clan leader be friends? Childhood companions, no less? What transpired over these centuries? What has the shinobi world endured? As her silence deepened and her eyes shimmered with contemplation, Shinko knew his plan had succeeded. A promising beginning. I'm merely an ordinary man in terms of intellect and insight. This is likely the extent of what I can offer. Just then, Uchiha Fugaku finally arrived. Witnessing firsthand Hikari, her Manjiki Sharingan activated, the flame fan gripped firmly in hand. He posed a single question. Might I inquire as to your name? After a brief hesitation, Hikari solemnly replied, Uchiha Hikari. I see. Understood. What followed left Hikari utterly bewildered. Fugaku signaled his accompanying clansmen to bow in unison, then declared with utmost formality, Uchiha Fugaku, current head of the Uchiha clan and captain of the Konoha military police force, hereby welcomes Lady Hikari's return to the clan. What is happening? Since when am Lady Hikari? Chapter 80. Fugaku's bewilderment. Uchiha compound that S, the flame fan. In those eyes, a unique Sharingan pattern, just like Lord Shinko's. Incredible. Could she become our next clan head? But she seems. Age is irrelevant. The flame fan symbolizes tradition. The Sharingan represents lineage and power. As long as she bears the Uchiha name, I support her as clan head right now. Hey, lower your voice. At this distance, Lord Fugaku might hear. What is the fuss? Since when are we Uchiha so petty? A little discussion won't kill anyone. Fair point. On the path to the Uchiha clan head's residence, Hikari, bearing the flame fan, experienced an unprecedented sense of wonder. She was no stranger to being discussed among the Uchiha. But before, their words had revolved around how to wield her as a tool, how to exploit her in battle. Never had they regarded her as human. Now, however, their gazes brimmed with envy, admiration, reverence, even an eagerness to proclaim her their leader. At that moment, she suddenly heard Jinchua inquire, what do you think? How does the current Uchiha clan, or rather, the Hidden Leaf Village, compare to that era? Hikari yearned to extol the virtues of this peaceful age, and to respond to the Uchiha clansmen observing her. However, as the words formed on her lips, she found herself at a loss for expression. She struggled to articulate her thoughts and emotions, ultimately managing to utter a single phrase. This era is far weaker than ours. Simultaneously, she finally deactivated her Manjiki Sharingan, feeling a twinge of panic within for her impulsive action. Nevertheless, Jinchua and the surrounding Uchiha clansmen were unlikely to perceive this as a breach of protocol. Inwardly, Jinchua mused, shouldn't this secret technique belong to Madara? How dare she Madara Sasuke, 2, -1, snatch the secret technique? He felt that this girl might need to be sent back to school for re-education, especially since Hikari should definitely not be entrusted to Orochimaru. Jinchue had no qualms about seeking out Orochimaru himself, as his intellect had matured prior to that encounter. However, Hikari was still in a naive phase. The thought of her falling into Orochimaru's hands was alarming. He envisioned a scenario where she declared, "I shall master all ninjutsu and grasp every truth of the world to become the ultimate being." Following this proclamation, Orochimaru would extend his tongue and flick it before her face. To hand over a childlike intellect to Orochimaru would either result in her becoming an obsessive fan or a perverse individual, perhaps even both. Sigh. It might be better to entrust Hikari to the Uchiha instead. Most of the Uchiha clan members were indeed peculiar, but their faults were not egregious. That said, Jinchue intended to have a more unique individual mentor Uchiha Hikari, someone even more eccentric than Orochimaru or the Uchiha themselves. Just as Jinchue pondered this, he suddenly heard the Uchiha clansmen around him exclaim, "So impressive, truly worthy of the bearer of the flame fan. It is painful to admit, but I cannot refute her." The speaker, in a fit of frustration, activated his two-tomo Sharingan, directing his iron not at Hikari, but at himself for feeling inadequate. "Damn it, I must train harder. I shall join you. This wretched world, where even a mere child surpasses me, compels me to improve." "What did you say? Do you wish to die?" The Uchiha ninja, overwhelmed by his emotions, revealed his three-tomo Sharingan. "Excuse me, when did you activate your three-tomo Sharingan? Do not ask what is better left unasked." The Uchiha who questioned the world effortlessly subdued another Uchiha who was eager to train. Evidently, Hikari's seemingly sardonic remarks did not diminish the Uchiha clansmen's regard for her. In fact, they may have even elevated her popularity. Indeed, aligning the thought processes of ordinary individuals with those of the Uchiha clan proves to be exceedingly challenging. A few minutes later, Fujitaka, Jinchue, and Hikari finally arrived at the Fujitaka residence. "Makoto, please prepare some tea." "Certainly." At that moment, Makoto was still cradling Sasuke, clearly unaware that Jinchue and Hikari were expected, even though their journey had been leisurely. At this moment, Jinchue suddenly noticed that Guang's gaze towards Sasuke was somewhat peculiar. Seizing the opportunity while Fuyue was momentarily distracted, Jinchue inquired, "What is it?" "This child is Uchiha Sasuke, the second son of the Uchiha clan leader. Is there an issue?" Although under normal circumstances, Sasuke was destined to reach remarkable heights, Jinchue felt that someone like Sasuke, a Uchiha adept at withstanding pressure, might struggle to attain the heights depicted in the original narrative, and it was even possible that he might never awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan. What could be so special about Sasuke at this time? Could it be? Guang quietly elaborated. "My Yaoqian spear possesses the ability to inscribe a mark on a target, allowing me to disregard distance and connect with any person's mind, as well as absorb their chakra at will. Likewise, I can transfer my chakra to those bearing the mark. Consequently, I have established chakra connections with numerous Uchiha clan members, enabling me to distinctly analyze the nature of their chakra." "Surely, you sense something unique within Sasuke. A chakra that is generally found only in individuals of the clan leader's caliber, did you not?" Jinchue felt she had unraveled the answer. "Indeed, but I cannot be entirely certain. It is merely an intuition. To confirm this hypothesis, I would need to place a mark on him." Although puzzled as to how Jinchue anticipated her next words, Guang continued earnestly, "It is no wonder that he can suppress the formidable Susanoo with mere Mangekyou. He can even faintly perceive Indra's chakra." Although Guang's assertion lacked certainty, Jinchue regarded it as extraordinarily significant. Speaking of which, if the Yaoqian spear were to affix a mark on Naruto, what would happen if it marked all nine-tailed beasts? That would be quite astonishing, indeed. The Yaoqian spear technique is perilously potent. Jinchue cautioned Guang, "If possible, please refrain from revealing your Mangekyou Sharingan to anyone. Both for your own sake and for the stability of this ninja world. You must keep this secret, understand?" Her gaze was earnest, conveying a clear request, which led Guang, upon comprehending the intensity of Jinshue's expression, to instinctively agree to her plea before even consciously acknowledging it. "Understood." At this moment, Makoto entered the room with a tray of tea. Upon seeing Sasuke once more, she realized that it was somewhat inappropriate to have him here. "I apologize, both of you. Sasuke hasn't been a bother, has he?" "Not at all," replied Akatsuki. "I was merely showing Sasuke a glimpse and discovered that he will, at the very least, possess strength akin to that of the Uchiha clan leader." As he uttered these words, Akatsuki himself found it hard to believe, for he could not recall any narrative regarding Indra and Ashura's chakra that could directly enhance one's power. "Well, perhaps it is my ignorance, after all. I am just an inexperienced child who knows little about the world of shinobi. Is that so?" Makoto seemed somewhat taken aback, yet as a mother, she felt immense joy at hearing praise for her son. "Thank you for your kind words, Miss Hikari." Hikari was at a loss for a response, as her vocabulary did not encompass phrases like "you're welcome." At this moment, Fugako entered the room, bearing a grand scroll. "I apologize for the wait," he said to the two individuals present. Upon seeing the scroll, Makoto couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that he has brought the clan register? Once the scroll was unfurled, Fugaka solemnly announced, This document contains the names of the Uchiha clan members from the end of the Warring States period to the establishment of Konohagakure. If possible, I would like to request that you, Makoto-kun, and Lord Hikaru inscribe your names upon it. Hearing this, Makoto immediately declined, stating, I shall pass. For I do not bear the Uchiha name. Indeed, it truly is a clan register. It is quite fitting of him, he mused. In that case, I shall not press the matter further. With Hikaru, who had already proclaimed herself as an Uchiha, Fugaku felt no need to linger on Makoto any longer. Thus, he turned his hopeful gaze toward Uchiha Hikaru. But, my lady Hikaru, you are indeed an Uchiha. Initially taken aback, Hikaru soon began to contemplate seriously before responding. Although I was once deprived of my name, both my name and my parents' name should indeed be inscribed in the clan register. The Uchiha clan, while often excessive, typically had a purpose behind their actions, albeit one that may sound peculiar. It seemed illogical for the Uchiha clan to deliberately erase the name of one who awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan from the register. Such an act would not only be meaningless, but also against protocol. To be excluded from the register typically required a grave offense, such as treason, which Hikaru clearly had not committed. Deprived of a name? Fugaku pondered, somewhat puzzled, but he grasped the latter part of her statement. So, Hikaru's name is indeed contained within? He activated his Sharingan to swiftly search through the scroll, and soon he discovered two individuals named Uchiha Hikaru. However, both are men, and one is even older than I. He scrutinized Hikaru's features closely before asking, are you truly not siblings or related in any way? He felt that Makoto and Hikaru bore a striking resemblance, akin to fraternal twins. Why does this Uchiha Hikaru resemble Sasuke somewhat? What am I thinking? Sasuke's future appearance is still a mystery. In response to Fugaku's inquiry, Makoto shook her head earnestly. Then she posed a question to Fugaku. Did you not hear Miss Hikaru's statement about this era being significantly weaker than hers? I apologize. I may have been lost in thought for a moment and did not catch that. In truth, Fugaku had grown indifferent to the boastful claims of his clan members, having developed an immunity to their grandstanding. Words like those spoken by Hikaru simply filtered through his ears without leaving an impression. After much contemplation, he ventured to ask, might I inquire about the identities of Lady Hikaru's parents? Just as Hikaru was about to respond, Makoto interjected. If this portion of the scroll records the names from the end of the Warring States period to the present, then it is certain that Miss Hikaru's name would not appear there. We would need to trace back to at least the mid to early Warring States period. At that moment, Fugaku felt a rush of questions swirling in his mind. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and with a trembling voice, he posed a question to Uchiha Hikaru. Might I ask, how old are you, my lady? 12 years old, she replied. Fugaku nearly choked on his tea. How is that possible? It is due to a sealing technique. During her battle against the Senju clan, Miss Hikaru inadvertently fell into a trap set by the Senju and Sarutobi clans, and ultimately, both factions combined their efforts to seal her away. As for the duration of the seal, it has likely been several centuries. By mere coincidence, I stumbled upon this ancient site and was able to rescue Miss Hikaru. Makoto explained briefly. Fugaku comprehended the implications of her words. The existence of formidable sealing techniques in the ninja world was not uncommon, and it was not surprising for one to be sealed away for centuries. However, the collaboration between the Senju and Sarutobi clans against the Uchiha was indeed a rare occurrence throughout history. Prior to the establishment of the ninja village system, ninjas fought as family units, and alliances among clans were exceedingly rare. Perhaps it is best that I refrain from revisiting history, Fugaku thought. Reluctant to reflect on the Uchiha clan's past, which was not solely composed of proud tales, particularly the civil strife that plagued them. The memories of clan members, kin, friends, and comrades turning against each other were heart-wrenching. Nevertheless, perusing the clan register remained an acceptable endeavor. In that case, I shall seek out additional documents, Fugaku began. No need to trouble yourself, Hikaru interjected. If you must inquire, I can tell you that during my time, the leader of the Uchiha clan was named Uchiha Kaido, and my parents were named Susumu and Yuko. It was rare for Hikaru to voluntarily divulge so much information unrelated to ninjutsu. Kaido? That name bears a striking resemblance to Minato's. Recalling the nearly flawless man who had become Hokage yet still addressed him as brother Fugaku, Fugaku couldn't help but sigh. I shall remember this. Thank you, Lady Hikaru, for sharing this information with me. At this moment, Jinshue finally elucidated his intentions. Captain Fuyue, the reason Miss Hikari and I have come is for a different purpose. Please, go on. Fuyue began to pray silently, hoping that it was a matter requiring his assistance rather than a reckoning. If it concerns supporting Uchiha Hikari as the clan leader, that would be even better. I wish to declare that Miss Hikari will be residing with me for an extended period. Additionally, if permissible, I would like to borrow a particular stone tablet from the named shrine of the Uchiha clan, which can only be read with the Sharingan. A declaration? Does that imply a lack of alternatives? This time, Fuyue understood the human language, yet Jinshue's second request perplexed him. A stone tablet? What does Jinshue intend to do with it? He was aware of the tablet in the named shrine that could only be read with the Sharingan, but he couldn't fathom why Jinshue wished to take it. Wasn't merely observing it sufficient? Regrettably, I cannot disclose that. However, after this matter, I will owe Captain Fuyue a favor. Jinshue was referring to the stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths, which had long been modified by Kaguya. He was aware of its contents, yet what he truly desired was the tablet itself. That item might be related to Inyang release. I find it hard to believe it lacks such connections. Of course, even if it bore no relevance, he was indifferent. Consider this favor waived. A stone tablet is hardly of great significance. Jinshue, feel free to take it. Fuyue understood that favors were not easily granted or dismissed. The tablet lacked practical utility, and it would be wise to cultivate a favorable impression of Jinshue. In his eyes, Jinshue's good impression was worth more than a favor based on self-interest. Moreover, he felt that Jinshue, who could easily steal or seize it, was already offering him face by asking. Captain Fuyue is indeed generous, although I am uncertain of its utility. It is undoubtedly a genuine artifact from the Sage of Six Paths era. Even if merely for its collectible value, it could be considered a national treasure. Jinshue chuckled. Questioning the purpose of ninjas collecting such items, they were not ninjutsu scrolls or tools. Regarding Hikari's stay at Jinshue's residence, Fuyue felt neither anxious nor displeased. After all, Hikari was genuinely of the Uchiha lineage, and in times of trouble, the Uchiha clan could not be disregarded. As for his certainty, when Uchiha Hikari speaks of her parents, the emotions she conveys are more profound than at any other moment. This indicated that Hikari firmly identified with her Uchiha heritage, unlike Jinshue, who hesitated to reclaim his surname. Suddenly, he recalled something. What if the Uchiha Hikari were to spread across the universe like the Uchiyo spear? Chapter 81. If one lacks dreams, they can attempt to protect others' dreams. As they approached the named shrine, Jinshue abruptly inquired of Uchiha Hikari, "Do you know why I brought you to the Uchiha clan?" Hikari paused, lost in thought, yet arrived at no conclusion. "I don't know. I am here to clarify two matters. Firstly, the current Uchiha, as a whole, is no longer the Uchiha of yore. Throughout our journey, you must have encountered many members of the Uchiha clan. How do you perceive them in comparison to your contemporaries? I mean in aspects beyond mere strength." Reflecting on her encounters with the Uchiha clan during the day, Hikari noted that they appeared more serene than those of her era. Yet, she wondered if this impression was merely a fleeting illusion due to their ignorance of her true nature as a weapon. Post-establishment of Konoha, the Uchiha clan had indeed transformed significantly from the Warring States period, despite a few extreme individuals remaining. The collective decision of the Uchiha clan to abandon Uchiha Madara and cease fighting indicated a general aversion to conflict. The Uchiha of today are, at least, not as warlike as before. Konoha is a hard-won village, despite my belief that numerous flaws remain. The promise made by Senju Hashirama that children need not return to the battlefield has only been half fulfilled. Nevertheless, this represents a form of relative peace. After experiencing this lifestyle and atmosphere, they have developed a profound disdain for the precarious existence of the Warring States era. Over time, their hearts have softened. Though this does not guarantee that the clan will remain free from rebellion. Has society progressed since the Warring States era? Undoubtedly, albeit not extensively. During that time, there was no systematic training like the Ninja Academy. Children as young as 6 wielded blades and took to the battlefield. In contrast, during the Third Great Ninja War, even after battling various ninja villages, the age of combatants still remained above 10, and their overall capabilities were commendable, far beyond that of younger children who might lack ninja aptitude. Upon entering this ninja world, Jinshue discovered that the so-called basic ninjutsu was not as useless as he had presumed. While simplistic, it could indeed save lives on the battlefield. The theories of ninjutsu were not entirely devoid of merit. Those who became fourth-year students at the Ninja Academy possessed genuine ninja talents. Even the widely acknowledged fool, Obito, was capable of assisting Kakashi on his first battlefield encounter at the age of 12 against an elite jonin renowned as one of the best from Iwagakure, including Naruto, who, despite having attended 6 years of school, could still mispronounce the term chakra, had already mastered an exceptional transformation technique during his time at the academy. Yet, it is still only half of what it could be. The current Konoha has strayed far from the idyllic vision that Senju Hashirama once painted for Uchiha Madara. However, Jinshue had no intention of casting criticism. He was not one to speak without understanding the struggles involved. In the face of such a vision, his only possible course of action was to paint a new one for others. Now, the current state of Uchiha Hikari, filled with void and uncertainty, was perfectly suited to be ignited by the fervent will of fire. Yet, as Jinshue perceived himself as an incombustible entity, he could only resort to leveraging his professional advantages. Longing for peace? That is truly wonderful, Hikari sighed, feeling a tinge of envy and jealousy. If her parents had lived in this era, they might not have passed away so easily, and she would not have endured such hardships. The second matter, you are no longer merely a weapon of war for the Uchiha clan, but an independent member with remarkable strength. This means you can pursue endeavors that bring you joy, such as realizing your dreams. Dreams. Clearly, Jinshue was once again delving into concepts Hikari could not comprehend. She had never considered such notions, and as Jinshue surmised, Hikari's heart was now a sea of emptiness. I have no dreams. She spoke thus. However, it was evidently not beyond the foresight of Jinshue. It matters not. I harbor no grand aspirations. To be candid, my ideal existence would be akin to that of a plant. If one day I could recline in a chair in the yard, Basking in idleness without a care in the world, I would find immense joy in that. Jinshue's words took Guang by surprise. This desire, rather than being a dream, resembled a lamentable declaration of resignation. In her era, uttering such sentiments might have led to a broken limb. Furthermore, if you possess no dreams, I have a suggestion. Perhaps you could endeavor to safeguard the dreams of others. Of course, my own aspirations do not require such protection. At this moment, Jinshue and Guang finally arrived at the chamber that housed the stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths. Subsequently, Jinshue activated his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan and stepped forward to examine the tablet closely. Guang, who was dedicated to safeguarding the dreams of others, fell into contemplation. Indeed, the ability to assist others in realizing their values is a value in itself. It can manifest as saving the world and bringing peace, or as the humble aspiration to become an exceptional ninja. Presently, I am committed to protecting my sister's dream of becoming a remarkable ninja, which is why I brought her to this village. It appears that there is nothing discordant for us siblings here, absolutely none. Those who wish to sow discord have already departed. Thus, harmony prevails. To become an excellent ninja is indeed a modest ambition, Guang remarked. You previously expressed a desire for me to protect your sister, correct? Indeed. Even in this era, the ninja profession remains ruthless. My sister, Izuna, possesses talent, yet she does not stand at an extraordinary level. If she were to grow normally, she should become a commendable jonin in the future, but that would be her limit. Currently, I am teaching her a crucial life-preserving technique. And before she makes significant progress in mastering it, I hope you can remain by her side to protect her. To that end, I will enroll you in a ninja academy to acquire some essential knowledge. Guang, however, was oblivious to the meaning of jonin and ninja academy. She was, in the truest sense, illiterate, more so than Naruto, and even her grasp of common knowledge was severely out of touch with the times. Of course, it would be even better if you could become friends. While speaking, Jinshue resumed his study of the stone tablet before him. Indeed, it is not a creation of earth release, but rather, sage art, inorganic reanimation. He directly activated inorganic reanimation on the stone tablet, bringing it to life. Chapter 82. Old Deng. Explosive Chi Guang could not comprehend the term friend, and Jinshue did not offer an explanation, for such concepts cannot be elucidated through mere words. Jinshue felt that the camaraderie in Konoha was, in terms of intensity, even more formidable than the will of fire. If it were any other Uchiha clan member, Jinshue might have felt uneasy, but Guang, who had awakened her kaleidoscope yet had not succumbed to darkness, was undoubtedly the type well-suited for friendship. This indicated that she was an Uchiha endowed with innate kindness and considerable resilience. Jinshue then began to attempt to channel chakra into the tablet, hoping to decipher the techniques utilized by the Sage of Six Paths in creating it, as well as those employed by Korezetsu to alter its contents. At this moment, Guang, having concluded her thoughts, finally noticed Jinshue's strange behavior. What are you doing? This tablet is a relic of the Sage of Six Paths. Although its content has been altered and it possesses no inherent power, I believe that with the right manipulation, we might obtain some rudimentary yin-yang release. Yin-yang release? Is the Sage of Six Paths truly a historical figure? In the ninja world, the Sage of Six Paths has always been a legendary figure. The tablet before Jinshue bore some inscriptions, yet Guang had not activated her Sharingan, thus she could perceive nothing. Indeed, he truly existed. And he is the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. As for him personally, he might be considered an extraterrestrial or a hybrid extraterrestrial. Extraterrestrial? Guang was once again bewildered. How could extraterrestrials be involved? By the way, although the Sage of Six Paths' physical form has perished, his soul seems to linger in this world. I am uncertain of the principle behind it, but in a certain sense, he ought to be regarded as alive, albeit unable to engage in combat any longer. At that moment, Jinshue suddenly sensed a peculiar chakra approaching. Is it coming? Yin-yang. Suddenly, a white mist emanated from the tablet, coalescing into a form. With horns upon its head and multiple eyes, could this be the legendary three-eyed specter? Yet, is the eye in the center of its forehead truly an eye? Guang gazed at the gaseous figure that materialized before them, recalling tales of supernatural beings her parents had shared in her youth. Meanwhile, the entity that had suddenly appeared, the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, was equally perplexed. Just moments ago, he sensed a ninja, seemingly a reincarnation of Indra, employing sage techniques on a creation of his. And out of curiosity and concern, he manifested before Jinshue and Guang through a thread of activated yin-yang release. Initially, he sought to ascertain whether Jinshue was indeed not the true reincarnation of Indra's chakra. However, before he could ponder further, he encountered several issues. The Uchiha girl regarded him with a gaze that was quite impolite. Although he could not hold it against her, being scrutinized in such a manner felt rather unsettling. The Uchiha boy's gaze was peculiar, as if he were oscillating between shock and disbelief. Furthermore, he noticed that the content of the tablet he had left appeared to have been altered, and he understood why his instructions had failed to take effect. Who could have done this? To alter the content of this tablet without alerting me indicates that the modifier possesses a wealth of knowledge regarding yin-yang release. But how could this be possible? The Sage of Six Paths was unaware of Korezetsu's existence and had never considered that anyone could modify the contents of the tablet without his knowledge. Moreover, It seems the modification occurred quite early. Had it not been for this oversight, perhaps the conflict between Indra and Ashura would have concluded long ago. Reflecting on the ongoing struggles between his two sons' chakra reincarnations over the years, Otsutsuki Hagoromo felt a pang of sorrow, to the point of momentarily forgetting to speak. Upon witnessing the Sage of Six Paths' arrival accompanied by a profound silence, Jinchua ultimately chose to take the initiative. You must be the ancestor, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. With that single statement, the Sage of Six Paths regained his composure. Indeed, I am the creator of the peaceful order, known as Hagoromo, and I am also the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. The Sage of Six Paths scanned Jinchua and Guang's chakra, confirming their authenticity as Uchihas. You both appear quite exceptional, akin to my eldest son Indra. However, I have a slight confusion. Please, speak. Although Jinchua was uncertain how this true ancestral figure had manifested, he felt immense joy at the prospect. For surely such an elder's appearance ought to bring blessings. Your chakra is extraordinarily unique, resembling that of my eldest son, yet devoid of causality. What is the reason for this? Indra's chakra? Upon hearing this question, Jinchua was taken aback and turned to the side to glance at Uchiha Guang. Guang, do I possess something akin to the special chakra that Sasuke has? Upon hearing this, Guangwen activated her kaleidoscopic Sharingan to carefully perceive the situation. After a moment, she remarked, I am unable to meticulously analyze the composition of your chakra. At this moment, the Sage of Six Paths turned to the true Cod and remarked, This girl's ocular power has yet to reach the same level as yours, and your chakra is, relatively speaking, excessively vast and somewhat chaotic, making it entirely reasonable that she cannot perceive through it. Chaotic? Could it be due to this? The true Cod revealed the scientific ninja tool on his arm. Do you know what this is? The Sage of Six Paths inquired, recognizing that the perplexed expression on the true Cod's face was genuine, indicating that he was likely unaware of the nature of the causeless Indra chakra residing within him. This is a biological weapon crafted by the goddess of the moon, which has evolved into a unique entity through modern modifications, the true Cod responded, adding a few remarks that made the Sage of Six Paths feel somewhat awkward and even ashamed. Furthermore, your eldest son, the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, has long since awakened the Rinnegan and embarked. These words resonate profoundly with the essence of the Sage of Six Paths, as they embody the duality of Indra and Ashura. A veritable strike against the sage himself. I see now, my impatience has clouded my judgment. At this moment, the Sage of Six Paths began to take on an ethereal form, clearly indicating that the activated power of yin-yang release could not endure for long. After all, his appearance was not a direct manifestation through the connection to Indra's chakra within the mental realm of Makoto, but merely a fleeting image conjured from his own past. Contemplating the crisis facing the ninja world, the sage made a resolute decision. In the face of such peril, my current state renders me powerless. However, I can bestow upon you the power of yin-yang release from the Six Paths. With this knowledge, the formidable infinite Tsukuyomi may be dispelled. Evidently, much like the will of fire successfully empowering the third Hokage, Makoto's words struck a chord with the Sage of Six Paths, dissolving the slight animosity that had arisen due to Makoto's transplantation of Obito's powers. Yet, it appeared that the effect might have been a tad excessive. My constitution seems to instinctively reject that which is not inherently mine. Even the natural energy of the White Snake Sage is not exempt from this phenomenon. Relying solely on these armlets may prove insufficient. Prudence dictates that you should wait for the opportune moment to pass this power to the reincarnated forms of Indra and Ashura, perhaps imparting to the youth the fundamental techniques of yin-yang release. It is not that Makoto is averse to acquiring this power. Rather, he believes that he cannot shoulder the burden of saving the world alone. He still has family in the realm of the living and is not the type to abandon everything to calamity after his demise. Should he falter, the role of the original protagonist will manifest. Although this world has already spawned a multitude of butterfly effects because of him, he cannot be indifferent to it. Is it truly so? Makoto's selfless act of not coveting power once again elevated the Sage of Six Paths' regard for him. Yet, even the sage had not heard of a physique capable of expelling his own power of yin-yang release. Time was slipping away for further inquiry. Nonetheless, the concept of yin-yang release cannot be labeled as ordinary. I shall endeavor to impart as much knowledge as possible to you, and you must remain at ease. He believed that a youth possessing such formidable strength, along with a commendable character and ideals, could undoubtedly navigate the challenges ahead. With this in mind, the Sage of Six Paths ceased to linger. The future of the ninja world now rests in your hands. A wealth of knowledge was conveyed to Makoto in a manner akin to illusionary techniques, and the sage refrained from any unnecessary actions. Soon after, his figure began to dissipate. Just before his disappearance, he conveyed this information, by the way. The individual who altered the stone tablet was the will of the Shikigami sealed before the deity of the hair, who referred to the hair deity as Mother. It was he who orchestrated the millennia-long conflict between Indra and Ashura. The sage's eyes widened in astonishment. This revelation, while perhaps mere folklore to others, was overwhelmingly explosive for him. I have a brother? And he's the one who incited my son? In that instant, the sage pondered profoundly. Upon returning to his usual realm, he could not help but let out a sigh. Is this what they call karma? As a father, Otsutsuki Kaguya sealed her own mother, only to be led astray by the consciousness left behind by her, igniting a millennium-long strife between her two sons, thereby compounding the anguish of being an unworthy father with the torment of being a disloyal son. Meanwhile, Makoto swiftly began to process this information. The essence of yin-yang release is the art of bringing forth creation from nothingness and bestowing life. Yin release symbolizes the power of the spirit, capable of manifesting form from the formless. Conversely, yang release embodies the strength of the physical body, infusing vitality into form. The synthesis of both gives rise to the technique of yin-yang release. It would be an exaggeration to claim that Makoto possesses no foundation in yin-yang release. After all, he employs the Susanoo, which embodies yin release effects, daily, even using it to extinguish flames when cooking. He dares to assert that even Uchiha Madara could not have honed the Susanoo to such an extent. Yet it appears there is indeed some difficulty. Though mastery is not beyond reach, it merely requires time, and that is of little concern. Every endeavor follows a gradual process. There is no need to rush. What Makoto must do now is to proceed methodically, awaiting the moment when his experience is fully realized, at which point he can unleash the yin-yang release spiraling sphere with the Flying Thunder God technique. While sage arts may be unstable against the likes of Kaguya, the application of yin-yang release would surely be fatal. Let us depart. Light. There is nothing more to be done here. As Makoto turned to leave, seemingly unperturbed by the monumental stone tablet, Light expressed confusion. Did you not say you wished to borrow that tablet? It is no longer necessary. After all, I have encountered the Sage of Six Paths, have I not? The gifts he has bestowed are far more valuable than what I initially sought. Do you wish to know what yin-yang releases? Too much knowledge can be detrimental. Not necessarily. Ultimately, it is determined by human agency. IP at this moment. Tenzako had completely exited the room. Could this be a warning not to disclose this matter? At this point, Hikari had already cast aside a portion of the mindset associated with weaponry, albeit only partially. Today, 2,000 plus 4,000. Speaking of which, has anyone else ever confused the concepts of yin-yang escape and the quest for Dao Jade? I once believed long ago that Dao Jade was produced using yin-yang escape. Who would have thought that the seemingly sophisticated yin-yang escape is merely classified as a secret technique? Chapter 83 Hikari. First and foremost, I am Uchiha. Secondly, I am Uchiha. In the evening, within the inner courtyard, Izuna, allow me to introduce you. This is Uchiha Hikari, and she will be temporarily residing in our home for a while. Apologies for the intrusion. I see. This is my long-lost sister, isn't it? There was no need for further explanation. The moment Izuna laid eyes on her sister, she recognized her as family. Izuna's expression brimmed with confidence. To her, Hikari's visage alone was enough to affirm their kinship, not merely as distant relatives, but as a close sister. Rest assured, brother, even with an additional sister, I will never abandon you. Tenzaka pondered for a moment, while he felt elated to hear Izuna's words and acknowledged that Hikari was indeed family. Their blood connection was rather tenuous, roughly akin to a distant relative from 10 generations back. Even if they were distantly related, 10 generations apart still counted. Izuna found it hard to believe that such a distant relative could bear such a striking resemblance to her, yet she ultimately accepted this premise. Just as Tenzaku was about to elaborate further, Hikari unexpectedly interjected, If you wish to call me sister, I would not refuse. Really? Then Izuna shall call you Sister Hikari. Tenzaku was momentarily taken aback but soon noticed Hikari's expression, which bore a resemblance to Itachi when he held Sasuke, albeit less pronounced. This is quite typical of the Uchiha, though it likely stems from her duty. Tenzaku was skeptical that anyone would express such joy upon gaining a sibling, especially one who was not their biological kin. If that were the case, such a person would surely not be of sound mind. However, Tenzaku's reasoning was evidently flawed. How adorable! Is this what it means to have a sister? Contrary to her outward calmness, Hikari's heart was in turmoil, long before she became a weapon of the Uchiha clan. She had heard countless tales of others boasting about how lovely, intelligent, vibrant, or exceptional their siblings were. Back then, she had never dared to hope for such a presence, as she subconsciously believed she had no rights as a person. Yet now, she dared to entertain thoughts of how wonderful it would be to have a brother or how wonderful it would be to have a sister. Coincidentally, she found herself meeting a child who immediately regarded her as an elder sister. The fact that this perception stemmed from a misunderstanding was something Hikari had unconsciously filtered from her mind. She only wished to believe in what she desired. Thus, Tenzaku's household had temporarily welcomed a new member. That evening, Tenzaka spoke with Izuna about Hikari. Wait, that sister Hikari has been through such experiences? Upon hearing Tenzaku recount the story of Uchiha Hikari as a weapon of war, Izuna found it hard to comprehend. Indeed, which is why we must ensure Hikari feels warmth, to fill the void within her. For the time being, I will arrange for Hikari to stay by your side. This formidable task is now entrusted to you. Can you manage it? Tenzaku understood that this arrangement essentially meant assigning Izuna a bodyguard. However, in Konoha, even the descendants of the Hokage were not accompanied by bodyguards during their schooling, to preserve Izuna's sense of dignity and prevent any rebellious feelings. Tenzaku chose to entrust Hikari to Izuna. Leave it to me. The next day, at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Is this one also enrolling in the Ninja Academy? The Ch. Sato, who had previously assisted Tenzaku and Izuna with their enrollment, was once again the one to greet them. Though this time he had not received instructions from the third Hokage. Indeed, but unlike me, Hikari must start from the first grade. Although Uchiha Hikari possessed actual combat experience, she was not in urgent need of knowledge related to ninja combat. Thus, subjects like ninjutsu, taijutsu, and tactical courses were of little significance. However, Hikari faced a significant issue. She was illiterate, having had limited exposure to written characters and being from a different era. I need to start with literacy. Literacy? Is Hikari truly a member of the Uchiha clan? Sato appeared somewhat astonished. Did the Uchiha clan not provide you with prior education in this regard? While it was true that the academy taught literacy, generally speaking, any child who was not an orphan should have accumulated a certain level of knowledge before enrollment. Moreover, Sato was aware that this girl was indeed a genuine Uchiha. I was on the battlefield at 6. Hikari replied. For other ninjas of that era, there might have been opportunities to gradually accumulate knowledge during their growth. However, Hikari had not been afforded such opportunities, especially after being treated as a weapon. She had even spent time in confinement, devoid of any chance to learn. Of course, even during that chaotic time, few ninjas had such opportunities. Sato was now even more perplexed. This child appears to be only 11 or 12 years old. If she was on the battlefield at 6, that would coincide with the Third Great Ninja War. How could this be possible? While there were indeed instances of 6-year-olds graduating, according to Sato's understanding, there were no records of a 6-year-old Konoha ninja going to war, especially not someone from the Uchiha clan. He thought that if such a prodigy existed, news of them would have surely circulated. However, her expression does not seem feigned, and Tenzaku-san has not contradicted her. But this shouldn't be the case. How could someone go to war without attending ninja school? Oh, my head aches. Every time I deal with the Uchiha, it becomes a headache. It was not that Sato disliked the Uchiha. He had been on the battlefield and had comrades from the Uchiha clan in his unit. After battles, those who had previously held disdain for the Uchiha would often become quite fond of them, for when it came to combat, the Uchiha were undeniably exceptional allies. Sato still recalled how one of his Uchiha comrades had disdainfully remarked, "We don't need someone like you to intervene," before single-handedly dispatching the enemy. Though the words were harsh, having such capable and proactive allies on the battlefield was quite reassuring. However, interacting with the Uchiha clan in daily life proved to be a challenge, as ordinary individuals like Sato often struggled to keep pace with their thought processes. Nevertheless, being from the Uchiha clan, her learning speed should be quite rapid. The ninjas of the Uchiha clan are universally acknowledged for their exceptional learning abilities, a fact that Sato, a teacher at the Ninja Academy, has experienced firsthand. When Jinmatsu broached the subject of the entrance examination, Sato fell into a contemplative silence. The last student Jinmatsu brought had caused a commotion during the entrance exam by carelessly tossing explosive tags, leading Sato to contemplate exempting Hikari from the exam altogether, considering potential repair costs. However, such an exemption would clearly contravene the established rules. Jinmatsu had bypassed the examination only because the Hokage personally authorized his admission materials. While Sato believed that the students brought by Jinmatsu would ultimately pass, the examination process itself was indispensable. Thus, it was decided that the examination would take place the following day. Since Hikari did not require a special pace, a combat style assessment would not be employed. Instead, Hikari would merely undergo a physical fitness test, perform a series of hand seals, and demonstrate her shuriken skills. This approach was, in fact, the proper method for conducting entrance examinations at the Ninja Academy. The exams did not necessitate the release of jutsu or jinjutsu. Rather, they served to evaluate the candidate's innate talents for ninjutsu. Since Kai had shattered the previous standards during his entrance exam and subsequently became a ninja, even attaining the rank of Ch. Nin, the criteria for evaluating ninja talent had been refined. Nevertheless, physical fitness tests, equipment assessments, and hand seal evaluations remained essential components. Due to a minor health issue, Sato found himself writing this chapter late into the night and knew he would be behind on his updates. Chapter 84, The Second Extraordinary Shadow in the Konoha Ninja Academy, Shuriken Testing, Full Marks. Recording Hikari's results, Sato breathed a sigh of relief. Although Hikari consistently managed to meet the full marks threshold, which made Sato suspect it was intentional, such deliberate behavior eased his mind. It indicated that Hikari Uchiha was a person of considerable discretion, much more so than the Inuzuka siblings, who merely feigned understanding in a superficial manner. Based on the preceding physical fitness and hand seal tests, it was concluded that Hikari was fully qualified for admission to the Ninja Academy, and she might even be ready to become a ninja immediately. However, the thoughts of significant figures were often beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Even a perfect score in the entrance examination did not equate to the level of a genin, and Hikari's performance, which intentionally hovered around the standard, did not reveal any extraordinary prowess. Yet, Sato sensed something unusual about this young girl. Upon receiving her admission notice and related documentation, Hikari tossed these items to Jinmatsu, who was subsequently escorted away by Funiadahe. a slightly portly nin who accompanied Izuna, Itachi, Izumi, and Inuzuka Hana, if Izuna was counted. There were 4 Uchiha students in their class, which elicited a chuckle from Funadahe. He had a particular affinity for geniuses but believed that it was unnecessary for him, as a teacher of limited capacity, to overly involve himself in the education of such prodigies. In his view, the Ninja Academy primarily served to impart theoretical knowledge to genuinely talented ninjas. The young ninjas of the Uchiha clan were synonymous with genius. As for why exceptional talents entered the Ninja Academy at the age of 12, it was simply the norm. Jimatsu had also commenced his studies at that age. Did that impede his ascendance to the rank of a shadow? Such were the musings of Funadahe. Hikari, however, was indifferent to Funadahe's thoughts. Uninterested in the Ninja Academy, her motivation lay solely in the presence of Izuna. Thus, she preferred to avoid unnecessary complications, striving to present her achievements as unremarkable as possible. Upon entering the classroom, aside from the most conspicuous and familiar Izuna, she quickly noticed Itachi and Izumi. Izumi merely smiled slightly upon catching Hikari's gaze. But Itachi's thoughts grew more complex. Prior to leaving, his parents had explicitly advised him against overly fixating on the title of the top student in the presence of a girl who should be referred to as Hikari Uchiha. They insisted that it was not shameful if he could not surpass her, almost as if they feared he might develop some psychological affliction from a defeat. In recent months, they had become increasingly anxious at the sight of him frowning or clenching his fists. Even going, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hyuga, is the focal point of today's narrative, yet paradoxically, she does not occupy the central role. Esteemed guests, I, Hisashi Hyuga, have a proclamation to make. As the father of Hinata and the leader of the Hyuga clan, Hisashi unexpectedly captured the attention of everyone present. His words were peculiar enough to prompt even the venerable elder of the Hyuga clan, who had lived for 78 years, to stroke his beard in contemplation of Hisashi's intentions. The visiting members of the Hyuga clan were left in shock as they listened to an astonishing declaration. Henceforth, the Hyuga clan shall abolish the caged bird system. Cough, cough. What? After a moment of uproar, a senior clan elder stepped forward, his demeanor grave as he confronted Hisashi, demanding, Hisashi, retract your previous statement. Considering your diligent service to the Hyuga clan over the years, we can treat this incident as if it never occurred. I regret to inform you, Elder Jean, that my resolve is unyielding. After today, the caged bird system will undoubtedly be relegated to history. My stance is resolute. Relegated to history? Nonsense. Then let this arrogant fool become a relic of the past. Elder Jean fumed, his beard nearly bristling with indignation. Hisashi, you are no longer fit to hold the position of clan leader. Furthermore, you and all your family members over the age of 4 shall be marked accordingly. At this moment, the previously clear sky abruptly darkened, and the faint glimmers that had been visible to the few members of the Hyuga branch family present faded into obscurity as the courtyard fell into shadow. Wait a moment. Why is the courtyard only partially shrouded in darkness? It was not long before a Hyuga ninja, who had just returned from a mission, sensed something amiss. He abruptly looked up and realized that it was not clouds obscuring the sun. Is this a kami? Chapter 85. Hyuga Elder. I suddenly found peace and died soon. More ninjas from the Hyuga clan recognized the anomaly in the sky. To their astonishment, a towering blue war deity, standing hundreds of meters tall, began to descend. Just as it reached about 100 meters above the ground, an individual leaped down, and simultaneously, the magnificent deity dissipated into the breeze, as if it had never existed. The person who jumped was none other than Nara Masakatsu, who at that moment was mimicking the skydiving action of the male second lead, Kaibasito, from another anime. Next, we proceed according to plan. Suddenly, Masakatsu noticed an elder from the main Hyuga clan, appearing to be nearly 80 years old, collapse to the ground in a remarkably serene manner. Strangely, when Masakatsu extended his perception, he discovered that the elder had indeed lost all signs of life. The Hyuga elder had inexplicably found peace and passed away. Now it is Jinshue's turn to be bewildered. Isn't this just a case of someone trying to exploit the situation? Can one truly act so convincingly as to cause death? He could not comprehend the situation, yet he was greatly shocked. How could they aspire to be the foremost clan in Konoha? Is the Byakugan merely a tool for excessive scrutiny that leads to destruction? Fortunately, no one from the Hyuga clan dared to lay blame on him. Following a brief examination, the cause of death for the elder of the Hyuga clan was determined to be natural causes, which seemed entirely plausible. Considering the elder had reached the venerable age of 78, he was a figure from the era of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. No one would find it odd to suggest he was due for burial. Regardless, Jinshue's plan to swiftly become the most distinguished individual in this place had indeed succeeded. Furthermore, the other elders of the Hyuga clan, upon observing Jinshue's chakra through their Byakugan, fell into a state of self-restraint. Self-restraint, meaning they refrained from speaking casually to avoid being unexpectedly harmed. There was no need to doubt whether the other party had a reason to strike. For they had seen the Sharingan. Members of this clan often acted without justification, and even if there were a reason, one would be unable to comprehend it. My apologies. Jinshue, I did not foresee such an occurrence. Instantly, aside from the couples Hinata and Hayashi, as well as Hizashi, the remaining members of the Hyuga clan forced themselves to regain composure. It is quite all right, brother Hayashi. Today's focus is on that child Hinata. Frankly speaking, it would be wise to invite a young master for the evening. Although Jinchue was not particularly invested in Hinata, a child who seemed ill-suited for a spirited narrative, he had enjoyed his time with the Hyuga family over the past few months. The sudden demise of a child during a 100-day celebration was indeed inauspicious. Regardless, it was rather necessary to invite a young master for his symbolic ritual. Indeed, when this child grows up, I shall be at a loss as to how to address this matter. Listening to their exchange, Hinata's brother, who had been clamoring to inscribe a caged bird on the Hyuga family, was now drenched in sweat. When did Hayashi cultivate such a relationship? And how could one possess such formidable chakra? Is this even human? Now, Hinata's brother questioned not Jinshue's strength, but rather his lineage. Once it became apparent that Hayashi had secured the assistance of someone capable of physically overpowering the entire Elder Council, the other main family members of the Hyuga clan realized their days of comfort might be drawing to a close. Oh, it seems this elder of the Hyuga clan has something to express. Jinshue pointed directly at Hinata's brother, who quickly bowed his head. My sincere apologies, please continue. I am relieved to hear that. Today is the 100-day celebration of my friend Hayashi's eldest daughter, and I genuinely hope that no unpleasant incidents occur. For such events would not bode well for the child's future development. However, I trust no one would choose to be a nuisance, correct? Indeed. Our Hyuga clan has always valued kindness and dedication. Even in urgent matters, we would not waste anyone's time. Quite so. It is no surprise that a family aspiring to be the foremost in Konoha is indeed extraordinary. After paying compliments, Jinshue took a seat beside Hayashi, and under Hayashi's direction, the banquet appeared to proceed normally and smoothly. Once the other attendees departed, the main family elders, led by Hinata's brother, gathered once more before Hayashi, the clan leader. Leader, we may have indulged a bit too much earlier, resulting in elevated voices, so please do not take offense. I see. I was concerned that there were antiquated individuals within our Hyuga clan. However, I must reflect on my own behavior as well. Esteemed elders, please forgive me. I simply desire progress for our Hyuga clan. As for the matter of the caged bird, of course, it shall be executed immediately. The caged bird is a significant hindrance to the progress of the Hyuga clan and must be eradicated. What exactly have you reflected upon? The elders of the Hyuga clan experienced a wave of frustration, yet they dared not voice their grievances. They could not even seek external assistance, for such matters could not be resolved by submitting requests to the Hokage. Moreover, anyone familiar with Sarutobi Hiruzen would know he would merely muddle through, and in the end, these old fellows would be rendered inconsequential. So, what the esteemed elders imply is, you are the clan leader. Although they could not overpower him, the Hyuga elders still had the right to express their dissatisfaction. At the very least, they could choose to storm out in fury. Very well. I comprehend what must be done. At this moment, Jinshue once again entered the room. By the way, Brother Rizu, there is something I must discuss with you regarding Hinata. Hinata? Could it be that she possesses exceptional ninja aptitude? As this possibility dawned on him, Rizu's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, if all went well, his daughter's Byakugan talent should indeed be quite remarkable. Ninja aptitude? I am not entirely certain, but this child does exhibit a somewhat unique constitution, which might positively influence her ninja potential. Specifically, it appears that her nutritional needs during development are significantly higher than those of other children. Ultimately, I cannot ascertain if consuming more would yield beneficial results, but I am certain that insufficient nourishment would lead to adverse effects. However, I have observed that the Hyuga clan generally values decorum and restraint. One must ensure that traditional beliefs do not lead to the child being underfed. Among Jinshue's collection, there was prominently displayed a Hinata CB, which Jinshue surmised likely referred to the concept of being well-fed, essentially indicating Hinata, the hearty eater. This suggests that the reason Hinata struggled relentlessly yet achieved little in the original narrative was not due to her own shortcomings, but rather because she was not adequately nourished. While under normal circumstances, this would imply that Hinata's character simply lacked proficiency in ninja-related matters. Her personality, talent, and abilities did not align with such pursuits, making her more suited for romantic narratives than action-packed tales. The nature of this world is peculiar, and one cannot discount the possibility that this nourishment buff might confer extraordinary benefits. Upon hearing Jinshue's remarks, Riza felt a wave of despondency wash over him. So this unique constitution is not akin to the Akimichi clan. What is at that moment? Orochimaru suddenly spoke. Kakashi Hitaki, you left with me to seek the power of old friends. And the 200 cubic centimeters of Uchiha blood used to create the Sharingan-compatible serum was obtained through legitimate means from Fugaku Uchiha. Or do you believe that 200 cubic centimeters poses some life-threatening risk to a captain of the Konoha police force? Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily speechless. For a ninja, 200 cubic centimeters of blood was hardly noticeable. In fact, even an ordinary person would experience no health issues from such a withdrawal. However, something feels off, based on his experience. Hiruzen sensed that his thoughts were being disturbed, and he had the nagging feeling that Orochimaru's actions bore resemblance to another style. Just then, a flamboyantly styled youth passed by the Hokage building, cradling an exquisite preservation box. This youth was indeed Masaru, and within the box was a hint of prime short rib, a rare delicacy he had finally managed to procure. Today, I shall present Izuna with a truly perfect teppanyaki short rib. At that moment, the anticipation stemming from the ingredients in the preservation box surpassed even that of the fourth rakage from the neighboring village by more than double. Suddenly, Masaru realized he had entered someone's perceptual range and quickly identified the individual. Old man Hiruzen, I didn't realize I was almost home. I should make myself scarce to avoid being detained for a conversation. Given their proximity and frequent encounters, Masaru had been subjected to Hiruzen's persuasive discussions every few days, which typically revolved around encouraging him to become Hokage, as the village desperately needed young leaders like him. This relentless encouragement had begun to intimidate Masaru. Without a word, Masaru immediately activated his body flicker technique and returned home. Inside the Hokage building, Orochimaru mused, "Ah, so it is young Masaru. It seems he is not the only one learning from our interactions." He chuckled. Naturally, conversing with Masaru always broadens my perspective, although his ideas occasionally venture into the realm of the fantastical. Indeed, the Uchiha clan's ninjas possess such tendencies, yet Masaru's approach is quite refreshing. Wouldn't you agree? His influence has led many younger villagers to gradually develop intriguing techniques. Just the other day, I witnessed Masaru inspiring Aoi to experiment with his crows for an expansive lightning illusion technique. Unfortunately, Aoi lacked the chakra to support multiple crows simultaneously casting the jutsu. Chakra? That issue is quite simple. Accepting the second scroll handed over by Orochimaru, Hiruzen found himself engulfed in confusion regarding this new secret scroll. A chakra secret scroll? Hiruzen had indeed heard of such a thing, albeit only in passing. He was not well versed in its specifics, having only heard Kakashi mention Orochimaru's research into it. Upon opening the scroll, Hiruzen felt a surge of chakra replenishment and quickly recognized the core substance of the scroll. This is the Eight Tails. Where did you acquire this? Hiruzen began to think rapidly, unable to fathom where Orochimaru had obtained the cells of the Eight Tails. Could it be from when Masaru undertook a mission? No, this time, it has nothing to do with young Masaru. Orochimaru replied with a smile. I have possessed the Eight Tail cells for over a decade. At that time, Masaru had yet to be born. After pondering for a moment, Hiruzen noted the peculiar timing of Orochimaru's statement. Wait, are you suggesting that you killed the previous Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails? That's absurd. You were only in your 20s then, capable of such a dangerous act. The realization of the inherent dangers made Hiruzen break into a sweat. I had thought you to be the most level-headed among the three of you. Level-headedness is not merely a matter of appearance, but rather of one's actions, Orochimaru countered. Isn't it true, Hiruzen-sensei, that you two have exhibited a degree of recklessness in certain matters? Recklessness? Hiruzen paused, unable to recall any instance where he had acted recklessly. He believed he had always been quite cautious. And what do you intend to do with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Of course, I intend for him to grow up normally, just like any other child. As soon as he spoke, Hiruzen realized something amiss. The previous two Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had been kept under strict confinement within barriers. And the moment they stepped outside, there was always the risk of losing control. After all, the power of the Nine-Tails was difficult to contain, even for the adept sealing clan of the Uzumaki. However, I have faith in Minato. His sealing technique is unparalleled. Years ago, during Kushina's rampage, he demonstrated an ability to enhance the four symbols seal. He later perfectly overlapped two seals, and I have checked numerous times. Naruto's seal is flawless. He can grow up like an ordinary child. Indeed, the fourth Hokage's sealing talents were exceptional. Even the Nine-Tails, upon witnessing Minato's skills before he became Hokage, had been astonished. As both Minato and Hiruzen believed, Naruto's perfect seal would benefit him immensely in the future, while also minimizing the risks of uncontrolled outbursts in daily life, allowing him to live freely beyond the confines of barriers, even if the underlying risks must be borne by all of Konoha. While Hiruzen's tone remained casual, he felt immense tension. I am willing to vouch for that child, and I believe such a day will never come, for as I have stated, the seal is extraordinarily secure. Vouch. How very characteristic of you, Hiruzen-sensei. Then perhaps you should also provide me with a guarantee. Let me borrow the Book of Seals for a while. The dead demon-consuming seal is something I must acquire. You should know I have my ways if I truly desire it. Orochimaru's request for the Book of Seals was merely a formality, with his current capabilities. Obtaining a forbidden technique was not a complex endeavor. Hiruzen fell into silence, recognizing the validity of Orochimaru's reasoning. Having already risked himself to vouch for Naruto, he found little reason to continue dissuading his student. Very well, but before that, I must administer one final test to you, Orochimaru. A test? Orochimaru's interest peaked. It was a term he hadn't heard in quite some time. Indeed, I want you to utilize all your technological advancements and engage me in a full-fledged battle. All my advancements? I do fear, Hiruzen-sensei, that your age may not withstand such a challenge. Orochimaru extended his tongue, thinking that had it not been for his recent research breakthroughs, he would have had little confidence in facing his teacher on equal footing. After all, beyond the rather ineffective snake techniques that eliminated much of their tactical value, Orochimaru was essentially a less capable version of Hiruzen, with little chance of victory. However, that was now a thing of the past. Currently, Orochimaru brimmed with confidence. After ensuring that all intended participants in the open training ground were dismissed, Hiruzen and Orochimaru arrived at the designated location. Now, please summon the Monkey King, Hiruzen-sensei, otherwise, this battle will lack any suspense. After unsheathing the Kusanagi sword, Orochimaru swiftly imbued it with the wind release, vacuum blade technique, astonishing Sarutobi Hiruzen from a distance by accomplishing this feat without forming any hand seals or activating secret scrolls. With a subtle flick of his tongue, Orochimaru revealed 5 engraved symbols on the sword's guard, representing wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth, each denoting a unique blade technique requiring no hand seals and capable of layered combinations. Very well, then I shall not hold back. Summoning Jutsu, Inma. A plume of smoke dissipated to reveal a white-haired elder monkey clad in tiger-striped hide, standing beside Hiruzen. Hiruzen? Orochimaru? What is the meaning of this? My apologies, Inma. To gauge Orochimaru's current strength, I ask that you two exert your full power. Understood, Inma nodded solemnly. Inma, transform into the adamantine staff. In an instant, the monkey morphed into a sleek black polearm adorned with gilded ends, the legendary adamantine staff, the very weapon that had once repelled the Nine-Tails from the village. Lightning water release, Stormblade. Crackling electricity and swirling water enveloped the Kusanagi sword as Orochimaru lunged toward Hiruzen with blinding speed. Clang. Though parried, Orochimaru's assault did not relent. Upon impact with the staff, he seamlessly unleashed another technique, a surge of darkness followed by a barrage of lightning blades. Yet, Hiruzen dispersed them effortlessly with a whirlwind conjured by his spinning staff. While the accompanying Jinjutsu, demonic illusion, darkness, proved utterly ineffective, failing even to connect. Noticing the wind current, Orochimaru swiftly shifted tactics. Wind-fire release, Scorching Blade. Blistering flames erupted beneath Hiruzen's feet, merging with a cyclonic gust to form a towering inferno. Undeterred by the chaos, Orochimaru pressed on, launching prismatic fire slashes midair before retrieving a secret scroll. Combined ninjutsu, Earth Dragon Flame Torrent. An earthen dragon surged from the ground, spewing molten projectiles as a fiery serpent intertwined with it, amplifying the devastation. When the smoke cleared, Hiruzen stood unscathed, evidently having employed Earth Release, Earth-style wall to shield himself. Humph. The adamantine staff hurtled toward Orochimaru, who deflected it with Earth Release, weighted rock blade. Yet Hiruzen's strike was but a feint. The staff multiplied mid-flight, forming a cage that trapped Orochimaru as Hiruzen began weaving seals. Before Orochimaru could react, a crackling Hydro Dragon surged toward him. Unfazed, he retaliated without hesitation. Secret Scroll, Thunder Hydro Dragon. An identical electrified water dragon clashed with the oncoming one, buying Orochimaru time to escape via Earth Release, underground submergence. No sooner had he surfaced than another Earth Dragon Flame torrent scorched his position. Earth Release, Earth Core, Earth Release, Earth-style wall, elevating himself atop a fortified platform. Orochimaru gazed down at Hiruzen. Impressive as ever, sensei. But such relentless ninjutsu barrages are beyond the endurance of one your age. Drawing a shuriken, he invoked, giant shuriken technique. The weapon expanded to human scale, strapped to his back. Oh, is that so? Yet your current prowess remains insufficient for graduation, Orochimaru. Recognizing his pupil's intent, Hiruzen mirrored the action. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. 2,000s of colossal shuriken collided midair as Orochimaru hurled 3 more scrolls. Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. Wind Release, Vacuum Serial Waves. Lightning Release, Gratitude Wave. Torrential floods reshaped the terrain, slicing gusts disrupted movement, and electrified currents deterred aquatic approaches. Forced to adapt, Hiruzen replicated Orochimaru's strategy, erecting an earthen podium with Earth Core and Earth-style wall to regain footing. At this moment, the clash of Shadow Clone Shuriken techniques had concluded, with neither side gaining an advantage in this round. However, huff, such immense consumption already? At 58 years old, Hiruzen Sarutobi had inevitably entered the twilight of his physical prime. Unlike Orochimaru, who had barely expended any chakra by relying almost entirely on forbidden scrolls, the third Hokage had been meticulously weaving hand seals and channeling his own chakra for every technique. At this moment, numerous shinobi had already gathered nearby to observe the battle. Some had just arrived while others had been watching from the edges of the training grounds for a while. As the commotion grew, Masue, who had been cooking, sensed something amiss and rushed anxiously to the site where Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru were engaged in combat. Neither side exhibits killing intent, just meaningless taunts. Doesn't seem like a defection attempt, Masue mused. Initially suspecting Orochimaru had been caught experimenting with forbidden techniques, he soon realized the situation was far less dramatic. So it's just a master-disciple spar? Quite the spectacle. Masue inwardly criticized Orochimaru's reckless expenditure of high-level secret scrolls. Come to think of it, The third Hokage doesn't seem to be going all out. As Orochimaru and Hiruzen re-engaged in close combat, Masue discerned their respective levels of exertion. Hiruzen was operating at roughly 30 of his capacity, while Orochimaru, enhanced by ninjutsu and taijutsu, fought at 70, matching his master blow for blow. In other words, if this were a real fight, the old man could flatten Orochimaru in one strike. The third Hokage was holding back, though subtly enough that only an omniscient observer would notice. Much like Itachi's battle against Sasuke, Hiruzen deliberately prolonged the fight despite having the means to end it swiftly, a tactical misstep, given his age and waning stamina. Over time, the advantage would inevitably shift to his opponent. After several more exchanges, Hiruzen's breathing grew labored. Orochimaru, perceptive as ever, recognized his master's fatigue but had no desire to exploit it. Instead, he unleashed his most destructive technique, the 5 elements, grand annihilation. What is that? Masue noticed something unusual about the scroll Orochimaru produced. Through his Sharingan, he detected 5 distinct chakra natures surging forth. Wait, that technique can be sealed into a scroll. 5 elements, grand annihilation. 5 simultaneous elemental attacks converged toward Hiruzen, who could no longer maintain his composed demeanor. Orochimaru, you've truly mastered it. As expected of my brightest student. Even as he marveled, Hiruzen acted swiftly. Adamantine staff barrier. Earth style, earth wall. A reinforced barrier of adamantine staffs and earthen walls rose to meet the onslaught. Yet as the grand annihilation collided, Hiruzen instantly knew it won hold. He layered additional defenses, earth style, earth spear to harden his body, followed by shadow clone healing technique. By the time the grand annihilation breached his barriers, its force had diminished significantly, but not enough. Boom. Amidst the stunned gasps of Konoha's shinobi, Hiruzen was sent flying, his staff and all, before landing unceremoniously headfirst. Age spares no one, it seems. Hokage-sama. Several Anbu, including Kakashi, rushed to his side, though Hiruzen waved them off. I'm not so old that I need help after a mere spar. Despite his injuries, he knew foreign spies were watching. He had to project an image of unwavering strength, and by all appearances, he succeeded, at least in convincing the younger generation. So, Sensei, Orochimaru said with a smirk. Replenishing Hiruzen's chakra, have I proven myself worthy of deeper knowledge? Though no victor was declared, the outcome was clear. After enduring the grand annihilation, Hiruzen was spent, while Orochimaru remained unscathed. Of course, but I hope you'll refrain from using that technique unless absolutely necessary. Even now? Hiruzen believed Orochimaru sought only to learn the dead demon-consuming seal. Orochimaru chuckled. Naturally, this chapter consists of 6,000 words. Originally, there were still a few hundred words remaining, but a break is necessary, thus the chapter must be left unfinished. Chapter 87. The Flying Thunder God Technique of Oil Smoke. At this moment, you have surpassed me, Orochimaru, as he gazed at the scene not far away that seemed, at first glance, to be a heartwarming depiction of master and disciple. Jinchue suddenly recalled something. Oh no, my grilled short ribs. In that instant, the surrounding ninjas felt a gust of wind rush past, which was merely the result of Jinchue unleashing his chakra to perform a body flicker technique. The environment within his field of vision whirled rapidly, yet the perfect plan for his iron plate short ribs was slipping further away. There remains less than 2 minutes until the optimal processing time. At this moment, Jinchue was drenched in sweat, utilizing the formidable dynamic vision granted by the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. He navigated swiftly through the throngs of people and towering buildings. However, within the intricate topography of this bustling town, he ultimately found it impossible to fully unleash his speed. With only 90 seconds remaining, he thought, I must extinguish the flames immediately and proceed to the next step. Otherwise, the prior arrangements will be for naught. As he accelerated once more, Jinshue's mind raced with thoughts. The only viable solution for him to return to the kitchen within the allotted time was to employ the Flying Thunder God technique. For someone with extensive experience in sealing techniques, inscribing the formula for this jutsu was hardly a challenge. His only obstacle lay in the matter of perception. At that moment, Jinshue's unwavering concentration inadvertently bridged the final gap to mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. When only 60 seconds remained, Jinshue, who had been dashing through the village of Konoha, suddenly vanished from midair. Simultaneously, his form reappeared in his own living room. Yet, not a moment was spent reveling in the success of the Flying Thunder God's teleportation. Jinshue's next destination was the kitchen. Once a series of meticulous preparations were completed, he finally exhaled deeply. Ha 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 ha. This is true perfection. The ingredients, flawless. The marination, impeccable. The cooking, exquisite. With the Susanoo blade for chopping and the Sage mode for fire control. This iron plate beef ribs can be considered the strongest dish on earth. At that moment, Izuna and Hikaru returned home from the Ninja Academy shrouded in 2 wisps of smoke. While Izuna appeared relatively unfazed, Hikaru, upon arriving, was immediately met with the sound of raucous laughter emanating from the kitchen, coupled with the palpable surge of restless chakra. At this juncture, the inner journey of Hikari seems to unfold as follows: a defiance against fate, an inquiry into lineage, a revelation of being a descendant of the Uchiha, and ultimately, a sense of satisfaction in departure. Nevertheless, Hikari resolved to preserve the image that Makoto held of Izuna. She wished to shield him from appearing dazed or disillusioned. Izuna. There is still a while until mealtime. Let me seize this opportunity to teach you a new jutsu. A jutsu? How wonderful. Without a hint of skepticism, Izuna followed Hikari into the courtyard. Meanwhile, Makoto had also noticed the return of Izuna and Hikari, prompting her to hastily bring her activities to a halt. Clearing her throat, she observed the kitchen filled with an excess of smoke and impatiently attempted a novel technique to dispel it. Flying Thunder God technique. Oil smoke dispersion. With the manifestation of a summoning-style jutsu, the lingering smoke in the air was swiftly expelled outside, marking a small yet significant stride for ninjutsu in daily life. Simultaneously, in the Rain Village come. Hans, let us share a drink. Humph. In response to Jiraiya's toast, Hans offered no warm regard but nevertheless complied, consuming the drink through a special technique while masked. It was not that he felt compelled to submit to the might of Konoha. In truth, when he encountered Jiraiya again 6 months prior, Hans held a degree of admiration for him. Having shed his burdens, meeting this once promising youth again was a source of joy. However, after 6 months of interaction, Hans's patience had entirely eroded. How can a shadow-level ninja be so frequently found in women's baths? Does such a person truly deserve to teach Yahiko and his companions? Hans's heart ached. He had come to realize that Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan all possessed the potential to reach the level of a shadow. Among them, the brooding red-haired youth at this moment, Jiraiya spoke up. Hanzo. I suddenly sensed an ominous chakra presence. You'd best be cautious. I must hurry to check on my students, though severely lacking in concrete intelligence. Some inexplicable intuition led Jiraiya to connect this unknown intruder, who might not even be the attacker, with that mysterious hollow dog responsible for his other student Minato's death. Jiraiya already knew about Obito and possessed intelligence regarding him, yet remained unaware of the latter's true intentions. Still, some subconscious instinct told him his students might be targets, though he hadn't dwelled on this thought extensively. With a swift body flicker technique, Jiraiya vanished from Hanzo's sight. Ominous chakra? Hanzo chuckled darkly. Is there any chakra more ominous than Uchiha Madara's in this world? Having been captured by Susanoo, Hanzo now firmly believed it to be the most powerful technique in existence, with the Manjiki Sharingan being the strongest and most fearsome Kekkai Genkai. Surely this unknown assailant doesn't also possess the Sharingan, Hanzo mused. He doubted such legendary abilities recorded in history books would appear too frequently in the same era. Otherwise, how would ordinary shinobi like himself without any bloodline limits survive? Chapter 88. I am a warrior pursuing peace, heir to the sage of 6 paths will, Uchiha Obito taking shelter from the rain. Nagato watched with extreme wariness as a half-scarred man emerged from a black vortex. Though the stranger's face suggested he might be younger, Nagato didn't dare underestimate him. Who are you? Nagato demanded. Obito expected no recognition. It would have been strange if Nagato had known him immediately. I am a warrior pursuing peace, the inheritor of the sage of 6 paths will, he declared. Uchiha Obito. This self-introduction was painstakingly crafted by Obito, who believed that, despite its brevity, it effectively conveyed his ideals and justified his actions, making it quite commendable. Consequently, he resolved to introduce himself to every stranger he encountered in the future. Is that so? How do you intend to realize your vision of peace? The curiosity sparked in Nagato by Obito's introduction prompted him to inquire further. First, we must eradicate this hellish world. Surely, you, possessing the Rinnegan, can sense this? There is nothing in this world worth clinging to. Obito's visit to Nagato was indeed a spur-of-the-moment decision. The overwhelming power of the true Tsukuyomi, along with the backing of Konoha, instilled in Obito a sense of anxiety and even suffocation, feelings he detested. Thus, he resolved to gather allies, seeking an organization that could support his own. In terms of personnel, Obito first thought of Nagato, who had received the Rinnegan from Madara. For organizational support, he considered the Mist Village, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, known for its distance from the mainland and its peculiar methods, which seemed fitting for developing something unique. At this moment, Nagato expressed profound confusion, questioning why he would be considered Obito's companion. He could not fathom Obito's rationale. Surely, no one would join someone intent on destroying the world, unless they were utterly deranged. Yet, Obito possessed an enigmatic confidence regarding this matter. You, with the Rinnegan, must surely comprehend this. No, I do not comprehend. Nagato wished to retort, but refrained, knowing that voicing such thoughts would hinder his potential ambush. Shinra Tensei. A powerful force suddenly propelled Obito forward, yet he remained unperturbed, even contemplating using this opportunity to assert dominance over Nagato. To his astonishment, upon being drawn closer, he was met not with a typical ninja attack, but with soul extraction, Shinra Tensei. In that fleeting moment when his soul was ensnared, Obito sensed something amiss. Fortunately, he activated his intangibility just in time to prevent being violently repelled. The speed at which the Rinnegan's human path extracts souls is proportional to the chakra levels of both parties involved. However, if the body is forcibly repelled by Shinra Tensei, the extraction speed becomes irrelevant. Though it could mean instant demise, Obito successfully evaded the effects of Shinra Tensei. To think the soul would be pulled into another dimension, truly an unreasonable technique. This near-death experience eroded Obito's patience with Nagato. "You're being rather extreme, Uzumaki Nagato." "I am not Uzumaki. Shinra Tensei useless techniques hold no meaning for me." In his intangibility, Obito disregarded the effects of Shinra Tensei, suddenly revealing another figure, a middle-aged man with long white spiky hair, his eyes brimming with fury. "Obito, you beast, how dare you show your face here?" "Jiraiya? So, you two have been intertwined all along." Obito gazed at Nagato, remarking, "You, blinded by the foolish will of fire, will never perceive the true nature of this world. I eagerly await the day you join me." With no desire for confrontation, Obito swiftly descended underground and vanished, his speed so remarkable that Jiraiya's call went unfinished. "Hey, Obito, you bastard." Minato and Kushina regarded you as a threat. Jiraiya, acutely attuned to the emotions of those around him, could easily discern the frustration, anger, and guilt etched on his face. As for Nagato, he was oblivious to the concept of the will of fire that Jiraiya referred to during his teachings. The core philosophy had never merely revolved around such a notion. "I'm fine, let us head back. I have no desire to drink today." The audacity of his enemy departing under their noses left Jiraiya feeling stifled. Contemplating his next move, he decided to visit Mount Myaboku, but not immediately. After some time, "I'll see if Obito plans to return and then consult the great sage of the frogs about a way to eliminate that little beast." At that moment, Jiraiya received sensory feedback from Fukasaku. What is this? The presence of the Renegade's breeding ground among the Konoha ninjas, was it part of Madara's scheme? Well, I was not yet created at that time. What a flawed plan this is. However, now, I am Madara. My plan will not falter. Let us hope so. What is your next step? Recruiting allies and heading to the mist. Bang. Fukasaku reappeared on Jiraiya's shoulder. "So, how was it? Impressive, right? I just happened to eavesdrop on those two's meeting, but luck is also a form of strength." "Indeed, quite remarkable. Your assistance has been invaluable, Fukasaku." The images Fukasaku shared were undeniably significant. References to the Renegade's breeding ground, Madara's plan, and his assertion of being Madara were all noteworthy, culminating in knowledge of Obito's next move. "I must relay this intelligence to Konoha." Without hesitation, Jiraiya began documenting the information. Just then, a thought struck him. "By the way, is Madara already a commonly used alias these days? Are there distinctions like first Hokage and second Hokage with it?" As Jiraiya pondered, he realized that Obito's tone suggested there were indeed multiple individuals using the name Madara. He did not connect Obito's Madara with the original Uchiha Madara, for in his eyes, the true Uchiha Madara was the ancestor of the true Tsukuyomi. Never mind, contemplating such matters is evidently beyond me. Jiraiya was well aware of his own limitations, believing it wiser to leave such analyses to those more astute. Thus, a report was dispatched to the Hokage's office via Fukasaku. Chapter 89. That man rode a wooden dragon to the gates of the Mist Village, claiming to come for harmonious exchanges. Konoha, high-level meeting. The intelligence brought back by Jiraiya was of paramount importance. We in Konoha must swiftly implement countermeasures based on this information. Indeed, as long as Uchiha Obito remains at large, our Uchiha clan cannot find peace. Within the hall, Uchiha Fugaku, participating in a high-level meeting for the first time since the fourth Hokage's death, struggled to contain his excitement, expressing only his outrage directed at Uchiha Obito. His anger was genuine. He was deeply infuriated by the man who had caused the demise of the fourth Hokage and brought misfortune upon their clan. At that moment, among those present, someone suddenly raised their hand. "Why am I even here at such a meeting? I haven't even applied for nin yet." The speaker was none other than the current top-ranked genin of Konoha, Makoto. Ever since he discovered that he could undertake missions without being restricted by his ninja rank, and that his younger sister seemed in no hurry to graduate, he had temporarily lost interest in advancing his ninja status. Consequently, he had become so indifferent that he hadn't even bothered to submit an application. Furthermore, Hiruzen surprisingly remained unaware of his situation and did not proactively suggest promoting him. Thus, Makoto remained a proud genin of Konoha, which ironically allowed him to evade numerous meetings and high-level discussions. However, this time, he could not escape. Mito Kazan cleared his throat and said, "Although it is unprecedented for a genin to attend such a meeting, Konoha is not a place bound by antiquated traditions. Moreover, this meeting pertains to Uchiha Madara, so it seems reasonable to invite you, Makoto-kun." Mito's reasoning was quite straightforward. It was evident that Obito was misappropriating the name of Uchiha Madara, and as a descendant of Madara, Makoto likely had his own perspective on this matter. Thus, he was brought in out of humanitarian consideration to hear his thoughts. However, Makoto clearly did not grasp this, as he had no actual connection to Uchiha Madara. In fact, with his understanding of the narrative, he found Obito's inheritance of Madara's name quite logical. I don't quite understand what you mean, Mito-senpai, but I will listen attentively," Makoto replied, not saying much more. After all, what relevance did a high-level meeting have for a mere genin? It wasn't as if they would discuss strategies for a night raid on some base. Thus, under the guise of being an attentive listener, Makoto completely ignored the meeting's content. A few minutes later, he suddenly heard a peculiar remark. "I think we should include the Mist Village under Konoha's protective policies to shield it from Uchiha Obito's malicious intentions." What? Danzo is still alive? Makoto turned sharply toward the voice, realizing it was Uchiha Fugaku who had spoken. No, seriously, when did you become so audacious? Naturally, this proposal was promptly dismissed by the third Hokage, who, despite rejecting others' reasonable suggestions, failed to provide an alternative solution. We can't just stand by and watch that guy make arrangements in the Mist Village. You know he is a hot-blooded young Uchiha. What if he establishes a branch of the Uchiha clan there? If it had been the original Fugaku, he certainly would not have considered such a direction. However, the current Fugaku had a severe misunderstanding regarding the Manjiki Sharingan. Makoto's existence led F at that moment. Mizuki suddenly turned to Jinchue with a formulaic smile. Jinchue-kun, do you have any plans to visit the Hidden Mist Village? A visit? Could it be that Mizuki-senpai intends to wage war against the Hidden Mist Village? Sarutobi Izashi also cast a glance at Mizuki. He was not particularly supportive of a conflict with the Hidden Mist. In his view, if war was indeed necessary, they should first consider the Earth Country or the Lightning Country. As for the Water Country and the Wind Country, even if they were victorious, the outcome would be rather inconsequential. That's not the case. I merely believe that the distinctive operational style of the Hidden Mist is somewhat too unconventional and requires rectification. However, as foreign friends, we ought not to excessively meddle in the policies of another nation. Therefore, I propose that we guide them in subtle ways, such as inviting them to participate in the joint CH-NIN exams. The idea of a joint CH-NIN exam piqued the interest of Sarutobi Hizashi, who recognized its potential. Of course, the emphasis was not solely on the exam itself, but on finding a reason to send someone to the Hidden Mist for a couple of days. Jinchue, I know you dislike war, and I share your sentiments. However, the current circumstances are indeed dire. The lurking enemy may emerge from the shadows at any moment, inflicting irreversible damage upon Konoha. The Water Country, being our ally, could easily fall victim to the enemy's schemes, thus we must take proactive measures. This reasoning was irrefutable. Jinchue found it hard to counter this assertion, yet he believed that even if Obito controlled the Hidden Mist, it would not bode ill for Konoha. In the original narrative, Obito had cast Genjutsu over the fourth Mizuki for many years. During this time, numerous events transpired that exacerbated the negative impact of the Blood Mist policy on the Hidden Mist, ultimately driving away many powerful shinobi and significantly diminishing the village's overall strength, bringing it to a level that could barely compete with Sunagakure as one of the weakest major ninja villages. This, evidently, posed no detriment to Konoha. After all, what did the turmoil in the Hidden Mist have to do with them? However, Sarutobi Hizashi and the others did not share this perspective. They believed that Obito's involvement with the Hidden Mist was undoubtedly aimed at collaborating against Konoha, necessitating their preemptive establishment of contact or outright defeat of the Hidden Mist. They had evidently not considered Obito's animosity towards the Hidden Mist. Similarly, Jinchue had not pondered these complexities. Within Konoha, the only individual who might contemplate matters from Obito's emotional standpoint was Kakashi, yet he was absent from this meeting. Ultimately, Sarutobi Izashi issued a mission for Jinchue to represent Konoha in inviting the Hidden Mist to participate in this year's joint CH-NIN exams hosted in Konoha. Very well. I shall take my leave. Jinshue's form vanished from the sight of Sarutobi Hizashi and the others. After the meeting concluded, Orochimaru, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly chuckled twice. At that moment, only Sarutobi Hizashi remained in the room with Orochimaru. What is it? Sarutobi Hizashi inquired, perplexed by his student's unexpected laughter. Nothing. I merely find it unfortunate for certain shinobi in this world to share the same era as Jinchue-kun. Only Orochimaru noticed that Jinchue had vanished without a trace of smoke. And connecting this with Jinshue's recent training, he quickly deduced its implications. This was indisputable. Sarutobi Hizashi did not grasp Orochimaru's meaning, but found himself in agreement with his student's viewpoint. For those overly obsessed with power, living in this era was undoubtedly a misfortune, as victory was unattainable. At that moment, Jinchue had embarked on his journey to the Hidden Mist Village. Due to the Flying Thunder God technique, he had entirely forsaken the burdens of luggage and outdoor resting. Given the sparse population along the way, Jinchue decided to find a means of transportation. Wood release, wood dragon technique. A colossal tree shot up from the ground, swiftly transforming into a fearsome dragon-like creature. Jinchue then applied his somewhat limited artistic skills to refine the dragon's head. First, let's change that nose literally, modify the teeth, and adjust the dragon's horns. Yes, that will suffice. Alright, wood dragon, charge forth. Standing atop the wood dragon, Jinchue surged ahead. Although this journey would inevitably cause some noticeable damage to the terrain, the speed was remarkably swift. The initial chakra expenditure was considerable, yet once the dragon was summoned, the consumption was minimal compared to a rapid sprint by a ninja. Moreover, navigating the wood dragon required little attention to avoid obstacles. At that moment, Jinchue resembled a train conductor, needing only to focus ahead in the absence of unexpected incidents. Despite the fact that beneath his wood dragon, there were no actual tracks. Of course, the practicality of this approach was merely a trivial aspect. The most essential factor was that traveling via the wood dragon was undeniably impressive. Jinchue believed that the sheer style would deter anyone from obstructing his path upon arriving at the hidden mist. Indeed, as Jinchue soared across the sea towards the jurisdiction of the hidden mist village, the stationed mist ninja lacked even the inclination to impede his passage. What was that just now? Some sort of tailed beast? I don't know. I didn't get a clear look. Should we report this? Probably not, given its direction. That thing is moving far too swiftly for us to catch up. In this case, it's beyond our control. True enough. Thus, Jinchue arrived unobstructed at a large island amidst the mountains of the water country. Amidst the astonishment of numerous mist ninjas, he dismounted the wood dragon and stood before the gates of the hidden mist village. A few seconds later, still in a state of disbelief, the guards at the gate were suddenly tapped on the shoulder. Greetings, I am Jinchue, an envoy from Konoha. I have come to discuss matters regarding the joint ch exams with the esteemed members of the hidden mist. Please inform them of the message from our third Hokage. Huh. The guard glanced at the wood dragon abandoned to the side, then swallowed hard. Are you certain you're here to discuss the ch exams? Not to attack the hidden mist village? The guard could not help but break into a sweat. Having guarded the gates of the hidden mist for over a decade, he had developed a keen eye. He sensed that even the fourth Mizukage would struggle against this individual before him. The notion that such power had successfully infiltrated the hidden mist, claiming to be there for discussions about the ch exams, seemed almost implausible. Do I not appear so? At that moment, a leaf fluttered into Jinshue's hand. After puncturing a hole in it, he peered through the opening towards the hidden mist village. Please hold on. I will notify them immediately. Witnessing the efficiency of the hidden mist ninja and the absence of any confrontational or loud inquiries, Jinchue couldn't help but smile. Ah. This diplomatic endeavor isn't so arduous after all. The friends of the hidden mist village are quite reasonable. Chapter 90. Are you a ninja? The fourth Mizukage, Sakura, sat in the Mizukage tower of the hidden mist village, facing a young man with green hair, who was the new Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Before him stood three formidable ninjas, the last remaining users of the seven ninja swordsmen, the formidable Bija sword wielder, Pabashi Shirzong, the user of the Samahata, Suigetsu Hashigaki, and the wielder of the Raikiri, Kurozai Raya. Just as Sakura was about to speak, news reached his ears. What did you say? A leaf ninja has breached the gates of the hidden mist village? No, Lord Mizukage. I mean, he has come for friendly exchanges and wishes to invite us to participate in the joint Chunin exams. Before Sakura could respond, Kurozai Raya scoffed derisively. Ha! He is already at the village gates, and you call that friendly? How much did you take from that leaf ninja? The messenger ninja had recently encountered the prodigy, Jinchue Makuro, and was aware of his general prowess. However, describing the situation was quite complex, as he sought to convey Makuro's strength without undermining the prestige of the Mizukage. Yet, the three remaining members of the seven ninja swordsmen showed no patience for his hesitance. After Kurozai Raya, Pabashi Shirzong expressed his displeasure, demanding the messenger to be concise, warning that unnecessary actions and words could cloud the Mizukage judgment. It appeared that the policy of blood mist was still not fully effective in the hidden mist. Suigetsu Hashigaki flashed a rather menacing smile at the messenger, urging him to hasten his report. In reality, Shirzong and Hashigaki merely wanted the messenger to expedite his speech. But their fearsome appearances and notorious reputation succeeded only in intimidating him into silence. With the messenger no longer elaborating, Sakura formed a rough assessment. Since he has even introduced himself, this leaf ninja likely isn't particularly strong. However, as he is from the leaf, it would be unwise to simply dispose of him. We must demonstrate our strength first. To have stealthily approached the gates of the hidden mist, he must possess considerable ability. Likely at least that of a jonin. Therefore, he commanded, Pabashi Shirzong, Kurozai Raya, follow me. You know what to do, yes? Sakura cast a meaningful glance at Shirzong and Raya, who quickly understood his intent. Yes, Lord Mizukage. The two, yet to defect, still held respect for the Mizukage. Despite Sakura's youthful appearance, his strength was undoubtedly formidable, a fact sufficient to command the respect of the hidden mist ninjas. As for Suigetsu Hashigaki, standing nearly 2.5 meters tall, he returned to his own duties. His role in the hidden mist resembled that of a captain in the umbu, albeit with slight variations, as he often dwelled in the shadows of the village, rarely involved in diplomatic matters. Soon, Jinchue Makuro received a warm welcome from the fourth Mizukage Sakura. He felt quite pleased, as the leader of the village had personally come out to greet him, indicating that the hidden mist village was indeed courteous in their manners. Thus, he refrained from showcasing the long-neglected Makuro and amicably restrained his chakra. Delighted to meet you, Lord Fourth Mizukage. I am Jinchue Makuro from the Leaf Village, here to discuss matters regarding the joint Chunin exams. Wait. Isn't this the prodigy who defeated Hanzo alongside Orochimaru? It's been quiet for so long, and now he is sent to represent the hidden mist. Sakura instinctively glanced towards the village gates. Indeed, he can sense chakra at the level of a Kage. Is that Orochimaru? No wonder, as one of the legendary Sannin. His chakra is truly formidable, likely not weaker than the Three Tails. Truly, his reputation precedes him. Though Sakura had not seen Makuro directly, he assumed that the chakra he sensed was Orochimaru secretly protecting his student. Despite a slight misunderstanding, Yakura was inclined to alter his attitude towards Makuro. While he bore no fear of Orochimaru, he recognized that provoking a Kaga-level ninja within the hidden mist could yield no benefits. Furthermore, the matter of the joint Chunin exams was indeed worth discussing, as it could showcase the caliber of elite ninjas under the blood mist policy. However, Yakura's command was issued a moment too late. As the swift wielder of the Raikiri, Kurosai Raya had already begun to enact Yakura's previous instructions, unaware of Makuro's reputation. Lord Fourth Mizukage, you leaf brats should address our fourth as Lord Mizukage, just as you call your Hokage. In the context of the ninja world's informal hierarchy, Raya's remark was not entirely out of place. However, Makuro was somewhat special in this regard. Call him the same as your Hokage? That won't he do. Lord Fourth Mizukage seems not yet at the level where I, of your age, should refer to him as old man. Having mingled for a time, Makuro was no longer as cautious around the third Hokage as he once was. Especially since Sarutobi Hiruzen often appeared as a common elderly man outside the Hokage building, particularly in his presence, where he would deliberately showcase a frail demeanor. Makuro, however, saw through this facade, as he was not easily swayed by such tactics. Huh, are you mocking me, kid? If Raya's earlier remarks were mere jabs, he now genuinely felt irritation towards Makuro, yet the latter remained unfazed. Is this a plot character? I don't recall. In Makuro's logic, not recognizing someone equated to them being insignificant. Additionally, due to Raya's similarly colored hair, Makuro instinctively regarded him as a mere lackey leveraging connections to stand beside the Mizukage, rendering him largely ignored. However, he did recognize Pabashi Shirzong, the man who had blocked the tailed beast bomb, though his recollection was scant. As Raya realized that Shirzong garnered more attention than himself, his annoyance intensified, feeling that this young ninja dared to disregard him entirely. I, Raya, am a renowned member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. Who does this brat think he is to treat me with such disdain? Upon sensing the murderous intent emanating from Raya, Jinshue could not help but cast a few more glances in his direction. Reflecting on his previous words, Jinshue indeed felt that his comments might have been somewhat inappropriate. The comforts of life have caused me to forget the art of finesse, he mused. He believed that if it were his former self from over a year ago, he would not have been so careless in offending others with his words. However, he sensed a noticeable decline in his social acumen. Nevertheless, he had no intention of altering his demeanor, nor did he particularly care about the opinions of those from other villages who would not intrude upon his life. His survival skills were ample, and his attentiveness to interactions with villagers stemmed merely from the daily familiarity of neighbors, while the opinions of the Mist Village were of little consequence to him. In a moment of rage, Raya unsheathed his Raikiri, and at that instant, Jinshue truly recognized his identity. So, you are one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, the Black Ho Raya. Although the story of Raya and Lamuru was indeed poignant, Jinshue had largely forgotten it after all these years. After all, this wielder of the lightning blade was ultimately relegated to a minor role, a character whose presence bore no impact on the overarching narrative, despite later becoming more prominent. Jinshue's impression of him remained rather faint. Raya, stand down. Sensing the potential for conflict, Yagura swiftly intervened, stopping Raya. Although slightly bewildered, Raya complied with the command. I am pleased to see you do not appear hollow, Black Ho Raya. While I am not fond of conflict, I can offer you an opportunity to challenge me. Jinshue surveyed his surroundings and noted the unfriendly gazes of several mist ninjas. The atmosphere here was indeed rather hostile, yet he could understand the sentiment. Challenge you? What nonsense are you speaking? The Raikiri crackled back to life, and Raya cast a glance toward the 4th Mizukage, who, after a moment of contemplation, nodded. Let Raya test the mettle of this leaf prodigy. It could prove beneficial. At that moment, Yagura had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Then let us engage here directly, little leaf ninja. Raya twirled his blade, conjuring a dazzling display of golden lightning effects. In the street, Jinshue glanced around again, wondering if it might be inappropriate. Fear not, it will not take too much of your time. Raya was eager to demonstrate to this oblivious leaf ninja who the true challenger was. Considering your recent arrival, we of the Mist Village must extend our hospitality. So I shall permit you to strike first. Is that so? Since you are so gracious, then I shall make the first move. Would release, would Golan technique. A towering wooden figure, rivaling even the full form of Susanoo, rose from the ground. Yet, Jinshue's maneuvers were far from over. His intent in this battle was not to kill, but to eradicate the reluctance of the Mist side to cooperate. To that end, he planned to unleash something truly spectacular. Manifestation, Susanoo. A suit of blue armor enveloped the robust wooden figure, and the combined might of these two forces was enough to sweep through the ninja world. At that moment, it seemed as though some wondrous chemical reaction had been triggered, unleashing an even more terrifying aura. In that fleeting instant, Black Holeya's hands, clutching the Thunderblade, froze in an unyielding grip. This duel bore a striking contrast to his expectations. After a brief silence of several seconds, Holeya finally mustered the spirit befitting a ninja of the blood mist, and earnestly gazed up at Jinshue, inquiring, Are you a ninja? That is indeed a profound question, Jinshue mused as he glanced at the Susanoo wooden figure beneath him and the mist ninjas around. all of whom were idly clutching their kunai and staring blankly at him. However, this moment of contemplation was fleeting, for he recognized the resemblance to the later stages of the fourth Hokage. As long as Kishimoto had not stipulated that the duel must occur in a conventional setting, his usage of a Gundam was entirely permissible. I believe I am, he replied, adding, this is precisely the aesthetic we embody in Konoha. The figure beneath me is a technique of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and his nemesis, Uchiha Madara. They once employed such tactics to great effect. I wonder if the Land of Water retains any memories of that. To great effect? Yagura thought Jin Shui was jesting, yet his expression seemed earnest. Indeed, Uchiha Madara, the forebear whose name closely resembled his own, once wielded the Susanoo to launch tailed beast bombs, and Jin Shui mimicked that pose with his wooden figure. Yet Yagura promptly conceded, Lord Naiwa, please cease this technique. The shinobi of the Black Hoe have admitted defeat. Upon hearing this, Hwelaya too lowered his head in submission, offering no objection. Defeat was a reality he had to accept, and as this was not an essential mission, there was no need for despair over his loss. Overall, the Mist Ninjas surrendered with commendable swiftness, while Jin Shui, in a sense, achieved the effect of subduing the enemy without conflict. I see, I concede, Jin Shui declared as he released the Susanoo and descended to the ground, leaving the wooden figure to remain in place. As they approached the Mizukage Tower, a somewhat apprehensive Yagura finally spoke up, Lord Naiwa, your visit to the Mist must involve more than merely discussing the joint Chunin exams, correct? Indeed, Jin Shui replied, instantly becoming the focal point of attention once more. The surrounding Mist Ninjas were poised, ready to approach him, even knowing it might lead to their demise. However, Jin Shui's next words left them collectively stunned. Now, I shall share a tale about the sorrow of Kamui. Chapter 91. The resolute will of Obito. Do you fancy my peer-level mental assault? At the entrance of the Mist Village, Obito, donning a conical hat to maintain a low profile, unexpectedly spotted something that should not have been in the mist, a wood dragon. Although Jin Shui had refined the head of the wood dragon, its overall appearance remained unchanged, allowing Obito, a top graduate of Uchiha Itachi's tutelage, to instantly recognize its true form. Who on earth is capable of conjuring such a formidable wood dragon? Obito pondered. His current supply of white zetsu, usable for intelligence gathering, was exceedingly scarce, thus limiting his analytical capabilities. While Jin Shui occasionally employed wood release within the village, he had seldom utilized it in combat. In fact, Jin Shui possessed very few combat records, and his formulaic approach rendered him predictable, making it easy for even someone like Obito, who struggled with analysis and adaptation, to memorize Jin Shui's opening moves. However, it was precisely this self-assured understanding of Jin Shui that led Obito to overlook any connection between him and the wood dragon in sight. The wood dragon has only recently ceased its chakra supply. If all goes as expected, that individual should still be within the mist. The original plan is scrapped. I shall first observe the Mist Village. According to Obito's meticulously crafted plan, he intended to infiltrate the Mist Village, lure the Mizukage out, and then use Genjutsu to control both the Mizukage and the Three Tails, thereby seizing control of the entire village. Yet, the emergence of the wood dragon forced him to adopt a more clandestine approach. Minutes later, what is it, Lord Naiwa? Why have you suddenly halted? Yagura inquired, puzzled. He had just overheard that Uchiha Obito had unleashed the Nine Tails upon Konoha, despite feeling somewhat disheartened to learn that this powerful adversary was their ultimate nemesis. He couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction upon hearing of Konoha's turmoil. However, Jin Shui's abrupt pause and his subsequent deep contemplation were indeed peculiar. In truth, Jin Shui had remained vigilant throughout the conversation, intending to guard against any potential ambush from the mist. Unexpectedly, his actions allowed him to sense a significant presence. Obito. Oh, Obito, he thought. Based on Jiraiya's intel, Jin Shui discerned that the current Obito no longer exhibited the same reckless demeanor of the past. His steadfast resolve had somewhat compensated for his intellectual shortcomings. Otherwise, he would not have dared to speak so brazenly before a youthful Nagato and a composed Jiraiya. Indeed, it was challenging to capture Kamui, yet Kamui does not equate to Obito. Jin Shui prided himself on having methods to ensnare Obito. Once he confirmed that Obito was in a position to hear the sounds from his vicinity, Jin Shui raised his voice. Wood clone technique, wood transformation technique. Suddenly, he created a wood clone that morphed into Obito's likeness, at which point Obito realized he had likely revealed himself, just as he contemplated retreating. Jin Shui's words halted him in his tracks. Obito Uchiha, for love's sake, you opened the flower of heaven, challenging Madara's name, traversing the world, contending with the fourth Hokage. The sorrow of Kamui concealed in tears. All eyes behold Rin, the fan-shaped mask waging war across the land, a life spent in arms solely for Rin. Upon hearing this recitation in his own voice, Obito was profoundly moved, rather than feeling the awkwardness that enveloped the Mist Ninjas around him. Rin, in that instant, memories from before the battlefield flooded back to Obito. Recognizing that Obito had ceased his movements, Jin Shui silently chuckled. Indeed, even the resolute Obito must adhere to fundamental truths. It is a simple truth. Obito's determination arises from his love for Rin. If he were to waver in that regard, he would no longer be Obito. Perhaps the average ninja would not conceive of employing such a personal connection to control Obito, but Jin Shui was devoid of such mental constraints. Since he had yet to inquire about Obito's grandmother, Jin Shui considered himself rather restrained. For him, targeting one's family was the weakest form of attack, and seasoned netizens would scorn such an ineffective tactic. Jin Shui's assault did not conclude there. A mere few seconds of control was clearly not his intent, for he harbored loftier strategic ambitions. Elevating a person's blood pressure is child's play for me. Watch closely. Obito, this shall be the ultimate mental assault, surpassing Tsukuyami. Thus, the wood clone of Obito spoke again, this time with a tone imbued with profound emotion. Sorrow for Rin, thoughts like a rushing stream. Yearning for Rin, an unyielding remembrance. The palm of Rin, for eternity and beyond. What on earth is Lord Jin Shui doing? As a headache began to manifest, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, was the first to sense an overwhelming discomfort. Being a normally functioning, married adult, he found it intolerable to hear such words. The exaggerated tone of Toby, who was embodying a wooden clone, struck an incongruous chord within him, prompting Yagura to reflect on Zetsu's initial remarks. Something feels amiss. Why is that inner Zetsu incessantly orchestrating matters concerning Rin? Rin, Rin, Rin. The three anguished cries gradually illuminated Toby's understanding of Zetsu's malicious intent. However, he had only grasped the surface level. That inner Zetsu is attempting to exploit Rin to provoke my psyche. Simultaneously, Toby subconsciously immersed himself in Zetsu's narrative. You scoundrel. At that moment, Toby felt his blood pressure surge to heights reminiscent of the Third Great Ninja War. His shout successfully captured the attention of numerous mist ninjas, including Yagura, JZ, and Raiga. Yet, Zetsu's relentless onslaught continued, drawing from a wealth of experience in confrontation. The Watergate team's first encounter. The first ray of light. The anticipation at the Ninja Academy. Congratulations on graduation. The truth behind the mask. It was you. Accompanied by an oddly infuriating gesture. Toby could no longer contain himself and phased through the wall to strike the Zetsu clone that had transformed into him. Hooked. Illusion technique. Dark walking technique. In an instant, a profound darkness enveloped Toby's vision. At that moment, his world physically lost its light. Yet, he did not succumb to panic entirely. With the last vestige of rationality, he began to phase out, trusting that in this state, he would remain unharmed despite the lack of sight. However, amidst the brilliance of decay, chaos of hell, the fervor in the freeze, the storm of chaos, the truth in the void, the gaze of divine might, the solitary dance in the ninja war, the spear of the heavenly swamp, those who dare to battle the world, yet shy away from confessing their feelings, possessing the most potent kaleidoscope that can see through all, yet unable to fathom your heart. Rin, Rin, Rin. Toby's blood pressure, intent to kill Zetsu, max off. Inner Zetsu. As the Zetsu clone unleashed an automated mental assault on Toby, feeling utterly exposed, as if his last shred of dignity had been stripped away. Toby plunged into a state of complete fury. The black spear of the heavenly swamp appeared in his grasp, and without concern for the consequences of his actions, he swept it in all directions with reckless abandon. At that moment, he was indifferent to any potential loss of his phasing state. All he desired was to annihilate Zetsu on the spot. In an instant, the black double helix sword swept through the room, and as a result, all mist ninjas, save for Zetsu, Yagura, JZ, and Raiga, fell victim to the spear due to their delayed reactions, with the remaining three, excluding Zetsu, hastily opting to abandon the Mizukage Tower. Sage Art, Susanoo. While maintaining the dark walking technique, Zetsu unleashed Susanoo and rendered it invisible, conjuring two pitch-black shuriken from thin air. This is a rather rudimentary form of yin-yang release, possessing little more value than the black rods created by the users of the reincarnation eye. However, simplicity does not impede the wielder's ability to stack other skills upon it. At this moment, it would be prudent to employ some seemingly nonsensical techniques to further disrupt his thoughts. The most enigmatic skill in Madara's arsenal is one taught to him by the first Hokage, the ultimate technique of taijutsu, in that direction. Through two utterances from the true mackerel, Obito confirmed its direction. Taijutsu, you say? If you dare to use it, prepare to meet your demise. Obito positioned the heavenly spear horizontally, ready to cleave the approaching true mackerel in two. Super fire release, illusion technique, dual shuriken slash. Obito's not particularly astute mind, already consumed by rage, fell into disarray once more. With his vision obscured, he was utterly unaware whether his opponent was employing taijutsu, genjutsu, fire release, or shuriken. In that moment, his anxiety surged. Yet, it was precisely this turmoil and urgency that allowed Obito to successfully dispel the darkness. He then realized that what had initially appeared to be a complex ninjutsu was merely two kunai. There was no taijutsu, no super fire release, nor any illusion techniques present. However, as soon as Obito escaped the darkness, the true mackerel swiftly ensnared him in another genjutsu. Lightning illusion, lightning pillar. The genuine darkness transformed into blinding light. Yet Obito hastily lowered his hat to shield himself from the glare. Is it truly so embarrassing? A technique that can be blocked by physical means should go and befriend Amaterasu. Regarding the actual effects of the lightning illusion, lightning pillar, the true mackerel could not help but scoff. Yet, he had no time for further commentary as Obito's attack was imminent. You seem quite familiar with my techniques. But what of it? What I possess is the strongest spear in this world. It is at least 320 times stronger than your Susanoo. 320 times? Wielding the sage art Susanoo blade and integrating it with yin-yang release, the true mackerel effortlessly parried the heavenly spear. What? Obito's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated that the already enhanced heavenly spear, capable of extending to a degree compared to its previous short version, could be so easily thwarted by the true mackerel. Did you think possessing the truth-seeking orb made you formidable? What has your heavenly spear ever triumphed over? Although it could not be destroyed, the true mackerel was entirely unafraid of merely blocking Obito's heavenly spear. Obito was at a loss for words. He genuinely did not know of any formidable entity that had been defeated by the heavenly spear. It seemed to be merely a legend with no clear victories. Aside from the surrounding lesser beings, as this was the creation of the Sage of Six Paths. In the next moment, he suddenly felt a lightness in his hand. And at that instant, the true mackerel vanished from his sight. This is not reverse summoning. This is Flying Thunder God. When did this happen? By the time Obito understood what was occurring, it was already too late to evade. A black flash shot past him from behind. It was a black kunai, now stained with Obito's blood. Despite the pain, Obito succeeded in activating Kamui, knowing he had no choice but to do so, as he was certain the true mackerel would execute a technique at this moment. Sure enough, the true mackerel, clutching a massive Rasengan, swept past the now ethereal Obito, simultaneously conjuring a small grove that sprouted from the ground. Kamui, is it? What a pity. The true mackerel observed and noted that Obito's heart had not been precisely crushed, only grazed. Yet again, I did not kill you. Inner wheel, true mackerel, this time, I shall not let you escape. Just wait and see. Utilizing the hiding technique, sprinting, dispelling the ethereal form, and entering a different space, Obito successfully fled once more. This fellow possesses remarkable potential as a master of escape. The true mackerel remarked as he watched Obito's swift departure. I must devise a method to counter his Kamui escape. Gripping the kunai imbued with yin-yang release, the true mackerel quickly conceived a plan. If I have the Flying Thunder God, I might as well use Kakashi as a sort of alternative summoning beast. The principle was to teleport to Kakashi's side at the onset of battle and then bring him to the battlefield, subsequently using Kamui to disrupt Kamui. This could work. I shall return and gift Kakashi a Flying Thunder God tool. Moreover, the true mackerel understood that he had thoroughly provoked Obito's wrath to its zenith, successfully raising the enmity level to its peak. However, he remained unfazed, knowing that he had devised a new multidimensional defensive strategy. The true mackerel rolled up his sleeves, revealing a shuriken-like pattern of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan on his wrist, the very manifestation of the 8,000 spears. The chakra absorption effect of the 8,000 spears can be activated instantaneously, disregarding distance, thus achieving a form of instantaneous communication. Chapter 92, Black Zetsu. I am drenched in sweat. In the Hidden Mist Village. 4th Hokage. I believe I have come to understand why the behaviors of these two individuals are so peculiar. For some inexplicable reason, at that moment, Yagura suddenly perceived that the seemingly straightforward